Lu Yun burst into laughter. Of course. I heard from Xiao Zhu downstairs. Don't look at her as if she's a dull pumpkin, but she described today's events vividly. It's a pity I wasn't there. You don't know. After you left, those sisters-in-law went to Yuruing's vegetable garden and almost pulled out all her vegetables. Ji Wan's eyes widened. Was it that fierce? Yuruing was so angry, she almost went crazy. She cried and shouted, wanting to find the leader, but her husband, Lao He, stopped her. She usually takes advantage of everything, but today she's suffering. It's true, what people teach, they learn quickly. Ji Wan agreed deeply. Isn't that right? When her mother-in-law was around, Yuruing also tried to take advantage. Today she borrowed this, tomorrow she borrowed that. If you didn't ask, it was hers. Feng Ji was hot-tempered, but she endured for the sake of her family, worried about causing trouble for her son and daughter-in-law, so she had to accept it. Today, Ji Wan finally felt relieved, reclaiming the situation from the past. It's because of you, sister-in-law. Even I can't handle her. Lu Yun felt inferior. Ji Wan was a little shy from her praise. Sister-in-law, you're not petty, but I am. I have a thick skin. She honestly evaluated herself, and Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh happily. After finally laughing enough, she started to snack on sunflower seeds. I think you, little sister, are more likable now. You used to look so stern, I was afraid to talk to you. Ji Wan paused, then teased, Really? You're not my student. Are you afraid of teachers too? Lu Yun glared at her. Not only I'm afraid, but old Zhao at home is too. He says poor old Lin, holding an ice pack every day. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Wan choked on her drink, not because she was surprised, but because she thought couples' talks at night should be kept private. Actually, she wasn't curious. Be gentle with Zhengnan. He's the kind of guy who prefers softness over toughness. Ji Wan looked stunned. You know that about my sister-in-law? How could I not? I'm pretty good at reading people. Wow, she just realized this today, but her sister-in-law had already seen it long ago. Don't be fooled by his cold appearance. He cares most about his wife. My old Zhao, once he's home, shoes off, clothes off, he's like a king. He even needs me to bring him water. Look at Zhengnan at your house, still washing dishes. Such a good, caring man. Where do you find him? Lu Yun's words grew more emotional. Her sister's eyes, which should be bright, weren't shining. She thought, why didn't I seize the chance before? Now he's married, and I was still thinking about him. It's embarrassing just to think about it. Thankfully, Ji made in mind. Ji Wan knew Lu Yun was speaking from her heart, so she quickly made a small gesture and whispered, Sister-in-law, don't praise him too much. If he hears, his tail will wag, so high it'll touch the sky. Why not praise him? He's excellent. Let me tell you, girls should cherish men. Just say a word, and he'll do everything. Why argue and turn red in the face? Lu Yun spoke with experience. Old Zhao may not like doing chores at home, but that's because I spoil him. As long as he handles big problems well, I'm happy to pamper him. Honestly, I've been married to him so many years and never felt wronged. Your relationship is really good. Of course. Look at my second son, 5 or 6 months pregnant, and he still wants to be close to me. Ah! Ji Wan's jaw nearly dropped. Could she really hear this? Lu Yun didn't notice her discomfort. Don't be shy. Give your man some sweetness. Whether it's cold or hot under the covers, make him warm in bed, and he'll never leave you in this lifetime. Ji Wan said nothing, just lowered her head to drink water, secretly observing Lu Yun out of the corner of her eye. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she suddenly realized her sister-in-law was quite attractive. Yes, Lu Shaoqin is not lacking in any way. How could her older sister be any different? She is now a bit plumper due to pregnancy, but just the right amount. Look at her chest, full like a small hill. Men feel different when conquering a little bump versus a small mountain. Turns out, sister-in-law is quite skilled. No wonder the couple gets along so well. By the way, sister-in-law, what kind of clothes are you wearing inside? Looking at Lu Yun, her chest seems to sag quite a bit. It must be heavy and drooping downward. Luyan looked down and took a quick glance. She already knew her were large, especially now that she's pregnant. Aren't you wearing a belly band? What else could I be wearing? But this thing isn't very easy to put on. I feel like it doesn't hold everything in. As she spoke, she reached up and adjusted her chest confidently. Jiwon was worried Lin Zhengnan might come out and see, so she immediately stood up and whispered mysteriously, "Sister-in-law, come with me. I have something to show you." Luyan was surprised. What is it? Jiwon didn't answer and led her into the master bedroom. Once inside, she closed the door and quickly went to the wardrobe, taking out her underwear. "Sister-in-law, look at this." Luyan frowned and looked at the underwear Jiwon handed her. "Is this clothing?" She thought it was just clothing, nothing else. She suspiciously took it and examined the strange shape for a while, even touching it, and immediately understood. "Is this a belly band?" Jiwon chuckled. "It's underwear, similar to a belly band, just worn inside." Receiving a clear answer, Luyan winked at her proudly. "See how clever I am." She raised her hand and gestured to her chest. "Girl, is this how you wear it?" Jiwon nodded and gave her a thumbs up. "You're really amazing, sister-in-law. That's how you wear it. Let me put it on you and see the effect." She took out the larger one, took off her outer coat, and put it over her inner shirt. "How is it? Does it work well?" "It supports just right and stops you from wobbling when you walk." Luyan's eyes widened in shock as she watched Jiwon's chest immediately lift up. She stared, unable to look away, and leaned in to whisper, "Sister, your reading skills are quite creative. You're pretty good at playing around, huh? Wear this, and Lin Zhengnan will be completely captivated by you." Jiwon blushed deeply from her straightforward words and shyly patted her. "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm just showing you how it's done. I will make this clothing for you. Do you want some? If yes, I'll prepare 2 pieces for you. Especially after having the second baby, if you spill milk, it won't wet your outer clothes, and it will be less embarrassing if someone sees." Originally, Luyan was joking, but when she heard this, she became serious because, according to Jiwon, she really needed it. Her large chest made walking awkward enough, and with milk spilling in the future, she was afraid to go outside. But with this special underwear, it would be much easier. She looked serious and carefully examined the underwear again. Her eyes, which had been teasing before, now showed happiness as she asked, "How did you make this?" "It's really useful." Jiwon smiled and said, "Actually, women in big cities already wear this kind of underwear, but it's not common here yet. I saw it in a book and tried making 2. They fit just right. Isn't it because you're pregnant and uncomfortable? That's why I asked if you want it. When I have my second child, I plan to make 2 more special nursing clothes. I'll bring you a couple then, too." Hearing this, Luyan was so touched, she held Jiwon warmly. "Sister, I really appreciate you. You remember even these small things about me. I want the underwear. Please make a few more for me. I'm quite fat, so I need bigger sizes." Jiwon agreed readily. "Okay. I'll take your measurements." Luyan smiled happily. The more she interacted with Jiwon, the more she thought she was perfect in every way. Because of Lu Xiaoqin's matter, she thought Jiwon might hold a grudge, but it turned out Jiwon didn't care at all. There's a saying, something about a chancellor's stomach being big enough to hold a boat. Look at Jiwon, she's just like that. Jiwon's family didn't have a tape measure, so she thought for a moment and used a piece of string to measure her. After noting her chest measurements, she nodded. "All right, I'll make a few more for you in larger sizes, so you can wear them after your baby is born." Luyan glanced at the underwear and couldn't help but smile widely. "Great, great. Thank you, sister. You just watch and do your work. Later, I'll give you a little thank you gift for your effort." She didn't insist on whether Jiwon would accept money or not. Since Jiwon was thinking of her, it wasn't about selling things. Talking about business can ruin feelings. Just saying a little thank you gift shows she's willing to accept it. "All right, I'll definitely accept the thank you gift. I'll ask for a higher price, so don't feel bad about it." "Good. I'm not worried about you asking for a high price. I'm only worried you'll refuse." Jiwon tidied up her clothes and pushed Luyan out the door. How could I refuse? I'm not stupid. The two of them left chatting and laughing, and Lin Zhengnan had already tidied up the kitchen. Luyan was very perceptive and quickly said goodbye before leaving. Originally just there to chat, she ended up with a few more clothes. She was very happy and thought about how she would wear them later, making old Zhao very jealous. After sending Luyan off, Ji Wanchuan turned around and saw Lin Zhengnan looking at her with curiosity. He was leaning casually against the kitchen door, arms crossed, looking confident and relaxed. His posture was less strict than usual, softer and more gentle. What's so funny you and your sister-in-law are talking about? Ji Wanchuan definitely couldn't tell him. We were just sharing some secrets. It was obvious she was in a very good mood. Don't ask, I can't tell you the secrets. She warned him playfully, making Lin Zhengnan raise his eyebrows in amusement. Okay, the water is boiling now. Later, you take the kids to wash up first. Ji Wanchuan nodded and sat on the sofa, calling for Yuyu. The little girl happily came inside from outside. It's getting dark, don't run around outside. Come back quickly. Okay. Yuyu ran over, leaning in front of her, sticking out her little bottom and kicking her legs as if she had nothing to do. Ji Wanchuan hesitated for a moment, thinking she should buy some educational books for the kids. The little girl had nothing to do all day, especially at night, which was quite hard to endure. It seemed that nowadays, there weren't many plush dolls for little girls to play with. A few years later, some might appear, but their designs weren't very innovative, and at first glance, they looked a little scary. Since she was free anyway, why not sew a small rabbit for her daughter? She decided immediately and went to the bedroom to find needles and thread, some old clothes, and a piece of cloth, then used chalk to draw lines on it. Yu followed and watched carefully, leaning in and asking softly, Mom, are you making clothes? Ji Wanchuan kept her secret. No, I'm making a small gift for you, okay? Yuyu was stunned for a moment, but then her eyes lit up. Mom, what kind of gift? She eagerly ran over, hugged Ji Wanchuan's arm, looked up at her, and her eyes sparkled.
Can't tell you now.
Why don't you go wash your face and feet with Dad? I'll finish it soon. Luckily, she had a sewing machine. If she had to sew it by hand, she didn't know how long it would take. The little girl covered her mouth, smiling very happily, her big, round eyes shining. She was so happy that she stomped her foot in excitement.
Okay, thank you, Mom.
I can't wait. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and gently kissed Ji Wanchuan's face. Ji Wanxin was almost melting, sitting in front of the sewing machine, her foot pedal nearly worn out. She had to finish making something quickly for her obedient daughter. Because Yuyu was excited, she was in a good mood, swinging her feet while washing them and humming non-stop. Lin Zhengnan overheard the mother and daughter talking and almost laughed when he saw his daughter acting this way. Why are you whining? You sound like a little pig. The girl pouted and took a nearby towel to wipe her feet quietly, her eyebrows furrowing like a caterpillar, pretending to be serious and asking, Dad, why do you scold yourself? Lin Zhengnan was a bit confused. I didn't scold anyone. Yuyu insisted you did. You said I was a little pig, so that makes you an old pig. Old pig. Lin Zhengnan choked, surprised at how clever his little girl was. After washing up and changing her into pajamas, Yuyu seemed eager. Dad, can you go help me see if Mom's finished? I want to know if my gift is ready. Why can't you go yourself? Yuyu explained logically it's a surprise gift, so if I see it, it won't be a surprise anymore. Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow, pulled the blanket over her, and disagreed. No, I won't go. I don't even have a gift. Yuyu blinked as if she was also upset. Unless you ask Mom to make me a gift too. Lin Zhengnan gently persuaded her. He knew his wife was making a gift for their daughter and also wanted one himself. But what his wife was making now was definitely for the kids, and it wouldn't suit him. He could first get his wife to agree, and later, she could make him something else. He didn't want to embarrass himself or speak up, so he let Yuyu go. Then. Yuyu was so anxious she rolled around in her blanket twice before crawling back. Then Dad, you go check for me first, and then I'll ask Mom to make one for you, okay? Seeing Lin Zhengnan unmoved, She didn't know where she learned to act cute, so she hugged his hand and shook it. Dad, please? I'm begging you. Lin Zhengnan had never been begged like this before. He felt goosebumps all over. He couldn't take it. He quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go now. You stay warm and don't catch a cold. Dad, you really are a good dad. After leaving, Lin Zhengnan found it hard to believe. His daughter used to be less clingy and not very cheerful around him, but now she seemed like a different person. It was a good change, he thought, smiling slightly as he went to the next room. Standing at the door, he could hear the sewing machine working inside. He first greeted softly to avoid startling his wife with a sudden voice. After hearing come in, he pushed the door open and entered. Jichun was making eyes for the rabbit, cutting 2 buttons from a shirt. Almost done? Almost. The door was already locked. Only the eyes remained. Lin Zhengnan found the rabbit in her hand very interesting, as he had never seen one since he was young. It had big ears and short limbs, very cute. He stepped forward, watching it with fascination, but suddenly noticed the shirt casually placed nearby. Why did it look so familiar? He frowned, picked up the shirt, examined it carefully, and confirmed it before asking, "Isn't this my shirt?" Jichun turned to look. The shirt was wrinkled, and 2 buttons near the collar were missing. She felt a bit guilty and smiled dryly. "Yes, it's yours." Lin Zhengnan glanced at her and asked, "Where are my buttons?" Jichun held up the rabbit she just finished and pointed to its eyes. "Here, isn't it especially cute?" Lin Zhengnan couldn't find words to say otherwise. "It's beautiful." He nodded and sighed. There were only 2 casual clothes, one missing a button. But looking at the rabbit, which was about 50 centimeters tall, with ears hanging down nearly 30 centimeters, it was super adorable. He sighed quietly. As long as his daughter liked it, that was enough. "I see your clothes aren't worn much, so I took them out to use. When I have time, I'll go to the city and buy you a couple of new ones." This sentence immediately made him obedient and agreeable. Jichun stood up, took the shirt from his hand, and gestured. "You can wear this one at home without a button. It shows off your neck and collarbone very." She smiled and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Zhengnan. Her casual gesture didn't seem to bother her, but it stirred a wave in Lin Zhengnan's heart. He nodded, feeling no reluctance.
Okay.
While the couple was chatting, their daughter Yuyu couldn't hold back anymore.
Dad.
The little girl was quite clever, knowing to call him Dad instead of urging her mom. Lin Zhengnan turned back and replied, "All right, come here quickly." Worried that his daughter might ignore him, he added, "Put on your clothes." "Okay." Yuyu squealed, grabbed a coat nearby, put it on, quickly slid off the bed, slipped into slippers, and rushed over. "Mom, what's the surprise?" Jichun was quick and hid the rabbit behind her back. When her daughter bounced in from outside, she revealed the rabbit again.
Tajda.
"Mom made a little rabbit for you. Do you like it?"
Wow.
Yuyu was so surprised she forgot how to react. She stared wide-eyed at the rabbit, her eyes scanning its eyes and ears, then suddenly screamed loudly.
"Ah!
Mom, I like it so much."
Thank you, Mom."
She rushed forward and hugged the rabbit tightly, almost squeezing it into her body. "Mom, this rabbit is so pretty."
Thank you, Mom.
"Now I have a doll too." Yuyu danced around and kissed the rabbit several times. "Mom, you're so amazing. I love you so much." Jichun smiled, gently ruffling her daughter's hair, making sure to include Lin Zhengnan in the moment. "Look at the rabbit's eyes. They're made from your dad's buttons." The little girl was very clever and immediately understood. "Thanks, Dad." Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow. "No need to thank me. All right, go to bed now. Sleep holding the rabbit tonight." With the rabbit, the little girl didn't want to squeeze between her parents anymore. She quickly turned around, climbed into bed, pulled up the blanket, and mumbled, "Mom, I want to sleep with the little rabbit tonight. I have so many things to tell it." Jichun couldn't help but laugh and gently tucked her in. "Okay, you're Dad, and I will go out first." "Good night, Mom," the girl said sweetly, hugging the rabbit and crawling into bed. Lin Zhengnan saw right away that she had completely forgotten her promise to him and cleared his throat, pretending to casually remind her. "You, what about me?" Yuyu responded with an "oh," then said, "Good night, Dad." All right, this girl is really good at turning her back on people. Just as her eyes were closing, Yuyu suddenly remembered something.
Oh.
Mom, I have gifts for everyone. Can you make one for Dad too? He likes dolls now. Jiwon thought she must have heard wrong. Seeing her daughter's serious look, she turned and looked at Lin Zhengnan strangely. A grown man who likes dolls? Seeing her wife's teasing gaze, Lin Zhengnan felt his limbs stiffen. Why is it that his daughter is like a little angel with his wife but seems a bit tricky with him? He quickly denied, I don't. Jiwon saw his panicked expression and probably understood. All right, I happen to have some leftover scraps. I'll make you a keychain. Lin Zhengnan, taking advantage of the situation, played along. Won't that be too much trouble?
Yivan Chakelad.
It'll only take a few minutes. After saying that, she sat down again and made a small rabbit keychain that looked the same. Lin Zhengnan didn't stay idle either. He hurried to pour his wife a glass of water. While checking the stove and heating water for Jiwon to wash up, she said, "Done. Look and see if you like it." Jiwon tidied up the things, cleaned the sewing machine, closed it, and then came out, handing the keychain to Lin Zhengnan. He quickly turned around and looked at the small rabbit, eyes shining brightly. Just as he reached out to take it, he remembered what he had been doing earlier and instinctively wiped his hands on his clothes. Snicker. Jiwon saw his small action clearly and couldn't help but laugh happily. So cute. Do you like it? Lin Zhengnan carefully examined the keychain, lowering his brows. His tall figure almost filled the entire kitchen. He carefully held up the keychain, eyes sparkling with happiness he had never felt before. I like it. Who says men don't have a girl's heart? Seeing him like this, Jiwon's heart was pounding wildly. This was someone she had loved for 2 generations. Unconsciously, she couldn't control herself anymore. She tiptoed, raised her head, and lightly kissed his cheek. Forgive her for being timid. In this atmosphere, even with courage, she could only do this much. Faced with Lin Zhengnan's surprised look, she felt awkward and quickly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. I'll go brush my teeth first. After saying that, she left without looking back. Lin Zhengnan stood frozen, staring at the direction she left, lost in thought. Did Jiwon just kiss him? Did she really kiss him? He didn't feel wrong, did he? Lin Zhengnan clenched his jaw silently, but his hands trembled slightly. After a long while, he finally calmed his excited feelings and tightened his grip on the small rabbit. What did Jiwon mean? Although they were married, that kiss wasn't so simple. He raised his hand to touch his cheek, where the wet mark had disappeared, but the warmth and excitement still remained. He wanted to ask clearly. Deciding firmly, Lin Zhengnan hurried to the shower outside. Before he could knock, Jiwon just happened to open the door. Her look was normal, just like usual, as if nothing had happened. It was as if everything just now was all in his mind. What are you standing there for? Help me bring the hot water. I plan to take a shower. Lin Zhengnan didn't move, and she gently nudged him. Oh, okay. He finally snapped out of it and turned around stiffly. Jiwon looked at his back, leaning in to peek. She wondered if he didn't take the kiss to heart. They're a married couple, and since they've already done it, a kiss isn't a big deal. He seems to have no reaction, which shows he's a very straightforward man. Sometimes teasing him feels pretty fun. Jianwan smiles softly, turns around, and continues brushing her teeth. Although it seems like the matter is over, Lin Zhengnan keeps thinking about it. He didn't sleep well all night. Why did Jianwan kiss him? The next morning, he gets up with dark circles under his eyes. After breakfast, just before leaving, Jianwan stops him. Lin Zhengnan. Seeing her happy face, he feels nervous. What's wrong? Why do you still stutter when you talk? Jianwan doesn't know he's still thinking about last night. She pats his shoulder to remind him. Did you forget what you promised me yesterday? Can you go ask if the army rents out land? Lin Zhengnan's eyes flicker with disappointment. Okay. Good. Go quickly. I'll prepare something delicious for lunch. She waves her hand and turns back to busy herself. Mom, can I go see Brother Xiaojun? Yuyu holds her bunny and comes out of the house. Jian almost laughs when she hears this. Have you made up with him? The girl shyly nods. Brother Xiaojun apologized and said he's sorry. All right, go ahead. But don't go far, don't play with water, and don't do anything dangerous. Okay, she quickly goes inside to carefully place her bunny, then rushes across to the Zhao family. Jian thinks about her promise to make underwear for Lu Yun. They don't have any fabric left at home, so it looks like she needs to go to the city department store to buy some. She's worried about going alone when suddenly a soldier calls outside. Comrade Ji, your family has arrived. Please come and bring them in. Jian is so happy, she almost jumps. Isn't this like someone sending a pillow when she's sleepy? She doesn't know if it's her dad or mom, or both, but she plans to call them to come into town together later. Okay. Thank you, comrade. She quickly opens the door to greet them. It's Zhang Miao and Jichun. Zhang Miao is wearing new clothes and looks uncomfortable standing still. Next to her, Jichun is carrying a sack, probably filled with food for her. She looks around nervously. She hasn't been able to get in here a few times before, so she wonders if her older sister will let them in this time. Her older sister has always been kind to the family, so she hopes it's genuine. If her sister suddenly shows her true colors and refuses them at the door, her mother will be very sad and upset. Mom, maybe we should wait over there? Standing at the busy gate isn't very convenient. Oh, why did you walk so far? Later, your sister won't be able to see us. After speaking, Zhang Miao looked down at her new clothes. Xiaochun, does mom really look good in this? Jichun examined her carefully. How can it not look good? Dad bought you these clothes a long time ago. They're getting dusty if you don't wear them. Talking about her husband, Zhang Miao looked happy, then muttered, I just don't have the chance to wear them. Before she finished, she saw Ji-won walking over with a big smile. Her face lit up, and Zhang Miao quickly waved her hand. Shiaoin. Hearing the cheer, Jichun also looked over and felt relieved when she saw Ji-won. It seems she's really changed. Mom, who gave you this new dress? It looks really nice on you. Xiaochun, you've also become more beautiful after a few days. The mother and daughter were so happy to be praised they almost couldn't close their mouths. Jichun wanted to laugh, but also didn't want to. Her ears turned red, and she pouted. Stop flattering. She knew herself what she looked like. Zhang Miao laughed loudly. It looks really good. Dad bought it for me. The mother and daughter went to greet Ji-won, who was registering them. It looks great. Dad has good taste. With one sentence, she praised the clothes and Zhang Miao. Her dad's good taste is why he found such a wife, right? Shiaoin, we came suddenly, did we disturb you? Ji-won was worried she might overthink.
How could that be?
Didn't I already invite you to come? Why only you and Xiaochun? What about Dad and Xiaodong? Dad still has to take students, and your brother came last time, so he's not coming this time. What Zhang Miao didn't say was that Xiaochun didn't let Xiaodong come. She said Xiaodong had never come before, but he had already come twice, which was unfair. Yes, next time I'll come with my brother again. Xiaochun looked serious, but showed no obvious signs of her thoughts, though her mind was full of plans. Ji-won nodded and led them inside. Come on, you're here, so why are you carrying such a big bag? There's nothing valuable at home. This is mountain produce your uncle asked me to bring. A few days ago, before you left, Xiaodong sent a jar of medicine. It's supposed to help with coughs and phlegm. Your grandma took it, and she got much better, no more coughing at night. She needs to rest more these days and should be able to go out soon. Ji-won suddenly understood. Spiritual spring water really can heal the body. If grandma's health gets better, that's great. I just wanted to try it myself. I didn't expect that jar of medicine to work so well. Afraid Zhang Miao would ask more, she quickly changed the subject and looked at the bag on Xiaochun's shoulder. Spring, do you want me to carry this with you? It's too heavy. She was about to reach out, but Jichun avoided her. You can't carry it. Let's go ahead, and you can lead the way. I'm almost out of water. The young girl was straightforward, making Ji-won want to laugh. Okay, let's walk faster. She led the way in front, and mother and daughter followed closely behind. Taking advantage of the older daughter's distraction, Zhang Miao gave Jichun a gentle tap on the shoulder. She gave a warning look and quietly scolded her. "You're so rude." Jichun frowned but wasn't angry. She licked her dry lips and hummed softly. "It's fine, Mom. Aren't you thirsty?" Zhang Miao didn't say anything this time. Why wouldn't she be thirsty? She felt like her throat was burning. "Let's go quickly." Mother and daughter looked around as they walked. This was their first time visiting this community. The houses were lined up neatly and looked spacious. The roads were wide and the yards were big. On the way, people greeted Jiwan, calling her Teacher Ji. Zhang Miao followed and asked Shiaoin, "Do they know you resigned?" Jiwan explained, "They probably know. They just call me Teacher Ji because it sounds natural." Zhang Miao nodded. No wonder. She thought her daughter had gone back to work again. Having a job is better, but her daughter was capable. Even if she resigned now, she would have chances to return later. For now, she should rest well and focus on having her second child. "We're here." When they reached the yard, Zhang Miao looked around and couldn't help but praise. Her older daughter must have inherited her father's love for cleanliness and hygiene. "Look at this yard, so tidy." They went inside, and the house was neat and warm. Maybe it was just her feeling, but she thought she smelled a nice scent in the house. "Mom, you sit first. I'll pour you some water." Jiwan went to the kitchen. Jichun loudly placed a burlap bag at the door. Hearing the noise, Zhang Miao looked over and felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh dear. Be gentle. Don't break what's inside." Jichun looked awkward and uncertain but nodded and casually opened the burlap bag, taking everything out. "Big sister, where should I put this?" Jiwan came out with 2 cups of water.
Put them in the kitchen.
"I'll tidy up later. You can drink first." She had added spring water inside. "Okay." Zhang Miao took a cup and took a sip. It was refreshing, and all her fatigue disappeared. Her older daughter must have added some sugar, making it sweet. Jichun also came over and took a sip, wanting more. "Big sister, where's the water?" "I'll pour you some." Jiwan took the cup and went inside to get her some water. Jichun simply followed in, saying, "I'll do it myself. I'm too thirsty. 1 cup isn't enough." Zhang Miao heard the noise and also brought her cup inside, saying, "I'll have some more too." Jiwan smiled and said, "All right, you two pour yourselves. The thermos next to you has only cold boiled water." Zhang Miao nodded. "Hey, why didn't I see our little fish?" She went to play at her sister-in-law's house across the street. "I'll call her back later." As she spoke, Jiwan took everything out of the burlap bag. At the bottom was a small bag of cured meat and sausages, in the middle was wheat flour, and on top was a small bunch of loquats. "Why so much?" "The uncles are too kind." Zhang Miao smiled. "It's not much. The wheat was ground by your uncles with a stone mill. The cured meat and sausages were made by your grandma for the new year. As for the loquats, Xiao Dong and his siblings picked them from the mountain. They have a loquat tree behind the hill that grows really well." All of this was full of love. Jiwan felt her heart was full, grateful as she looked at the mother and daughter. "Mom, Xiao Chun, thank you both. Thank you for being so good to me." Zhang Miao's eyes reddened. "What are you saying? You're my big girl. Of course I treat you well." Afraid Jiwan might start crying, she quickly changed the subject. "Where's Fish? Call your granddaughter back. I want to see her. Today I came to town with a task, and I'll have to leave soon." Hearing this, Jiwan's face immediately changed. "Leave? Where are you going? It's rare for you to come here. Stay for a couple of days, don't just leave." Jichun, hearing this, slowed her drinking and looked at Zhang Miao eagerly, hoping to stay overnight. Xiao Dong had stayed for 2 days before, and she wanted to stay too. Zhang Miao didn't notice her little thoughts and was amused by Jiwan's laughter, quickly explaining, "It's because my niece from the back family is getting married soon. I plan to go to the department store to buy her some gifts. It's on the way, so I thought I'd come see you first. I need to bring the things back quickly. She's getting married the day after tomorrow." Jiwan grabbed her arm. "The day after tomorrow is still far away. Why not stay here tonight with Xiao Chun? You can go back tomorrow. Why rush?" Zhang Miao was about to refuse, but thought it was no use arguing now. It was better to agree first and decide later. Seeing she didn't insist, Jichun, though silent, had a smile in her eyes. Oh yeah, I can stay at sister's house now. Sit for a while, I'll go call Fish back. Before leaving, Jiwan reminded Jichun. Xiao-chun, wash all the loquats, okay? Let's eat them together. It was still early, so she decided to kill the fish in the backyard and wait for Lin Zhengnan to come back for lunch. She thought about it and called out from outside the neighboring yard, "You come home quickly. Your grandmothers are here." As soon as she finished speaking, a little girl inside let out a scream of joy and ran out happily. "Mom, where are Grandma and Grandma?" She looked up and saw Zhang Miao and her daughter standing at her door. She happily rushed over. "Grandma, Grandma, you're here." Seeing her granddaughter, Zhang Miao immediately bent down and picked her up. "Oh, our Yuyu is so well behaved." Yuyu giggled, her eyelashes like tiny fans blinking happily. "Grandma, I missed you so much." Zhang Miao exclaimed in surprise, feeling very loved. "Really?" "Yes, I miss the little piglet you raised." "All right, if you like it so much, why not go to Grandma's countryside? We can visit the piglets every day, okay?" Yuyu was startled, thinking Grandma was really going to take her away. She pouted and refused, trying to get down from her arms and rushing in front of Jiwan to say no. No, I want Mom." Jiwan laughed happily, pinched her daughter's face, and looked at Jichun to remind her. "Why didn't you call the little aunt when you called Grandma?" Yuyu then obediently greeted Jichun, "Hello, little aunt." Jichun raised her eyebrows happily. "Hello. Let's go inside," Jiwan said, holding her daughter's hand and leading them into the house to sit down and eat the loquats. She also brought out the snacks and candies stored at home for guests. "Shiaoin, when will your husband come back?" "Still early, maybe in 2 hours. By the way, Mom, can you kill fish? I need to prepare the ingredients quickly. When Lin Zhengnan returns, I can cook right away." Zhang Miao quickly waved her hands. "Kill fish? No need, keep it for yourself to stew fish soup and boost your health. We often eat it in the countryside." Jichun knew she shouldn't spoil the surprise and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I and Mom don't like it much. You can keep it for yourself." Jiwan knew her mother and daughter were being very polite. "Should I kill it myself if I want to eat? I don't know how, and if I wait for Lin Zhengnan to come back it will take a long time. I haven't had time to prepare it. If I don't eat it soon, the fish in the basin will be starving." Zhang Miao thought about it and quickly stood up. "Let me do it. You go rest." She had planned to sit for a while and then leave, but since her eldest daughter wanted to eat fish and she didn't know how to prepare it, she decided to stay and cook the meal before leaving. It was the same either way. Seeing her dressed in new clothes, Jichun grabbed her and said, "Mom, I'll go now. Don't get your clothes dirty." Jiwan watched and said, "Since Xiao-chun can do it, let Xiao-chun go. Mom, please watch the kids for me." She led Jichun into the kitchen and found an apron to put on her. Listening to the sounds inside, Zhang Miao felt a bit distracted. Her eldest daughter was taking care of a child alone and also cooking for her son-in-law. It was a bit too busy. She needed to go back and talk with old Ji to see what to do, either come help or find someone to assist. Her eldest daughter was pregnant and overwhelmed. She didn't want her to get too tired or sick. While thinking, the sisters had already gone to the backyard. After a while, Jichun exclaimed loudly, "Oh my sister, your fish are so fat." Looking at the fish in the basin, so plump it was almost impossible to turn around, Jichun's eyes nearly popped out. "What are you feeding them? They're so fat?" Jiwan's eyelid twitched as well. She hadn't seen her for a night, and it seemed like they had gained another round of weight. Maybe it was because Fish ate too many vegetable leaves last night and was overstuffed? How come they didn't die from being too full? If they did, they wouldn't have to be killed. Seeing her sister's surprised look, Jiwan awkwardly smiled and said, "Maybe they ate too many vegetable leaves yesterday?" Jichun was startled again. "Fish still eat vegetable leaves?" Hearing the noise, Zhang Miao came out, holding fish in her hand. The young girl, hearing her suspicion, immediately pulled out 2 pieces of vegetable leaves and threw them into the water. Right in front of everyone, the fish swam up and ate them all in one gulp. Fish nodded and said, "Yes, fish do eat vegetable leaves." Jichun was stunned, feeling completely at a loss. Zhang Miao also sighed. This fish is quite easy to raise. If only it were a female, then we could breed more fish. Now it was Jiwan's turn to be speechless. Luckily, they didn't ask more questions. She quickly poured out the water from the basin and carried the fish into the kitchen. "Xiao-chun, I leave it to you." Seeing her eldest sister's encouraging look, Jichun picked up the nearby knife and skillfully aimed at the fish's head, giving it 2 quick strikes. The fish immediately stopped moving visibly. Jiwan watched silently with no expression, but she was surprised inside. Was her second sister's strength a bit too much? Again, Jichun quickly scraped off the fish scales, cut open the belly, and removed the internal organs in one smooth motion. Jiwan watched intently and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Xiao-chun, you're really good. The fish looks so clean now." Jichun felt a bit awkward being praised, saying, "What's so special about it? It's just a fish. I've even killed pigs before."
Huh?
Ji Wanqing couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. Seeing her like that, Jichun couldn't help but laugh. "During the New Year before, I helped kill animals for others. It's pretty simple, though it looks a bit scary." She handled the fish with a gentle, slightly proud expression.
Yivan nodded.
"By the way, did you hear what Xiaodong told you to bring earlier?" She suddenly brought this up, making Jichun's hand tremble with nervousness, her heart pounding. When she heard Xiaodong's recount, her older sister apologized to her. She couldn't quite explain her feelings, just felt wronged. She didn't say anything on the surface, but secretly cried inside the house for a while. She didn't really need Jiwan to apologize. She just wanted her sister to treat her normally. She has an older sister, but her sister doesn't really care about her. She envied the girls in the village. They loved each other and got along well, but her sister wouldn't even look at her kindly. Fortunately, her sister has changed now. Thinking of this, she felt much lighter inside. "I heard it." She pouted. "What's there to apologize for? You're not the one who did wrong to me." Jiwon also felt a bit uncomfortable. "Yes, I'm sorry to our parents, and I'm sorry to you and Xiaodong. Do you forgive me now? I was wrong before, but I will change in the future." Jichun slowed down her fish-cutting action. She quickly glanced at Jiwon, seeing her sincere expression, and her eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to refuse directly, but she couldn't say it. She had waited for this day for a long time. "If I didn't forgive you, why would I come to see you?" Jiwon was momentarily stunned, but then smiled slightly. The heavy burden in her heart was lifted, and her eyes became gentle. "All right, let's get along well from now on. If I do something wrong, you can correct me in time." Jichun almost couldn't hide her smile. She glanced behind her. "Go rest outside now. We've all eaten the loquats. Hurry and have some, and save the leftovers for brother-in-law." Jiwon didn't stand on ceremony with her. "Okay, remember to chop the fish into pieces. I'll make pickled fish for you later."
Got it.
Jichun picked up the kitchen knife, chopping steadily. When she heard the silence at the door, she turned her head to peek. Thinking of Jiwon's words earlier, she felt sweet inside. She wiped her tears lightly and mumbled softly, "You're doing pretty well. I'm too lazy to argue with you." While Lin Zhengnan wasn't home, Jiwon took them for a walk nearby. "It was about time, so I went back to cook." Just as I finished preparing the meal, Lin Zhengnan came back from training. He smelled the delicious aroma drifting from the yard and quickened his pace. When he reached the door and looked up, he saw Zhang Miao and her daughter, and he smiled happily. "Mom, you're here?" Jichun smiled. "Brother-in-law, wash your hands quickly. It's time to eat." Lin Zhengnan nodded and went to wash his hands. Zhang Miao helped serve the food. In the kitchen, she saw Jiwon cooking and hurriedly called out, "Little one, enough, enough. Such a big fish. What are you doing with all these dishes?" Jiwon turned to look at her and said, "It's the last dish. Later, we're going out, right? When we come back in the afternoon, we won't cook again. We'll eat leftovers." Zhang Miao's eyes lit up. "You're going out too?" Yes, I was going to wait for Lin Zhengnan, but he's been busy these days. So, I thought I'd go with you. Jiwon finished preparing the last dish and carried it out, continuing, I'm planning to buy some seeds and plant them. I have nothing to do, so I might as well grow some vegetables. Didn't you already plant a lot in the backyard? It looks lush and green, much better than what I grow. Not many, just a few types. I really enjoy planting vegetables, and I grow everything well. It's better to plant more and save the trouble of buying. Thinking about it, Zhang Miao sat down and looked worriedly at her belly. Be careful with your health. Don't overwork yourself. If you need to turn the soil or do farm work, I'll ask Xiaodong to help. Jiwon knew they all cared about her and looked at Lin Zhengnan. Isn't he here? He can help too. Zhang Miao disagreed.
He's a leader in the army.
If he's out in the fields all day, his comrades might laugh at him. His main task is training and defending the country. Let them handle the farm work. Just send us a message when you go. It's only a couple of acres, so it's not a big deal. Jiwon didn't refuse their kindness and turned to Lin Zhengnan to ask, how's it going? Did you find out anything today? There are a few acres for rent, but I need to check the location. If it's too far away, it's not worth renting. That's true. If it's too far, watering the plants becomes a hassle. Let's go see it when you're free, Lin Zhengnan agreed. After dinner, Jiwon took fish and went out with Zhang Miao and her daughter. Mom,
What do you plan to buy?
Zhang Miao thought for a moment. Just a few flower pots, 2 thermos bottles, and a few cups. These days, every family has little money, so being able to buy so many practical items is already a big achievement. All right, I'll just buy some seeds and a couple of pieces of cloth. Thinking about this, Jiwon looked at Zhang Miao and her daughter. Since they all need to make underwear, maybe she could make a few for them too? If there was any cloth left, she could make 2 more sets of clothes. Her sewing machine was just sitting there unused. She might as well put it to good use. The group happily arrived at the department store. The place was crowded with people, lively and bustling. The noise from the crowd could be heard from far away. Yuyu was visiting for the first time and was both curious and a little scared seeing so many people. She held Jiwon's hand tightly, looking around nervously. Hold on to Mom tightly, okay? Don't let go. There are many people here, and there are also bad people.
We don't want them to take you away.
Okay. Hearing about being taken away, the little girl was frightened, and sweat started to form on her hand as she clung to Jiwon. Zhang Miao was worried that Jiwon might bump into things or get lost in the crowd, so she asked Jichun to come along and stay with her. Jichun, stay with your sister and help her carry things. I'm going to buy a thermos.
Okay.
Jichun followed Jiwon, and the sisters took Yuyu to buy seeds. Looking around, they saw various sized bags on the ground filled with different kinds of seeds. Comrade, what do you need? Please give me some seeds, tomatoes, and eggplants. How much? 2 ounces of each, please. A little more or less doesn't matter. Do you have watermelon seeds here? If they use 2 acres of land just for vegetables, it would be too much and hard to finish eating, especially after watering with spring water, which would greatly increase the yield. They might even sell some later. The vegetables grown from that water would be so delicious. Maybe they could sell them to the army to improve the soldiers' meals. She also planned to plant some watermelons in other areas. Fruits were already scarce, and in the hot summer, a cold watermelon would be so refreshing. Planting now, they would be ready to harvest in June or July. Watermelons grown with spring water would be incredibly sweet. Hard to imagine how good they would taste. Sorry, comrade. We don't have any. Jiwon was a little disappointed. Then, what other fruit seeds do you have? The clerk went over, looked around, and brought back a small bag. We have strawberry seeds. They just arrived. Strawberries. Jiwon was so excited, she almost jumped. That was such a good find. I want all of them. I'll take everything. There's only about 1 or 2 left. Strawberry seeds are quite small, so I can definitely grow many. Seeing her so happy, the shop assistant warned her kindly. Comrade, don't say I didn't remind you. We don't have strawberries here, and I've never even heard of them before. If you buy the seeds and can't grow them, don't blame me. This new variety was just released, and I was asked to help promote it. I've been talking about it so much, but no one's buying. Nobody wants to take the risk. Jiwon knew that her local climate wasn't suitable for direct planting. Strawberries need specific conditions. They like water but don't tolerate flooding, need sunlight but not too strong, and prefer temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius. Greenhouse planting is best. But the current technology isn't advanced enough, so growing sweet, tasty strawberries is quite difficult. But that's okay. She has spiritual spring water. All right, thank you for the reminder, comrade. Jiwon eagerly took the seeds and happily ran to pay. Big sister, can you carry this for me? Jichun took the seeds, opened the bag, and looked inside. Sis, what kind of strawberry is this? Do you know how to grow it?
Yivan nodded.
Yes, I can. Strawberries are fruit, red, and very sweet. When I grow them, I'll call you to come taste. Jichun hadn't seen strawberries before, so she couldn't imagine them. Seeing her older sister so happy, she thought strawberries must be something good. She bought 2 pieces of cloth, and Jichun took them all for herself. How can I give you all this? I want some too. Jichun turned away to avoid her hand.
Oh, enough.
Why are you pulling and tugging? You're pregnant, I only help because of that. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Jiwon saw through her words and nodded. Okay. Then you help me carry it. Just then, she planned to buy some candies, canned food, and cookies to take back for Xiaodong and the others. When she finally finished shopping and came out, she was exhausted and out of breath. Holding her daughter's hand, Jiwon followed behind Jichun. Jichun's arms were almost full. She was holding cloth, 2 bags of snacks, and other things. Luckily, the items weren't heavy, just taking up space. Mom isn't out yet. Let's wait a bit. Jiwon opened the bag, took out 2 candies, and peeled them to feed Jichun and Yuyu. Jichun felt a little awkward, but her heart and mouth were both sweet. Yuyu jumped around happily, looking very excited, with a few beads of sweat on her nose. Mommy, it's so sweet. Yeah, do you like it?
Like it.
Yuyu held her hand tightly. Mom, I want to come play again next time. Let's invite Dad too, okay?
Okay.
She patted her daughter's head. After waiting a few minutes, Zhang Miosha arrived late. She was carrying 2 hot water bottles in her left hand, both red with the characters for double happiness, and a pair of mandarin ducks, which looked festive and suited the era. In her right hand, she held a porcelain basin with several matching cups, all bright red with double happiness characters, clearly meant as a gift for the newlyweds. Oh dear, so crowded. Why are there so many people? Shiaoin, you all must have waited a long time. Let's go home first. Zhang Miao came in panting, went inside for a moment, then came out with her clothes wrinkled from the trip. Seeing this, Jiwon quickly pulled her aside, tidied her clothes, and peeled a piece of candy for her. Her eldest daughter was being so kind for the first time, which surprised Zhang Miao and made her a little uncomfortable. When she saw Jiwon was about to feed her herself, she hurriedly tried to take her hands back. No, I can do it myself. Jiwon held her arm. What are you doing? I'll feed you. You're my mom. What's wrong with me giving you a piece of candy? Zhang Miao's face lit up with joy as she ate the candy, feeling as if she was floating. Stuff for kids. Why are you giving it back to me? Who says only kids can eat candy? Mom, you don't know. Kids should eat less because it's bad for their teeth. Zhang Miao really didn't know, her eyes wide with surprise. Really?
Yivan nodded.
Exactly. They stood outside the department store chatting for a while. Just as they were about to head home, suddenly a sharp scolding came from behind. Why can't I get a refund? The cabbage I bought here is all rotten. A lousy vegetable seller with a sour face. Who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I'll report you to your supervisor. Auntie, you've already opened the cabbage, so no refund. Even if you report me, I can't give you a refund. Haha, you're joking. How would I know it's rotten if I don't open it? My good grandson is waiting for me to cook, so if you won't refund, forget it. I'll get a new one. With that, the old woman dropped her words and casually grabbed a nearby cabbage, turning to leave. The vegetable seller quickly rushed forward. "Auntie, you're stealing." But the old woman didn't care. She was already furious, and when she saw someone chasing her, she grabbed the cabbage and threw it. With a loud bang, the cabbage hit the face of the woman chasing her, causing her nose to bleed profusely. She quickly looked up, pointing at the old woman and shouting loudly, "Help! Someone's robbing! Catch the thief!" She shouted these 2 lines loudly, then suddenly turned around. Through the crowd, she saw a familiar face. Her voice stopped abruptly, as if someone had suddenly squeezed her throat. Her pupils shrank, and she almost thought she was seeing things. When she looked again, she realized it was really Jiwan, her daughter. Her face changed color. She quickly turned around, unaware that blood was dripping from her nose onto her clothes. She just hoped her daughter wouldn't recognize her or see how embarrassed she was. What's going on? Did someone get robbed? The leader in charge of selling vegetables rushed out after hearing the noise. Seeing the blood on her clothes, he was so frightened he almost fainted. "It's over there. That woman stole a cabbage." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw an old woman holding a cabbage and running very fast. She didn't think twice. She dropped everything and hurried to catch her. The woman, with her back to Ji-won and the others, was lowering her head, organizing the vegetables on her cart. She wore a dark blue coat with frayed edges on the collar, sleeves, and hem. She had her long hair tied back, with a few white strands at her temples. Tall and fair-skinned, but years of hard work had given her some wrinkles. Dark circles under her eyes showed she hadn't rested well. She was the one responsible for selling vegetables here. Her job was unstable, and her pay wasn't high, but it was better than staying at home. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ji-won staring intently in that direction, Zhang Miao thought she might have run into someone she knew. Jichun also looked over strangely. It seems there was a dispute with the vegetable seller.
There are more and more people.
"Let's go." Ji-won looked away and nodded with a frown. In that brief moment of confusion, she felt the vegetable seller looked a bit familiar. But after thinking carefully, she couldn't remember who it was. Maybe she was mistaken? "All right, let's go." She smiled, took the child's hand, and left. They had only taken a few steps when the woman, with her back still facing them, turned her head to look over. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. Her nose was bleeding uncontrollably. Blood stained her hand and clothes, and the handkerchief she just pulled out was also red. She clenched her teeth, tears flowing as she watched them leave. Once she used to look down on this country woman, but now she was dressed in new clothes, smiling happily. She looked very happy. She knew she had let her daughter down and didn't dare get close. Her daughter was tall and graceful now. It was her fault as a mother. She didn't deserve her daughter to recognize her. Under the boss's sudden rush, Song Mingqing took a deep breath, covered her nose, and went into the house. Meanwhile, Ji-won was feeling restless. She walked far away and looked back toward the vegetable stall. "Little Wan, I won't go with you. Since there's still a car now, I need to hurry back." Ji-won's face changed color. She was about to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Zhang Miao. "Little Wan, don't be angry. We're so close. I can come anytime. It's just your dad and your younger brother at home. I don't feel at ease, and I don't know if the chickens and ducks have been fed or if the piglets' food has been cooked. I haven't arranged these things properly. If I stay here, I might not sleep well at night." Even though Jichun really wanted to stay, she had to admit that her mother was right. Having livestock at home means always worrying about them wherever she goes. Ji-won knew Zhang Miao was right, so she hesitated but nodded. "Okay, since you're in such a hurry, you go back first." "Xiao Chun." Ji-chun immediately looked eagerly at Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao was puzzled. Not long ago, Xiao Chun was still quite hostile toward her older sister. Why was she suddenly so eager and friendly now? Do the sisters have some little secret? She shifted her thoughts and suggested, "Xiao Chun, why don't you go back with your sister? She can't carry all these things alone." This was exactly what Ji-chun wanted to hear. She was so happy her mouth almost stretched to the back of her head. "Good." She agreed quickly and cheerfully.
Yivan smiled.
All right, since she's carrying so much, it's convenient. Mom, we'll take you to the station. Zhang Miao was also straightforward. Let's go. After seeing Zhang Miao off, Ji-won took Jichun back. At the station, several military wives saw her with a strange girl and started talking excitedly. Teacher Ji, is this your sister?
Yes.
The wives looked at each other. Oh, no wonder. You two sisters look so alike.
Yivan smiled.
Really? Of course. Otherwise, how could we tell at a glance? Hearing them say she looked like her older sister, Ji-chun's smile never faded. Since she was a child, she thought her older sister was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. At that time, she wore a checkered dress, her skin was clear and bright, and when she stood in front of her, she was so happy she almost drooled. As she got a little older, she became her sister's shadow, happy to follow her everywhere. She was usually disobedient, and no one could correct her, but whenever her sister said she was wrong, she would immediately admit her mistake and start crying. Later, she realized that her older sister actually didn't like her at all. But that was all in the past. Ji-chun chuckled softly, showing her small white teeth. Hello, sisters-in-law. The military wives cheered happily. This girl is quite sweet-talking, but her personality isn't much like Teacher Ji's. Ji-won nodded. Yes, she's a bit more lively than me. While waiting for the bus, they chatted casually. As the bus arrived and they sat down, Zhao Qiaoyu also came over carrying big and small bags. Seeing them, her eyes lit up. Oh, Ji-girl, you went out today too? What did you buy? After saying that, she squeezed in behind Ji-won to sit. I bought some seeds, planning to plant more vegetables. I also bought 2 pieces of cloth, planning to make 2 outfits. Zhao Qiaoyu looked over and nodded. Sounds good, sounds good. Where did you go, Sister Zhao? Just to the department store. I bought some seeds and daily necessities. I don't plan to go out for a while. Ji-won immediately became interested. Sister Zhao, what are you planning to plant? Mostly beans and eggplants for our own eating. Nothing special. Perfect, I didn't buy any beans. When I want to eat some, I can come to your house to pick them. Sure, we can take turns eating. The two chatted happily, talking all the way to the yard gate. Shiaoin, I'll head back first. Come over and visit when you're free. Okay. By now, their way of addressing each other had become more familiar and friendly. Jichun followed along and quietly asked after they entered the house, Sis, who is she? Zhou Jia from the next yard. She's quite nice. Once you get to know her better, you'll see. Jichun nodded quickly and hurried to put her things away. Oh, so tired. Yuyu quickly changed her shoes and ran to lie on the sofa, so exhausted she didn't even want to move her fingers. Ji-won also sat down on the sofa, sighing deeply. When she looked up, she saw Lin Zhengnan standing at the kitchen door. Hey, when did you come back? Lin Zhengnan brought out 2 glasses of water from inside. Just a little while ago. Ji-won looked outside. It was already quite late. They had been out for at least 5 or 6 hours. The sky was filled with evening glow. If they stayed out any longer, it might get dark. Sis, we didn't lock the door when we came back. Brother-in-law must be home. Jichun took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, then saw the water on the table and went over to thank him. Thanks, brother-in-law. Lin Zhengnan, who was always serious, nodded and asked, Why didn't Mom come out with you? She was eager to go back and left first, saying she would come again next time. After explaining, Jichun walked towards the kitchen. The coal stove had already been opened, and rice was steaming on top. Brother-in-law, is the rice already cooked? Lin Zhengnan sat on the sofa and nodded. Almost ready. Jichun chuckled, then I'll just heat up the dishes later. Are you hungry, sister? Ji-won didn't answer. Yuyu lifted her head from the sofa, looking sad.
Auntie, I'm hungry.
Jichun laughed softly. All right, I'll heat the food quickly. Her second sister had come all this way, and Ji-won didn't want her to do all the work, so she quickly stood up and suggested, Xiaochun, let me do it. Just as she stood up, Jichun's displeased voice came from the kitchen. Oh, sister, you should rest well. Mom said that whenever I come here, I have to do everything. You're pregnant and shouldn't tire yourself. Heating up the dishes is easy, no need for you. Ji-won was momentarily stunned. She looked through the door at her second sister moving inside and smiled. Okay, thank you for your effort. Jichun felt happy inside, not at all tired. She was happy to do all the chores for her sister, hee. Watching the two sisters push and pull, Lin Zhengnan also smiled slightly. Thinking about his own younger siblings at home, they weren't so affectionate toward him. They had respected him since childhood and regarded him as an elder. But Jiwon's brothers and sisters mostly saw her as a friend. Lin Zhengnan, I'm a bit sleepy. Maybe I should take a quick nap? She kicked off her slippers and leaned back onto the sofa. It's uncomfortable sleeping up here. Go to bed. Lin Zhengnan quickly reached out to block her. Jiwon smiled, moved closer to him, and lazily leaned her head on his shoulder, muttering, "Too lazy. I don't want to move at all." Then she stretched her arms, resting them on Lin Zhengnan's shoulders, and looked up at him with a proposal. "Maybe you can carry me?" She blinked and looked into his deep eyes, smiling. Lin Zhengnan felt her shoulders getting hot under her touch. Looking into her shimmering eyes, he felt his mouth go dry. His throat moved, and he was about to make a move. But Jiwon pouted. "Maybe I should do it myself?" She pretended to pull her hand back from him and looked down to find her shoes near the sofa. The shoes weren't in sight. Suddenly, a strong arm reached past her legs. Before she could react, she was lifted up steadily and securely. She was so startled that she gasped sharply. After calming down, she looked at Lin Zhengnan in front of her. He had a serious face with no expression, but his ears revealed his shyness and nervousness. Jiwon had already guessed he was someone who complained but acted differently, pretending not to notice. Snuggling in his arms, letting him carry her into the bedroom and to the bed, she finally pretended to ask casually, "Lin Zhengnan, why are your ears so red?" Lin Zhengnan hadn't noticed himself at first, but after Jiwon asked, he could clearly feel his ears burning. It even spread to his neck, and if it continued, his face would turn red too. It's natural. After a while, that was all he could come up with as an excuse. Jiwon didn't expose him. The excuse was too weak. But she was deliberately teasing him, and she winked at him. "Your red ears are quite cute." Suddenly, he felt his face flush as well. He lowered his gaze, too embarrassed to look at her, hurriedly placed Jiwon on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then left without looking back. Seeing the door gently close, Jiwon chuckled softly, rolling on the bed with laughter. Is this person too adorable? Is he so easy to tease? So innocent? Her lips curved into a smile that never faded. What should she do? Having lived again, she finally experienced the feeling of love, so sweet. Outside the door, Lin Zhengnan also couldn't calm down for a long time. He took several deep breaths and quickly poured himself 2 glasses of cold water. Dinner wasn't ready yet, so his wife should still be able to sleep a little longer. After adjusting his mood, he walked over to the sofa. As soon as he sat down, Yuyu also leaned over and placed her hand on his shoulder. Following her mother's example, she looked up sweetly and called out, "Dad, I want to sleep too. I'm too lazy to move. Can you hold me over there?" Lin Zhengnan's eyelid twitched, feeling like he was hearing things. Looking into his daughter's adorable big eyes, he knew he hadn't misheard. Just as he was about to refuse, the little girl pressed her face against his chest and whined. "Okay, good dad." Lin Zhengnan was defeated. Without saying a word, he picked up his daughter and went into the next room. Knowing they were exhausted today, after settling his daughter, he walked to the kitchen and suggested to Jichun, "Jichun, maybe you should go rest for a while too? I'll reheat dinner later."
Jichuanes ejelit twitchet.
Have my sister and the others gone to sleep? Yeah, just for half an hour. Spring is actually not sleepy. She is full of energy right now, but her sister and niece have gone to bed. Since she and her brother-in-law are here, there isn't much to say. All right, then I'll go too. Go to the guest room next to you. Your sister might already be asleep. Okay. Spring goes to the guest room. Sure enough, Yuyu isn't asleep. She is quietly talking to her bunny while holding it. When she sees her aunt, Her eyes light up. Auntie, are you going to sleep too? Spring nods and walks over to sit down. As she sits, her eyes catch sight of the bunny Yuyu is holding, and her gaze instantly becomes warm. All girls, Yuyu thinks, probably like her bunny. She smiles and gently pinches the bunny's ears to introduce it. Auntie, this is a bunny my mom made for me. Dad has a tiny one too. He keeps it on his keychain. I saw it this morning. Spring's eyes widen, almost choking on her own saliva. When did her older sister become so capable? Can she cook and also make bunnies? Your mom made it? The girl nods. Yes, my mom is really amazing. Auntie, do you want one too? Maybe my mom can make one for you. Then we can play with our bunnies together. She leans down to kiss the bunny's head, not wanting to let go at all. Spring really likes it. She hasn't had her own toy since she was little. But she knows that the bunny means a lot to Yuyu, so she doesn't ask to hold it. She just feels a bit envious. I think I won't take it. I'm already so old. Yuyu blinks, but Dad is also very grown up, right? He has one too. Spring is very happy to be able to visit her sister's house for a couple of days and doesn't want to make many demands. Your dad is your mom's husband, right? Giving him a gift is the right thing to do. Yuyu blinks, but you're my mom's younger sister, aren't you? She doesn't quite understand Spring's awkward feelings. Seeing her resistance, she doesn't say more. Maybe she should tell her mom quietly later? That night, Jichun still insisted on making a bunny for Spring. It's a bit smaller than Yuyu's, but it fits perfectly in her arms. She finally has her own toy, though she never expected it to be made by her sister, who she dislikes. Spring is very happy, her face darkening with a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Her smile can't be hidden. Thank you, big sister. Jichun also smiles. You should wear a straw hat when you go outside. Why is your face so dark? It would be better if it were lighter. It's not that her skin is naturally more attractive, but their family has very fair skin. Spring can get darker in summer, which shows how much sun she has been exposed to. Ultraviolet rays are very bad for the skin. Over time, they can cause spots. It's better to protect early. Is she dark? Spring herself never really cared about that. Next to her, Yu looked over and compared her with Jichun, then nodded thoughtfully. Yes, little aunt. You're as dark as coal. Spring was startled. Was it really that exaggerated? She quickly pulled Jichun over to the mirror. When they compared, it was clear. Having lighter skin does look much better. She nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll wear a straw hat from now on. Remember to tell Dad, Mom, and Xiaodong to wear theirs too. Okay. That night, Spring slept next to Yuyu, both holding their rabbits. In just one night, their relationship became incredibly close. Yuyu followed Spring around like her little shadow. The next morning, Jichun was still sleeping. She was so tired from yesterday that she slept until late morning. When she woke up, Lin Zhengnan had already gone out, and Spring and Yuyu were nowhere to be seen. She slowly got up and went to the kitchen. The pot on the stove was heating up breakfast. A fragrant bowl of egg custard, with a small bowl of meat porridge beside it. It was obvious Spring made it. Lin Zhengnan couldn't cook like that. She happily finished her meal and said she wanted to make clothes, but suddenly outside, a loud shout came. Jichun, come out here. Why are you hiding after doing something bad? Are you a turtle hiding in its shell? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a military wife. The shouting continued from outside. Jichun frowned, unsure what was happening, and quickly pulled back the curtain to go out. From a distance at the door, she saw Li Lanlan dragging Lu Xiaoqin into their yard. Both looked furious, especially Li Lanlan, whose face was flushed red. She was shouting loudly, hands on her hips, looking fierce, probably here to cause trouble. Jichun was stunned. She hadn't realized Li Lanlan was so hot-tempered. What was going on? Had it really come to a fight in the residential area? Before she could ask, Spring, carrying Yuyu, came back from outside. It was her first time in the residential area. Everything looked new and interesting. Worried about disturbing her sister's sleep, she had already taken Yuyu around the yard. After a quick walk, she didn't expect to run into this. Someone was bullying someone else. Her face changed, looking serious and intimidating. Her hair, which was already a bit messy, flew in the wind. She was big and strong, standing behind them like a soldier ready for battle.
Who are you?
Did you come in to register? With a loud, rough voice, he immediately caught the attention of two people. They both turned around at the same time, looked at the furious-looking Jichun, and then at Jiwan standing at the door behind them. Suddenly, they looked quite similar. Li Lanman asked calmly, "Are you Jiwan's sister? Do you know who your sister is? She's been talking nonsense behind our backs, and because of her, Sister Xiaoqin's article wasn't chosen." She smiled on the surface but was furious inside, saying, "I didn't expect such a dirty deed from her. If I were you, I'd be ashamed to have a sister like that." She crossed her arms, spitting as she defended Liu Xiaoqin behind her. Liu Xiaoqin knew Jiwan was difficult to handle, but wasn't someone else standing up for her? She didn't need to do anything. She just had to cry out loud when necessary. Hearing this, she lowered her head, bit her lip, and silently shed tears. Jiwan listened for a while but didn't quite understand. What did it mean? Wasn't Liu Xiaoqin's article not being selected because she wasn't good enough? What does that have to do with her? I definitely know what kind of person my sister is. Jichun was furious that they were falsely accusing her sister. After saying this, she snorted coldly and stepped forward. She was taller and bigger, so both of them had to look up at her. "My sister is smart, beautiful, gentle, kind, a military wife, and a teacher." "What? Are you jealous and resentful? You know you're not even worthy to carry her shoes, so you come here to smear her name?" Li Lanman looked up at her, almost laughing out of anger. Where did this girl come from, telling lies with her eyes wide open? Jealous of her? What is there to envy? Such a two-faced person, just looking at her is a waste of time. Knowing that the girl in front was Jiwan's sister, Li Lanman didn't bother to say more. They had their own problems, and she was angry, pulling Liu Xiaoqin directly toward Jiwan. Worried they might bully her sister, Jichun quickly stepped forward, first moving Fish aside. Although the little girl didn't understand much, she could tell from Li Lanman's attitude that they were here to pick a fight. She was too scared to speak, but tears welled up in her eyes.
"Mom."
Gathering her courage, she ran to Jiwan and reached out her hands to hug her. Seeing her precious daughter like this, Jiwan felt heartbroken. She quickly picked her up and kissed her face. "It's okay, don't be afraid. They came to talk to Mom. Why don't you go inside and play with the bunny? After I finish talking, I'll come out and hold you, okay?" Mainly, she couldn't pay attention to Yuyu at this moment. If she fought or argued with Li Lanman and others later, it might scare the little girl. Yuyu was very obedient and understood she shouldn't trouble her mother. She nodded. "Okay, good girl." Jiwan gently kissed her on the forehead and carried her inside. The mother and daughter stood at the door, speaking softly, so Li Lanman and the others couldn't hear. Seeing Jiwan go inside, they thought she was feeling guilty and didn't want to face them, which made them more excited. "Jiwan, why are you running away? Did you do something you're afraid to admit? You're always talking behind people's backs. I thought you had some confidence. Why don't you come out and explain? Why are you running?" Li Lanman gritted her teeth, determined to vent her anger on her good friend, and was about to follow her. Jichun saw this and quickly stepped forward, pushing her away. "Why are you yelling? Is this your house? If not, then stop rushing around. Say what you need to say, and if not, get out of here." Her push hit Li Lanlan's chest so hard she staggered back 2 steps and almost fell. The pain in her chest grew sharper. That girl is young, but so strong. Jiwan relied on having such a sister as her protector, which made her so reckless, right? Li Lanman gritted her teeth. "Why was I shouting? You want Jiwan to come out." Her eyes darted around, trying to slip into the house at the right moment. But Jichun stood like a mountain at the door, arms crossed, refusing to let her in. Every time she moved forward, she was pushed back and had no chance. Li Lanman was furious, stomping her feet and shouting, "Jiwan, come out. Come out here." Jiwan closed the door, calmly walked out, and said, "Why are you shouting? We need to register when entering our community. How did you sneak in?" She pushed aside Jichun, who tried to step forward, but her sister wouldn't let her. Knowing she was worried about her, Jiwon didn't continue arguing. Instead, she stood behind her sister and looked at Lu Xiaoqin. All this fuss was just to make herself look bad, using Li Lanlan as while she stayed hidden comfortably. Is there such a good deal? Lu Xiaoqin, did you let Li Lanlan in? Do your sister and brother-in-law know about this? Lu Xiaoqin was suddenly called by name, and her face turned pale in fear. Thinking about her purpose for coming here today, she gained some confidence and lifted her chin to reply. Why do you care what my sister does? I just want fairness. Fairness? You let outsiders into the residential area and cause trouble at my door, calling out loudly. Are you really not afraid of being mistaken for a spy and taken away? It seems you no longer care about your brother-in-law's future, and your sister's warnings are just empty words to you. Ji-won hit the nail on the head, speaking several sharp words in a row. Lu Xiaoqin's legs went weak. She was indeed a little scared after hearing this. But clearly, it was Ji-won's fault. Should she just watch this unworthy person go free? She couldn't accept that. Lanlan is my friend. She's not a spy. My sister and brother-in-law will understand me. If they find out your true intentions, they'll be happier than me. Look at how she talks. If someone didn't know better, they'd think Lu Yun and the others secretly hated Jiwon. She's not stupid and won't believe these words meant to stir trouble. Fine, go ahead and expose me. What true face do I have? Jiwon leaned against the doorframe, half smiling, watching the two of them. Lu Xiaoqin was so anxious she was about to speak, but Li Lanlan pulled her behind her quickly. Xiaoqin, why are you arguing with her? Then she glared at Jiwon, asking aggressively. Jiwon, do you dare to say it's not you? A few days ago, you took some gifts to see the principal. Wasn't it just to settle scores and get her to withdraw Xiaoqin's article? Her article was so well written, we all saw it. She should have gone to the city for the competition. I wondered why you resigned and still came back to the school. Turns out, you're just jealous of Xiaoqin and deliberately trying to sabotage her. How shameless you are. Li Lanlan's words grew more furious, her anger rising. She looked like she was about to explode. It seemed she truly thought Lu Xiaoqin was her good sister, but Xiaoqin was just playing tricks on her. Is that what this is about?
Ivan suddenly understood.
Li Lanlan's eyes lit up, and she almost jumped with excitement. See, she admitted it. Xiaoqin, it's because she was jealous of you that she set a trap. Jiwon didn't answer but looked at Lu Xiaoqin, who was acting very sad. She was quite good at acting, pressing her chest and pretending to be heartbroken, looking as pitiful as possible. Gee, sister, I didn't expect you to dislike me so much. I admit I was wrong before, but I already apologized. Why are you being so harsh now? Isn't this just a betrayal of my sister's kindness? Or a betrayal of Brother Lin? Oh, she even mentioned her weight and panting? Is that Brother Lin? Jiwon felt a bit bitter inside. Fine. Since you've come to my door and bullied me, I'll settle all old and new scores together. Lu Xiaoqin, you are lying here without fear of losing your teeth. You know very well how you managed to write that article. You secretly entered the principal's office, copied a writer's work, and claimed it as your own to become famous. But you can't hide the truth. This could endanger many people if it gets out. Not only does it damage our school's reputation, but it also threatens the principal's hard-earned position. How can you still pretend to be innocent? You dared to find me, so it seems the principal didn't expose you. She might have spared you because of your sister, but you are shameless to push your luck. If that's the case, don't blame me. Lu Xiaoqin's eyes widened, but there were no tears. Only fear and dread filled her. How did she find out? Did the principal show her the article? That day, she saw a pile of papers in the principal's office. The principal said she hadn't had time to read them all, so Lu Xiaoqin secretly took one that was unsigned but written in Jiwon's handwriting. She thought it was Jiwon's. How could it be someone else's? Jiwon wasn't even participating in the contest, and her writing was so good that leaving it unused would be a waste. She made some changes and used it as her own, hoping to win an award and bring honor to the school. But now Jiwon told her that the article she copied wasn't hers? So, was her article withdrawn because of this?
You're
lying. That article isn't someone else's. She couldn't say it confidently. Her words lacked conviction. Jiwon listened to her stubborn denial. It's not someone else's.
Can you even write?
You're quite good at copying from a famous Hong Kong author. If this gets out, you'll be in big trouble. Lu Xiaoqin, I really didn't know it was yours when I gave it to you. I secretly helped you, and you should thank me. Why are you repaying me with betrayal? Seeing her smug face, Lu Xiaoqin's confidence shattered. No, you're lying. Don't try to fool me. You're just taking revenge on me.
Lilandan frovnet, her enger fading.
She looked at Lu Xiaoqin with some suspicion. Early that morning, Lu Xiaoqin had complained that her article was withdrawn. Both openly and secretly, it seemed Jiwon had gone to the principal to take revenge. She was hot-tempered and couldn't hold back. She immediately pulled Lu Xiaoqin to cause trouble. At first, Lu Xiaoqin didn't want to go, but later, for some reason, she agreed and followed her confidently. Seeing Jiwon speak so forcefully, Li Lanlan found everything more and more strange. Why does she speak so logically and confidently? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqin stammers and hesitates, too afraid to look her in the eye, clearly hiding something. Li Lanlan indeed lacks common sense and is very loyal, but she can't tell right from wrong. Miss Xiaoqin, is what Jiwon said true? Did you actually plagiarize that article? How did Lu Xiaoqin know she would be exposed? She thought since Jiwon had already resigned, it didn't matter if she was caught plagiarizing. She might even have won awards by then. This morning, she was told her article was retracted. She thought it was because Jiwon found out about her plagiarism last time. She almost decided to forget it, but Li Lanlan insisted on demanding an explanation. She was scared and didn't want to come, but then she thought, even if Jiwon said the article was hers, so what? She had no proof. Many parts had been changed, the original was burned, and there was no evidence. But Lu Xiaoqin never expected that the article wasn't Jiwon's at all, but belonged to a famous writer. Unexpectedly, she was now both surprised and scared, unable to hear what Li Lanlan was saying. Xiaoqin, tell me, did you plagiarize? Jiwon is just lying, right? Seeing her silent, Li Lanlan shook her shoulder aggressively. She couldn't believe her close friend could be so mean. Lu Xiaoqin was annoyed and angry, pushing her away. None of your business. It's you who came to bother Jiwon. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to resign from school or been exposed. In her anger, Lu Xiaoqin cursed loudly, no longer the gentle, charming person she usually pretended to be. She blamed others for all her mistakes and never reflected on herself. Caught off guard, Li Lanlan was stunned by her accusations. She stared at Lu Xiaoqin, unable to believe she had been deceived. What a dramatic scene of friends turning against each other. Jiwon was watching the show happily when Zhao Qiaoyu, hearing the noise from the backyard, hurried over. Jiwon, what's going on? I hear people arguing at your place. Jiwon quickly responded, thinking fast. Zhao Jia, the sister-in-law across the street, brought a strange woman into our yard. She has no family here and isn't a military family member. She might be a spy. Please go check with the security office. Zhao Qiaoyu understood Jiwon's meaning instantly. Her eyes lit up, and she ran out quickly. All right, you keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. I'll go right now. Hearing that Jiwon planned to treat them as spies, she knew they might be taken in for questioning. Thinking about sister and brother-in-law, Lu Xiaoqin's face turned pale with anger. She didn't care about seeking justice anymore and quickly turned to run away. She was fast, but someone was even faster. Jichun suddenly appeared with a stick in her hand, as if performing magic, showing a commanding presence at the gate of the yard. Why run? Weren't you just shouting loudly and feeling proud? She stood there with the stick, glaring at the two of them, wishing she could eat them. She couldn't imagine that if she weren't here today, her pregnant sister wouldn't stand a chance against them and might be bullied badly. Just thinking about it made her feel sad. She glared at Li Lanlan, who was walking over in a dazed way, and Jichun even more openly mocked her. I told you. big sister, that I should feel ashamed because I have such a sister. But honestly, having a friend like you is the real shame. Dumb as a pig. She rolled her eyes at Lu Xiaoqin and looked down her nose disdainfully. She doesn't even realize she's been played. Li Lanlin's face turned pale and flushed alternately. Her fists clenched tightly, palms sweating coldly. She gritted her teeth, looked around at Lu Xiaoqin, and seemed desperate to find a way out. Her heart felt like it was breaking in two. She thought about how she had been tricked all these days and wished she could slap herself twice. Were those holes in her face blind? Why couldn't she see her true nature? When trouble came, she just blamed everything on herself. What a good scapegoat Lu Xiaoqin was. Lu Xiaoqin didn't care about her thoughts. After this incident, she couldn't stay at the primary school anymore. She didn't want to go back to the countryside either. She could only find a place to hide. But where? She was anxious and helpless. Jiwan, didn't you try every way to drive me away? As long as you let me leave, I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Lu Xiaoqin couldn't leave because Jichun was staring at her, so she had to turn her attention to Jiwan. She walked over with a pale face, pleading with her. I can't be caught by my sister. She will send me back to the countryside. Please, Jiwan. Lu Xiaoqin was flexible and tearful, full of pleading. Unfortunately, Jiwan was not Li Lanlan and wouldn't be fooled by crocodile tears. Comrade Lu, who says going back to the countryside is bad. You're a high school student and the college entrance exam is open now. Going back to the countryside is a good chance to study hard and get into university. It will bring honor to the family and make you proud. Isn't that good? No, it's not. Lu Xiaoqin had no intention of listening to her advice. Just thinking about losing her proud job and being sent back to the countryside to be mocked made her unable to stay calm. Jimei, I beg you. It was all my fault before. I shouldn't have gossiped or tried to drive a wedge between you and your husband. I was wrong. Let me go. I'll stay far away. She anxiously looked outside, afraid the security personnel might come. Ji-won also worried about her revenge. After all, Lu Xiaoqin was right in front of her. Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. She was pregnant and couldn't be careless. She instinctively stepped back into the room, coldly watching her pretend, her face unchanged. Seeing she wouldn't give up, Lu Xiaoqin clenched her teeth and made a tough decision, to find her own way out. She aimed at the fence around the yard, which was only waist-high. As long as she avoided Jichun and slipped out, she would succeed. Summoning her strength, she turned and ran toward the fence. By the time Jichun reacted, it was too late. Lu Xiaoqin's leg had already crossed the fence, and Jichun was still watching Li Lanlan, unable to reach out and stop Lu Xiaoqin. Compared to her, she still disliked Li Lanlan more, who asked her to insult her sister openly. She had to be caught by the security staff. Standing unmoving at the door, Jichun stared intently at Li Lanlan. Unexpectedly, when Li Lanlan saw Lu Xiaoqin trying to escape, she suddenly rushed forward and tightly hugged her, pulling her backward. With a loud thud, both of them fell face up onto the ground. Turning her head, she saw her good sister pulling her back. Lu Xiaoqin's face turned green, and she blurted out, Li Lanlan, you idiot. What are you doing? Don't you see I'm about to go out? Li Lanlan held her tightly, refusing to let go. Lu Xiaoqin, I guess you've been calling me that in your mind all along. Now that we don't have to pretend to be good sisters anymore, isn't it satisfying to tear each other apart? Let me tell you, you won't leave this yard today. If you did something wrong, you have to accept punishment. I won't let go. If we get caught, we get caught together. No one's running away. Lu Xiaoqin was furious. She struggled hard but couldn't break free, so she angrily hit and pinched her. Crazy woman, Li Lanlan, you're crazy. No matter how she yelled and cursed, Li Lanlan held her tightly around the waist, with such force that it almost broke her back. Lu Xiaoqin had no choice but to soften her stance. Lanlan, I was wrong. Those words just now were unintentional. I was just too anxious. You know what I've been going through here. I don't want to go back to the countryside. Please let me go, okay? As long as I am not caught, I can do anything you ask. I apologize to you. The more she said this, the more disgusted Li Lanlan felt. She held her hand tighter around her. Isn't this also a sign of deep sisterly love? Jiwon saw this and couldn't help but shake her head in amazement. Spy, where's the spy? Zhou Qiaoyu led a few soldiers from the security office and arrived late. From afar, they started asking questions. Jichun waved her stick and pointed at the two people huddled together in the yard. Right there, quickly catch them so they can't run away. The soldiers' eyes were sharp. In a few quick moves, they forced the two to cross their hands behind their backs. Li Lanlan didn't resist at all. She wasn't afraid of anything, just worried that her good sister might escape. Lu Shaoqin denied everything loudly. I'm not a spy, I'm not. I'm Zhao Captain's sister-in-law. I used to come here often. Look at me. Do I look familiar? The soldiers looked her over and indeed found her quite familiar. They were short of women of the right age in their unit. When a relative from the countryside came, everyone knew about it. They had heard of Zhao Captain's sister-in-law before. She was divorced, but her ex-husband had deceived her. She was pretty and a teacher, so many men secretly admired her. Now that they recognized her unexpectedly, they hesitated to act rashly. At a critical moment, Jiwon stepped forward. Although she is Zhao Captain's sister-in-law, what about the other woman? She should be a stranger, right? The soldiers immediately looked at Li Lanlan, who indeed looked unfamiliar. Calling her a spy seemed more believable. I suspect this one. Not Comrade Liu. But they know each other. If Comrade Liu brought her in without permission, it suggests she might be protecting a spy. Better to be safe than sorry. I suggest you take her back for questioning. As soon as Jiwon finished speaking, the soldiers' eyes turned fierce, and they nodded quickly. Yes, then we'll take her now. Sorry for the trouble, Comrade Ji. Jiwon smiled. No trouble at all. Move out. With a sharp command, the soldiers took the two away. Lu Shaoqin kept explaining all the way, but no one listened. She was so anxious she started crying. Li Lanlan, standing nearby, felt a sense of satisfaction. Watching them being taken away, Zhou Qiaoyu turned her head and spat. Phew. She rolled her eyes and muttered while standing there with her arms crossed. Why bother doing spy work? Honestly, I think even being an animal is better than being a traitor. Serves them right. She pouted and went to Jiwon's yard, whispering gossip. Lia Shotzi seems quite proper, but her sister is different. I heard there's some old grudge between you two, right? Jiwon nodded but said nothing. It's all in the past. Why bring it up? What's important is now. Lu Shaoqin was taken away. When she caused trouble with Lu Yin later, a simple question would reveal what she had done. Even if Lu Yin wanted to protect her this time, Lu Shaoqin probably couldn't stay in Fengcheng anymore. And Lu Yin definitely wouldn't protect her. Such a troublemaker should be sent far away. Zhou Qiaoyu nodded along and then looked at Jichun, who was glaring fiercely, openly admiring her. Shiaoin, your sister is impressive. She's so young but not afraid of trouble. Suddenly called by her name, Jichun snapped out of her daze and looked at Zhou Qiaoyu's admiring gaze, feeling a bit shy. She glanced at her older sister and happily greeted her. Hello, Sister Zhou. Since she was called sister, she felt no different from her own sister. Zhou Qiaoyu stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and gently pinched her arm. Oh, impressive. You even have muscles? Shiaoin, maybe you should send her sister to join the army. With her build, she could do well. Jiwon was amused by this and looked at her blushing sister, Jichun. She touched her messy hair and smiled shyly. Sister Zhou, I'm still young. I plan to wait until I'm an adult. It seemed she wasn't opposed to joining the army. Thinking about her good grades, Jiwon suggested, let her finish high school first. Maybe she can apply to a military academy later. Going to a military academy is quite different from directly enlisting. If the family can afford it, it's better to aim for the academy. I think that's a good idea, Zhou Qiaoyu said happily. After dealing with the troublemaker, Jiwon hurried inside to bring out Yuyu. Mom, did someone bully you? The little girl was almost worried to tears when she saw Jiwon and started crying. No, Mom is so strong, they're no match for me. And your little aunt is amazing too. She chased the bad guys away. Yuyu choked with emotion and looked at Jichun, eyes red, thanking her. Thank you, little aunt. Jichun smiled too. Seeing the broom in her hand, she quickly ran outside to put it away. Stop crying, were you scared? She wiped Yuyu's tears, and the girl snuggled into her arms, shaking her head. I'm not afraid at all. She pouted her lips, thinking about finding trouble, and remembered Aunt Lu, whom she used to like very much. Fishy hummed softly. Mom, I don't like Aunt Lu anymore. She's a bad person. She brought others to bully you. I dislike her. People say daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, the ones who understand their moms best. Jiwon's face almost melted with affection as she kissed her daughter's cheek and nodded in agreement. That's right, I don't like her either. After comforting her daughter, Jiwon picked her up and headed to the door, where Zhou Qiaoyu was busy greeting them. Would you like to come in and sit for a while, Zhou Jia? Zhou Qiaoyu shook her head. I'm still tidying up the house. How about you come to my place? We've been talking for so long, but I haven't seen you visit. Jiwon was free at the moment and nodded. Okay, I'll come see your house. Zhou Qiaoyu's face lit up. Let's go. Jiwon held Fishy and pretended to leave, glancing at Jichun, and quickly called out to her. Jichun, do you want to come? Come sit at Zhou Jia's house. Jichun, who was naturally friendly, brightened up. Yes. She thought her sister would make her stay at home, so she was very happy to receive the invitation. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and followed. Their houses are actually very close, just the front and backyards, but if they walk around through the main gates, it still takes a little time. Zhou Qiaoyu had been here for a long time, but this was the first time so many people visited her home. She was very happy. Being naturally hospitable, she quickly brought tea and snacks when they entered. Jiwon felt a bit shy. Zhou Jia, you're too polite. Zhou Qiaoyu looked at her with a bright smile. This isn't politeness. Proper manners are necessary. Since it's your first visit, I have to be a bit particular. Next time I won't mind. Jiwon laughed and sat down, looking around. Her living room felt a little empty. Maybe because she was the only one living there. Everything was single-serving, and the house was large and spacious, making it seem a bit empty. Unlike their home, where 3 people lived, and there were at least 7 or 8 pairs of shoes at the door. A few days ago, I wanted you to come over, but back then there was nothing at home, not even boiling water to drink. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled happily and sat down as well. It's much better now. I've bought everything I need.
Yivan nodded.
So, Zhou Jia, what are your plans? Talking about this made Zhou Qiaoyu worried. I don't know. The little money I brought is almost gone. I'm thinking about how to make some money. Ji-won was startled. Lieutenant Yang didn't help you? You traveled so far away from home for him, and he didn't lend a hand? Zhou Qiaoyu shook her head. He wanted to help, but I didn't accept it. Since he doesn't have that kind of feeling for me, I can't hold him back, right? It's not right to trouble him every day. Moreover, on the day I came to see him, he made it clear that he only feels responsible for me. As she spoke, Zhou Qiaoyu showed a faint smile and told the story of her and Yang Feng. My younger siblings were taken back by his mother to be raised, saying they would marry him when they grew up. Later, Yang Feng joined the army, and he got older. His mother was so worried, she insisted I pack my things and come to follow the army. I had no relatives, always considered her my mother, so I naturally did what she asked. Then I came here. Yang Feng said he always saw me as a sister. Even though I felt upset and wronged, I understood that forcing things wouldn't be good. Since we didn't succeed, I dared not go back to the countryside. I could only stay here for now. His mother told Yang Feng to speak for her, and once she calmed down, I would go back. Anyway, I don't mind not marrying in this life. If my mother gets angry, I would kneel and beg her to accept me as her daughter, and I would take care of her in the future. Despite everything, Zhou Qiaoyu was quite clear-minded. She didn't cling stubbornly to marrying Yang Feng, so no wonder things later turned out well.
Yivan nodded.
Sister Zhou, you're right. If he comes again, just send him away. Why pretend to be nice? Saying he doesn't have feelings for you, but keeps coming here to bring you things? Isn't he worried about damaging your reputation? Zhou Qiaoyu was amused by her words, knowing her good sister was defending her. I told him the same, but he's stubborn. He said I've taken care of their family since I was young, even more than a sister, and that it's his fault I can't go back because I came here. He must take responsibility for everything. Unless I find someone to marry or become wealthy enough to live comfortably. So, I want to earn money quickly, not just for myself, but also so he can rest assured. If Yang Feng could find a partner here and settle down, and bring her back to show his mother, she wouldn't be able to stop their happiness, right? Besides, city girls are so pretty. Just look at Shiaoin. Comparing her to a country girl like me, it's understandable Yang Feng wouldn't like someone from the countryside. Jichun didn't think too much about it. Hearing that Zhou Qiaoyu wanted to earn money, she became interested. Have you decided what to do yet? Zhou Qiaoyu regained her composure and blinked. I have a rough idea now. Shiaoin, you're well-read and more experienced than me. What do you think about me trying to grow bean sprouts? Jichun looked pleased. That sounds good. They grow quickly and taste great. As long as you can manage it, I believe you can do it. Zhou Qiaoyu clapped her hands happily. That's what I thought too. I'm still planning. I saw some folks in the countryside do it before, but I'm not sure about the exact steps. I bought some beans to try. Jichun shot her a quick look. But yesterday on the bus, you said you didn't buy anything? Zhou Qiaoyu looked a bit embarrassed. That's because I didn't want to boast if I couldn't do it. What if I fail and it's embarrassing? What's the big deal? 3 people working together can solve anything. If I happen to know how to handle the problems you face, I can help. Jichun just wanted to help her. Zhou Qiaoyu is very loyal. Just now, when she went to call someone, most people might refuse, worried about trouble. But Zhou Qiaoyu wasn't afraid. Not only was she fearless, she ran quickly and called the person over in no time. She remembers all these kindnesses in her heart. Even if she can't grow bean sprouts, she still has the spiritual spring water, right? She can just come over, give her a few drops, and guarantee the sprouts will be sweet, crunchy, and delicious. Okay, if you can help me, I'll split the profit with you when I sell them. Jichun refused. You bought the beans yourself, and are growing them yourself. Why should I take your money? If I tell others, they might say I'm just after your fame. She even mimicked the gossip with animated words. Everyone says behind my back, that woman is shameless. She just says a few words, and Comrade Zhou has to share her money. So shameless. Come on, that's not true. Zhou Qiaoyu burst out laughing, a bit annoyed but amused. Seeing them so happy, Jichun and Yuyu also started to smile. Jichun didn't expect that her big sister was like this in private. She used to look serious and stern in front of them, but with friends, she was carefree. Now, looking more closely at her sister, her cold face was smiling, full of warmth. She almost didn't recognize her. Since the conversation had already gone this far, Zhou Qiaoyu immediately went to the inner room and took out the beans she bought. Shiaoin, look at these soybeans I bought. Do they look okay? As she spoke, Jichun turned around and saw her carrying a small bag of soybeans. She looked closer. The soybeans were full and shiny, very appealing. Zhou Jia, you're good at shopping. Look at these soybeans so round. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled proudly. Of course. I carefully selected these, making sure none are spoiled. I plan to try with about 10 of them first. If it doesn't work, at least I won't waste too much. These are all food, so we should save some. Jichun understands this logic well. Okay, you know the steps, right? An elder in the village once showed me how to do it. I'll try it in a moment. Since she knows, Jichun doesn't interrupt. After all, she's not very experienced herself. She only saw it once on TV and roughly remembers the steps. It might take a couple of tries to get it right. Good, you go ahead. If there are any problems, we can figure it out together later.
Got it.
Zhou Qiaoyu immediately pulls Jichun into the kitchen. Let's do it together. Outside, Yuyu is getting restless, shifting on the chair as if there are thorns in her bottom. Jichun sees this and, since she doesn't understand much, her little niece just wants to go play. She smiles and calls into the kitchen, "Sister, can I take you out to play?" Ji-won, focused on sprouting beans, responds, "Go ahead, but remember not to go too far." Okay. Jichun picks up her little niece and is about to leave when Yuyu suddenly exclaims, "Annie, can we bring some candy?" She looks at the tray of melon seeds and candies, then reaches out to grab 2 pieces. "That's enough. One for me, and one for my little sister." Jichun's heart melts. She kisses her on the forehead. "Let's go." The two giggle and leave. Ji-won listens to their laughter and smiles, fully focused on sprouting beans with Zhao Qiaoyu. Is it just a matter of soaking it directly? Zhao Qiaoyu picks up a handful and looks at Ji-won. Ji-won thinks for a moment. "I remember you need to blanch it with boiling water first." Zhao Qiaoyu looks doubtful. "I thought you didn't need to blanch it?" Ji-won makes the final decision. "Let's follow your method first. If it doesn't sprout, we'll try mine." Zhao Qiaoyu nods. "Okay. It's unlikely to succeed on the first try anyway, so we should try several times." They spend a long time in the kitchen, finally deciding to soak the beans overnight. Let them soak overnight, then put them in a colander. Water them now and then, but don't expose them to the sun. That should be enough. Thinking about her big plan to make money, Zhao Qiaoyu is full of energy. Ji-won also feels happy for her. "All right, I'll head back now. You keep an eye on it and see if it sprouts in the next few days."
Okay.
Zhao Qiaoyu sees Ji-won off to the yard gate. From a distance, she notices a figure approaching. She looks closely. It's Yang Feng. He seems to have just returned from outside the military district, bringing some supplies. Carrying 2 bags, he came quietly along the small path. Seeing this, Ji-won felt a bit unhappy. Zhao Qiaoyu also looked a little uncomfortable and asked from afar. "Little." She originally wanted to call Xiaofeng, as they had grown up together and always called each other that. But now, in front of Ji-won, she suddenly found it hard to say and felt it was too close, so she changed her words. "Comrade Yang, why are you here?" Yang Feng was walking with his head down when he suddenly heard the name Comrade Yang. He wasn't sure if they were calling him. The voice sounded familiar, so he thought Zhao Qiaoyu was calling someone else. He immediately looked up and looked around, only to see 2 female comrades standing at the gate of the yard. Seeing Ji-won, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. "Sister-in-law, you're here too?" Ji-won nodded and looked at the 2 large bags in his hands. "Lieutenant Yang, are you here to see Sister Zhao?" Hearing her call Zhao Qiaoyu Sister Zhao, it seemed they had a good relationship. Yes, they lived next door and often visited each other. He nodded. "Yes, I brought some things for Sister Zhao." Hearing him also call her Sister Zhao, Ji-won glanced at Zhao Qiaoyu, feeling a bit sorry for her. But since it was her private matter, she didn't want to interfere. She nodded, greeted them briefly, and quickly left. As she walked away, Yang Feng immediately handed the bags to Zhao Qiaoyu. "Sister Zhao, this is for you." Zhao Qiaoyu instinctively took a step back. "Comrade Yang, this isn't appropriate. I told you you don't need to feel guilty or bring me things." Yang Feng finally realized what was happening. She was calling him Comrade Yang. His expression suddenly turned strange. With a cold face, he said firmly, "Sister Zhao, are you still angry with me? Even if you don't look at anything else, just because I called you sister, your younger brother, brought you something. Why won't you accept it?" Although Zhao Qiaoyu was an honest and simple rural girl, she understood the principles of avoiding trouble. "Comrade Yang, since you've said you have no other feelings for me, please don't come here often to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. I'm older now, and I don't care about gossip. But you, with your good looks, shouldn't you find someone for our mother soon? If I influence you this way, and you miss out on a marriage, how worried do you think our mother will be?" Hearing this, Yang Feng felt a tightness in his chest. Looking at Zhao Qiaoyu's round, gentle face, perhaps because he hadn't seen her for a while, he felt she looked much paler. My heart felt increasingly uncomfortable, and I almost blurted out a question. "Is it for me?" "Sister Zhao, I think you're probably doing it for yourself. Are you afraid I might come over and affect your reputation?" Zhao Qiaoyu's face instantly darkened. Yang Feng didn't notice anything unusual and kept talking to himself. Don't worry, I came through a secret shortcut so no one will find out. Since I said I consider you like my sister, the wrong leaders all know about this, and it won't affect you. Zhou Qiaoyu was so angry she laughed. Comrade Yang, I see you're good at shifting blame. Coming here, you clearly think it's shameful for you, so you took a secret route. You say it's for me, but deep down, you think I embarrass you. I am your family's adopted daughter-in-law, with no education. I traveled so far just to see you. You probably even dislike me now. I tell you, Yang Feng, I am not someone who welcomes cold treatment. Don't come here again. I don't care about these things. And don't call me Sister Zhao. I don't have a younger brother with your surname. Zhou Qiaoyu got angrier the more she spoke, her face turning red, her chest rising and falling heavily. She crossed her arms, looking upset. Yang Feng suddenly saw her get angry. Instead of being scared, his gaze fell on her full chest. Zhou Qiaoyu was wearing a tight sweater. She was slightly plump, with a prominent bust that moved with her breathing. Yang Feng's ears turned red as he looked. He didn't dare to look any longer and quickly turned his face away, feeling stiff and unsure what to do. He had joined the army before turning 18, so he knew nothing about relationships. There weren't many women in the military, so he rarely had a chance to meet any. Now, unexpectedly seeing such a scene, he felt like his nose might bleed. His eyes lowered, feeling very embarrassed. In Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes, she thought Yang Feng was furious and unwilling to look at her directly. She clenched her teeth, ready to continue scolding, but Yang Feng hurried to explain. Sister Zhou, it's not what you think. I didn't mean it that way. Since I truly see you as my sister, I want you to be well. I never thought you were embarrassing. I took the secret route just because I was worried people might gossip. I'm not ungrateful, Zhou. I remember all your kindness to me. Zhou Qiaoyu was too tired to listen to his nonsense. Just save your money to marry your wife.
I don't need you to worry about me.
If I run out of money, I know how to earn it. As for marriage, aren't there many men you know in the military? Since you are so eager to push me away, then find a good one for me. I promise to get married quickly. She said this not out of anger, but because she genuinely wanted to find a partner. Look at Shiaoin and Captain Lin, they are so in love. She knows she's not outstanding and just hopes to find someone honest to live a simple life. In their era, women like her are expected to get married. She's a village girl with no new ideas, so having this plan is quite normal. Her words sounded harsh to Yang Feng, but upon reflection, they weren't wrong. Wasn't that what he wanted? He nodded, pretending to agree while actually agreeing in his heart. Okay, I'll ask my leader to help me look. Keep these things. I'll come less often in the future. After saying this, worried Zhou Qiaoyu wouldn't accept it, he placed 2 big bags at the door and hurriedly left. Seeing him act like someone being chased by a ghost, Zhou Qiaoyu felt a bit sad. Since childhood, she knew Yang Feng was her future husband. Even when she was young and didn't understand what a husband was, she instinctively took care of Yang Feng. As she grew older and understood the meaning of marriage, she saw Yang Feng as a proper man and looked forward to being together here. But reality hit her hard. She cried, complained, felt wronged, and fought for him. But he wasn't interested. She didn't want to force him. After all, she watched him grow up. How could she bear to see Yang Feng worried and upset over this? Sighing, Zhou Qiaoyu wiped her tears and bent down to pick up the bag on the ground. This was the last time. From now on, she wouldn't accept anything from him again. Opening it, she saw it was filled with common daily items. Honestly, Yang Feng was quite thoughtful. Having such a husband would be nice, but she didn't have that chance. Jichun returned home, just finished preparing lunch when Lin Zhengnan came back. He entered but didn't see the children and asked, Yuyu, where is she? Xiaoqun took her out to play, Jichun replied while preparing vegetables. Hearing the noise, she came out. Oh, you should go call them back. Dinner is ready. Lin Zhengnan nodded, took off his coat, and hurried out. When the family sat at the dining table, Jichun told him about Lu Xiaoqin and the others causing trouble. Lin Zhengnan's face turned dark, and his grip on the chopsticks tightened unconsciously. They came to bully you? In that moment, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold aura radiated from him. Early in spring, I knew my brother-in-law was serious. Over time, I realized he was just cold on the outside but warm inside. At this moment, I finally understood what it means to be afraid. Yuyu had seen someone like Lin Zhengnan before. When her parents argued, he was just like that. She wasn't really scared. Instead, she helped Jichun serve food. Jichun patted her obedient daughter's head and gently kicked Lin Zhengnan under the table. Isn't everything fine with me? Don't keep a stern face. You're scaring our Xiaochun. Xiaochun was suddenly called by name and almost choked, quickly drinking water and waving her hand. It's fine, it's fine. Brother-in-law is angry because he's worried about you.
Jichun smiled. I'm fine.
Xiaochun is protecting me. Look how strong my sister is. Lin Zhengnan also looked at his little sister-in-law. She was quite fit. Being able to protect herself was one thing, but Lu Xiaoqin repeatedly challenged his patience, which was another matter. Old Zhao said he already handled his little sister-in-law. Why are there still so many problems? After dinner, I'll go ask. Ask what? Both of them have been taken as spies. It might take a long time to interrogate them. You won't get much out of it. Lu Xiaoqin is Brother Zhao's little sister-in-law. If she did something like that, Brother Zhao might get involved too. Their family is in chaos. Going there now would only make things worse. The spy issue probably wouldn't lead to much. Lu Xiaoqin was only given a verbal warning. But since she plagiarized, there was no way to clear her name. The principal didn't directly expose her. He wanted to protect her for Zhao Yang's sake. But Lu Xiaoqin's own actions sealed her fate. Let's wait for news. Going now at this critical time, people might think we're just watching a joke. Jichun's words made sense, especially since Lu Xiaoqin was arrested because she reported something. She poked at her rice in the bowl, uncertain. The fabric she just bought, should she still make clothes? Would Lu Yun turn against her because of this? Seeing her worry, Lin Zhengnan comforted her. We did nothing wrong. Trust old Zhao to see right from wrong. Jichun nodded and decided not to worry. She was confident and fearless. After dinner, Lin Zhengnan went for a nap, while Jichun hurried to sew underwear in the second bedroom. These were for Zhang Miao and Xiaochun. The second sister had been here for 2 days. Seeing her a bit restless, she probably had to leave in a day or two. 2 days later, Jichun learned from Zhou Chuyu about Lu Xiaoqin's situation. Upon hearing the news, she hurried over to tell Jichun. I heard that Lu's sister, who works across the street, was fired by the school. It seems she made a mistake, and Lu's wife was very angry. The night before last, she was called to pick her up and slapped her sister several times face to face. Worried that her sister might do something foolish again, Lu's wife took her away and locked her up, saying she would send her back to the countryside in a couple of days. Jichun was surprised. This is definitely something Lu Yun would do. What about the other woman? She has a pretty strong background. I heard she's the niece of a team leader. It was confirmed she's not a spy, so she was released the night before last. Jichun found it hard to believe. With such a big background, how could she be so naive? How could she be led around by Lu Xiaoqin? But maybe she's been protected too much since childhood and can't see the truth. From how they behaved in the past few days, they've already fallen out. Now that she knows Lu Xiaoqin's true nature, she probably won't cause trouble again. I feel like Lu's wife and her sister are not really related. They are like night and day. Her sister is still young but quite clever. Jichun thought for a moment and replied, every family has different children. It's normal for sisters to have different personalities, isn't it? Zhou Qiaoyu agreed. Without that troublemaker, your life should be much calmer. I heard she used to pick fights with you. It's lucky you're patient and don't argue back. If she dares to come bother me, I'll slap her mouth. Jichun was amused by her gestures. It wasn't that she didn't want to argue before, but she just didn't speak up. Look at her now. She's still talking nonsense in front of me. She came here the day before yesterday showing off, but now she's probably behaving herself. Zhou Qiaoyu gave her a thumbs up. That's how it should be. I also heard she's secretly interested in your husband, Lin. Jiwon was startled. She hadn't said anything about that. That's a family secret, and Luyan wouldn't go around spreading her sister's reputation. Where did you hear that? Zhao Qiaoyu chuckled. If you don't want people to know, don't do it yourself. She's got that kind of mind, so she's probably not hiding it well. Jiwon had nothing to say. She thought of Lin Zhengnan and honestly commented, Lin Zhengnan is so outstanding, it's not surprising someone's interested in him. Zhao Qiaoyu was very happy. She loved watching Jiwon and Lin Zhengnan together. It always looked so pleasing. Both of them are so handsome. Let's not talk about that. Sister Zhao, how is your bean sprout growing? Jiwon was more concerned about that. It's better not to mention it, but as soon as she did, Zhao Qiaoyu looked worried. Girl, please help me. I came to see you about this matter. My bean sprouts haven't sprouted at all. Zhao Qiaoyu let out a sad cry, wishing she could just lie down and act cute to ask for help. She grabbed Jiwon's arm and kept blinking her almond-shaped eyes at her. Little one, should we try your way again now and see if it works? Jiwon was amused by her pitiful look. Is it too late now? I only know that beans need to soak overnight, but I'm not sure exactly how long. If we go now, we'd need to check the time carefully. I'll go a bit later, soak them tonight, and you can water them tomorrow morning. Zhao Qiaoyu was so happy, she almost jumped up.
Great.
I'll wait for you tonight. She even gave a flirtatious wink, making Jiwon smile and shake her head. After Zhao Qiaoyu left, Lin Zhengnan just finished training. After dinner, he told Jiwon, I checked the land in the army. There are 2 good spots, but they're far away. There's one closer, but I'm not really satisfied with it. Do you want to come see it with me later? Jiwon had waited several days for some news, but it wasn't good news. She immediately felt discouraged, her face falling. She trusted Lin Zhengnan's judgment, so if he said it wasn't good, she'd give up. Just look at it. If it's not good, I'll think of another way. We can squeeze a little more in the backyard, or if that's not enough, dig up the sides of the front yard. It's close to home, and we can toss vegetable leaves over there as compost. Lin Zhengnan was about to comfort her, but he held back when he heard her optimistic words. Seeing her so positive made him happy too. All right, just tell me what you need, and I'll take care of it while I'm home. Jiwon had been waiting for that piece of land these days. Since they couldn't plant there anymore, she decided to shift her focus to her own yard. Okay, since tomorrow's a day off, you can dig up both sides of the front yard this afternoon. I'll ask the sisters-in-law to find some bricks or something, and we'll move them over to enclose the area.
Got it.
The corners of the backyard were used to grow eggplants and tomatoes, while watermelons were planted in the front yard. As for the strawberries they bought, she planned to plant some in broken porcelain basins. Unfortunately, strawberries are delicate. If it rains, they'd need to be moved inside. If it's too sunny, they'd have to be moved again. Planting them directly in the yard was inconvenient. In the afternoon, Lin Zhengnan returned, took off his clothes, and went to dig in the yard. Meanwhile, Jiwon took Jichun and the others to sow seeds in the backyard. The land had already been prepared, so I just needed to throw in the seeds. The work was very simple, almost entirely handled by Fish. Mom, I'll plant the seeds. Jichun watched nearby. The task was too easy, with no difficulty at all. She crossed her arms and looked around, asking, Big sister, is there anything else I can do? Maybe I should help Uncle dig the ground? Jiwon looked at her younger sister's build. Not helping out would be a bit of a waste. She smiled. How about helping me carry some water? I'll go over there first. When I fill the watering can, you can bring it over and pour a little on the plants. Just a small amount, so everyone gets some. We want to share equally.
Okay.
Jiwon went to fetch water. After filling a bucket, she added some spiritual spring water and called Jichun over to carry it. The garden was small, so just a few buckets were enough. Big sister, is there anything else?
Yes.
Do you have a big enough face to ask around nearby neighbors if they have any broken or unwanted ceramic basins? I'll pay for them, 50 cents each. Jichun was stunned, almost dropping her chin in surprise, and asked confused, Big sister, buying basins is fine, but why buy broken ones? I could buy lots of fried dough with 50 cents.
Yvonne smiled.
They'll be useful. Just help me ask around. About 10 should be enough. This was her first time planting strawberries. Even with the help of spiritual spring water, what if they don't grow? Better to plant a small amount first and see how it goes.
Jichun pouted. All right.
What kind should I look for? Look for small holes. I'll use them as flower pots. They need to leak water from the bottom, or the roots will rot. Once she explained, Jichun understood immediately and brightened up. Okay, I promise to complete the task. She happily took fish and left, carrying the money Jiwon gave her, going door to door to ask. When she heard about paying 50 cents for a broken basin, many neighbors were happy to sell. A good basin only costs 2 or 3 yuan, and if it breaks after long use, it's useless for anything else. Selling it to scrap collectors would only get a few cents. Jiwon could buy them for 50 cents, which was a big bargain for everyone. In less than an hour, Jichun returned with 10 basins. Luckily, she was strong. Someone weaker wouldn't have been able to carry them all. Slow down, slow down. Seeing this, Jiwon quickly went to help her, worried she might fall. Jichun was more worried about hurting her big sister, so she shook her head and signaled her to step back. Big sister, don't come over. I can place them myself slowly. Jiwon called Lin Zhengnan to help. Lin Zhengnan assisted in placing the ceramic basins down. Seeing second sister run such a long way was very tiring. Jiwon quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her nose. Luckily, I bought some milk at home yesterday. I'll make you some milk tea later, as a reward for your hard work today. Jichun heard it was tea, knew it could be drunk, but didn't know what it tasted like. Big sister, is it tasty? Jiwon looked proud. I made it, so it must be good. Don't worry, you'll want to drink more after trying it. Yuyu heard this and couldn't wait to lick her lips. Mom, when will you make it? Jiwon pinched her face. Our girl is craving it, huh? After dinner, I'll make it for you. The little girl was so happy, she jumped around.
Okay.
With her promise, both of them felt very motivated. Knowing Jiwon planned to be a flower pot, Jichun understood she needed to fill it with soil and quickly found a shovel in the house. Big sister, where should I dig the soil from? From the backyard near the wall. There are more fallen leaves there, and the soil underneath is richer.
All right.
Jichun carried a porcelain basin, running very fast. Jiwon smiled, thinking that with more people, things would go faster. She probably couldn't finish everything alone in just a few days. She glanced at the remaining porcelain basins on the ground. All the bottoms had holes, but they weren't big. She examined them and thought they'd be perfect for planting strawberries. The basins were all the same size, similar to the wash basin at home, just right, not too big or small. Jiwon started to suspect that her second sister had deliberately picked them out. No wonder she took so long to come back. She was very careful. She felt very pleased inside, smiled, and stood up. Only then did she notice that Lin Zhengnan had already finished digging the soil. He was only wearing a shirt, rolled up his sleeves, holding and staring at her intently. When their eyes met, Jiwon's heart suddenly started to race. She quickly changed the subject. Is the soil already dug up? She leaned over to look. Wow, there were still 2 big patches, probably enough to plant many vegetables. She smiled happily and moved closer, asking thoughtfully, You must be exhausted today, right? Are your arms sore? Want me to give them a massage? Before Lin Zhengnan could answer, she raised her hand and gently squeezed his arm. Why is it so stiff? I can't even squeeze it. Jiwon looked up at him and examined him carefully, noticing that he indeed had some sweat on his forehead. She let out a soft sound, took out a handkerchief, and was about to wipe his face when she suddenly remembered she had already wiped her second sister with it. Hastily, she put the handkerchief away. She couldn't find a handy cloth, so she simply rolled up her sleeve and lightly rubbed his face with her toes. A faint, refreshing scent wafted over, soothing and pleasant. Lin Zhengnan's expression remained calm outwardly, but inside, he felt a little happy. The ground has been turned over. What else do you want to do? Jiwon glared at him irritably. Didn't I tell you at noon? I want to find some broken bricks to build up the edges. After all, it's the front yard, and it looks messy if it's not tidy. Lin Zhengnan felt a bit guilty. His wife had indeed discussed this with him only at noon. "I'll ask later to see where I can find some," he replied. "Then let's just do that for now. You make sure the nest is ready, and I'll bring some seeds to plant," Jiwon said, and immediately went inside. After coming out and planting the seeds, she clapped her hands. "Almost done. From now on, water regularly and add some fertilizer." Lin Zhengnan frowned, feeling something was off. Was planting vegetables really that simple? He remembered that his mother used to soak the seeds and start seedlings in advance. But then he thought of the fresh vegetables in the backyard, and he didn't dare to say anything. Maybe, as his wife said, she was naturally talented at gardening. "Old Lin, what are you and your younger sister-in-law doing?" While the couple was chatting, someone outside the yard called out from afar. They looked in the same direction and saw Zhao across the street. He opened the yard gate and approached the couple, carrying a piece of meat in his hand. He was smiling brightly. This was the first time the two families met since Liu Shaoqin caused trouble a few days ago. Originally, Jiwon thought they might fall out then, but now it seemed she was overthinking. Since Zhao took the initiative to talk, it probably meant he wasn't upset about that incident. "Old Zhao, where are you headed?" Jiwon also greeted him with a smile. "Big brother Zhao." Seeing how politely the couple responded, Zhao didn't seem to hold any grudges about the previous misunderstanding with his younger sister. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and came over with a smile. "Where else?" "Just coming to visit you." "Visit us?" Jiwon hurried over to open the yard gate and invited him in. "Big brother Zhao, please come in." Zhao entered and was surprised to see the freshly turned soil in the yard. "What are you two doing? Planning to tear down this yard and start over?" Jiwon was amused by his imagination. "Big brother Zhao, you've misunderstood. We're just planning to grow some vegetables." Zhao was even more surprised. "Don't you already have so many vegetables in your backyard? Why are you still planting more?" Jiwon nodded. "Yes, since we're free, might as well do something." "That's good. Now, why does this younger sister-in-law seem like a different person?" Zhao didn't forget his purpose and casually handed over the pork belly he was holding. "By the way, Lao Lin, this is for you. My sister-in-law has caused you some trouble lately. I hope, for the sake of us, you won't take it to heart. A couple of days ago, my wife and I should have come to apologize to you, but we were too busy. Today, we finally had some free time. I asked Luyan to come, but she didn't want to see you and refused to come, so I came to check the situation first." Lin Zhengnan was surprised, clearly not expecting this piece of meat was meant for them. Jiwon also didn't expect this, quickly regaining her composure, shook her head, and refused to accept it. "Big brother Zhao, you're being too polite. Lin Zhengnan and I understand right from wrong. We keep things clear. I was worried my sister-in-law might take it to heart and stop talking to me, but since everyone doesn't mind, let's not mention it anymore." Seeing that she and Zhao were thinking the same, his heavy heart finally eased. Their long-standing friendship with Lin Zhengnan would be ruined if they fought over a silly sister-in-law. That would really make him angry enough to spit blood. Fortunately, Lin Zhengnan and his wife are wise and generous, not holding grudges. Zhao was grateful and quickly handed the meat to Lin Zhengnan. "Since your sister-in-law said it's all in the past, you must accept this meat. It's our way of apologizing. As for not taking it seriously, that's because you two are mature enough not to hold grudges." Lin Zhengnan understood Zhao Yang's character. If they refused the meat, people might think they were upset and being petty. Since the meat was already delivered, might as well accept it. He nodded. "All right, I'll take it. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Why not come over later for a drink?" Since they had the day off tomorrow, having a drink tonight was fine. Zhao Yang's face lit up. Great. Then, he instinctively looked at Jiwon beside him. "Little June has told me your cooking skills are excellent. I wonder if we can taste your dishes today?" Lin Zhengnan's face darkened at this. "What are you thinking?" "I'll cook for you."
Huh?
This was more shocking than knowing Jiwon could cook. "Old Lin, you can cook?" Lin Zhengnan shot him a glance. "Can I? Haven't you eaten my cooking before?"
Zhao yang choked.
Does that count as cooking outside on missions? Back then, conditions were so tough that anything thrown into the pot could be eaten. I was so hungry that I even chewed on my own belt. Lin Zhengnan was reminded of those times and nodded in response. Don't worry, I can still make a few snacks to go with drinks.
All right.
Better than having nothing to eat. Jiwon stood nearby, watching their playful banter, finding it quite amusing. She smiled softly, her gaze playful, but Zhaoyong suddenly caught her eye, making her a bit nervous. She quickly smiled and said goodbye. Okay, I'll come later. You guys go ahead and get busy. Since he planned to visit old Lin's house for drinks, maybe he should bring some food himself. He was worried that Lin Zhengnan's cooking might upset his stomach. Ji-won and her husband didn't notice his thoughts. When they saw him go into the other room, she stepped closer and examined the piece of meat Lin Zhengnan was holding. That must have cost a lot, right? Brother Zhao must have spent a lot. His wife is pregnant, so why did you accept it? You should let him take it back to help his wife stay healthy. Lin Zhengnan looked at it and thought it was probably bought early in the morning at the supply store, a well-balanced pork belly with fat and lean meat. Such a good piece wouldn't have lasted until now. His kindness is enough. If we don't graciously accept it, his wife and he might think we're still holding a grudge. That made sense. Ji-won felt relieved and smiled happily while looking at the meat. Later, maybe we should all cook something. Let's eat some ourselves and let Brother Zhao take some to his wife. Okay. That was also her plan and she agreed quickly. I'll do it. First, I need to tidy up the yard. Ji-won didn't trust his cooking skills and said, let me do it. You go inside and cook the rice, then cut the meat. I'll finish tidying the yard and come back. Seeing Lin Zhengnan standing still and unwilling to move, she pushed him. Hurry up. The couple worked together. After finishing her chores, Ji-won quickly went to stir-fry some dishes. Since they planned to drink, snacks were a must. She fried some peanuts and sprinkled sugar on top, made braised pork, prepared some cold dishes with vegetables, and sliced some sausages, making a hearty meal. By the time she finished, it was already dark. Lin Zhengnan went across to call Zhaoyong over. He entered carrying a plate of cold pig ears.
Wow.
Quite generous. Lin Zhengnan couldn't help asking, Old Zhao, have you been getting rich lately? What kind of wealth? Old Zhao, I can barely afford to eat now, and there are still so many family problems. He suddenly stopped speaking, realizing he had spoken too much, and let his words slip. Lin Zhengnan thought for a moment and understood what he was worried about. He led him to sit down and asked, how did Lu Comrade's situation get resolved? Although he asked casually, Zhaoyong knew he wanted a clear answer. Lu Shaoqin caused so much trouble. Lin Zhengnan had tolerated her as long as he could, but he had reached his limit. What else can be done? Send her back to the countryside. Her sister is watching her, and she's in a rented house outside. We reported to her hometown, and now we're waiting for my mother-in-law to come pick her up. Did she lose her job? Do you think the school is run by my family? She wants to work there? She's been caught plagiarizing, probably facing a lawsuit. I can't let her stay under my nose anymore. Zhaoyong came to give the couple some news, telling them Lu Shaoqin had been dealt with and would no longer cause trouble for them. He hoped they wouldn't hold a grudge, and that they would continue to get along as they always had. We also know about her and that female colleague causing trouble for the younger sister. Luckily, that female colleague has a lot of influence. If she were involved with spies, I'd probably have to take off my clothes. Zhaoyong was partly explaining and partly complaining. All these years, everything was fine. How could he not understand why she brought trouble into the city? He sighed and sat down, placing a plate of pig ears on the table, listening to the kitchen sounds, and asked, Is the younger sister cooking? Yes. Zhaoyong took a deep breath. This smells so good. I suspect that the strong aroma from our yard before was actually coming from your house. Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow proudly. You just realized? Zhaoyong choked, feeling annoyed. Why did all the good things always seem to belong to old Lin? The younger sister was pretty, good at cooking, and had a city job. No matter how you looked at it, they were more fortunate than the rough guys like them. Old Lin was the lucky one. He grunted and moved closer, opening up his heart. Honestly, I'm glad you didn't marry my sister-in-law back then. If you had, I tell you, haha, your family would be in for some lively times. Lin Zhengnan's expression grew more uneasy. After hearing this, his eyelids twitched constantly. He quickly glanced toward the kitchen door and saw Jichun carrying 2 plates of food. He felt a surge of anger and kicked Zhao hard under the table. What are you talking about? He rarely swore, but this kick was sudden and unprovoked. With a loud bang, the table was kicked far away. The sharp pain hit, and Zhao was so hurt he jumped. He suddenly stood up, clutching his calf and blushing with pain. Jichun was confused and froze in place, scared. After looking at both of them, she asked, "What are you two doing?" Lin Zhengnan, why did you kick Brother Zhao? Lin Zhengnan kept his chin up and said nothing. Seeing Jichun's expression, he guessed she hadn't heard what was said earlier. Zhao knew he was in the wrong and didn't complain. He just smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, we're just joking around. He walked over stiffly and put his hand on Lin Zhengnan's shoulder. Jichun frowned, put down the dishes, and was about to move the table when Zhao stopped her. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll do it. He quickly moved the table himself. Jichun saw that the two of them didn't argue and thought it was just an awkward moment. She nodded and went back into the kitchen. After his wife disappeared at the door, Lin Zhengnan looked at Zhao with a serious face. I want to remind you again, I have nothing to do with Lu. We're not even dating. Don't bring her into my life again. Lin Zhengnan was angry and lowered his voice to warn him. If you say these things in front of my wife again, I'll see how I deal with you. Zhao knew Lin Zhengnan was firm and nodded quickly. Although Lin Zhengnan was younger than him, he had more experience and a higher position now. When he got angry with that cold look, it was a bit intimidating. Zhao didn't say anything but secretly felt a cold sweat on his back. He didn't dare show any signs of nervousness. He thought, he's my older brother. He has to keep his pride. After calming down, he wondered why Lin Zhengnan was so protective of his sister-in-law. Could it be that their relationship had improved after she changed? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Zhao looked like he understood everything and asked seriously, "What are we going to drink? Where's the wine?" Lin Zhengnan finally got up and went to the room to bring out the wine jar. Zhao looked at him more and more. He pointed and asked old Lin, "Is this the wine I brewed before?"
Yeah.
Cough, cough, cough.
Zhao almost choked.
Why didn't you drink any? Lin Zhengnan looked serious. I don't like drinking. Zhao was very annoyed. He didn't like drinking? Before he got married, he was the best drinker in their unit. Maybe his sister-in-law was controlling him. He didn't ask more and took the jar to examine it carefully, shaking his head with a sigh. What a waste. This wine isn't cheap. You're just letting it gather dust. If you won't drink it, give it to me. Lin Zhengnan refused without hesitation, no way. If you give me the bottle, what's the point of taking it back? I'll just drink it slowly here. Zhao widened his eyes. Give me back the wine jar. I was just saying, why is the wine jar missing at home? Turns out you've been storing wine in it. Now you're messing with it. You don't even drink, so that jar might stay with you for years. Though they were good brothers, Lin Zhengnan didn't care much for his words and simply ignored them. When I finish the wine, I'll give it back to you. Zhao was not convinced. He puffed out his chest, about to argue. But Jichun came out of the house with the last 2 dishes. Big brother Zhao, what are you talking about? Wine jars? Did you leave something here? Zhao was just joking with Lin Zhengnan about the wine jar, not really planning to take it back. Hearing Jichun's question, he quickly waved his hand to prevent her from worrying. No, we were just joking. As he looked at the dishes she brought out, his eyes widened in surprise. Sis-in-law, did you make these snacks to go with the wine? Since she changed the subject, Jichun didn't ask further. Yes, I didn't know what Big Brother Zhao liked, so I just made a few. You all start drinking first. I'll call the kids to eat. After turning to leave, Zhao watched the dishes and shook his head with a smile. Oh my, sis-in-law's cooking skills are really good. Look at these peanuts, fried to a golden color. Lin Zhengnan's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. You drink first. I'll go serve the rice. Since it wasn't her home, even though Zhao was very hungry, He knew better than to start eating without the host. He quickly stood up and went to help. Lin Zhengnan didn't refuse and asked him to help serve the food. When Jiwon brought in Jichun and Yuyu, the bowls, chopsticks, and chairs were already set. She felt a bit shy, saying, "Big brother Zhao, you all eat first. No need to wait for us." Zhao Yang knew she was being hospitable. It's not old times. What's wrong? You're not planning to eat at the table? Jiwon couldn't help but laugh, knowing he was joking, so she didn't take it seriously. Aren't you and Lin Zhengnan going to drink? You can start with some snacks to go with the wine. We're going to eat, and we'll be faster than you. Zhao Yang didn't expect her to worry about that. No problem, no problem. You finish eating and go about your business. Lin and I will drink slowly.
Yivan nodded. All right.
The meal was full of joy, with both host and guests happy. Zhao Yang kept praising how delicious every dish was, especially the cold vegetable shoots, which he thought were even more appetizing than braised pork. A sip of wine and a peanut made him blush all over. No wonder that little brat Xiao Jun is always thinking about visiting your house. Your sister-in-law's cooking skills are amazing. Sister-in-law, if you have time, could you teach your sister-in-law? Oh, you don't know how Yun's cooking is. She can make meat taste bitter, and I don't know how she does it. Everyone laughed at these words. Jiwon asked brother Zhao, "Does your wife know you're teasing her like this?" Zhao Yang thought of his wife, immediately fell silent, and quickly composed his expression, looking like a student caught by the teacher. "Shoo, sister-in-law, you can't tell my wife about this, or she won't let me into the house." Thinking of Lu Yun's usually confident appearance, it was possible she might do that. Jiwon smiled. "Don't worry, I won't say anything." After dinner, she went to the kitchen to tidy up a bit. Jichun felt sorry for her and came in to suggest, "Sister, let me clean up. You go rest for a while." Jiwon shook her head. "No, I'll do it. You all worked hard today. Are you full?" Jichun nodded. "Yes, I ate several bowls of rice." She rubbed her stomach and smiled shyly. "Just eat enough. Once I finish cleaning here, I'll make you some milk tea." Hearing there was something tasty, Jichun's eyes lit up. She was already a little foodie and almost jumped with joy.
Great. I'll help you.
Outside, two men were drinking, and since Xiao Chun had nothing fun to do outside, helping here was fine. At least it would pass the time. Okay. The two sisters inside washed and tidied up, then finished cleaning the kitchen and made milk tea for them. It's very simple. Just put in 2 almonds to remove the fishy smell, then stir-fry sugar and tea leaves, pour in water and boil. The rich aroma of milk floated into the living room. Yuyu was playing with a rabbit on the sofa, but when she smelled the scent, she rushed in eagerly. "Mom, what delicious thing are you and Annie making?" Jiwon pinched her face. "Didn't I promise to make you some milk tea? It's almost ready now. Go get your little cup." Did Mom really make milk tea? Yuyu was so happy she covered her mouth to giggle, almost forgetting she was waiting. But luckily, Mom remembered. She tiptoed to look at the pot on the stove. It smells so good. How could she have just a little cup? She wanted a big one. The little girl ran out quickly, carried a small stool, climbed onto the table, and took out 2 cups. One was a large enamel mug bigger than her face, and the other was a small glass cup. She hugged him tightly and hurried inside, then handed a porcelain cup to Jiwon. "Mom, I got it." Jiwon was startled when she saw the cup, but then she smiled when she realized what it was. "Greedy little one. Can you finish such a big cup? Didn't you just eat? In the evening, drink less water, so you won't wet the bed." Yuyu, with her hands behind her back, looked at her pitifully. "Mom, this is milk tea, not water. I won't wet the bed. I'm good." She was confident, but Jiwon didn't quite believe her. "Drink less. Too much can upset your stomach." She took a spoon and filled a small cup for Yuyu. The porcelain cup was originally for Jichun, but she didn't fill it all the way. If she fills this cup completely, is there still milk tea left? Here, hold this. The rest of it, take it to your brother-in-law and the others so they can try it too. As for the last bit left in the pot, she needed to take it to Zhou Qiaoyu. She guessed Zhou Jia was probably still at home, waiting eagerly for her, expecting her to help with the bean sprouts. "Okay." Jichun nodded eagerly and hurriedly brought out 2 cups. Yuyu held her small cup and quickly took a sip, but it was a bit hot. She couldn't taste the flavor, and the heat made her tongue numb. "Mom, it's so hot, so hot." She choked and her eyes reddened, almost crying. Ji-won quickly squatted down, opened her little mouth, and looked inside. "Take your time, on it to cool down before drinking." Yuyu lowered her head and carefully licked a sip. Her eyelashes were wet with tears and stuck together, looking very pitiful. Luckily, she tasted the flavor this time, and her face lit up with a smile. "Mom, it tastes so good, so sweet. It's delicious. Next time, I'll cook it for you again, okay?" "Okay." Ji-won kissed her and then went to the bedroom to get a piece of the already made underwear, which belonged to Lu Yun across the street. She planned to let Zhao Yang try it on first. If it fit, it meant her previous measurements were correct, and she could continue making them. "Brother Zhao, remember to bring this when you go back. This is a dress I made for my sister-in-law." She packed it carefully in a bag because it was close-fitting, and it wouldn't be appropriate for the 2 big men to see it. Zhao Yang, who was quite drunk, suddenly looked up and felt a bit dizzy. "Clothes? What clothes?"
Don't worry about that now.
"Just bring it to your sister-in-law and let her try it on. If it fits, tell me tomorrow." At this moment, she decided not to deliver it herself. Didn't Brother Zhao already say? Lu Yun didn't dare to show her face to them now. She was too embarrassed. If she went over without warning, she might scare them. "By the way, Lin Zhengnan, remember to ask Brother Zhao to bring the braised pork from the house later." She said this while changing her shoes at the door. Seeing her about to leave, Lin Zhengnan's expression changed, and he stood up quickly. "Where are you going?" Ji-won turned around and looked at his nervous face. It felt like she was dealing with a child in a hurry. She smiled. "I'm going to Sister Zhou's house in the back. I'll be back soon. Remember to finish eating and clear the table. Also, remind you to wash up and go to bed." Lin Zhengnan sighed in relief and nodded.
Okay.
Ji-won was holding a cup of milk tea when she left. Soon after, in the living room, Jichun and Yuyu sighed happily. This is so good to drink." Lin Zhengnan and the other person looked over, both glancing at the cup of milk tea nearby. Zhao Yang had never heard of this before. He looked down and asked, "What is this that sister-in-law made?" Lin Zhengnan wasn't drunk yet, just a little red in the face with deeper eyes.
Milk tea.
"Oh, right, milk tea. I'll take a sip first." Zhao Yang spoke a bit slurred, quickly picking up the cup and taking a sip. After drinking it, he gave a thumbs up. "Delicious. It even has a milky smell. There's milk inside, right? Oh, this must be something sister-in-law made for the kids, right? Why am I drinking this big guy? Isn't it a waste? I won't drink anymore. Take it away." He waved his hand and handed the cup to Lin Zhengnan. Lin Zhengnan glanced at him with clear dislike. "Who are you giving the drink to after you've already had some? Finish it quickly. I need to wash the cup." Zhao Yang didn't say anything more, nodded, and hurried to finish the drink. He hadn't enjoyed drinking like this in a long time. He patted Lin Zhengnan's shoulder and muttered, "Come on, Lao Lin, one last drink." Lin Zhengnan took the bottle from him. "That's enough. Lao Zhao, I think you're a little drunk. You're even misaligning the glasses." Okay, stop drinking. I'll take you home now." At this point, he could still wash up and go to bed himself. If he had a couple more drinks and got more tipsy, he might just lie down at home. What if he passed out and started vomiting everywhere? Lu Yun would suffer too. "I'm not drunk. Why stop now? Lao Lin, are you being stingy? Are you afraid I'll finish all the drinks and you won't get any?" Lin Zhengnan ignored him and roughly helped him up, took the clothes Ji-won left at the door, and supported Zhao Yang as they crossed to the other side. Again, Jichun brought over braised pork and followed behind. Hearing the noise, Lu Yun quickly came out to greet them, and Lin Zhengnan handed her the clothes. "Sister-in-law, this is the dress made by Ji-won. Try it on and see if it fits. Also, this is the braised pork made by Ji-won. Remember to heat it up and eat it tomorrow morning." Lu Yun looked at the things brought to her and was stunned. She stood there blankly, unable to believe that these were given to her by Ji-won. She had thought that because of Lu Xiaoqin's matter, her sister might hold a grudge and refuse to make clothes for her anymore. She didn't even expect Jiwon's forgiveness, just hoped things would look okay on the surface, but it turned out Jiwon didn't take it to heart at all. Lu Yun was deeply touched, her eyes turning red. They say distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. They had lived next door for so many years. Although they didn't interact much before, they often helped each other in daily life. Recently, Jiwon had changed a lot, and their interactions felt very comfortable. If Lu Xiaoqin's loss meant losing such a good neighbor, Lu Yun would feel sorry. Now she realized it was their narrow-mindedness and petty hearts that caused the problem. Thinking about it, Lu Yun felt embarrassed, and her face turned red. Captain Lin, why did you send so much over? This pork is to apologize, and you're sending it back? And these clothes too. My sister-in-law is pregnant and shouldn't be tired. Let her take her time making them, no need to rush these days. After speaking, she couldn't find a scapegoat, so Lu Yun angrily patted Zhao Yang's shoulder twice. You really are. If you wanted to go drink, just go. Why do you also take food and stuff? Zhao Yang, being implicated, just smiled. Her sister-in-law is broad-minded. If she gives you something, just take it. Pushing it away makes it seem awkward. Lu Yun thought about it and agreed. She nodded and thanked them. Please ask Xiao Chun to send the clothes over. Captain Lin, why don't you come in and sit for a while? She quickly moved aside and invited the two inside. Lin Zhengnan shook his head. The kids are still at home. I need to go back and watch over them. Sister-in-law, you all go in quickly. It's cold outside. After saying this, he handed the clothes to Lu Yun and turned to leave. Jichun looked around and simply placed the braised pork on the windowsill. Sister-in-law, we're leaving. Watching them go back, Lu Yun couldn't stop smiling. Holding the clothes in her arms, she smiled foolishly, then turned to call out to Zhao Xiaojun inside. Xiaojun, what are you doing? Aunt Ji from across the street brought over braised pork. Haven't you been thinking about it? Come out quickly and bring it in. Hearing the noise, Zhao Xiaojun had been eager to act. Now hearing this, he hurriedly ran out, holding the bowl of braised pork and shouting excitedly.
Ah, braised pork.
Mom, I really want to eat it now. Lu Yun glared at him from the door. Do you think you can eat it? Hurry up and put it away, then reheat it tomorrow morning to eat. Zhao Xiaojun looked downcast and responded with a hum as he took it inside. In the kitchen, he secretly opened the lid. The aroma was very tempting. He licked his lips and was about to reach for it when Lu Yun's stern warning came from outside. If you dare to sneak a bite, just see how I deal with you. No luck, he'll have to wait until tomorrow. Zhao Xiaojun obediently placed the braised pork into the cupboard and closed it. Thinking that he would get to eat it in the morning, he went to bed feeling excited, sure he would have a good dream tonight. Not only him, but his father also had a good dream. All thanks to the lingerie that Jiwon made. The couple closed the door and Lu Yun took it out to try on. Zhao Yang saw it and started bleeding from his nose. Later, they had a playful fight, which was all necessary. But that's a story for another time. Right now, Jiwon was still at Zhou Qiaoyu's house, figuring out how to grow bean sprouts. Girl, are you sure you want to scald them in boiling water first? Zhou Qiaoyu stood nearby, watching intently. She held a cup of milk tea that Jiwon had brought her, and she was reluctant to drink it.
Yivan nodded.
I remember it like this. First scald, then add cold water and stir until it's warm. Then just leave it to soak until tomorrow morning. She said this while busy working with her hands. Scalding helps stimulate the beans to sprout. When you wake up in the morning, you'll see the sprouts coming out. Zhou Qiaoyu nodded, memorizing everything carefully. And then, transfer them into your colander with a piece of cloth underneath. Cover it with a towel. Make sure the towel stays moist. Rinse with cold water 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. After rinsing, put something heavy on top. Remember, keep it in the dark. If it gets light, your bean sprouts will turn red. Jiwon remembered the general process, but she hadn't actually tried it herself. Right now, she was just theorizing. Zhou Qiaoyu listened, wide-eyed. She remembered that growing bean sprouts in the countryside didn't involve so many steps. Back then, the women just did it simply, without all these procedures. She hadn't expected there to be so many tricks involved. Maybe she hadn't paid attention at the time. Besides, the women were experienced, and they probably had secret techniques she wasn't supposed to know. She nodded repeatedly, trying to remember every detail. Shiaoin, now I understand the correct steps, but how do I do it? Could you come tomorrow and show me how? She felt a bit guilty when she asked this question because this was a good way to make money. If she shared her skills, it would be like taking away someone else's job. Could Shiaoin agree to this? Maybe the two of them could team up to do a small business. Shiaoin was pregnant and couldn't work hard, so she could handle the chores. Shiaoin would provide the skills. She was about to share her plan, but Jichun nodded quickly without hesitation. Sounds good. I'll come over again tomorrow morning. I haven't actually done this myself, just heard about it from others. Since you bought the beans, it's a good chance for us to practice. Jichun still felt a little shy, because Shiaoin was giving her the beans to practice with, and she hadn't paid anything. Xiaoyu clapped her hands happily. Great, great. Shiaoin, thank you so much. When the bean sprouts grow, maybe we can sell them together. She explained her idea fully and added at the end, if you really feel bad about it, once I learn the skills, you can provide the beans, and I'll grow and sell the bean sprouts. We can split the earnings. Jichun felt a bit excited. Honestly, sitting at home all day without doing anything made her feel insecure. She knew Lin Zhengnan was loyal and generous, always willing to give money without hiding anything. But since she wasn't earning any money herself, it made her uncomfortable. If she could start a small business, whether it made a lot or a little money, having some income would be good. Since you're pregnant and shouldn't overwork, you just provide the skills and raw materials. I'll handle the production and sales. We work together, share the profits. Without Jichun, her plan to make money from bean sprouts wouldn't work at all. Her backup plan was gone. At this point, Jichun was her lifeline. Seeing her hesitate, Xiaoyu forgot to drink her milk tea and came closer to beg. Shiaoin, how about a 70-30 split? I get 70, you get 30. Jichun only realized what was happening after and saw Xiaoyu's worried look. She understood she had misunderstood. She smiled and quickly comforted her. As long as you're willing, we can split 50-50. I'll provide the beans, the skills for growing bean sprouts, and any tools or space we need as we expand. You just focus on watching the beans sprout and selling them. Deal? She also had some spiritual spring water, which would make the beans sprouts especially tasty. In the future, their business could really take off. She wasn't worried about whether bean sprouts would sell well. The main thing now was to grow the sprouts and see if her knowledge could be put into practice.
Great.
I can't wait. Xiaoyu agreed immediately. Actually, Shiaoin, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. I don't have much education, and I definitely can't do other jobs. But working hard, shouting loudly to sell things, that's my strength. As long as you're willing to help me make money, I don't fear any hardship or tiredness. She looked sincere and honest, speaking from her heart. Jichun looked at her with admiration. Without her involvement in the past life, Xiaoyu's small business would have also been successful. It started with selling vegetables in the residential area, then expanded southward with the reform. Now, with her support from Lingquan Water, they should have saved their first big sum during the bean sprout selling phase. As for what they do next, no one knows. Living well in the present is most important. Then, Sister Zhao, you should be good at calculating accounts, right? Xiaoyu quickly nodded. Yes, I can do that. My mother raised me to be like Comrade Yang, and she sent me to school. But in our mountain village, I only went to elementary school, so I can do simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Jichun was very happy. That's enough. As long as we can figure out the profit. Of course I can do it. If I can't, I'll learn. Life is long, and I'll get better slowly. Jichun was full of admiration for her attitude and gave her a big thumbs up. All right, Sister Zhao, let the beans soak for now. I'll come back tomorrow morning to show you how to do it. Okay. It was getting late, so Jichun stayed a little longer before saying goodbye and leaving. Xiaoyu was worried she might fall in the dark, so she insisted on seeing her to the door. As she stepped inside, the dining table in the living room was already cleaned up. Listening carefully, she heard sounds of washing and cleaning in the kitchen. Jiwon smiled and quietly locked the door, sneaking over. She peeked inside and saw Lin Zhengnan washing dishes with his back to the door. He was still wearing an apron, washing very carefully. She wondered why he wasn't drunk after drinking so much with brother Zhao. How could he not look intoxicated at all? Suspicious, she heard Lin Zhengnan's gentle voice. What did you talk about at Sister Zhou's? Why did it take so long to come back? Jiwon paused, then realized he was talking to her. She quickly smiled and asked, "How do you know it's me?" Lin Zhengnan glanced at her briefly. "You didn't lock the door?" "I heard everything, because of the noise." Jiwon smiled, looked around, and saw he had tidied the kitchen very neatly. "Where are Shiaoin and the others?" "They've finished washing up and gone to sleep." "Already so early?" "Still early?" Lin Zhengnan quickly finished washing the dishes in his hands. "It seems the lights are about to go out. You've been over there for at least an hour." Jiwon was surprised herself. Really that long? Just as she was about to ask, the light above suddenly went out with a snap. The surroundings plunged into darkness. Jiwon awkwardly smiled. "It's really out. I haven't washed up yet." "Lin Zhengnan, have you cleaned up?"
No.
Jiwon didn't ask why. Looking around at the kitchen and living room, which were all cleaned by someone, she guessed they had been busy since she left. "Then we'll wash together." "Wait for me. I'll light the kerosene lamp." She turned to leave, but Lin Zhengnan, who was stunned, reached out and grabbed her. "Stay still, I'll go." Before she could react, Lin Zhengnan had already passed her and left, carrying a whiff of alcohol. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with the kerosene lamp from the bedroom. Ji-won quickly went to meet him. "Go back, I need to find some clothes to change into in the wardrobe." Today, everyone was exhausted and sweaty. If they didn't shower, they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. "Okay."
They found some clothes to change into.
Ji-won held the lamp. Lin Zhengnan fetched water. He poured boiling water from the kettle, and steam rose up, making Lin Zhengnan's already flushed face look even more charming. Ji-won stood nearby silently watching, as if admiring a piece of art, her eyes full of affection. Unfortunately, Lin Zhengnan was distracted and unaware. He carried the hot water to the backyard, placed the bucket inside, then stood at the door without moving. Ji-won slipped past him and hurried into the shower room, casually placing the kerosene lamp on the windowsill. She took off her coat, then her close-fitting sweater. She was still wearing her homemade underwear, which had no buttons for convenience, just elastic like sports bras. Just as she was about to take off more, she suddenly felt a chill all over her body. She frowned, turned around, and saw Lin Zhengnan standing like a wooden post in the doorway. "Lin Zhengnan? What are you doing standing there?" She instinctively crossed her arms, but completely ignored her revealing chest. Lin Zhengnan's gaze was deep and mysterious, and his whole body felt like it was burning. He tried hard not to look, but his eyes kept drifting to that area, making him dizzy. Taking a deep breath, he nodded, closed the door with a bang, and mustered all his strength to step forward. He raised his hand to remove his apron but suddenly saw Ji-won's stunned face. "Lin Zhengnan, what are you doing?" Now it was Lin Zhengnan's turn to be stunned. He quickly lowered his hands, stood straight, and answered seriously. "Are we not taking a bath together?" "Did she say that? When did she say it?" Seeing how serious he looked, Ji-won started to recall carefully. After thinking for a while, she finally remembered and chuckled softly. "When I said together, I meant we wash one after the other. We can't both be completely and stand here washing each other, right?" After saying this, she wasn't sure if her eyes were playing tricks on her or what, but Lin Zhengnan seemed to blush. She instinctively took a step forward to look more closely, but Lin Zhengnan immediately turned around. "It was my misunderstanding. You go ahead and wash." Lin Zhengnan said this and turned to leave, but Ji-won suddenly reacted. She looked down at her outfit and realized it was a bit inappropriate. She looked up again and saw his ears turning red. Ji-won was initially quite shy, but now she felt a mischievous smile inside her and decided to tease him. Misunderstanding? She pretended to be surprised. Lin Zhengnan, do you really want to wash with me? Lin Zhengnan dared not answer and quickly opened the door to slip out, worried about making Jichun cold. He then closed the door swiftly. Jichun didn't give up and continued teasing him through the door. Since you want it so much, when the weather gets warmer, we can wash together. Outside, Lin Zhengnan's face turned red like a cooked shrimp. They are married, and they already have 2 children. Logically, he shouldn't feel shy. But deep down, he liked his wife. His usual serious face didn't mean he didn't want to be close to her. Every time Jichun sent him affectionate signals, he was completely unable to resist. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it might jump out of his chest. He pressed his hand to his chest, which was numb, took a deep breath, and sat down nearby. Listening to the gentle sound of water inside, he started to imagine things. Compared to before, when they had no interaction and just slept together, he looked forward to their emotional and physical closeness now. When they lived in the camp before, he heard elders say how comfortable it was to sleep holding his wife, but after so many years of marriage, he never experienced it himself. Now, just seeing his wife made his face flush and his heart race. If it really came to that, he couldn't even imagine. Tonight, the moonlight was beautiful. Lin Zhengnan waited outside and didn't feel bored. Instead, his mind kept drifting to his wife's graceful figure, and he felt a dry throat. He was eager to do something to distract himself. He took out a matchbox from his pocket, which he had casually put in after lighting the kerosene lamp earlier. He used to smoke before, but since marrying Jichun, he had quit. But quitting didn't mean he was addicted. He still smoked in certain situations. For now, he suddenly felt like smoking. He searched his whole body, but couldn't find a single cigarette. He got up and went back to the living room, found a box of unopened Hongta Mountain cigarettes. He took out one, put it in his mouth, and returned to the backyard to sit down, grabbing a match. Swish! The flame lit up, and he lit the cigarette. He pinched it between his fingers and took a puff. Lin Zhengnan. Jichun quickly took a shower, put on her pajamas, turned on the tap, and peeked outside, just catching a glimpse of a spark in the dark. Her voice suddenly stopped, and her gaze was a bit suspicious. Lin Zhengnan's heart raced. When he looked up and saw his wife's eyes, he quickly coughed twice and casually threw the cigarette on the ground to stomp it out. His movements were smooth and natural, like second nature. He suddenly stood up, his actions stiff, looking panicked as if caught, and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Jichun blinked, wondering if Lin Zhengnan was about to smoke just now.
Right?
If he wanted to smoke, just smoke. Why did he stomp it out? He fumbled around, looking flustered, worried she'd be angry. He was so adorable. Jichun held back her laughter, pretending not to see, and pushed open the door, saying, "It's okay, I've finished washing."
You can go in now.
She left the kerosene lamp inside, covered her coat tightly, and slipped inside under the moonlight.
You.
As she passed by, she only faintly heard Lin Zhengnan hesitating. Jichun thought he had something to say. What's wrong? Hearing her tone wasn't very happy, Lin Zhengnan felt regretful. He lowered his eyes and met his wife's porcelain-white face, feeling a tickle in his throat. "It's nothing, take your time." "Got it." Jichun hurried back to the bedroom. As they say, Lin Zhengnan is very thoughtful. When did he find the candles and light them? The bedroom was quite bright. She couldn't wait to pull back the quilt and lie down, feeling completely awake. Just thinking about her and Zhao Qiaoyu's big plan to make money made her so excited she couldn't sleep. When Lin Zhengnan finished tidying up and came back, she was wrapped in the quilt, lost in thought, eyes wide open. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lin Zhengnan sat on the edge of the bed, feeling a bit guilty. After all, his wife usually didn't let him smoke, and tonight he was caught red-handed. "She probably wasn't angry? Waiting for you, isn't it?" Jichun answered casually, making Lin Zhengnan feel even more loved. "What am I waiting for?" "To chat with you." Jichun lost her sleepiness immediately, jumped out of the bed, grabbed his arm excitedly, and said, "You asked me earlier what I talked about with Sister Zhao, right? Well, I'll tell you, we're planning to start a small business together."
Huh?
Lin Zhengnan thought he must have heard wrong. He put down the towel he was using to dry his hair and looked at her in disbelief. Doing business? Jichun stood up and sat properly. Yes, the two of us plan to grow bean sprouts and sell them. Lin Zhengnan became genuinely interested. He pulled back the blanket and sat up, and the couple leaned side by side against the headboard. Can she do it? I can. I read about it in a book before, and I plan to try it myself. Sister Zhao has already bought the beans, and in a few days, we'll see the results. If we can grow them successfully, we can sell them and make money. Jichun became more excited as she spoke. Especially during these lean times, resources are scarce. The supply and marketing cooperative has to fight for vegetables every day. If we can grow bean sprouts to improve our meals, I believe everyone would be happy to buy them. Plus, these sprouts only take a few days to grow. They are tender and crispy, not expensive, and taste great in stir-fries, soups, and stews. No one could refuse them, right? Lin Zhengnan thought seriously. If we really can grow them, I believe they will sell well. Not just the outside purchasing stations, even our unit could probably buy all of them. Jichun's eyes lit up. In her excitement, she quickly hugged his arm and asked happily, "Is that true?"
Yes.
"If it works well, I will report to the leaders and find more sales channels for you." Lin Zhengnan, thank you so much. I don't know if our bean sprouts will succeed, but I have to thank you for helping us think of a way. Jichun hugged him tightly, snuggling into his arms like a child. Lin Zhengnan felt his legs almost go weak. His wife's soft body was in his arms, as if she had no bones. He really wanted to reach out and touch her, hold her close. But would it be too sudden to do that directly? Before he could react, Jichun looked up at him with starry eyes, smiling happily. "When I make money, I'll give you a big red envelope." Lin Zhengnan's smile stretched almost to the back of his head. He nodded happily. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Jichun smiled, already imagining their bright future. "By then, we'll buy more houses and yards and a few more plots of land, aiming to become rich." The more Lin Zhengnan listened, the more uneasy he felt. He immediately scolded her with a serious face. "Jichun, that's a capitalist idea, and it's not good." He almost forgot that the times weren't right. She shouldn't speak recklessly anymore. Not this year, at least. Maybe next year, things will be less strict. Okay, my mistake." She quickly admitted her fault, her attitude sincere. Faced with Lin Zhengnan's serious face, she couldn't help but flatter him. No wonder our Commander Lin is so thoughtful and aware. However, we still need to buy a house and yard. I heard that outside, people can buy and sell freely now. We should earn more money to build a family estate. Although Lin Zhengnan doesn't go out much in the army, he keeps up with current events and knows what's happening outside. He nodded and reminded her, "Don't rush. Let's wait a year." Jichun knew his status meant she couldn't act recklessly, so she quickly agreed. "Yes, you're the head of the family. I'll listen to you." This sentence was full of emotional value. Even though Lin Zhengnan wanted to give advice, he immediately fell silent after hearing her words. "All right, go to sleep now." Jichun smiled and quickly snuggled into bed, holding his arm. They've been sleeping like this lately, and Lin Zhengnan was used to it. As long as there's no excessive emotional display, he can control hugging and cuddling. But if Jichun shows any affection, he immediately can't resist. Early the next morning, Jichun woke up just as dawn was breaking. When she opened her eyes, she was face to face with Lin Zhengnan. Both of them felt a bit awkward at that moment, and Jichun smiled. "How come you're awake too?" Lin Zhengnan is never a person to sleep in. Since he woke up, he immediately threw off the blanket and got up. "I wake up when it's time. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Jichun shook her head and quickly got up to dress. "I still need to go to Sister Zhou's place to grow bean sprouts. She probably woke up even earlier than me. If I don't go now, do you believe she'll come knocking on the door later?" The desire to earn money really motivates people. Seeing her quickly put on her clothes and prepare to leave, Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but remind her. "Take it slow. I'll go make breakfast first." "Okay." Jichun hurried out, bypassed the yard, and looked back. Zhou Qiaoyu was really standing at her door, looking eager.
See?
I was right. Zhou Qiaoyu had indeed gotten up early. Her clothes were neat and tidy, just like last night. Jichun even wondered if she hadn't slept all night. Shiaoin, why are you up so early? When she saw her, Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she went over to greet her.
Yuan snorted softly.
If I came later, would you just be waiting like this? Zhou Qiaoyu was caught and looked a bit embarrassed. She smiled. I wasn't really waiting for you. I just couldn't sleep. Talking about this, she got excited and led her inside. Last night, as soon as I lay down, my mind was full of bean sprouts, popping out constantly. Just thinking about making money soon kept me from sleeping. I kept tossing and turning like a crispy pancake. Jichun was amused and laughed loudly. I say, Sister Zhao, aren't you a bit too dramatic? You haven't even made money yet, and you can't sleep. When the money actually arrives in your pocket, let's see what you'll do. Zhou Qiaoyu also laughed. When the money's in my hand, I'll count it. I'll only sleep after counting enough. The two of them went into the kitchen, chatting and laughing. How's it going? Shiaoin, I really need to follow your method. All the beans have sprouted. Jichun went over to check and saw it was true. The beans were swollen from soaking, round and cute. Small sprouts were emerging around them, looking very happy. She rolled up her sleeves and poured out the water from the basin. Watch what I do next. You can learn from it. Zhou Qiaoyu rubbed her hands and stood nearby, watching carefully. Where's the gauze? Here. She took the gauze, laid it over a bamboo sieve, and poured all the soaked beans onto it to spread out. Then she covered them with a damp, thick towel and scooped a ladle of water to rinse everything down. You have fewer beans, so 1 ladle is enough. Make sure to rinse thoroughly 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Then we press a heavy object on top. Jichun looked around and used a nearby vegetable washing basin filled with water to press down.
Done.
She clapped her hands. But never lift the cover or expose it to light. Just leave it in this corner. Tomorrow, you can add more water to the basin to make it heavier, which will help the sprouts grow upward. Zhou Qiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I didn't realize there were so many tricks involved. I've learned a lot. Thanks, Shiaoin.
Yuan smiled.
Why thank me? Aren't we working together for mutual benefit? Once you learn, I won't interfere anymore. Let's see how they grow in 3 days. Since this process can't be exposed to light, lifting the cover to check isn't allowed. Besides watering and pressing down, there's nothing else to do. My presence doesn't make much difference. Don't worry, Shiaoin. I'll handle these next couple of days. Yes, 3 days should be enough. Since it's just an experiment, if they grow well, we can officially start working.
Great.
Zhou Qiaoyu cheerfully shouted. She chuckled. You can go back now, Shiaoin. I won't see you off. Jichun responded happily and went home in a good mood. When she arrived, Xiaochun and the others hadn't gotten up yet. Lin Zhengnan was in the kitchen washing vegetables. What should we have for breakfast? Lin Zhengnan turned around and saw that she looked a bit uncomfortable. I think I'll cook some noodles. Sure, I'll do it. Let's make scallion oil noodles. Jichun smiled and leaned in to give instructions. You go pick some scallions, wash them, and cut them into long pieces. We'll wait until the kids wake up, then we'll cook. Okay. Lin Zhengnan immediately put down the vegetables in his hand, wiped his hands, and went to the backyard to pick scallions. Passing by the stairs, he saw a cigarette from last night lying nearby. His eyes twitched. He quickly bent down, picked it up, and threw it into the nearby toilet. Jichun was unaware and, since it was still early, went to plant all the strawberries. She poured some spiritual spring water into a basin, diluted it, and used a gourd scoop to water the plants. Lin Zhengnan came back with a bunch of scallions and asked, what kind of flowers are being grown here? Not flowers, strawberries. Strawberries? Lin Zhengnan looked surprised. You know how to grow them? Jichun responded quickly and asked, do you know about this? If he didn't, he would ask what strawberries were, like Xiaochun did. I've eaten them before, during missions. We don't usually have them around here. Jichun smiled and quickly went over to ask. Are the strawberries you ate tasty?
Sweet?
It's been a while, and Lin Zhengnan told the truth. They're a bit sour, not very sweet. It seems the variety has been improved. In later generations, strawberries became large and very sweet, especially around Dandong, where some could be as big as a fist. She hadn't eaten the current strawberries either, so she could only try watering them with spiritual spring water first. A good reputation can be built quietly. Alright, I was lucky to buy these seeds. I don't know if they'll grow well. They can be harvested twice a year. If they're big, juicy, and sweet, we might even sell them. But how to sell them needed more discussion. It wouldn't be cheap. They were aiming for a high-end market with only 10 plants, using hunger marketing. Okay, let's try. Lin Zhengnan didn't have high hopes. First, these weren't their local varieties, and the soil wasn't suitable. Plus, he heard growing them was quite troublesome. But he wouldn't crush his wife's confidence. She had quit her job to stay at home, and if she had nothing to do, she might overthink. Growing some vegetables and fruits now was undoubtedly the best way to pass the time. Are the scallions all sorted? Yeah, give them to me. I'll go cut them. Lin Zhengnan moved aside to let her take the scallions.
I'll go.
You take a break. He had been busy since early morning. Jichun followed behind him with her hands behind her back, like a little tail. While waiting for the children to wake up and finish their scallion oil noodles, Luyan from across the street came again. She was holding a bowl in her arms and asked, "Sister, are you home?" Jichun was busy braiding Yuyu's hair when she heard the noise and quickly asked someone to come in. "Is sister-in-law here?" "Come in and sit." Luyan peeked inside cautiously. This was their first meeting since the incident. She was a bit nervous and felt awkward once inside. In contrast, Jichun seemed to act as if nothing had happened at all. Yuyu sat in her lap and politely greeted Annie hello. Luyan smiled and said, "Oh, so you're braiding Yuyu's hair? You're really good at it." Jichun was braiding 4 strands, which was simple, and the little girl liked it. Why did sister-in-law come? Luyan put the bowl she was holding on the nearby table. "I brought you the bowl. Speaking of which, I should blame Lao Zhao. That meat was for you all to eat, but he took some and ate it, not caring about losing face. The bowl was washed very clean. By the way, I also want to apologize to you, little sister." Since she had started, Luyan didn't hesitate anymore and spoke in one breath. "It's all because of Xiaoqin causing trouble and adding to your problems. I didn't even have the face to see you. Now, I'm here to sincerely apologize. I guarantee she won't bother you again. This time, I am determined to send her back to the countryside. Whether she gets married or runs away from home, I won't have anything to do with her. If it weren't for my mother, I would have cut ties with her long ago. She wasn't stupid. Having such a sister meant she was a ticking time bomb. You never knew when she might you up completely. She had once still held on to old feelings and tried to give her a chance, but now it was impossible. At that time, she made Lu Xiaoqin kneel and slapped her several times. Her sister probably hated her to death now. It didn't matter. As long as her own small family was happy, she had done her best for Lu Xiaoqin. After talking for a while and seeing that Jichun didn't react much, Luyan felt worried. She really had a habit of bringing up sensitive topics. Clearly, her sister didn't want to hear Lu Xiaoqin's nonsense. Why was she rambling? She wished she could slap herself. She quickly changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, sister, the dress you made for me yesterday fits very well. I really like it. The size is just right. Please make me 3 more, 1 like this and 2 bigger ones." She spoke and quickly stood up, took some money from her pocket, and handed it over. "We're sisters, so I won't talk about selling or not selling. This is your hard-earned money. You must take it." Jichun looked up and saw only the surface of the large unity, but it seemed there was more inside. She was not polite and immediately pointed out that the fabric used for the underwear was expensive and the design was new. She had worked overtime to cover the handmade costs. The fabric costs still needed to be charged, but the other 2 items were waived. "Just give me the fabric money, sister-in-law. We won't talk about anything else." Luyan nodded repeatedly. "All right, here it is. I'll go now." Afraid Jichun would come after her, She quickly turned and disappeared in a flash. Why are you in such a hurry, sister-in-law? Sit for a while. She looked out for a long time but didn't hear any response. What's wrong with her? Is she in a rush? Yuyu, despite being young, loved money very much. She knew this money could buy candies or meat. After her hair was braided, she immediately ran to the table, tiptoed, picked up the money, and waved it at Jiwon. Mom, money. She personally handed the money to Jiwon, placing it in her hand and watching eagerly. Buy candies. Little glutton. Jiwon pinched her face. Isn't there still milk candies and cookies at home? They were bought at the department store last time. She thought Xiaochun would go back the next day and even asked her to take some. But unexpectedly, they played for several days, and there was still quite a bit left. She planned to let her take it all back later. Still want to buy more. Yuyu jumped around happily, her big eyes shining brightly. Jiwon smiled and said, finish what's at home first, then buy more. What if they go bad? As she spoke, she spread out her hand with the money. It felt quite thick, probably around 10 or so yuan. 10 yuan was a lot. Most people's average monthly salary was only 40 or 50. 10 yuan could buy 4 pieces of underwear. Honestly, she was making a big profit. Happily, she unfolded the money, but when she saw the few large unity notes inside, Ji-won was stunned. Yuyu pointed at the pictures on the notes and asked, Mom, how many candies can I buy with this? Ji-won quickly snapped back to reality. You won't finish eating them in a year. She kissed her daughter's head, opened the notes, and counted. There was 50 yuan in total. That was half a month's allowance for brother Zhao, or the average monthly salary for an ordinary person. With so much money, she could buy 4 pieces of underwear. Did sister-in-law Lu take the wrong amount? Ji-won didn't dare delay, and immediately stood up to remind her. Yuyu, go find your aunt. Don't run around, okay?
Mom has to go out.
She hurried to the Zhao family across the street. After explaining her purpose, Lu Yun smiled. No mistake, that's the amount. Sister, just keep it. I've already counted it. 50 yuan for 4 pieces of underwear, just right. You asked for help with some manual work that costs money, like buying fabric, transportation, fabric tickets, and so on. Everywhere you go, it's money. Ji-won quickly denied. That's not necessary. I think I only need 20 pieces. 20 is quite a lot. She took out 2 large bundles of money, and the rest she threw onto the nearby table. Sis-in-law, take good care of this. I'm going back now. Lu Yun saw she didn't want to take the money and hurriedly chased after her. Helping someone make clothes already owed her a big favor. If she kept taking advantage of her with money, what kind of person would she be? Girl, you should put that away quickly. It's not good to cause a fuss during the day. She directly shoved the money into Ji-won's clothes. Don't tear it, please. My belly is so big now. If you bump into me, what will you do? Keep this money for yourself. If you have new clothing designs in the future, just think of me first. Ji-won really didn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing how big her belly was, she was even scared and took a step back. Lu Yun saw this and couldn't help but smile. All right, it's settled. I need to go now. You should go back quickly. Worried she might give the money back, Lu Yun directly told her to leave. Ji-won had no choice but to keep the money. She looked down and took out the money from her clothes. She nodded. Okay, I was planning to make clothes anyway. I'll make 2 for you then. She wasn't lying. She originally planned to make 2 pieces for herself, with zippers at the chest for easy breastfeeding when she has her second child. Now that she had received more money from Lu Yun, her plan to make clothes had to be moved up a bit. Judging by her pregnancy, she probably had about 4 months left before giving birth. She wanted to finish making the clothes before Lu Yun went into labor. If she had extra, she could also make 2 small outfits for her second child. Excited, she took the money home. This was probably her first earnings, right? She thought it would come from selling vegetables or bean sprouts, but it turned out to be from underwear. A happy surprise. She was sitting in the living room humming a tune, feeling very happy. Outside, Lin Zhengnan, who was moving stones, stepped in and looked a bit stunned. What's got you so happy? Today was his day off. Remembering his wife's instructions, He asked around and brought back some broken bricks and stones to build a vegetable garden. His hands were covered in mud, and after 2 trips, his forehead was sweaty. He was only wearing a vest, showing his strong arms and powerful chest. Jiwon looked at him unexpectedly, and her face turned red and her heart beat faster. Realizing suddenly that his outfit was unusual, she asked again, "Lin Zhengnan, where did you go? Why are you dressed like that?" Lin Zhengnan looked back at the yard. "Move the stones." She followed his gaze and saw 2 baskets outside, filled with broken bricks and some flat stones. "Are these for enclosing the vegetable garden in the front yard?" Her face lit up with happiness. She leaned over and asked, "Where did you get them?" "Behind our camp, from the leftover stove bricks. I asked if anyone wanted them, but no one did, so I brought them back."
Wow.
This person really works quietly on big things. Without a word, he ran off to work, and she had no idea. Thinking about Lin Zhengnan, he's the same in 2 lives. If he promises something, he will find time to do it properly. He's honest, willing to work hard, and never complains. He's not very talkative, and he doesn't know how to show concern, but he's stubborn and kind-hearted, a rare good husband. Thinking of this, Jiwon felt a little emotional. Seeing him so tired, she quickly went over to ask, "Why didn't you say anything? It would be nice if we went together. The camp is quite far, right? Why did you just eat and not rest a bit before going? You'll ruin your stomach. And why are you dressed so lightly? It's sunny, but isn't it still windy? What if you catch a cold? Hurry and put on some clothes, have a glass of water." Jiwon kept nagging. She quickly took out his jacket and put on him, then ran inside to pour a cup of warm water. She added some spiritual spring water and a pinch of salt. She hurriedly handed it to him, then gently massaged his shoulder. "Why did you go today?" "Honestly, it's not urgent. We can take our time to move when we're free. You brought so much back. Aren't your shoulders sore?" She said this while carefully checking his shoulders, her concern obvious. She was like a busy little bee. The whole house was in chaos, bustling and chattering nonstop. Lin Zhengnan sat on the sofa, watching her. His usually cold eyes softened into gentle warmth. Suddenly, she took off his clothes, and he felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly grabbed her hand, smiled, and said, "Since I have time, I might as well go move it. Enclosing the yard will look better." Knowing Ji-won was worried about him, his heart felt as sweet as honey. Seeing how silly he looked, Ji-won felt guilty. She was the type to give orders, no matter how small. If she didn't do it herself, she'd get angry. But if she went all out to do it, she'd feel guilty. Your quiet, stubborn personality really isn't good. Luckily, it's at home. If you were outside, wouldn't you get into trouble? Lin Zhengnan chuckled. Home and outside are definitely different. Ji-won didn't mind and carefully checked him. She found only some redness on his shoulder, and then relaxed. Seeing him holding the cup without drinking water and just smiling foolishly at himself, she said, "Drink some water to quench your thirst. I added some salt inside to help replenish your salt levels." Lin Zhengnan didn't quite understand, but since his wife asked him to drink, he did. After drinking, his throat felt less dry and hoarse. "Would you like to drink some more?" "Yes." Ji-won went inside to pour him more water and added some spiritual spring water this time. After drinking, Lin Zhengnan felt much less tired. He put down the cup, and a handkerchief was handed to him. Ji-won gently wiped his sweat, saying softly, "Would you like me to wet a cloth and wash your face? The bricks have been moved back, and we can just surround the area later. It shouldn't be so tiring."
Okay.
Enjoying his wife's care was rare, so Lin Zhengnan naturally wouldn't refuse. Ji-won washed his face again, and, using the basin of water in front of him, also washed his hands. Warm water flowed between her fingers as her gentle, soft hands brushed and rubbed his rough palms. She opened his fingers and washed each finger thoroughly. Lin Zhengnan looked down intently. Was this holding hands? Ji-won didn't know what he was thinking, but gently pinched his fingertips to share. "Didn't I make some clothes for my sister-in-law before? The one I gave to brother Zhao last night, and today she gave me 50 yuan to make 4 pieces for her." Lin Zhengnan's eyes twitched in disbelief. 50? Are you shocked? Didn't expect it to be so much? Lin Zhengnan nodded honestly. Actually, I could sell each piece for 10 yuan easily. If I was a bit more ruthless, I could sell 11 or 12. Do you believe that? Lin Zhengnan really didn't understand. The steel ring bras were introduced about 7 or 8 years later, and I heard they were very expensive, over 200 yuan each. What she made wasn't steel ring, with elastic bands on the back, making it more comfortable. She could make more styles, which should sell for more money. But people hadn't seen much of this yet, so their acceptance was limited. She could only earn a little among acquaintances. Later things, later talk. She didn't even have the capital now. She was taking things step by step. Did you see that in a book? Lin Zhengnan suddenly spoke. Jiwan blurted out, yes. There are treasures in books, not just talk. She smiled proudly, full of confidence. Now you know I'm a treasure, right? I have many skills, and even if I don't know something, I can learn it just by reading books. Lin Zhengnan lowered his eyes and nodded seriously. Yes, I already knew that. When it comes to reading, Fengqing even has a university. Many students enrolled last year and they all read books. But they don't know how to farm or make clothes. However, his wife can do those things. So, it's not about reading. It's because his wife is clever and quick-witted. Will he have to rely on his wife's support in the future? Lin Zhengnan felt a bit worried. As his wife becomes more talented, his role as a husband seems less important, and his status might be at risk. Seeing him distracted, Jiwan gently pinched his palm. A tingling, numbing feeling spread, and he felt relaxed.
What are you thinking about?
So focused? Lin Zhengnan instinctively clenched his hand and quickly snapped back to reality. Nothing. After Jiwan carefully washed his hand and dried it with a towel, Yuyu, who had been playing outside, ran over and reached out to her. Mom, are you washing Dad's hands? I want to wash mine too. She immediately dunked her hand into the basin. Hey, this water is dirty. I'll get a new basin of water. Taking some soap, Jiwan washed her daughter's hands. Jichun, who came in behind, watched with envy. She kept her silence, wanting to say something but never did. Jiwan noticed the hopeful look in her eyes and smiled. Xiao, do you want to wash your hands too? Jichun blushed at being called and shyly backed her hands behind her back, shaking her head to refuse. I don't need to. She smiled awkwardly and secretly looked at her hands. They were too rough. The edges of her nails were cracked, and her nails were a bit black. Not dirt, but the stain from doing farm work often. Compared to Jiwan's hands, white, delicate, and beautiful, with slender fingers as tender as green onions, she couldn't imagine how different her own hands looked. Come on, little auntie. The soap makes your hands slippery and clean. Yuyu also eagerly invited her. Jichun shook her head. Yes, they all use soap to wash their hands, but her family couldn't even afford to wash their face with proper soap. Hurry up, little auntie. Seeing her hesitate, Yuyu stepped forward and pulled her. Jichun wanted to run away, but it was too late. She could only walk over under Jiwan's watchful eyes. Come on, I'll wash your hands. Jiwan took her hand and dipped it into warm water. Looking at her own hands through the rippling water, she felt even uglier. Her fingers were thick, with large knuckles that looked strong. My sister, do you think my hands look especially ugly? She hesitantly said, finally voicing her concern. Jiwan was momentarily surprised, not expecting this. When she looked into her sister's embarrassed and uncomfortable eyes, she understood that the young girl also cares about her appearance and might be feeling upset now. She smiled and took her sister's hand to look at it. Where's it ugly? Isn't it cute and chubby? Let me see, your hands are cracked. Remember to use the snow cream so they don't split. She gently rubbed her sister's fingers, feeling a bit worried. It's hard work for little Chun. Back home, she helps our parents with chores, and here she helps me dig the ground. Your rough hands show you're diligent. That's a sign you're sensible, not that they're ugly. Jichun blinked, feeling a strong wave of sadness. No one had ever spoken to her like that before. She forced a smile, trying to hold back her tears, and asked in a choked voice, "Really?" "Of course, it's true. If I worked every day, my hands would be even rougher. But I'm just lazy, you see," Jiwon said with a shy smile. "Look, all the chores at home are done by you and your brother-in-law. I just enjoy myself, and I'm grateful you don't mind." Jichun bit her lip. She would never dislike her sister. Yuyu saw that her aunt looked like she was about to cry, so she quickly wiped her hands, took out her small handkerchief, and tiptoed to wipe her aunt's tears. "Auntie, don't cry. Your face will get all wrinkled, and that's not pretty. Are you upset?" She stretched to reach and gently wiped Jichun's eyes. Everyone was amused by how adorable she was. "I'm happy," Jichun said. "Then why are you crying if you're happy?" Jichun couldn't explain and looked at Jiwon for help. Jiwon smiled and dried Jichun's hands. "All right, Yuyu. Take your aunt to wash her hands and put some nice scent on them." "Okay." The little girl happily waved her handkerchief and held Jichun's hand to leave. Jiwon smiled as she went to pour water. When she returned, Lin Zhengnan was sitting quietly on the sofa, waiting for her. Seeing her gentle way of talking to her sister-in-law earlier, his heart softened. She wiped her hands, placed the basin aside, and suddenly remembered something. She sat down next to him. "By the way, Lin Zhengnan, how much money do we have left? If the bean sprouts from Zhou's side grow well, we might need to buy baskets and big jars to grow more. I'll pay for that." She explained the purpose of the money. But Lin Zhengnan didn't need to know. He got up and went inside to get his passbook. "All the family's money is here. Take a look and use it as you wish." Jiwon opened it and saw 4,000 yuan. So much? How come she doesn't remember them being so rich in her past life? There is also your 2,000 yuan bride price inside, which can't be touched. The rest, about 2,000 yuan, is yours to use. That makes sense. Lin Zhengnan has been in the army for many years. He lives and eats in the military, receives allowances, and gets extra pay for missions. Over time, he has saved quite a bit. Before marriage, most of this money was given to his mother-in-law and family, so they lived comfortably back home. After marriage, the remaining money was used for the bride price and buying things for their home. Jiwon now has her own salary, and both families contribute support. Over 5 years, they mostly saved money. If they didn't spend so much on good food and meat every day, they could have saved even more. Holding so much money, Jiwon felt a bit nervous. If they tighten their belts a little more, wouldn't they become wealthy? Maybe she should just relax and do nothing. But then she thought about buying a house and yard, raising 2 children, and how she couldn't stay at home doing nothing. She decided to keep working hard. Besides, she didn't want Lin Zhengnan to be so tired or to take dangerous missions all the time. All of this shouldn't be touched. "Do you have any small change?" Lin Zhengnan coughed and looked a bit embarrassed. "No, the small change was taken by my mother. Recently, we've bought a lot of things at home, so there's not much left. I might get some next month when I receive my allowance." He felt ashamed because they promised to support his wife, but he couldn't even give her small change. "If it's not enough, I can ask my superiors for a task." "No." Ji-won quickly interrupted him, worried. "This isn't an urgent mission from above. Why ask about that? If there's nothing, then there isn't. I have 50 yuan here, enough." Worried he might overthink, she explained, "I'm just asking, not forcing you to give me money. I'm happy with our current situation. I don't need you risking your life to earn money. Just do your job well. Both I and the kids depend on you." She handed the passbook back to Lin Zhengnan.
"You're the head of our family. Keep the money." He took it and said nothing.
As long as she wanted to use the money, it was fine whoever had it. "Okay." Lin Zhengnan looked down, watching their hands together, feeling their hearts were closer. After resting, the couple went to the yard to enclose the vegetable garden.
"Yes."
After tidying up, everything looks much better. "What's growing inside here?" Lin Zhengnan was busy working. He had no idea what vegetables were planted. Over there are eggplants and tomatoes, and here are watermelons. Watermelons? Didn't you plant some in the backyard before? Jiwon nodded. The backyard is the backyard, and this is here. There aren't many in total. I planted them for us to eat. They could sell them too, but first, they should taste the flavor. She planned to sell at a higher price. 2 days passed quickly. Jichun packed up and prepared to go back. Maybe because their twins had a special connection, Jidong happened to come to the residential area to find her. Thinking about how their second sister had been living here for so long, Jidong felt very annoyed. Look, your mom will probably scold you when you go back, right? She let you play all day, and you didn't even attend the banquet. Hearing this, Jichun finally remembered that she and their mom went to the city to buy gifts for the upcoming celebration. She had been so absorbed in playing at her older sister's house that she completely forgot. So, what should I do? I plan to go back today. Hurry up and leave. Why did you suddenly think of finding me today? Don't get too full of yourself. Who's looking for you?
Jidong not impatenti.
I heard from classmates that they bought a lot of study materials from the recycling station. Cheap and practical, some even have notes on them. I was excited and went to check, but after flipping through for a long time, I found nothing. His disappointment at making a pointless trip was heard clearly by Jiwon. She came out holding 2 cups of milk tea. Little Dong hadn't had any yet, so she boiled some for him to try. Little Dong, why suddenly want to buy study materials?
Jidong's my.
Aren't we about to take the middle school entrance exam? The teacher told us to look around. Maybe we can find some exam papers from different schools, which would help us review.
Ivan suddenly understood.
Didn't find any? He let out a disappointed hum, then comforted himself. Opportunities don't come every day, so it's normal.
Ivan pondered thoughtfully. There are still 2 months left.
Maybe I can find some. The principal also mentioned that if she wanted to go to university, she could offer some help. Since she could assist with the college entrance exam, she should be able to help with the middle school exam too. She wasn't planning to go to university herself, but her younger brother and sister had to take the exam. Really? Sister, thank you. Jidong's eyes lit up. Don't thank me too early. I might not find anything. But still, thank you. Thank you for caring about us.
Ivan laughed softly.
That mischievous boy, his words were surprisingly sweet. Come on, drink some milk tea. I made it. Milk tea. What is it? Jidong looked over confusedly at the light brown milk tea and felt curious. Jichun cheered. Milk tea is here. Xiao Dong. Drink it quickly. I made it myself. It's really good. I wanted to sell some, but she wouldn't agree. Making this tea costs too much. Sugar is rare, so he only drinks a little, and because it's expensive, no one wants to buy it. They can't make high-end products because the costs are too high, and lowering the costs for low-end products isn't possible, so they just make it for themselves. Jichun took a tentative sip and exclaimed happily. The taste was so good, he jumped up. There was a bit of milk on his mouth, and at first glance, he looked like he had a white beard. He chewed his lip, tasted a few more sips, and the more he drank, the more annoyed he felt inside. Good job, Jichun. No wonder you stay here at Big Sister's place all the time, eating and drinking well every day. Why not? I wanted to. You go back now, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here, for a few more days. Jichun was very angry.
No.
Mom told us both to go back. Besides, I'm not just eating for free. I came here to take care of my sister. I agreed with Big Sister that once she has the second child, I'll come to help her with her postpartum care. Jidong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiwon. Sis, is that true? Jiwon liked watching them argue and nodded with a smile. Yes, and you can come too when the time comes. Jichun pouted. What for? I can do laundry, cook, and take care of the kids for Big Sister. It's not suitable for him to come. Why not? I can work in the fields, right? I've planted so many vegetables. I don't need to tidy up. And I can bring fish too? Seeing them about to argue again, Jiwon quickly waved her hand to stop the fight. All right, both of you can come. When the time comes, we'll divide the work. I'd love that. Finally, the brother and sister were satisfied. Jiwon felt even more content. The family's inherited servant is still the best. The siblings looked at each other, full of anticipation. Anything to serve Big Sister was fine with them. In the afternoon, Jiwon sent them out of the yard. Usually they came carrying big bags, but now it was their turn to carry the bags home. She had made clothes for them, bought daily necessities and snacks at the supply store, and even packed 2 big bags of vegetables from the backyard. Although their hometown Zhongmiao was also planting vegetables, hers was infused with spiritual spring water, so it was different. The siblings reluctantly waved goodbye, fighting back tears as they left. For the first time, Jiwon felt the bond of family love through her brother and sister. She smiled and watched them go, feeling a little sad. Yuyu was much calmer and held Jiwon's hand to comfort her. Mom, Auntie, and Uncle will come later. Don't be sad. Jiwon nodded. Okay, Yuyu is so good. You even comforted Mom? She picked up her daughter and kissed her on the forehead. Maybe Jiwon usually showed a lot of love for her daughter, and since Yuyu was still young, she learned by copying. Her words were sweet, even more so than her mom, and she was good at acting cute. Because Yuyu loves Mom. How much do you love me? When Jiwon asked this, it really stumped the little girl. She frowned like a caterpillar, thought for a long time, then opened her arms wide to show. Very cute, super, universe love. Ah. Jiwon burst out laughing. Where did you learn that? Yuyu covered her mouth and giggled. I learned it from brother Xiao Jun. Good, smart. Mom is very happy with that answer. Yuyu was so happy she hugged her neck and counted. I like Grandma, Auntie, Grandma. She didn't mention Lin Zhengnan, and it was lucky he wasn't there, or he might get jealous. Where's Dad? Yuyu blinked her bright eyes. I love Dad. Love Mom the most, then love Dad. Jiwon suddenly understood. So, besides them, everyone else liked, but they loved, right? Understanding her daughter's purpose in answering this way, she couldn't help but kiss her daughter several times. Thinking about the materials Xiao Dong and the others needed, Jiwon went to school with Yuyu right after dinner the next day. Seeing Jiwon again, the principal was so happy he came forward to greet her, pulled out a chair, and invited her to sit. Teacher Ji, come sit. Why did you think of coming today? Jiwon was a bit surprised and sat down, then suggested, if the principal doesn't mind, you can call me Shiaoin from now on. Don't call me Teacher Ji anymore. I'm not teaching at the school now. Changing the way she addressed him made their relationship closer. The principal was also casual. All right, then don't call me principal.
Call me Aunt Liao.
Her original name was Liao Min, so that was fine. Jiwon smiled. Then I'll be bold and call you Aunt Liao from now on. Liao Min was very happy. Her son and daughter were about the same age as Jiwon. Usually, she was so busy with work that she had no time to spend with them. Both children were already in their 20s, but they hadn't started families yet. Both she and her husband were very worried. Seeing the smiling fishy beside her, Liao Min felt her heart melt. She looked at the young girl's fair face and asked, Is this your child, Xiaowan? Why didn't you bring her to school? Jiwon glanced at her daughter and said, I brought her last time, but I didn't let her come up. Liao Min was very happy and asked, Why not bring her today? There's no one else in my office. She immediately stood up, remembered she had 2 small cookies given by the teacher in her pocket, and quickly took them out to give to Fish. Here, have some. Fish looked at Jiwon's encouraging eyes, opened her little hands, and gratefully accepted the cookies. Thank you, Auntie. Jiwon smiled and said, Call me Grandma. Fish blinked and sweetly said, But Grandma doesn't look old at all. This made Liao Min laugh out loud. She usually kept a serious face, so her sudden smile surprised Jiwon a bit. It seemed she really liked children. Who says the title depends on age? It's about the family rank. Grandma Liao is of a higher rank than me, so you should call her Grandma, right? Fish nodded happily and snuggled into Jiwon's arms, probably feeling a bit shy about calling the wrong person.
Thank you, Grandma.
Liao Min exclaimed happily, her eyes shining as she looked at the little girl. If only her son could give her such a well-behaved granddaughter. Fish smiled, opened her cookies, took a bite, and found them tasty. She immediately fed one to Jiwon. Mommy, eat. After Jiwon ate, she held out the cookie to feed Liao Min. Grandma, eat too. Jiwon was surprised that the little girl didn't keep the cookies to herself and was happy to share. Okay, thank you. Liao Min happily ate the cookie. What's her name? Why is she so well behaved? She's called Lin Yu, but we call her Fish Fish. Oh, what a cute name. Fish Fish was very happy to be praised. She knew Grandma was kind, so she wasn't shy anymore. She climbed onto the nearby table and started jumping around. After sitting for a while, Jiwon remembered her work and quickly asked, "By the way, Auntie Liao, can you find some review materials for the middle school entrance exam? Can I buy some?" Liaomin immediately became serious and said, "The middle school exam? Aren't you preparing for the college entrance exam?" Jiwon explained, "No, I'm looking for materials for my younger brother and sister. They have exams coming up soon. As for the college entrance exam, that's still a while away. If I wanted to take it, I'd definitely ask for your help, Auntie Liao." Liaomin suddenly understood and said, "I do have some, but I need to look for them. Your family lives in the apartment complex across the street, right? I found someone to deliver it to you." Ji-won was startled. "No, that won't do. How can I trouble you to make a trip? Find someone to send me a message, and I'll come to pick it up myself." At this point, Liaomin felt a bit embarrassed to say more. "Actually, I wanted to visit your home and see what vegetables you have. To be honest, the last time you gave me some vegetables, I ate them all. They tasted especially good, tender, and sweet. The ones I bought outside don't taste the same. After eating, I kept craving more and wanted to visit you, but I didn't have the courage to come over." Ji-won was surprised. Are they really that delicious? Maybe she mostly ate vegetables from her own garden and hadn't compared them with store-bought ones, so she couldn't tell the difference. Seeing Liao Min's face turn a bit red with embarrassment, it didn't seem like she was lying.
Yvonne smiled.
"Aunt Liao, there's no need to be so polite. If you want to eat, just come and pick some. I have some vegetable seedlings, stalks, chives, garlic sprouts, and green onions. But the garlic is starting to sprout, so you can take it home to stir-fry with meat." Liao Min was so pleased by her generosity that she couldn't hide her happiness. "Really? Then I'll come by in a couple of days to see, and I'll also bring you some materials." "Sure. It's easy to find my house. Just ask around when you get there." After they agreed, Ji-won took Fish and went back home. Having resolved Xiao Dong and the others' worries, Ji-won felt very happy. On the way, she stopped at the service station and bought some beef. She planned to make steamed beef with rice for lunch, and there would be leftovers for stir-fried vegetables at night. When she got home, she just poured out the rice and flour, and Zhou Qiaoyu rushed in, calling loudly, Xiaowan, it's been 3 days. Can we check on the bean sprouts now?" Ji-won had completely forgotten about this. Hearing this, she exclaimed and quickly grabbed her daughter to run outside. "Yes, we can check now. Let's go quickly." They were so excited, laughing and talking as they hurried to Zhou Qiaoyu's house. In the kitchen, Ji-won carefully carried out the basin of water on top, removed the towel covering it, and both held their breath as they looked inside. "They've sprouted!" Zhou Qiaoyu exclaimed excitedly and hurriedly took out the colander. The gauze was neatly filled with a bunch of bean sprouts. It had only been 3 days, so the sprouts weren't very long, but they looked fresh and tender. They both looked surprised and happy. Zhou Qiaoyu reached out and pinched one. "Wow, so tender. These can be eaten directly. But if they wanted to sell them, 5 days would be better." Zhou Qiaoyu casually popped one into her mouth, and her eyes widened after tasting it. "So sweet. Xiaowan, your skills are amazing. The food you make is fresh and sweet. We are going to get rich." Ji-won also tried a piece and agreed it was very tasty. Spring water from the spiritual spring always makes high-quality products. It looks like they are really going to get rich. "Xiaowan, should I go buy beans and baskets this afternoon? If we buy early, we can start cooking sooner and make money faster." Ji-won thought about her schedule today. She didn't have much to do, but is going shopping this afternoon too soon? Maybe we should go tomorrow? We need to get up early, and will there be good beans left in the afternoon? Usually they are already picked over. Zhou Qiaoyu was surprised. It seemed true. She smiled and said, "Our Xiaowan is so smart. People who have studied are different. My child must go to school and take the college exam." She was proud and confident, making Ji-won smile quietly. You don't even have a partner, so why think so far ahead? Honestly, Zhao Jia, if you want to find someone, I can ask Lin Zhengnan to keep an eye out for you. Yang Feng is in the same army as Lin Zhengnan. Doesn't he dislike Zhao Jia because she's from the countryside and was a foster daughter? Look at him now. Later, I'll ask Lin Zhengnan to introduce you to a higher-ranking officer so you can see that Zhao Jia is not unwanted. I want to find someone, but I have nothing now. Just wait. When I become better, I'll find someone even better. Ji-won was surprised and thought Zhao Jia's attitude was very high. She had lived 2 lives after all. She smiled and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. First, we need to earn money and buy more nice clothes to wear. She looked at Zhou Qiaoyu in front of her. Zhou Jia has a really good figure. Curvy and slightly plump, with a waist like an hourglass. She usually wears very modest clothes, but now in a close-fitting sweater, her figure was clear. An oval face, skin that was once sun-darkened. Maybe because she's been here for a while or because of the vegetables grown with spiritual spring water. Now her skin was much lighter. With her naturally beautiful willow leaf eyebrows, she looked very pretty. Why wear such nice clothes? Looking flashy. I prefer loose clothes. This outfit was given to her by her mother before she left, to wear when meeting Yang Feng. She didn't even see him before being turned down, so she didn't get a chance to wear it. Now that the weather is warmer, she just wears it at home. Oh, people rely on their clothes, and horses rely on their saddles. Respect the clothes first, then the person. Our women should dress nicely, otherwise, who will take a second look at you when you're walking down the street? That's true. She used to go to the market in the countryside and no one paid attention to her. Now that she's in the city, some men secretly look at her, and she is noticed. Shiaoin, am I looking fairer than before? She touches her face, full of hope. Yes, much fairer. Now you look like you don't do any work. Zhou Qiaoyu giggles nonstop. Compared to Shiaoin, her skin isn't very fair, but among the crowd, she is a bit whiter than average. Oh, stop talking. I was born to work. How can I not work? If I just lie around at home all day, I'd be lazy to death. She waves her hand. Let's earn some money first, then buy some dresses. I promise I'll find a good partner. Ji-won agrees, that's right. I'll make you 2 dresses. You'll look so beautiful they'll be stunned. Zhou Qiaoyu has met Lu Yun twice and heard her say she made clothes for Shiaoin. Turns out it's true? Shiaoin, you can make clothes? Of course. Just wait, I'll surprise you soon. She plans to make 2 sets of underwear for Zhou Jia too. Hee. She's sure that if Zhou Jia wears her underwear under the sweater and stands in front of Yang Feng, he'll be so handsome that he'll drool. Thinking of this, Ji-won can't wait. That man is so shallow. He doesn't like rural women or the childhood bride who took care of him.
Who does he like then?
He's blinded by greed. When he chases his wife and it backfires, he'll regret it to death. In his past life, after realizing Zhou Jia's goodness, he clung to her desperately. He's not sure if he managed to win her over. In this life, having her might mean his pursuit of his wife will end even sooner. At noon, Ji-won made steamed beef with rice, but didn't cook any rice. This dish is very filling. She served it with some cilantro and chili powder, added salt and MSG, mixed it, and it was delicious. She was swallowing her saliva while washing cilantro. After Lin Zhengnan finished training and came home, he smelled the aroma, and his stomach started growling loudly. Wife, what are we having today? As soon as he spoke, he realized he had blurted out his feelings. Usually, he just called her by her name, feeling that calling her wife was too intimate and worried Ji-won might object. But now, he couldn't help but say it. Ji-won came out of the room, smiling happily. I made steamed beef, and I'll prepare some cold vegetables too. That's about it. Eating only beef can get boring, so she added some greens to balance it out. She didn't notice that her way of addressing him had changed. Lin Zhengnan looked calm, but secretly felt happy inside. Could I call him like this from now on? He nodded, walked forward, hung up his hat, and went to wash up briefly. What is steamed beef with rice? It's just really tasty, you'll see. Eat more later. Jiwon took this moment to prepare some cold dishes with green vegetables, then took out 3 empty bowls and started serving the beef. She added all the seasonings, finished with some cilantro, delicious enough to make anyone crave it. Here, take it out. Mix it up, then you can eat. Lin Zhengnan had never seen this way of eating before, so he nodded and took it out. Yuyu was standing behind him in line, holding her small bowl, and thanked him after receiving it. Thanks, Mom. Jiwon patted her head and carried her own portion out. Lin Zhengnan was still sitting at the table, not yet eating, seeming to wait for her. Hurry up and eat. Try the flavor. After she sat down, the father and daughter quickly took a bite. It's really delicious. Yuyu deliberately smacked her lips and tilted her head happily. Lin Zhengnan also praised, very tasty, very fragrant. The beef brisket, with a mix of lean and fatty parts, was coated with soft rice flour, combined with chili powder and cilantro, absolutely amazing in the mouth. He couldn't quite describe it, but kept eating eagerly. Jiwon saw this and laughed out loud. It's okay to indulge once in a while. Eating it often might get boring. She ate her small bowl slowly, while Lin Zhengnan had already finished 2 large bowls. The cold dish with green vegetables in the small basin in front of him was also finished clean. They both put down their bowls and chopsticks. Lin Zhengnan went to the kitchen to wash up. Jiwon stood behind him, chatting. By the way, I need to go out early tomorrow with Sister Zhao. Maybe we'll visit the supply and marketing cooperative and the seed shop. Lin Zhengnan was focused on washing dishes and, hearing this, guessed what she was talking about without needing to ask. To buy beans? Did your beans sprouts grow today? Jiwon looked puzzled, deliberately leaning in to watch him closely. Lin Zhengnan's ears turned red, but he kept a serious face, not showing it. But I have a question now. What should we do about the kids? Jiwon discussed this with him, mainly for this reason. They had to get up before dawn tomorrow, so they couldn't take you along. There are many people outside, and it's noisy. Last time I brought her, because there were several people who could watch over her. This time, it's just her and Zhao Qiaoyu, both going on official business, so they might be too busy to pay attention. Lin Zhengnan looked serious, frowning thoughtfully. Maybe I should take her? Tomorrow morning, after I take her to dinner, I can bring her to our unit. That works? It should be fine. If she can't go in, I'll find someone to watch her, maybe a service soldier or Yang Feng. When she heard Yang Feng's name, Jiwon shook her head instinctively. Forget Lieutenant Yang. Noticing her tone was a bit off, Lin Zhengnan asked again. What's wrong? What can be wrong? I don't trust him. Who asked him to bully Sister Zhao? It seems everyone in the family compound now knows about Yang Feng and Zhao Qiaoyu. As Yang Feng's leader, Lin Zhengnan has probably said everything he needed to. The kid once swore he wanted a pretty girl and said Zhao Qiaoyu wasn't his type. Since she wasn't interested, there was nothing he could do. Forced fruit isn't sweet. Jiwon understands this truth. I know, but Lieutenant Yang will definitely regret it. Just watch. She squinted mischievously and suggested, Lin Zhengnan, does your unit have any young single men suitable for marriage? Maybe you can introduce one to Sister Zhao. She's hard-working and diligent, now even starting her own business. With her qualities, plenty of guys must be eager to pursue her. Yang Feng will be so mad he'll probably explode. Seeing her mischievous smile, Lin Zhengnan felt like her words were just a way to get back at Yang Feng. But introducing a suitable guy for Sister Zhao wasn't a problem. Their battalion had many excellent young men. Okay, I'll look carefully tomorrow. If I find someone suitable, I'll tell you.
Great.
The next morning, before dawn, Jiwon packed up and left. After meeting Zhao Qiaoyu, they took a special car to go out. They went to the supply and marketing cooperative and seed store, bought 100 jean of soybeans, 8 baskets, and 2 back baskets. 1 jean of soybeans cost a dime, so 100 jean was 10 yuan. The 8 baskets and 2 back baskets cost 25 yuan in total. They spent 35 yuan altogether. Zhao Qiaoyu carried the baskets and 70 jean of soybeans, while Jiwon took the remaining 30 jean on her back. Jiwon's load was just right. If she carried more, she might not manage. Looking at Zhao Qiaoyu, who seemed to work like 3 people, she felt guilty and self-critical. Sister Zhao, I wish I hadn't come. I feel useless, and I'm just a burden for you. Zhou Qiaoyu was lost in the joy of shopping and didn't think much of what she was saying. Shiaoin, how can you say that? It's so nice when we talk and laugh together. Jiwan explained, I feel like I bought so many things, but I haven't really helped much.
You still worry about me.
Zhou Qiaoyu smiled, you're pregnant. Carrying some weight already helps a lot. Maybe we should find a car to bring everything back. It's too much.
Can you handle it?
She was carrying things on her shoulders and back. How could a cow be used like this? Zhou Qiaoyu didn't mind. Oh, it's okay. I can carry all this. I do much more work in the countryside, so this isn't a big deal. Let's go back quickly and not delay. She said this and walked briskly toward the main street, with Jiwon having to follow. From here to the station, it probably takes about 20 minutes on foot. With so many things, they might get tired before reaching their destination. Luckily, after a few minutes, they heard someone calling from afar. Miss. Nowadays, many people are called Miss, so Jiwon didn't think it was meant for her. Until the car arrived nearby, almost blocking their way, she looked up. In front was a convertible Jeep with Yang Feng sitting inside. Next to him was a man she didn't recognize, probably from their unit. Miss, why did you buy so many beans and baskets? That's too much. You two can't carry it all, right? We're heading back to the unit, so we can give you a ride. Jiwon didn't dare decide on her own and instinctively looked at Zhou Qiaoyu. Since they came together, she couldn't just get in the car and leave Zhou behind. Zhou Qiaoyu, panting heavily, suddenly put down her shoulder pole with a bang, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her face turned red. She looked at Jiwon for help, then smiled at Yang Feng politely. All right, then we'll trouble Comrade Yang. She wasn't stupid. If there's a car available, why not ride? Not riding would be a waste. She called him so formally, almost making Yang Feng almost lose his composure. He looked at Zhou Qiaoyu several times, thinking that after so many days, she might dislike seeing him again. But surprisingly, she seemed to have never cared much, and her gaze was even more distant than that of a stranger. He felt uncomfortable, as if the Zhou sister who used to take care of everything for him had suddenly disappeared. Thank you, Lieutenant Yang. Ji-won also smiled and casually loosened the bag of beans on Zhou Qiaoyu's back. Yang Feng finally regained his senses and quickly stepped forward. I'll do it. Sister-in-law, take your time. The soldiers in the car also got out to help. In no time, they had moved everything to the back. Sister-in-law, Sister Zhou, get in the car quickly. Ji-won was the first to sit in, followed closely by Zhou Qiaoyu. They sat side by side in the back. Feeling exhausted and hot, Zhou Qiaoyu rolled down the window. She also reminded him, Comrade Yang, please don't call me Sister Zhou anymore. Call me Comrade Zhou instead. The soldier driving was from Yang Feng's unit. Hearing this, he glanced at the company commander beside him. He remembered that the company commander had a young wife who had come to the army. I think her name was Zhou. Could she be this woman? She looked pretty, too. Why didn't the company commander like her? After so many years of relationship, could he just suddenly decide to end it? Was he being too hasty? Hearing this, Yang Feng felt like he was about to burst with frustration. He pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned to her and asked, Sister Zhou, I know you're still angry with me, but you don't have to cut me off completely. Now, even sister-in-law doesn't let me call her that, and wants me to call her Comrade Zhou. Do you want me to treat you like a stranger? Zhou Qiaoyu looked at him with a strange expression. Isn't that right? Shouldn't you be happy that I'm being considerate? Or do you prefer I cling to you like I did when I first arrived, so you'd be happy? Yang Feng blurted out, You're my sister. It's normal for you to cling to me. What a crazy person. Zhou Qiaoyu took a moment to come to this conclusion. Ji-won on the side almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Isn't this company commander being too quick to slap himself in the face? Is he really that foolish? When Sister Zhou asked him to take responsibility, he was dismissive. Now that she's understood and wants to go her own way, he's unhappy? It's funny. Zhou Qiaoyu clearly didn't want to bother with him. Her mind was full of making money. Men, step aside. The atmosphere in the car suddenly turned a bit strange. Finally, the soldier, perceptive enough, asked sister-in-law, "What are you going to do with so many beans and baskets when you go back?" Before Jichun could answer, Zhao Qiaoyu couldn't wait and spoke eagerly. "We're planning to grow bean sprouts and then sell them at the collection station. You don't know, little comrade, our bean sprouts are super crispy, sweet and crunchy, plump and white, and even rather sweet." Yang Feng's face darkened. All right. He could talk so much with strangers, but not with him. He even started to doubt if Sister Zhao really liked him. Or is it just that from beginning to end, he was always seen as a younger brother? After he said they wouldn't be a couple, was she secretly very happy? Zhao Qiaoyu didn't notice how bad someone's mood was. After happily sharing, she couldn't help but add, "Young comrade, you should ask your leaders. If needed, they can come directly to our family compound. We promise fair prices. If you don't like it, you don't have to pay." When she finished, the young soldier finally reacted a little. He was just asking to lighten the mood and didn't really want to know. But after Zhao Qiaoyu's introduction, he felt a bit interested. "Really?" Jichun smiled and explained, "Yes, it's true. There's no faking it. But we have to wait several days before the produce is ready when we go back. If you're interested, you should reserve early." The soldier almost dropped his chin. "Wait, you need to reserve just to buy a few bean sprouts? Has someone already reserved?" "Yes, our products are good, so they sell well." Seeing her making things up, Zhao Qiaoyu secretly gave her a thumbs up. "Wow, little Wan is really good at this. The bean sprouts haven't even grown yet, but she's already bragging." "Who reserved it?" Jichun answered confidently. "Principal Liao from the elementary school across the street. Aunt Liao probably will send the documents in a couple of days." When she sees their plump bean sprouts, she can't help but be tempted. Can't she take some home to eat? No matter if it's a pound or two, as long as she takes it back, it's considered reserved. Zhao Qiaoyu hadn't heard of this before, but seeing how firm she was, she started to believe it a little. The soldier nodded. "All right, I'll ask our leaders when I go back." "Rest assured, sister-in-law." Then he thought for a moment. Wait, isn't his leader actually brother-in-law Lin, the company commander? As soon as Lin speaks, their bean sprouts won't be a problem to sell. Jichun also thought of this, but she couldn't let Lin Zhengnan speak directly, to avoid the soldier thinking he was giving a favor. "Thank you, young comrade." Both of them said thank you in unison. No one spoke for the rest of the journey. Jichun and her companion were too tired. They had been excited and shopping early in the morning, and now their energy was almost gone. Sitting in the back, the car was bumping along, and both of them felt sleepy. Their eyelids kept fighting, and they were about to fall asleep when the soldier in front cheerfully said, "We've arrived." "Are we there?" Jichun immediately opened her eyes, groggy, and looked out. Yes, they had arrived. Right across from them was her house. Her sleepiness vanished instantly, and she sat up straight. "Thank you for your trouble." The soldier glanced behind him. "Sister-in-law, where should I send these beans and such?" Zhao Qiaoyu quickly responded, "Send them to my place. Just turn left ahead, and the yard behind is my home." The soldier nodded. "Comrade, did you and sister-in-law work together on these bean sprouts?" Zhao Qiaoyu nodded. Yes. Welcome to buy from us. We're all family, so I'll give you a discount." "All right, I'll tell the sergeant later. If needed, I'll come back to you."
Good.
The vehicle stopped by the roadside. Zhao Qiaoyu eagerly jumped down and hurriedly moved the goods downstairs. There were 2 baskets of beans, 2 more baskets, and several other baskets arranged like a street stall. It was just past noon, and families had finished lunch and were about to rest. Suddenly, a jeep rumbled in, drawing attention. Seeing the busy activity, some nosy sisters-in-law came over to watch. "Oh, isn't that Comrade Zhao? What are you doing?" As soon as they spoke, they also saw Yang Feng standing nearby. Everyone knew Yang Feng didn't care much for Zhao, but they all saw him coming here often. They didn't understand what was going on, but they enjoyed gossiping. "Lieutenant Yang is here too? Did he come especially to see Comrade Zhao? What's going on between you two? Has Lieutenant Yang changed his mind?" That seems unlikely. Maybe Zhao is just pestering him? The sisters-in-law's mouths were really big, boldly spreading false stories. Taking advantage of everyone being there, Zhou Qiaoyu cleared her throat, put her hands on her hips, and quickly clarified. Please don't spread rumors, sisters-in-law. Young Lieutenant and I are completely innocent. Young Lieutenant said long ago that he considers me like a sister. When I go out for errands, it's reasonable for him, as a younger brother, to accompany me, right? But I worry that if Young Lieutenant and I get too close, it might affect his marriage. I promise we'll keep our distance in the future. Please bear witness. I have no other feelings for Young Lieutenant. Her words were firm and clear, almost making Yang Feng spit blood in anger.
Huh.
When did Sister Zhou become so eloquent? She speaks so politely and beautifully. Maybe she learned from sister-in-law Jiwan? Zhou Qiaoyu didn't bother to look at him and turned to the soldier, helping with the load. Comrade, you've worked hard. Wait a moment, I'll get you a glass of water. Seeing her turn to leave, Yang Feng immediately called out loudly, Zhou sister, I'm also thirsty. Since they're accompanying them, some manners are still necessary. Zhou Qiaoyu brought out 2 cups of water and handed them to them. Seeing that these 2 people weren't interested in gossip, the sisters-in-law quickly lost interest and turned their attention to the baskets and beans in front of them. Comrade Zhou, you and Teacher Ji went out to buy so many baskets and beans. What are you planning to do with so many? Just the 2 of you don't need so many baskets, right? These beans will probably last your families for half a year. Since everyone gathered together, it was a good opportunity for promotion. Jiwan smiled and explained, Sisters-in-law, you misunderstood. We're planning to grow bean sprouts. Zhou's sister just arrived and doesn't have a job yet, and she's almost out of money for food. She's just finding something to do. Growing bean sprouts. A surprised cry came from Yuyu, who had recently fallen out with Jiwan. She overheard the group chatting and couldn't resist coming over to listen, but was suddenly hit with a setback. Jiwan saw her and showed no signs of discomfort, as if their recent argument didn't exist. Yes, our bean sprouts are white, plump, and juicy. They're delicious whether boiled or stir-fried. If any sisters-in-law are interested, you're welcome to come by. We'll definitely give you a good price. Yuyu pursed her lips. G-girl, are you joking? Are these bean sprouts really that easy to grow? They look simple but are hard to make. We'll see once you grow them. Don't waste all these things later. She was excited about starting a business, but she was met with cold water at the first word. Some sisters-in-law couldn't hold back and immediately retorted. Neighbors, Yuyu, do you have poison on your tongue?
How can you curse like that?
Teacher Ji is an educated person. She reads a lot and knows many things. Since she said she's going to grow bean sprouts, she must be confident. Teacher Ji, Comrade Zhou, rest assured if they really grow, we neighbors will definitely come to try. Looking at these sisters-in-law, their words were straightforward and honest. Jiwan smiled and said, all right, it'll only take 5 or 6 days. Once they're ready, I'll visit everyone to ask. Yuyu added, growing bean sprouts looks simple, but it involves a lot of knowledge. Let your husband come out and talk. Don't boast too much, or you might embarrass yourself. Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't bear it anymore and was about to step forward, but Jiwan stopped her. Why waste words on someone like that? It's better to save some effort and wait until later to do the work. The ones who will profit from growing bean sprouts are them. No matter how quick Yuyu is with her words, in the end, she can only feel envy and jealousy. All right, sisters-in-law, continue chatting. Zhou Jia and I still have work to do, so we'll go inside first. She gave a signal, and the 2 of them jointly carried the things into the house. During this brief pause in their conversation, most of the heavy lifting had already been done by Yang Feng and the soldiers. They simply grabbed a basket and went inside. Yuyu watched them walk confidently and couldn't help but wonder, do these 2 really know how to grow bean sprouts? Thinking about how her vegetable plot was badly damaged last time by Jiwan, she felt a deep anger in her chest. She had been holding on to this bad feeling for days, almost suffocating from it. She couldn't get any good news from Jiwan either. She secretly prayed that these 2 wouldn't manage to grow any bean sprouts at all. The sisters-in-law chattered happily for a while and then dispersed. All the things were moved inside, and tonight they would start soaking the beans. At this moment, there was nothing else to do. Zhao Qiaoyu quickly made a bowl of sugar water for Jiwan, handed it over, and also took the cup handed by the soldier. "Thank you, Comrade Zhao. We'll head back now." Yang Feng glanced at him with some reluctance. Why was this young guy in such a hurry? Lost in thought, he looked up and met Zhao Qiaoyu's furrowed brow. He was confused and asked instinctively what's wrong. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Qiaoyu snatched the cup from him. "Give me the cup. You've had enough water and rest. You can go back now. I'm a woman living here, young comrade. It's not convenient for you to come over. If anything comes up in the future, just tell someone instead of coming yourself." Yang Feng didn't say whether he agreed or not. The soldier beside him had already nodded and left. Zhao Qiaoyu was very kind and polite to him, even walking him out of the yard and smiling warmly to thank him. "Thanks for your help today, young comrade. You've worked hard." Yang Feng, feeling a bit down, watched her expectantly. Zhao Qiaoyu simply addressed the matter directly. "Today, too, thank you, young comrade.
Take care on your way.
I won't see you off." She nodded and immediately closed the yard door. Clapping her hands, she went inside without looking back. Even without turning around, she knew Yang Feng was probably looking at her with a resentful gaze. There was nothing she could do. His eyes were too penetrating, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Only after she was inside, and the intense gaze was cut off, did Zhao Qiaoyu breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting down, she patted her shoulders and happily exclaimed, "Little Wan, tonight I will soak the beans first. I've learned all the methods you taught me before." Jiwan still wants to come and water the spring water. Without adding this, the bean sprouts won't turn out as good. She nods. "I still want to come and help. There are so many beans. You can't do it all alone." Originally, Zhao Qiaoyu planned to do all the work herself, so she didn't dare trouble Jiwan after hearing this. "That's not right. We agreed you pay, I work."
"It's settled then."
"The bean sprouts will take 5 or 6 days to grow. Don't worry, I'll just watch over the watering in the next few days, and I won't interfere." Seeing her insist, Zhao Qiaoyu understood that little Wan wanted to help lighten her load, and she felt even more grateful. "Okay, little Wan, thank you." Jiwan stands up, pats her clothes, and says, "Thanks. We're partners. All right, I'll go now. I'm so tired. I need to get some sleep. You should rest too."
Mm.
Zhao Qiaoyu happily sees Jiwan out the door, but she herself can't fall asleep at all. Thinking about soaking the beans tonight, and that the baskets and baskets haven't been cleaned yet, she hurriedly starts tidying up. When Jiwan gets home, she's extremely sleepy. She washes up casually and falls asleep immediately. When she wakes up, it's already afternoon. She opens her eyes to the noise outside. Looking out, the sun is almost setting. She quickly gets up, puts on her clothes, opens the door, and sees Fish playing quietly with a rabbit in the living room. Her hair is messy, tied in 2 little pigtails. She pouts and leans on the sofa, muttering to herself. After a while, she lifts her head and calls out casually from the kitchen, "Dad, is the food ready? I'm so hungry." Lin Zhengnan peeks in and suggests, "Should we go to the cafeteria?" Today, he saw a sheep being carried over by the logistics team, so they probably will have lamb today. "Okay, but I'm not that hungry. Dad, you go ahead. I'll stay at home with Mom." As soon as she finishes speaking, she looks up and happens to see Jiwan at the door, making eye contact. She lights up with joy and cheers, rushing over.
"Mom."
The little girl reaches out her hands to climb onto Jiwan. Jiwan bends down, picks up her daughter, kisses her face, and asks, "Where did Dad take you today? Were you obedient?" Lin Zhengnan didn't expect his wife to wake up so soon. She must be exhausted today, with dark circles under her eyes. Fish hugs her mom's neck and happily answers, "We went to Dad's office. Uncle Deng took me to play." "Uncle Deng?" It seems he was the soldier who took her. "I was very obedient, very good." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhengnan quickly exposed the truth. "Are you sure you listened?" Who was crying loudly when they woke up this morning. Seeing her father interrupt her, the little girl got upset and waved her hands to stop him. No, I just saw that Mom was sad. I didn't cry after that. That's because I gave you several candies. Yuyu pouted her lips and almost burst out laughing. Her big eyes darted around as she secretly watched her parents. She only ate one candy. She had several more in her bag. She planned to eat one each day slowly. Jichun saw this, kissed her face, hugged her to sit down, and gently redid her hair. Should we go to the cafeteria for lunch this afternoon? I'm a bit tired and don't want to cook. Let Lin Zhengnan do it, just in case the food isn't good and it hurts his confidence. Plus, she's quite picky and can't eat unappetizing food. Okay, then you rest for a while. I'll go get food from the cafeteria. After Lin Zhengnan left, Jichun started boiling water. Tonight, she planned to wash up early and go to bed early. While she still had time, she wanted to give her daughter a bath. The little girl seemed to have had a fun day today, chatting happily during the bath. Mom, Dad is very serious.
He's really strict.
What happened? Did your dad scold you? No, I saw him scold those uncles and brothers. Jichun realized what she meant. Perhaps Lin Zhengnan was educating soldiers during his inspection? Thinking back to the last time she saw it, yes, Lin Zhengnan looked very authoritative when working seriously. Are you afraid of him? I'm not afraid. He's my dad, and he wouldn't be mean to me. Yuyu was very proud, lifting her chin confidently. Jichun smiled and quickly finished washing her daughter, then helped her change clothes. Just as she put on her coat, Lin Zhengnan came back with the food. Jichun, feeling very hungry, hurried over to eat. Seeing her like this, Lin Zhengnan felt distressed and picked all the meat from his bowl to give to Jichun. Are you exhausted today? Jichun smiled, only taking a few pieces, then returned the rest to him. It was a bit tiring at first, but it got better later. On the way back, Zhao and I ran into Captain Yang, and he gave us a ride. Lin Zhengnan nodded, then remembered something. When I was getting food, I met a soldier from the camp. He said you tried to sell him bean sprouts? Jichun didn't deny it and nodded honestly. Yes, but he said he wanted to ask the quartermaster first. Lin Zhengnan lowered his eyes and said, no need to ask. I can decide about buying vegetables. Jichun knew he was taking care of her business, but she couldn't let him do things behind the scenes. I understand, but I can't let them think you're abusing your power. Don't worry, if my bean sprouts are really good, many people will buy them without you saying a word. Good products speak for themselves. If the quality is poor, then it's hard to sell. Neither Zhao
nor I worry about that.
Seeing her confident attitude, Lin Zhengnan smiled slightly. He hadn't seen the bean sprouts they grew himself, but since his wife was so sure, he didn't ask more. All right, if no one questions it, I'll take the lead and bring some to them for a taste. Okay. Free samples are enough. Just spread the word first. Whether they taste good or not, people will buy to try. Right now, the seasonal vegetables are mostly the same, and everyone is tired of them. If they add some sweet, crispy bean sprouts to improve meals, most people would be happy to buy. Fair prices and affordability mean they won't have trouble selling. After dinner, Jichun immediately took a shower. After cleaning up, she went to Zhao Qiaoyu's house in the back. While the lights were still on, the two of them soaked the beans together, following the usual steps. 100 jin of beans sounds like a lot, but it's not really much, just 2 large basins and 2 big jars. Considering the beans would swell after soaking, and with water, it was only about half full. Most of the work was done by Zhao Qiaoyu. Jichun, pretending to need water, took a ladle of spring water and added it directly without diluting, mixing it into 4 containers. The easiest part of sprouting beans was adding the spring water. Later, they had to rinse with water and squeeze out the moisture, which she couldn't do enough of. Shiaoin, how many bean sprouts do you think we get from 1 jin of beans? Usually it should be 4 to 5 jin, but since she added spring water, maybe a bit more? She didn't tell the truth, planning to surprise Zhao Qiaoyu in a few days, she thought. Probably 3 or 4 jin. That much? Zhao Qiaoyu was so happy, she almost jumped. She muttered, then how much should we sell per jin? Jichun had already thought about it. 3 mao per jin. If the women from the yard come to buy, we can give a discount of 25 cents. Later, if more people come to buy, or if there's a need for a cafeteria or something and the quantity is large, over 100 jean, we'll still sell at 25 cents per jean. 100 jean of beans can produce about 600 jean of bean sprouts. After deducting costs, this batch could earn around 150 yuan. The next batch won't have the costs of baskets, so the net profit should be about 170 yuan or more. They plan to produce at least 4 batches each month. These are still not ideal conditions. In a perfect situation, Jiwon wouldn't dare to imagine. She became more and more excited as she counted, grabbing Zhao Qiaoyu and jumping around. Zhao sister, we're going to get rich. Zhao Qiaoyu also estimated in her mind, though she didn't know the exact amount. It was definitely a good sum. She was so happy she couldn't stop smiling and hugged Jiwon, promising, "Little Wan, don't worry. I promise to take good care of this batch of bean sprouts. I'll stay with them even if I have to go without food or drink." Jiwon couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She hugged her shoulder and sat down. It's not that serious. Bean sprouts are easy to grow. You don't need to guard them all the time. Tomorrow, you can move them into the shower room, where they won't get direct sunlight and it'll be easier to rinse them. Okay. Zhao Qiaoyu thought for a moment. Her shower room was quite large, but it might be a bit tight to fit so many baskets. She needed to figure out how to stack them. Now she had work to do. After giving instructions, Jiwon yawned and quickly went back to rest. Knowing she was tired today, with her husband and children being very well behaved, she lay down on the bed. She didn't need to worry about anything else because Lin Zhengnan was taking care of everything. In the next few days, Zhao Qiaoyu stayed close to the bean sprouts, not leaving their side. Jiwon only occasionally went to check on them, and also made some clothes at home. 5 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, Zhao Qiaoyu happily came to call Jiwon. Little Wan. Jiwon had just gotten up. Last night, she finished almost all her underwear, including 3 pieces for Lu Yun from across the street and 2 for Zhao Qiaoyu. Zhao Qiaoyu kept her plan secret, intending to surprise her later. Little Wan, are you up? It's been 5 days. Our bean sprouts should be ready.
Come and see.
Jiwon was also eager about this, and quickly put on some clothes. The morning call hadn't even been blown yet, and Lin Zhengnan followed her out. Why are you up too? He wanted to see what was happening during such an important moment. He put on his coat and said, I'll go too. Let's see if I can help with anything. Jiwon smiled, surprised. She didn't expect that the usually serious Captain Lin cared so much about her work. She felt happy inside, nodded, and helped him straighten his clothes. Let's go. The 2 of them went out one after the other, and from a distance, they saw Zhao Qiaoyu standing outside the yard. Zhao, Jia, you woke up so early? Zhao Qiaoyu smiled. It's not early anymore. The bean sprouts are ripening quickly. If they start to sprout now, we need to sell them in the next couple of days. Since there's no sun in the morning and the temperature is low, we should take them out quickly. Jiwon nodded, understanding. She couldn't wait to follow. The group happily arrived at Zhao Qiaoyu's backyard. They reached the shower area, where most of the space was occupied by several baskets. Luckily, the area was large enough. Some baskets were stacked, leaving plenty of room. Wait outside for a moment. I'll bring down a basket first. She carried a large jar from one of the baskets, which was mostly filled with water. Carefully, she lifted the wet cloth covering it, revealing a bunch of fresh bean sprouts. Oh my goodness! Zhao Qiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Jiwon outside thought something was wrong with the sprouts and hurried to push the door open. What's wrong, Zhao Jia? Zhao Qiaoyu was too busy to answer and quickly moved the basket down. It's fine, Shiaoin. Our bean sprouts are ready.
Come and see.
She almost lost her balance, surprised by how heavy it was. Good heavens, how many bean sprouts are there? It looks like a full basket. She placed the basket on the ground with a bang and looked inside, frozen in place.
Wow.
These bean sprouts are so lively. Unlike the last experiment, these are plump and white, with a yellowish hue, very fresh and full of life. Zhao Qiaoyu couldn't resist and pinched one to taste. She almost jumped with delight. Shiaoin, it's so delicious. Come and try one. She turned to Jiwan, who was walking over, and casually fed her a sprout. Jiwan's eyes lit up. So tasty. The typical bean smell was almost gone, replaced by a sweet, fragrant aroma. Eagerly, she turned around and called out to Lin Zhengnan outside. Lin Zhengnan, come in and see this. Hearing their excited voices, Lin Zhengnan couldn't hold back any longer and quickly stepped forward. When he saw the rows of fresh bean sprouts, his eyes widened in surprise, and he froze in place. Jiwon saw this and couldn't help but smile. What do you think? I told you, Zhao Jia, and I can definitely make this work. Lin Zhengnan had tasted bean sprouts before, but had never seen so many at once. After a moment of shock, he nodded. Yes, very impressive. I really admire you two women. Jiwon was overjoyed and quickly stuffed a sprout into his mouth. Try some of my wife's work. How does it taste? Lin Zhengnan carefully tasted it and gave the highest praise. It's very tasty. It will definitely sell well. He wasn't lying. Anyone who has tried outside bean sprouts would know how delicious these are. Looking at the baskets piled in front of him, he couldn't help but ask, how many pounds of beans did you buy? 100 pounds, Jiwon replied, then quickly called over Zhao Qiaoyu. Sister Zhao, let's hurry and fill the baskets. Let's see how many pounds we have. Okay. Zhao Qiaoyu came over to help, glancing at Lin Zhengnan standing nearby, and politely asked for help. Captain Lin, could you please bring the scale from my house and weigh how much the bean sprouts have grown? Sure. After Lin Zhengnan left, the two of them hurriedly pulled out the bean sprouts and placed them into a nearby basket. This basket has already been weighed, and it's about 6 pounds. Good. After moving the basket of bean sprouts, Lin Zhengnan lifted the entire basket to weigh it. How much is it? Both women looked eagerly at him, blinking their big eyes. 30 kilograms in total. Zhao Qiaoyu jumped up happily. Wow, Shiaoin, 60 pounds. Subtracting the weight of the basket, it's 54 pounds. You're amazing. I thought it would be at most 40 pounds, but it's over 50. We're going to make a fortune. The last few words, Zhao Qiaoyu almost shouted. After expressing her excitement, she quickly added, Shiaoin, hurry up and clear out the bean sprouts. I'll take a couple of baskets to the buying station later. Since our bean sprouts are so tender, they will definitely be in demand. Okay. She was strong enough to carry about 100 pounds in one trip without any problem. Oh, Sister Zhao, are your bean sprouts already sprouted? Jiwan and her husband had gotten dressed early and rushed over here, and they were seen by Yuyu across the street. After a few days, it seemed their bean sprouts should be ready. Before she could catch up and find out, she heard Zhao Qiaoyu scream several times from afar. She couldn't hear exactly what they were talking about and thought their bean sprouts hadn't succeeded. She was very happy and, to see their reaction, quickly notified nearby neighbors, telling them the bean sprouts had sprouted and to come by. Soon, 5 or 6 sisters-in-law came in groups, quickly gathering at the gate of Zhao Qiaoyu's yard. After calling out, no one came out. The sisters-in-law looked at each other, walking and shouting. Comrade Zhao, are you not at home? When I entered the house, I happened to bump into Zhao Qiaoyu coming in through the back door. Seeing her, Ruoying was the first to step forward. Comrade Zhao, I heard you and Jiwon shouting early this morning. It looks like your bean sprouts have successfully grown, right? We agreed before to sell them to us at a discount. Now that people are here, why are you still hiding? The sisters-in-law nodded in agreement and looked at Zhao Qiaoyu. Seeing she didn't speak, Ruoying was about to laugh. Oh, really? You haven't succeeded? That's a shame. So many beans, it must cost dozens of yuan. What a waste. They've all sprouted. Jiwon is over there cleaning them. If you want to buy some, come with me. You can see if you like them. If you do, make sure to buy some to eat. They are really sweet and crunchy. Zhao Qiaoyu's words interrupted Ruoying's act. All other words got stuck in her throat. Her expression of glee disappeared instantly, and her voice suddenly stopped, as if someone had suddenly grabbed her throat and made her cry out in surprise. Really successful?
How could that be?
Are bean sprouts that easy to grow? She looked skeptical, about to go see for herself. But the sisters-in-law beside her moved faster, rushing toward the back door in a swarm, quickly pushing her to the back. Hey, wait for me. I want to see too. Passing by Zhou Qiaoyu, she rolled her eyes upward in frustration. Ruoying looked disdainful. What's so special? She hasn't seen the real results yet. What if she's lying? By now, Jichun had already moved 2 full baskets onto the ground, weighing about 120 jin, around 60 kilograms. These were meant for Zhou Qiaoyu to deliver outside. She could probably make 2 trips a day, totaling 4 baskets. 8 baskets in 2 days, and the remaining 2 baskets for neighbors or the army, almost done. If the army wanted more, that would be even better. It would save Zhou Jia from making so many trips, which was tiring. At worst, she'd need to find a vehicle. Maybe ask if the army had a bullock cart. Lost in her thoughts, she was interrupted by hurried footsteps. Jimei, I heard your bean sprouts already? Come on, let us see. Jichun nodded, and Lin Zhengnan moved a basket over to her. Seeing the neat, bright yellow bean sprouts, the sisters-in-law almost dropped their jaws. Jimei, you really grew them? Why are they so beautiful and white? They look completely different from the ones sold outside.
Yivan smiled.
Maybe it's because our place is better feng shui? I'm not quite sure either. Anyway, I tried, and they came out. Would the sisters-in-law like to take some home to eat? Since everyone has come, they must be here to try new things. After exchanging glances, they all nodded. Sure, since you're here, our home-cooked dishes are getting boring. Buy some of this to make soup or stir-fry. Sister, how much do you sell it for? Jichun was honest. Since we're neighbors, I'll give you 5 cents off. How about 25 cents? 25 cents.
Why not just go and it?
Yu Ruing exclaimed from behind, angrily almost stomping her foot. Outside, it's at most 20 cents. And you're giving us a neighbor's discount? Do you think we're pigs to be slaughtered? Her shout made the other sisters-in-law's faces change. They don't lack money living in the staff compound, but money isn't to be spent like that. Compared to outside, her bean sprouts are a bit expensive. The bean sprouts grown with spring water by Jichun are naturally better than those outside, but business is about mutual agreement, not forcing sales. Calmly facing her questioning, Jichun said, Sister Yu, the 20 cents outside, isn't that just some leftover scraps from this afternoon? These are fresh, tender bean sprouts, pressed to release water.
Who knows how tender and sweet they are unless they try.
If you think it's too expensive, don't buy. I'm not forcing you. She smiled kindly at the other sisters-in-law. Since we're familiar, I sell for 25 cents. If I take them to the collection station, I'd sell for 30 cents. Such good bean sprouts, the station probably resells for 50 cents. Buying from me saves you half. How is that ripping you off? 1 penny for one thing. Sister Yu, if you like the scraps, I'll sell them to you for 20 cents. But you'll have to wait a bit until the sisters-in-law finish buying. Yu Ruing didn't expect Jichun to be so quick-witted and was quite angry. Jichun didn't bother to respond to her. Seeing the other sisters-in-law hesitating, probably not wanting to lose out, she simply ignored it. Since no one was buying, she turned around and went to work. Lin Zhengnan, keep moving. Zhou Qiaoyu also squeezed in from outside. Shiaoin, I'll go to the cafeteria to get some breakfast. Do you want me to bring some for you? She needed to sell bean sprouts outside. Yes. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Please keep an eye on things here. I'll be back soon. Zhou Qiaoyu quickly left after reminding her. Jichun tidied up the empty basket, cleaned the bean shells inside, and trimmed some roots. Seeing that she wasn't pushing sales or forcing purchases, the sisters-in-law started to feel a bit uneasy. Seeing the bright yellow, fragrant bean sprouts, everyone already had ideas on how to prepare them and was feeling very eager to taste them. Young lady. An older sister-in-law couldn't hold back and spoke first. Last time, she missed the chance to buy vegetables from Jichun's garden, and now, seeing the bean sprouts, she didn't want to hesitate anymore. She had just said 2 words when Lu Yun, who was rushing over, pushed her aside. Gee, sister. Wow, your bean sprouts really sprouted? They look so fresh. Give me 3 jin. She always handled things quickly and efficiently, including buying groceries. Earlier, she wanted to buy vegetables from Jichun, and she immediately used eggs from her own home to exchange. Now she wanted to eat bean sprouts, so she quickly took out money to buy them. She handed over a vegetable basket she was carrying. How much?
25 cents per jean.
All right, here's 75 cents for 3 jean. She counted out some change from her hand and handed it over. Jichun turned to ask Lin Zhengnan to weigh the vegetables, then suddenly remembered something and looked back. Auntie, you guys can't finish 3 jean, right? There are only 3 of us. No worries, I'll fry some meat and make soup. Brother Zhao keeps saying he's tired of eating cabbage, so finally I can change our meals. Luyan spoke loudly and warmly, then peeked inside. How much did you and Zhou's sister make? Planning to sell where? A few hundred jean. We plan to send some to nearby purchasing stations, and the rest are still undecided. She was honest, several purchasing stations, and Zhou Qiaoyu had to deliver to each one. Why don't you send some to the military cafeteria? I heard old Zhao mention that the logistics department is worried about not having enough vegetables. If you send a few hundred jean, it could solve a big problem. Each company and kitchen probably needs a lot. Really? Ji Wan's eyes lit up. Really don't believe it? Ask your battalion commander Lin. He didn't tell you? Isn't he in charge of this? Luyan was puzzled. Such a good opportunity, and Lin Zhengnan wasn't thinking of helping out? It would be a win-win situation. Jichun smiled and explained, this isn't my first time growing bean sprouts. I was worried about doing it poorly, so I didn't report it to him. I wanted to try some at home first. If it tastes good, I'll send some over. That way, I won't worry about everyone not liking it. Her plan was thoughtful. Considering Lin Zhengnan's position, if he first promoted his wife's bean sprouts, it might hurt his reputation. And if they didn't taste good, it would be a waste of the army's money. Luya nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll take some back to cook. If it tastes good, old Zhao can recommend it to you. She said this while giving a flirtatious wink, which really helped a lot. Jichun was very happy. Sister-in-law, thank you so much. I'll give you 2 more jean. Both Zhou Jia and I have tasted it. If it's not good, I'll refund your money. She patted her chest and nodded to Lin Zhengnan to keep filling the basket. When Luyan received it, she exclaimed, wow, such a big basket. She weighed it and thought it was more than 5 jean. Ji Mei is really kind and capable. She smiled happily, hugged the basket, and turned to leave. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back first. Passing by the sisters-in-law outside the door, she didn't forget to promote her business. I tell you, sisters, take care of Ji Mei's business. She sells these bean sprouts for 25 cents a jean, and they're so tasty. You're making a big profit? I deal with Ji Mei every day. I know her character well. If she was selling something bad, could she sell it at this price? If you want it for 21 cents a jean, you'll probably have to wait for the leftovers. After chatting a few more words, she hummed a tune, carried the vegetable basket, and left. The plump bean sprouts swayed in front of everyone, making their mouths water. May, I want 2 jean. I want 3 jean. I also want 2 jean. The sisters-in-law no longer hesitated. First come, first served. They pushed forward eagerly. Jichun smiled and remembered Luyan's kindness. She and Lin Zhengnan, the couple, were busy taking money and weighing the produce. The sisters-in-law arrived in a hurry. Some didn't bring baskets and put things directly into their pockets. Others didn't bring money and bought on credit. Jichun trusted them and let them keep track themselves. These were mostly neighbors from nearby, about 10 households, lining up in order. The couple worked efficiently, and soon everything was sold. Only Yuyu was left. She peeked from behind, saw there were still about 10 jean left in the basket, and immediately asked happily, Ji Mei, there aren't many bean sprouts left. Can you sell them to me at a lower price? Jichun saw her run to the back whenever her turn was near, so she knew what she was up to. Sure. How much do you want to pay less? Jichun nodded quickly in agreement. Yuyu's face lit up. Can you sell it to me for 15 cents a jean? We're neighbors, and we see each other often. Besides, not long ago you damaged my land. Luckily, I didn't hold it against you. Now, you should compensate me a bit, right? Ji-won almost laughed out of anger. She was this old and had never seen anyone with a thicker face than a city wall. Now she finally had. She blinked thoughtfully and said, "So, with so many of those, I should thank you too, sister-in-law." Yu Ruiying waved her hand and replied, "There's no need to be so polite. My family doesn't have many vegetables to eat, so I wanted some bean sprouts." Originally, their vegetable garden had plenty of produce, but recently, the nearby sisters-in-law had taken most of it. Now, even to eat a green onion, she had to buy it from the supply store, which made her feel very upset. She didn't have many friends and tried to visit neighbors, but they often refused, which she found petty.
Bah.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She smiled and stepped forward. "I won't trouble you, sister. I'll do it myself." She was about to lift her clothes to stuff the bean sprouts inside when Ji-won quickly stopped her. "Hey, sister-in-law, there's no need for you to do it. I'll do it myself. I just want to give you some bean sprouts." "Really?" Yu Ruiying's eyes brightened. Ji-won nodded, bent down to pick the bean sprouts from the basket, looked around, and grabbed a small sickle nearby. With a snip, she cut off the roots underneath. The processed bean sprouts looked better, neat and shiny, yellow and bright. Yu Ruiying's stomach growled uncontrollably. "Sister, oh heavens, you're really kind. You just wanted to give me some, but you even cut off the roots. Isn't that wasteful?" Though she said wasteful, she was secretly very happy. She hurried over to take the bean sprouts, but to her surprise, Ji-won, under her anxious gaze, grabbed the cut roots and quickly put them into her pocket. Yu Ruiying's face changed, and she stared in shock. "Gee, sister, what do you mean?" She shouted in surprise and jumped high into the air. Ji-won remained calm and said, "You wanted it for free, right? I'm giving it to you. Sister-in-law, don't look down on it. These roots are still bean sprouts, and you can eat them too. Just take them home." Yu Ruiying was furious. "Ji-won, there's no need to insult me. If you don't want to give it, then don't. Why give me just the roots? I, Yu Ruiying, am not poor. I said you could give it to me, but you're just teasing me? That's too much." Ji-won held back her laughter and watched her perform. "Sister-in-law, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I give you something for free, why are you still scolding me? If you want to take advantage, you should look at the situation. These bean sprouts are meant to be sold. If you don't pay, you can't just want them for free. I'm not your mother, so why should I spoil you?"
"You."
Yu Ruiying pointed at her, trembling with anger. She looked up and saw Lin Yuru, standing silently behind her, which made her even more furious. She immediately started to complain. "Captain Lin, you are a leader, yet you just watch your wife bully me? You and old He from our family have been through gunfire and danger. You even call him brother He and me sister-in-law. Is this how you treat your sister-in-law?" Lin Zhengnan didn't expect to be called out. He looked up, his eyes full of protection for his wife, and stepped in beside Ji-won. "Sister-in-law, you keeps calling him brother He. Do you know what happens if you cause trouble here?" "Cause trouble? When did she cause trouble?" Yu Ruiying glared at the couple, clearly working together. "Fine, it's just some broken bean sprouts. Who cares?" She snorted coldly and turned to leave. But before she could walk 2 steps, Ji-won stopped her. "Sister-in-law, you said you don't care? Give me back the bean sprouts. They're good stuff. I can feed chickens, ducks, or dogs with them, but I won't give them to you, so you won't think I'm insulting you." After saying that, she grabbed the bean sprout roots from Yu Ruiying's pocket and casually threw them into a nearby basket. Yu Ruiying was so angry she nearly fell backward. Fine, fine, she's worth less than chickens and dogs, right? Ji-won, you better watch out." Yu Ruiying stomped her foot and turned to leave, spitting on the ground as she went. She was here to watch the fun but ended up bringing more business to Ji-won. She thought she might get a small advantage but ended up with nothing, wasting so much time. She was furious. Watching her curse and leave, Ji-won almost laughed out loud. Sister-in-law Yu really keeps falling for her tricks, then suddenly calms down. Why does she keep looking for trouble? She smiled, tidied up the basket in front of her, and grabbed a handful of bean sprouts to put in a basin. "Let's save these for lunch." After cleaning up the mess, the couple's stomachs were growling from hunger. They had been working here since early morning and hadn't even had a sip of water. Luckily, Zhao Qiaoyu's breakfast finally arrived. Lin Zhengnan took 2 breakfasts to wake up Fish, while Jichun stayed behind to settle accounts with Zhao Qiaoyu. In just one morning, they sold about 50 jin of bean sprouts. After calculating, they earned 50 yuan in total. But they only got 7.5 yuan in hand, as some people hadn't paid yet. Zhao Qiaoyu was so excited her eyes widened, and she shoved a bun into her mouth without swallowing, babbling excitedly. That much?
Shiaoin, we.
She hadn't finished speaking when the bun got stuck in her throat, making her turn white and cough. Jichun quickly said, "Sister Zhao, take it slow," and handed her a glass of water, patting her on the back. "Slow down, Sister Zhao. Swallow first, then talk." Zhao Qiaoyu blushed and turned red in the face, finally swallowing her words and feeling her throat ache from the effort. She felt a bit shy and smiled shyly. "I'm just happy. We made so much money this morning. If we sell it all, I wonder how much we will earn." Jichun was also happy, nibbling on her bun and thinking, "Anyway, my calculations are pretty close." Zhao Qiaoyu ate her breakfast quickly and hurriedly instructed her. "Shiaoin, after I finish eating, I'll send out 2 baskets first. The rest, you keep an eye on it. I might run several trips today." Jichun actually wanted to go with her, to share some of the load, and mainly to discuss cooperation with the purchasing station. But she was also worried about the logistics staff from the army coming over. Since neither of them was at home, it might be a wasted trip. After thinking for a moment, she decided to give the task of negotiating the cooperation to Zhao Qiaoyu. "Our bean sprouts are so good, they must be in high demand outside. We can't just sell to the army. We need to talk to the purchasing station. We can offer them a lower price, and they can supply the supply and marketing cooperatives or other big canteens. Such larger organizations will sell better. We can't rely on just the 2 of us running to the city every day. Our legs might give out before we sell everything. So, Sister Zhao, you should go to the nearby purchasing station first. Tell them that for over 100 jin of bean sprouts, we only want 25 cents per jin. We don't care how much they sell it for. We only supply the goods." Zhao Qiaoyu nodded, sitting upright and listening very carefully. "Okay, Shiaoin, don't worry. I promise to do my best to negotiate." Jichun was not worried at all. She knew Zhao Qiaoyu was very good at talking. In her previous life, Zhao Qiaoyu was definitely a strong woman. In this life, she was just starting out, so it was normal not to know everything. Jichun had lived 2 lives and seen more of the world, so she could give some advice to help Sister Zhao grow faster. "All right, Sister Zhao. Thank you for running this errand." Zhao Qiaoyu was not happy to hear that. She said, "What are you talking about?
Who's who?
What's hard about negotiating? As long as we can make money, it's not hard at all." Jichun nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Zhao is right." After breakfast, Zhao Qiaoyu left with 2 baskets of bean sprouts. Jichun went home first. Lin Zhengnan had already gone to training, so only Fish was at home. Mother and daughter locked the door and went straight to Zhao Qiaoyu's house in the back. The nearby sisters-in-law also came one after another to give money. Since it's a business, they all kept records. Jichun, with nothing else to do, decided to write down the accounts in the ledger. "Mom, are these bean sprouts all made by you?" The young girl woke up early and heard everyone talking about bean sprouts. She had eaten them before, so she recognized them. Seeing so many bean sprouts in the backyard shower area, she was stunned. She jumped happily to Jichun and asked excitedly, "Yes, my Aunt Zhao, and I made them." Yuyu was very happy. "Mom, you're so amazing. You can do everything, cook delicious food and grow bean sprouts." Jichun was so pleased by her daughter's praise she almost jumped. She pinched her daughter's cheek and asked, "Would you like me to make you some bean sprouts later?"
"Yes."
The mother and daughter were whispering together when someone called out, Ji-mei, someone is here for you." Jichun's heart skipped a beat.
"Someone? Who could it be?"
She quickly put away her paper and pen and went outside to look. From afar, she saw Liao Min approaching. She was dressed simply in a business suit and wore glasses, clearly an intellectual. She looked around with interest and smiled as she came closer.
Shiaoin.
Hearing her call her so warmly, Jiwan hurried over. Aunt Liao, you're here. Yuyu also cheerfully called out Grandma. Seeing the similar faces of mother and daughter, both smiling sweetly at her, Liao Min's heart softened.
Hey.
She was holding a bag, which contained some materials she had helped find. Jiwan was very grateful. Aunt Liao, come, let's go home and sit. Liao Min was not in a hurry. She smiled and asked, I originally planned to visit your home, but I didn't see anyone. I heard from a friend across the street that you're here, so I came over. She stood still and instinctively looked toward Zhou Qiaoyu's backyard. I heard you and a woman are selling bean sprouts. Is that true? Seeing her, Jiwan was so happy she forgot to prepare bean sprouts for her. She immediately reacted and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. We just started today, and the sprouts are growing really well. Since everyone is out of vegetables, we thought we'd grow some bean sprouts to improve our lives. Aunt Liao, I'll pack some for you to try, see how good our skills are. She quickly went inside. Recently, she often went in and out with Zhou Qiaoyu, and now she knew Zhou's house better than her own. She looked around the living room but couldn't find a bag, so she simply took the bag from Liao Min. Aunt Liao, are these the materials you helped find? Liao Min nodded. Yes, I hope they can be useful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jiwan took the bag, carefully put away the materials inside, and then used the bag to carry bean sprouts to the backyard. Liao Min patiently waited in the living room. When she saw Fishy nearby, she couldn't help but tease her a little. Hearing the noise from the back door, she looked up and saw the bean sprouts in the bag. Her eyes lit up with joy as she hurried over. Oh wow, these bean sprouts grew so well. Shiaoin, you guys are really amazing. These are even better than the ones I buy at the supply store. She took the sprouts and kept praising them, examining one closely. Her eyes showed her love for them. If you like them, Aunt Liao, I can bring you some often. Knowing she was speaking sincerely, Liao Min didn't dare to accept too casually. How can I trouble you so often? Next time I want some, I'll just come here to buy. Okay. After agreeing, Jiwan led Liao Min straight to Zhou Qiaoyu's backyard. Their backyards were next to each other, just over the wall. Going through the front gate would take much longer. Aunt Liao, take your time. This is my vegetable garden. You said last time you wanted to eat vegetables, right? There are so many here. Feel free to pick whatever you like. Liao Min followed and crossed over. Looking down, she exclaimed, Wow, there are so many vegetables. They're all so tender and green. She also noticed a rose bush in the corner of the wall, already forming buds and blooming beautifully on the wall. Hey, Shiaoin, what are you growing here? Jiwan looked down and replied, Watermelon. She hadn't come to see it in days. Now, it was almost all sprouted and growing very well. Liao Min thought water spring water was truly a treasure. Shiaoin, you even grow watermelons yourself? Liao Min almost dropped her jaw. It seemed that just growing vegetables wasn't enough to show Shiaoin's talent. Yes, I also planted strawberries, but I think they'll be ready in 2 or 3 months. Liao Min had tried strawberries before. She knew they were delicious but tricky to grow and expensive. She hadn't expected Shiaoin to grow them too. Thinking about the sweet and sour taste of strawberries, she couldn't wait to try them. Shiaoin, when your watermelons and strawberries are ready to eat, remember to tell me. I must be your first customer. Sure. Shiaoin was eager to. By then, I'll personally deliver them to Aunt Liao. Liao Min smiled. If you really manage to grow strawberries, you don't need to deliver them yourself. For that taste, I'll come to you. Jiwan laughed happily and quickly started picking vegetables. Worried she was pregnant, Liao Min stopped her. I'll do it myself. Just stay here and chat with me. Thanks to her careful work, Liao Min does even small tasks like picking vegetables very gracefully, with every movement showing a scholarly air. Shiaoin, look at you. You can grow vegetables, watermelons, strawberries. What can't you do? Jiwan is not modest at all. Anything that grows in the soil, I should be able to do. Liao Min suddenly remembers something. What about those flowers?
Liao Min feels a bit shy.
I bought a potted orchid at a high price, but I don't know how to take care of it. It was about to bloom, but it's wilting. I was planning to give it as a gift to my mentor for her birthday. Her birthday is coming up, and I don't have a good present. If Shiaoin can grow flowers, could you help me take care of it? I'm not in a hurry, just bring it to me next month. Jiwon didn't expect her skills to expand so much. But she definitely wants to help. Taking care of flowers and plants is easy for her, and for Liao Min, it solves an urgent problem. Plus, helping Aunt Liao also benefits her in some way. Sure. If Aunt Liao trusts me, just send it over when you have time. As long as it's not dead, I promise it will bloom again in a month. Liao Min is overjoyed. Shiaoin, thank you so much. Jiwon clarifies in advance. Aunt Liao, don't thank me too early. If I don't take good care of it, I'll be embarrassed. It's okay.
Just do your best.
Even if I can't keep it alive, I have other gifts. Her mentor loves orchids the most, so giving one as a birthday gift is very meaningful. They work for a long time, and Liao Min picks a big bag of vegetables. She picks a little of everything edible from the garden. It's heavy in her hand. All right, that's enough. Shiaoin, you've been so helpful today. It's no trouble at all, Aunt Liao. I'm glad you like the vegetables. Ji-won helps Liao Min leave. Knowing she's busy selling bean sprouts today, she doesn't want to delay her further. Just take it here. Shiaoin, go ahead and get busy. I'll come again next time.
Okay.
Ji-won isn't polite. She pulls her daughter and starts to leave, only to hear Liao Min call out from afar. Shiaoin, I've already left the money for the vegetables on the table. Remember to take it. Ji-won's eyes widen. The money for the vegetables? Liao Min came from far away, busy picking vegetables. She didn't drink water or eat, and when she left the money behind. Isn't that a bit cold? Oh, right. She asked Aunt Liao to help find some information, and she still hasn't paid for that. She hurried to catch up, but after a few steps, she heard Liao Min call out. I know you're a good kid, but business is business. You must keep the money. I'm leaving now. Don't follow me, or I'll get angry. She waved her hand and truly left without looking back. Liao Min's arrival caused quite a stir among the nearby neighbors. She is the elementary school principal, and the children of the family compound all go to school there, so everyone has seen Liao Min. It was already surprising enough that she personally visited Jiwon, but to find out she came all this way just to buy vegetables was even more shocking. Not just bean sprouts, but also fresh greens from the field. Good heavens, how does Jiwon grow her vegetables? They had only seen farmers selling vegetables, never seen customers come directly to buy. One of her sisters-in-law finally spoke up, unable to hold back. Jiwon, how do you fertilize your vegetables? Why do they grow so well? Jiwon thought they were just asking casually and answered instinctively. Just manure, right? Lin Zhengnan picks it from the pig farm at the military base. Everyone knows that. Everyone was stunned, so it was because of pig farm manure. They looked at each other in surprise, all taking note of this secret. Soon after, over the next few hours, Jiwon's vegetable-growing secret spread throughout the family compound. The key was pig farm manure. The sisters-in-law all grabbed their tools and buckets and headed off to the pig farm in a big group. When Jiwon woke up from her nap at noon and pushed open the window, she almost fainted on the spot. What's going on? Why does it smell so bad? Lin Zhengnan frowned and also caught the smell. He sniffed lightly twice, his face turning visibly pale. Is someone fertilizing their field? Even if they are, it shouldn't be this bad, right? It was fine when we did it before. Ji-won waved her hand to fan herself, but the smell was like a ghostly presence, clinging to her. She quickly pinched her nose and closed the window, finally feeling a bit better. Lin Zhengnan needed to go train later, so he got up to wash up. Ji-won followed him, using his face-washing water to wipe her face, still not fully awake. Do you want to sleep a little more? Seeing her dazed and sleepy, Lin Zhengnan was worried she might fall and hurt herself. No, I'm not tired.
Just thinking about something.
Ji-won glanced at him, and explained. Sister Zhao had already made 2 trips that morning, delivering to 2 purchasing stations. Now there were still 5 baskets at home. Lin Zhengnan listened silently. She stopped mid-sentence, hinting without saying directly, and Lin Zhengnan gradually understood her meaning. Then you probably need to tell Comrade Zhao to take a break later. Ji-won's face lit up with joy, already guessing the answer. The logistics department has already discussed it. They might send someone over soon to buy it. Really? Ji-won happily rushed to hug him, bouncing excitedly like a child. This time, Lin Zhengnan didn't hesitate, nor was he as cautious as last time. He naturally raised his hand to embrace her. His slender waist was gently held, and under his warm palm was his wife's soft flesh. He nodded in agreement, yes, really. Ji-won hadn't yet realized how close their posture was. After rubbing her forehead against his chest, she looked up and asked, "Did Brother Zhao from across the street tell the logistics department?" Lin Zhengnan finally had a chance to show off in front of his wife, but old Zhao, who was unrelated, took the credit. He frowned, confused. What does old Zhao have to do with it? Ji-won smiled. This morning, the sister-in-law from across came to buy bean sprouts. Isn't she making lunch? If it's tasty, she told Brother Zhao to talk to the boss. I thought. Seeing Lin Zhengnan's displeased expression, she stopped talking, knowing that it was all his achievement. So you talked to the boss? Her face was full of joy, her eyes shining with gratitude. Lin Zhengnan's actions were just to make his wife happy, so he didn't deny it, but he told the truth, no bragging. It's not really me. The steward came to find me first. He heard that my wife was the one who grew the bean sprouts. Ji-won was overjoyed, looking at him and asking, "What did you say?" Her teasing look was obvious. Usually, Lin Zhengnan would shy away from such words, but now he gathered his courage and answered seriously. I said it was my wife's doing. Wife. Ji-won was surprised. Could Lin Zhengnan really say such things? Was he joking? She instinctively looked at his earlobes, which were already blushing bright red. Really? That's how you answered? Knowing that Lin Zhengnan had been cold and indifferent for 2 lives, could he really say such cheesy words? She didn't quite believe it. Her big eyes stared intently. Lin Zhengnan felt his heart race under her gaze, and after a long moment, he nodded. Yes. Did he really answer that way? Could it be that this usually stoic man has finally opened up? Ji-won secretly felt pleased. It was worth teasing him now and then. It seemed to work. Good, keep it up. Looking forward to Director Lin's breakthrough. Lin Zhengnan lowered his eyes and didn't dare look at her much, only slightly curled his hand around her waist. I thought he would be upset if I answered her like that, but after observing, I saw his expression change quickly, finally settling into a happy look.
So,
he calls her his lover, and she agrees? Lin Zhengnan was so happy, he almost couldn't contain himself. He tugged at the corner of his mouth to hold back a smile, and quickly returned to the main topic, clearing his throat before continuing. I've already told them the price. They can accept it, but first, they need to come see the bean sprouts. Ji-won raised her eyebrows. Sure. They're welcome to come anytime. If they take all 5 baskets, Sister Zhao won't need to go out tomorrow. On the other hand, they should also wash up and prepare for the next batch of bean sprouts.
Okay.
The couple hugged and talked for a while. When Ji-won realized, she showed no shyness at all and even confidently straightened Lin Zhengnan's collar. Then you go train first. I need to wake Fish and also visit Sister Zhao. The couple tidied up together and said goodbye at the gate of the yard. Ji-won took Fish to find Zhao Qiaoyu, still holding the money Liao Min gave her for vegetables. She heard that the money included some from her own vegetable planting, but Zhao Qiaoyu refused to take it.
Don't worry about it.
Keep it for yourself. Actually, it wasn't much, only 5 yuan in total. Ji-won initially wanted to save it to return to Liao Min later, as inviting her over to pick vegetables was a warm gesture. If she sold the vegetables, 5 yuan wouldn't be enough. She also thought that Liao Min probably didn't want to owe favors, especially since she helped find review materials for free. Ji-won thought, then she must take good care of the orchids without expecting any reward. Otherwise, she would also get angry. Though people shouldn't fuss over minor details in relationships, even close siblings keep track of accounts. It's better to be clear about things. All right, I'll set aside the money from selling bean sprouts and also give you the money we spent on bean sprouts for lunch. How about that? Zhou Qiaoyu was still counting money, and the more she heard, the more suspicious she felt. She looked up and saw Ji Wanqi's half-smiling face, realizing she was being sarcastic. Okay, Shiaoin, are you deliberately teasing me? Ji Wanqi immediately admitted, yes, I am.
It's just 5 yuan.
What's wrong with including it? The money I give you is like buying you a soda. You must be exhausted after running twice this morning, right? Realizing her feelings, the girl was actually feeling sorry for herself. Zhou Qiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled, her eyes a bit teary. She pretended to casually wipe away her tears, saying, Girl, in my life, the only people who treat me best are my mother and you. Jiwon took her hand and patted it gently, comforting her. You're still so young. You will meet more kind people in the future. She gave her a flirtatious wink, then looked at the accounting book in front of her. Today, I sold 67 yuan and 50 cents. Wow, that's like a regular worker's monthly salary? Zhou Qiaoyu raised her eyebrows proudly. Of course.
See?
Selling bean sprouts is quite profitable, right? Jiwon didn't finish her sentence but gave her a thumbs up. It's not just about selling bean sprouts. These days, any business can make money. They needed to seize this opportunity quickly, gather initial funds fast, and when the spring breeze of reform comes next year, they must go with the flow and get rich. I also talked with the purchasing station. They'll come to pick up in 5 days, driving here themselves. I agreed to give them 10 baskets in total. Ji-won's eyes widened. That much? Yes, the nearby canteens and state-run restaurants buy vegetables from them. 10 baskets are too few for them. But, you can't eat bean sprouts every day, right? Once a month is perfect. Sister Zhou, you're really amazing. Ji-won admired her deeply. Zhou Qiaoyu was so happy she cried, her eyes red, her voice trembling with emotion. That's just the beginning. Sending only 10 baskets once a month, that's just over 100 yuan. I need to visit 2 more places, at least once every 5 days, with about 10 baskets each time. That way, we'll have over 1,000 yuan each month. Divided among them, that's over 500 yuan each. Almost a fortune. Zhou Qiaoyu had never had such a large amount of money before. She couldn't imagine how excited she would be to have so much cash. When I save enough money, I can go back to my hometown and visit my mother in style. Even if I don't marry Yang Feng, she probably won't be angry. I'll buy a small house and bring her here to enjoy life in the city. When I was little, my parents didn't want me. They said I was a girl, a troublemaker, and my mother bought me to raise. When I bring her to the city for a better life, who will dare say she picked up a troublemaker? Ji-won was stunned, never expecting Zhou Qiaoyu's background to be like this. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she stood up and hugged Zhou Qiaoyu, patting her shoulder to reassure her. I believe it will happen. One day, you'll be the first person in your village to reach 10,000 yuan. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled happily. She dreamed of this all the time, and she was working hard for it. She giggled and grabbed Ji-won's hand, raising her eyebrows. I am a 10,000 yuan household, and so are you. We should become wealthy sister friends. Absolutely. The two of them were inside, dreaming about getting rich. Outside, someone was shouting, saying the quartermaster and others had arrived. When they heard that the logistics team came to buy bean sprouts, the two exchanged a quick look and eagerly went out to greet them. Outside, about 10 people in military uniforms and hats had arrived, whispering to each other. Zhou Qiaoyu quickly stepped forward. Hello, comrades. Are you here to buy bean sprouts? The first person to step out from the crowd was the young comrade who had helped move the bean sprouts last time. He nodded and introduced himself. Hello, Comrade Zhou. This is our quartermaster. He's in charge of buying ingredients for the kitchen. Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't help but smile widely and went forward to shake his hand. Hello, leader. Sorry to trouble you and your team. It's really kind of you to come personally. The quartermaster smiled and instinctively looked at Jiwan, who was silent behind him. This must be Captain Lin's wife, right? No wonder Captain Lin was so attentive. She was very pretty. It's no trouble at all. Captain Lin already discussed everything with us beforehand. We can accept the prices, but we need to see your bean sprouts first. When they heard that Lin Zhengnan was the one who arranged this, Zhou Qiaoyu immediately took a step back and made room for Jiwan. Oh, it's thanks to Captain Lin. Jiwan, you should take the quartermaster and the others to see the bean sprouts. Jiwan didn't mind. It didn't matter who she took. Seeing the curiosity in the quartermaster's eyes, she smiled politely and greeted him. Hello, leader. I am Jiwan, the wife of Lin Zhengnan. I'll take you to see the bean sprouts now. The quartermaster nodded and led a few soldiers, who followed with their hands behind their backs. Thinking about how Lin Zhengnan had mentioned Jiwan, the quartermaster smiled and couldn't help but tease her. Comrade Ji, why don't you say that Captain Lin is your husband? That's how he introduced himself to us. Jiwan was momentarily stunned and blushed deeply. Husband and wife are the same thing. The quartermaster laughed loudly. Several logistics units nearby asked us to come and check the situation first. If your bean sprouts are good, we'll take all of them. There might not be enough to share. Jiwan immediately assured him, if it's not enough this time, there will be a next time. As long as everyone needs it, we'll grow more next time. We'll make sure every unit can have some. A group of people happily came to the backyard shower area. Jiwan and Zhou Qiaoyu went inside first to carry out a basket of bean sprouts. Leader, look at this. What do you think? A few people leaned in to take a look and were all stunned.
Great.
I didn't expect Captain Lin to be so brave in battle. His wife is also a good helper at home. Comrade Ji, we want all these bean sprouts. How much do you have here? Jiwan didn't have time to be happy and quickly replied, maybe around 300 jin, but we need to weigh it to be sure. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Find a scale. Weigh it, then we'll carry it back. We'll eat bean sprouts this afternoon. Okay. Hearing this, everyone present started to act. They weighed, carried, and calculated. More people meant more strength. In less than half an hour, everything was done. Total weight is 326 jin. Each jin costs 0.25 yuan, so altogether, 75 yuan. Don't bother with the exact 326, just round it to 300 jin. The remaining 26 jin is a thank you gift for the soldiers' efforts. Jiwan was quick to do the math, and everyone was very happy after hearing her words.
Done.
The quartermaster was not a stubborn person, especially since saving money was part of his job. Since Comrade Ji was so thoughtful, he was happy to accept. Then it's 75 yuan. He took out some money from his pocket and handed it over, some loose change included. This is not enough. Next time, if you don't bring us 600 jin, I'll send someone to pick it up in a few days. We take about 5 or 6 days to grow it. Can you come after 6 days?
All right.
If we need more, we'll order in advance. Thanks, Comrade Ji. Jiwan smiled happily, knowing the cafeteria couldn't eat bean sprouts every day. It was nice to have a treat now and then. She quickly thanked them and helped Zhou Qiaoyu carry the bean sprouts as they left. Comrade Ji, you can go back now. We'll send the basket later. Watching everyone leave in a big group, Zhou Qiaoyu finally couldn't hold back her excitement. She hugged Jiwan happily and exclaimed, "Little one, we've made a big profit. We're rich now." She almost cried with joy, laughing and wiping away tears from her eyes. She counted on her fingers. The next batch needs 10 baskets. The 2 purchase stations, I went to need 4 baskets. That's 14 baskets in total. We only have 10 baskets here. I'll have to buy 2 more at the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow morning. Jiwan nodded, counting the money she had. Including what she sold in the morning, they earned a total of 142. 5 yuan. Should we split the money now? Jiwan saw Zhou Qiaoyu so excited and handed her the money, which motivated her to earn more.
Great.
Zhou Qiaoyu rubbed her hands eagerly, looking forward to it. Jiwan counted out 72 yuan for her, keeping 70 for herself. Save the remaining 5 cents for breakfast tomorrow morning. Zhou Qiaoyu was not polite and took all the money in her hands. Apart from the money for buying beans and baskets, Ji Yuan earned 35 yuan. Zhou Jia, tomorrow go buy beans and baskets. Remember to find a cart or something to carry them. Don't carry everything yourself. It's too heavy, and you won't finish it in a few trips. Ask the army if they have a cart for rent. I'll cover the rent, and also the money for the beans and baskets. Remember to ask me for reimbursement tomorrow. They had agreed that one would pay and the other would work, so Zhou Qiaoyu naturally didn't mind sharing. Okay, you've worked hard all day. Go home and rest. I'll rest for a bit, and then clean the shower room.
All right.
Ji Yuan was indeed tired today. She stood up and stretched. Zhou Jia, I'll head back first. Back home, Ji Yuan recorded today's earnings. Seeing the number 35 on her notebook, she smiled happily. Making money still meant doing business. She casually put the money into a drawer and locked it. Then she remembered the lingerie she had made wasn't delivered yet, so she quickly got up again.
Yuyu?
The little girl had been running around with her all day and was very happy. Now she was a bit thirsty, so she went to the kitchen, poured a glass of cold boiled water, and drank several big sips. Hearing her mother's voice, she also poured a glass and brought it over. Mom, drink water. Ji Yuan's heart melted. She took the glass, drank it all in one go, then put down the cup and picked up her daughter, pinching her little face and asking, "Have you been very tired these days?" "No, I'm very happy with Mom." Ji Yuan kissed her on the forehead. "That's good. If you're tired or upset, remember to tell Mom." Mom is starting to make money now. In a few days, I'll take you to the city to play, okay? I'll buy you some delicious food. Okay. Do you want to go to Grandma's house? Yes. Yuyu nodded eagerly, her eyes shining as she looked at her, and asked again. Mom, when are we going? In a couple of days. Anyway, she had to soak the beans first. As for the rest of the process, Zhou Qiaoyu could handle it on her own.
Yay!
Yuyu hugged her neck and kissed her face several times. Ji Yuan smiled, put down the child, and went inside to get her underwear, then handed it to Lu Yun across the way. As she stepped out of her yard, she immediately saw several sisters-in-law whispering outside. She initially wanted to pretend she hadn't seen them, but they had already looked her way. Unable to avoid it, she could only smile and greet them. "Where are you all headed?" she asked. As soon as she spoke, the sisters-in-law looked at each other and quickly gathered around her. They cautiously asked, "Ji sister, I heard the army people came to buy your bean sprouts? All of them sold out?" With so many people coming at once, everyone saw it clearly, so she nodded and told the truth. "Yes, they're all sold out." Hearing this, the sisters-in-law exclaimed in surprise, their eyes now full of admiration. "Oh my, Ji sister, you're amazing. I saw them carrying several baskets. That must have made quite a bit of money, right?" Ji Yuan couldn't tell them how much she earned, so she immediately frowned and started to complain. "Sisters-in-law, it's not as easy as you think. Buying beans and baskets isn't free. To grow bean sprouts, you need to pick full beans. The rotten or shriveled ones are discarded, wasting money. Plus, how much does a pound of bean sprouts cost? It's split between me and Zhou Jia, so we only get a small amount. We also need to buy gifts for cooperation, which costs money." She spoke seriously, and the sisters-in-law felt relieved. If they really earned that much, no one wouldn't be jealous. Whether true or false, hearing it gave them some comfort. Yu Ruiying wrinkled her nose and didn't believe her. "Gee, sister, you sell a pound of bean sprouts for 25 cents, and you have hundreds of pounds. You probably made a few hundred yuan, right?" Ji Yuan almost rolled her eyes and replied with a fake smile. "You sister-in-law, have you never gone to school? Are you illiterate?" Before Yu Ruiying could answer, several sisters-in-law burst out laughing and said to her, "You're really something, Ji. How do you even know that? You sister-in-law isn't educated at all. She's a real illiterate." Ji Yuan laughed out loud, no wonder. She can't even do simple math. 25 cents for bean sprouts, hundreds of pounds, and she thinks she can make over 1,000 yuan? "If you're willing, I'll sell to you. I won't take 1,000. Even 500 is fine." Yuyu was speechless now, stunned and almost choking. She glared angrily at everyone, and seeing them still mocking her, she snapped back, "What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at your father or your mother? So, what if I'm uneducated? Who isn't a country bumpkin? How much more noble are you than me?" Sisters-in-law played with her, just chatting about gossip and jokes. Over time, they understood her bad temper. Even when she scolded them directly, they didn't get angry. Instead, they all laughed and continued teasing her. "We're not more noble than you, but Sister G is a teacher."
Duh.
"I heard she already quit. What kind of teacher is she?" "She might not be a teacher now, but she's still a high school student. Otherwise, how could she run a business while you can't?" "Sister Yu, are you jealous of Sister G? Why do you always oppose her?" Yuyu was so angry at their nonsense, she almost burst blood vessels. Jealous of her? What a joke. She looks like a fox spirit. Who would be jealous of her? If she didn't hold a grudge because Jiwon ruined her vegetable garden and was so stingy to her, she wouldn't bother with this little troublemaker. She had suffered so many silent wrongs that she needed to find a chance to get revenge. Jiwon stood nearby silently, unable to hold back anymore, and burst out laughing.
Thank you, Sister Yu.
"I didn't expect you to praise me so highly. These days, not everyone can be called a fox spirit. You have to be pretty first. I take it as a compliment." She looked at the other sisters-in-law. "Everyone keep chatting. I'll go back first." After greeting them, she took her daughter to Zhao Qiaoyu's house to pick up some mist review materials. Watching mother and daughter leave, the sisters-in-law admired her even more.
See?
Sister G really knows how to make money. Just look at her patience. Even when Sister Yu mocks her, she doesn't get angry and still enjoys herself. Yuyu spat. "When did I mock her? It's all the truth. She's always dressed up so fancy. What else could she be but a fox spirit?" The sisters-in-law ignored her and started to discuss whether Ji-won's words were true. They had been busy for a while and hadn't earned much. Ji-won already knew that her earning money would attract attention, so she just took it as a matter of course. Back home, she rested briefly before rushing to cook again. When Lin Zhengnan finished training and came back, dinner was already ready. Ji-won, wearing an apron, was serving soup. Hearing the noise, she looked up and asked, "Coming early is better than coming late. Captain Lin, you're lucky today. I just finished cooking when you arrived." Her long black hair was tied to her left shoulder with a hair tie, hanging down and resting on her chest, revealing her slender, fair neck on the right side. She wasn't wearing a bulky coat but a fitted red sweater, which outlined her beautiful figure clearly. Wearing an apron gives her a gentle, caring look like a good wife and mother. Lin Zhengnan stood at the door, looking a bit stunned. He had never seen her dressed like that before. "Is there a happy event today?" Ji-won looked confused and noticed his puzzled expression. She smiled and answered, "Our bean sprouts just sold out as soon as they were born. Isn't that a happy thing?" Lin Zhengnan's eyes softened as he took off his coat and went to the kitchen to wash his hands. "Yes, it is." Ji-won handed him a towel to wipe his hands and also took off her apron to sit down. "You must be very tired today."
I was supposed to cook when I got back.
"If not, we can eat at the cafeteria. It's the same." Lin Zhengnan felt sorry for her. He resigned hoping she could rest at home, but she started a small business and became even busier. "It's a bit tiring, but not to the point where I can't cook. Most of the work is done by Sister Zhao. I just help out." Lin Zhengnan picked up chopsticks and first served her a piece of meat. "How much did you earn today?" When he mentioned money, Ji-won's smile became even brighter. "With what I sold to neighbors, the collection station outside, and the army, I got 70 yuan. Hearing this, Lin Zhengnan choked and coughed.
Slow down.
Ji-won quickly stood up, patted his back, and handed him a bowl of soup. Lin Zhengnan's face turned red from coughing. After calming down, he felt a bit embarrassed and continued the conversation. "That much? It's almost my monthly allowance in one day. Where?" Ji-won sat down and continued to calculate. "After deducting costs, I have 35 yuan. But that's not from just one day, it's over 5 days." Knowing how busy she and Zhou Chuyu had been these days, Lin Zhengnan nodded encouragingly. That's already impressive. Factory workers only earn 50 or 60 yuan a month even when they work hard. That's true. Jiwon winked at him. That's why I bought meat today to celebrate. In a few days, we'll go to the city for fun. Do you want to go? Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow. What do you want to do there? Jiwon poked at her rice in the bowl. Watch a movie, take a family photo of the three of us. When the second baby is born, we'll take a family of 4 photo. Yuyu heard about going to the city and was very happy.
Yay!
Dad, let's go. She looked at Lin Zhengnan with big, pleading eyes.
Yvonne smiled.
Are you free tomorrow? Then we'll go. I'll come back in the afternoon and help soak beans across the street. The day after tomorrow, I plan to visit my parents. Lin Zhengnan was a bit surprised. Going to see Xiaochun and the others? Yes, and bring some review materials along. Lin Zhengnan's eyes darkened slightly, and he didn't ask further. It seems now that his wife and parents are very close, and it's good to visit them often. But why does she also want to bring review materials? Is she really preparing for college? Lin Zhengnan looked down thoughtfully. Since his wife wants to become a college student, he should do his best as her husband. Jiwon had no idea about his little plans. Seeing that he seemed distracted even during dinner, she gently kicked him under the table. Yuyu is asking if you're coming or not. Suddenly, Lin Zhengnan snapped back to reality and saw the expectant faces of mother and daughter. He immediately nodded.
Yes.
Yuyu was the happiest, her face full of joy. She ate an extra bowl of rice than usual. After dinner, Lin Zhengnan went to wash the dishes, while Jiwon went to tidy up the wardrobe in the bedroom. She took out some clothes she no longer wore, checking if she could alter them to keep using. Those that couldn't be fixed would be used as cleaning rags. Her daughter was growing quickly. Since both she and Lin Zhengnan were tall, many clothes and pants were too short. Tomorrow, she planned to go to the city and buy some new clothes for her little girl. She tidied carefully, not even noticing when Lin Zhengnan came in. Suddenly turning around, she bumped into his deep, penetrating eyes. Her heart skipped a beat from being looked at so intently. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Zhengnan shook his head and stepped forward, glancing at the pile of clothes beside him. Aren't you going to keep these? Some of them I still want to keep. I can modify them and keep wearing. Or maybe I can turn a couple into skirts for my daughter. She then threw some clothes she was holding into his hands. Those I don't want anymore. Put them in a bag and cut them into pieces to use as rags. Okay. Lin Zhengnan was quite efficient. As soon as he decided, he immediately went to the next room to find scissors. Jiwon called out, "Oh, remember to bring the bag from the sewing machine." When Lin Zhengnan came back, he indeed had a bag in his hand, but she didn't know what was inside. Ever since she saw him wearing underwear, he didn't dare to go rummaging around anymore, worried about seeing something he shouldn't, which would only cause him trouble. Sitting down again, he focused on cutting the old clothes. Ji-won finished tidying up, turned around, and watched him holding the scissors, looking a bit clumsy. For a moment, she was captivated. They say under the moon, you observe a man. Under the lamp, you see a beauty. Actually, under the lamp, watching a man is just as nice. He's handsome and charming no matter what. What does Lin Zhengnan look like exactly? His nose is tall and straight, almost touching the sky. His lips are thin and lightly pressed, and his eyes are not big but clear and slightly narrow, with no angle left unseen. Honestly, handsome men are rarer than beautiful women. Women tend to dress up, while men just wash their face and go out. True masculinity, especially in this era. The more I look, the more I want to know him. Ji-won stepped forward and sat beside him, unable to resist, leaning in to ask, "Are you finished cutting?" Warm breath brushed against her neck, and Lin Zhengnan felt a tiny chill all over his body. His hand holding the scissors paused, and he tried hard to ignore Ji-won beside him. Almost done. Ji-won smiled and casually leaned on his shoulder, praising his work. Our Captain Lin is really talented. He can fight in battle and also sew clothes. Both literary and martial skills, amazing. Lately, Lin Zhengnan had been praised a lot, but she always found new things to compliment him on. He pressed his lips tightly, showing little emotion on his face, but his ears turned red. Jichun already knew his little secret. He liked being praised but pretended not to care, acting proud. Feeling secretly happy, she was about to tease him further when her eyes caught the bag nearby. Her face lit up, and she grinned mischievously, quickly picking it up. "Is it ready?" She kept urging him, and Lin Zhengnan looked at her calmly, taking a deep breath. "What's wrong? Do you need something?" Jichun happily waved the bag in her hand at him. "Yes, I made you 2 pairs of pants. You can try them on and see if they fit." Lin Zhengnan was a bit surprised, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes.
Pants?
"Yes. You made them?" Jichun couldn't help but laugh at his naive expression. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to buy them for you." Lin Zhengnan carefully took the bag, pretending to be nonchalant. "I still have clothes to wear, no need for you to make me new ones." The bag felt light as a feather. What kind of pants were these? Why did they feel so weightless? Jichun nodded deliberately, teasing him. "Forget it then. I'll take them back and give them to my brother." "No, you can't." Lin Zhengnan immediately sidestepped to avoid her hand, getting anxious. He nervously protected the bag and looked into her teasing eyes, realizing he was being played by his wife. He cleared his throat and explained seriously, "Xiaodong is much shorter than me. He definitely can't wear these pants." Jichun stifled a laugh, already eager to see his reaction. She rubbed her hands and urged him. "Then hurry up and open them to see if you like them."
All right.
Lin Zhengnan opened the package happily. Inside, he saw simple fabric clothing, and he didn't even react immediately. "Sweetheart, what are these pants? Why are they so small?" Oh, he even called her sweetheart? Jichun didn't answer. Instead, she tilted her chin to indicate him to look inside. "Just take them out and see for yourself."
Okay.
For some reason, Lin Zhengnan felt a bad premonition in his heart. Under Jichun's eager gaze, he carefully took out the pants and unfolded them slowly. They were 2 pairs of boxer shorts. To fit the body, the front part had extra fabric, making a small bulge. Lin Zhengnan was a man, so he naturally knew these were fancy underwear made for his little brother. As soon as he understood, his face turned bright red all the way to his neck. He hurriedly crumpled the 2 pairs of underwear in his hands, not daring to look at Jichun. He awkwardly said, "Looks good. Thank you for your effort." Seeing his shy expression, Jichun thought he was adorable. She didn't plan to let him go, and even moved closer to ask, teasing him. "Looks good? What's good about it? You haven't even tried them." She frowned, seeming a bit upset. Lin Zhengnan felt his face burning fiercely. He quickly sat up straight, looking straight ahead, and explained without looking at her.
"Eva checked.
The craftsmanship is good, and the size fits." His words sounded stiff and mechanical. He was probably too nervous and didn't know how to answer properly. Jichun saw he was at a loss and guessed that if she kept teasing him, he might explode right there. She held back her laughter, with a mischievous smile on her face. "You haven't even tried them, how do you know if they fit? I'll go out first, you try them on." After urging him, she finally got up and left. Forget it, give him a break. There's plenty of time later. Teasing him slowly is so fun. If she did this often and made him immune, there would be no more fun in their private moments. Lin Zhengnan watched her leave, secretly feeling relieved. "Hurry up and try them. I'm going to wash up. Later, I want to sleep, and you take care of fish. Knowing his wife was exhausted today, Lin Zhengnan naturally had no objections. Okay. He glanced at the slightly open door and had a strange feeling that his wife might peek in later. He quickly went to lock the door. Now that he was calm, he carefully examined the underwear in his hand. Even though it was crumpled from being squeezed, the craftsmanship was still very fine. His wife made it herself. Just thinking about that made the corners of Lin Zhengnan's lips lift uncontrollably. He quickly took off his pants and tried on the underwear. Perfect fit. The size fit perfectly. Even the small part was just right. Lin Zhengnan's eyelid twitched, and he couldn't help but make a bold guess.
Could it be?
His wife remembered his size? His heart raced as he looked down at a certain area that was becoming more confident, and he quickly took off his pants in fear. If it fits, that's enough. He still has 2 more pairs. He plans to wear those until they are worn out first. As for these 2 pairs, he treasures them very much, folds them neatly, and keeps them for future use. After Ji-won finished washing up, Lin Zhengnan had already gone out to take care of their daughter. She was so tired today that she didn't want to think about anything. She went into the bedroom and lay down to sleep. She didn't know how long she had slept. When she opened her eyes, she was still groggy, and the lights in the room were on. She looked up and saw Lin Zhengnan standing under the light changing clothes. His strong body was exposed, and her craving made her instantly lose her sleepiness. Lin Zhengnan, how long have I been asleep? Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Zhengnan turned around at her words, looked at her sleepy face, and chuckled softly. I'm already awake. It's already the next morning.
Huh?
Ji-won sat up quickly, like a carp leaping out of water, and opened the window to look outside. Sure enough, although it was dark outside, the sky was already brightening. She smiled. No wonder I felt so energetic. It turns out I was fully rested. She looked at him again. Where's our daughter? She's sleeping next door. Lin Zhengnan said as he put on his shirt and was about to change his pants. Suddenly, he remembered something, took a few steps forward, and stood in a blind spot from Ji-won's view. He didn't do this to hide it intentionally. Ji-won hadn't reacted yet, but the more he tried to hide, the more she felt there was a secret. She silently watched and quietly crawled to the side of the bed, peeking out. When she saw Lin Zhengnan with his back turned, just taking off his pants, his underwear still looked the same as before. Oh my God, it was almost deformed and about to reveal his buttocks. Why was he still wearing it? Ji-won cleared her throat and called out, Lin Zhengnan. Startled, Lin Zhengnan, who was about to put on his pants, panicked and quickly grabbed the nearby trousers to cover himself. He turned around uncomfortably and asked, what's wrong? Ji-won couldn't help but smile at his adorable look but kept a straight face and asked seriously, why didn't you wear the pants I made for you? Why are these 2 still hanging on you? They're almost transparent after washing. Are you planning to keep them as family heirlooms? Lin Zhengnan's face changed instantly. He lowered his head to look at himself, thankfully covered tightly. In response to the previous season's questions and anger from Wei Yan, he blushed and felt too shy to say he couldn't bear to part with the pants. Instead, he looked for an excuse to dismiss it. Forgot for a moment. I'll wear it next time. Ji-won got annoyed listening. Next time? Wear it now. I happily made these pants for you, and you don't even look at them. If you don't like them, why are you going to take them? I said I could give them to my brother. Lin Zhengnan got worried and frowned as he explained. I don't dislike them. I really forgot. Afraid that his wife would give the pants to his younger brother-in-law, Lin Zhengnan nodded. Then turn around. I'll put them on now. Ji-won knew he was shy, and if he stared so directly, he might argue all day. She nodded and used her hands and feet to crawl back into her seat, saying confidently, you must change. Later, I will check the old underwear you take off. Lin Zhengnan pressed his lips tightly and obediently opened the wardrobe, took out the neatly folded underwear, and changed into it. As for the underwear he took off and the old one hanging outside, he planned to throw both away later.
Done.
He went over with a serious face, trying not to let his wife see his discomfort. Ji-won held back her laughter. Let me see. Lin Zhengnan realized what was happening and glanced at the underwear he had taken off. All right, just throw them away. 2 might not be enough, so I will make a few more for you later. It's just underwear with a sewing machine. It takes only a few minutes to make.
Okay.
Lin Zhengnan quickly left the room. After throwing away the underwear, he secretly let out a breath of relief. The family had agreed to go to the city. Ji-won also got up to start packing, called her daughter to eat breakfast, wash up, and get dressed. Today, she wore a dress, her hair braided to one shoulder with a ribbon tied at the end. She put on her little leather shoes, carried a small bag, and stood in front of the mirror. She looked lively and beautiful. Who could tell she was a mother of a child? Just as she was admiring herself, Yuyu ran in from outside. The little girl was wearing a colorful shirt with 2 small pigtails, looking especially adorable.
Mom.
Wow, you look so pretty today. The little girl's words became sweeter and sweeter. Ji-won rubbed her daughter's head and looked at her clothes, asking, "Why are you wearing this?" Yuyu pouted, "Dad's." She also wanted to wear pretty clothes and look as beautiful as her mom. Seeing her daughter's disappointment, Ji-won hugged her and went out together. Lin Zhengnan? Yes. Lin Zhengnan, who was putting on his shoes, heard the noise. When he saw his wife, his eyes widened in surprise. He stared fixedly at Ji-won, completely forgetting what he was about to ask. "Why are you dressing our daughter like this?" He couldn't hear it all, as if he was deaf. Until Yuyu angrily called out, "Dad." "Yes?" Lin Zhengnan finally realized he was acting out of line and quickly explained. "It's better to dress her brightly, since there are many people around." He didn't mention that Ji-won hadn't noticed yet. When he looked at his daughter suddenly, she really was quite eye-catching. Especially the small red floral jacket she was wearing, which looked like a flag. To be fair, Lin Zhengnan was thoughtful. She put down her daughter and agreed. "Just wear this. Yuyu is pretty, so she looks good in anything. This outfit makes her look like a lucky doll, and the photos will turn out great." When he mentioned taking photos, Yuyu was really interested. She tilted her head and asked, "Really?" "Of course. Today, we're also going to buy you a new dress." Yuyu smiled happily and no longer cared about her outfit. She held Ji-won's hand and was a bit impatient. "Dad, let's go quickly."
Okay.
Lin Zhengnan stood up, a head taller than Ji-won. Although his clothes were simple, his wife was so beautiful that he looked quite handsome too. "Let's go." With that command, the family of 3 left the house. Holding hands, they walked in the residential area, drawing a lot of attention. Everyone who saw his sister-in-law praised their handsome couple, and Lin Zhengnan felt very happy. His mood lifted, like he was floating on clouds, soft and light. They got on the bus, sitting in a row. Lin Zhengnan sat with Yuyu in his arms. Their family looked so good that the women on the bus were all jealous. "Teacher Ji, I heard you're selling bean sprouts. Is that true?" Recently, news about Ji-won making a fortune selling bean sprouts spread all over the neighborhood. The women were very curious. Now that they saw her, they couldn't help but gossip. Ji-won smiled and didn't hide anything. "Yes, you're welcome to buy from me. We're in the same neighborhood, so I'll give you a discount." The women looked at each other happily, excited.
Great.
Some quick-witted women came over and asked, "Teacher Ji, if your business gets bigger in the future, will you need more help?" Ji-won's heart skipped a beat. She almost fell into a trap. The news from above hadn't come down yet. Who would dare to expand their business at this sensitive time? And who would want to hire more people? If they did, they might be labeled as capitalists, which could bring trouble to Lin Zhengnan. Although I don't know if my sister-in-law's question was intentional or accidental, she still warned us gently. "You're joking, sister-in-law. We're just trying to improve our lives and help the soldiers by selling a few more dishes. The money we earn isn't enough for ourselves, so there's no spare cash to hire anyone." The sisters-in-law chuckled, and they truly had no bad intentions. Hearing this, they all relaxed. Only a woman sitting in the back suddenly asked, "Teacher Ji, with the strict rules above, how come you're still involved in shady deals?" Ji-won turned to look at the voice. It was the strict lady from the Yen family I met earlier at the station. "We met again today, what a coincidence." But her words seemed to be looking for trouble. It wasn't really a coincidence, it was more like trouble. "Madam Yen, that's not right. Shady deals are buying low and selling high. We're just selling our farm produce to the collection station to improve our lives. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." The sharp look in Madam Yan's eyes flashed, and she nodded with a fake smile. "Oh, I see. I really don't understand." Ji-won smiled softly, but said coldly, "Madam Yan, be careful in the future. You can eat your food carelessly, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. If you're not careful, you could get into trouble." Madam Yan awkwardly smiled. All right. I was just asking. Now that I know if it's not illegal, I'd like to try doing some business too." Ji-won didn't bother to check if her words were true or false. She frowned and sat back firmly. Next to her, Lin Zhengnan gave a not-so-friendly look. Seeing this, Madame Yen felt uncomfortable and finally stopped talking. After getting off the car, the family headed straight to the photo studio. They heard they would take a group photo, and the owner was very enthusiastic. How long will it take to get the photos? At least 3 days. Lin Zhengnan nodded. Then I'll come to pick them up next time I have a day off. The owner looked at them carefully. Seeing how outstanding their looks were, he suddenly asked, "Sir, would this work? Once the photos are developed, I won't charge you. But I want to put your photos at the door to attract more customers." Lin Zhengnan immediately refused without hesitation. "Sorry, I decline that suggestion." The owner was stunned. Being rejected so straightforwardly was a bit surprising and made him feel awkward. After all, the photos cost quite a bit, several yuan each. Saving that money could buy good food for days. Usually, no one would refuse. Those photos used to attract customers at their door were how they made their sales. He didn't expect to hit a dead end here. The boss didn't look very happy. Jichun quickly pulled Lin Zhengnan behind her and smiled as she explained. "Uncle, please don't mind. He talks like that because he's naturally cold. It's not that we disagree, it's because his job doesn't allow it. My husband is in the military and there are rules against posting photos publicly." The boss immediately showed respect, and his earlier mood disappeared. He looked at Lin Zhengnan and exclaimed, "So you're a soldier?" "Sorry, I didn't know that earlier." He smiled to lighten the mood, and then looked at Lin Zhengnan carefully. "No wonder you look so serious. You don't usually dress in uniform when you go out to take photos?" Jichun glanced at Lin Zhengnan, who looked a bit uncomfortable. "Uniforms are too eye-catching. We're out today just for fun, so we didn't want to dress so formally." The boss suddenly understood. "No wonder. Please, boss, wash some more photos for us. We want 5 5-inch prints and 2 2-inch ones. The 5-inch photos can be put on the wall or kept in albums, while the 2-inch ones are small enough to carry in a wallet." "Sure." The boss agreed happily. He didn't expect to get such a big order today. After taking the photos, the family of 3 went to see a movie. These days, most movies are war-themed. While waiting to buy tickets, Lin Zhengnan bought some soda for himself. "Thanks, Dad." Yuyu was so happy she reached out to take the soda. The soda was in a glass bottle, and the cap was already off. The little girl hugged it and took a gentle sip, satisfied, licking her lips. "It's so sweet." Jichun smiled and took a sip too. It really was quite sweet. Her drink was orange-flavored. She looked at Lin Zhengnan's drink, which was pear-flavored. She blinked and leaned over to ask Lin Zhengnan, "Let me try yours too." Seeing her eager look, Lin Zhengnan didn't hesitate and handed it over. "Here, have a sip." "I won't drink it anymore." Jichun rolled her eyes at him. "Why aren't you drinking? You have a mouth, right? I just want to taste your drink, not take both. Besides, these are big bottles. If I finish them, I'll need to go to the bathroom halfway through." She huffed and took a sip from Lin Zhengnan's bottle, but she didn't aim directly at the opening to be polite. To Lin Zhengnan, this seemed like Jichun was rejecting him. His Adam's apple moved as he explained calmly, "I haven't drunk it before."
Yvonne nodded.
"I know." He continued, "You can aim and drink." Jichun handed the bottle back to him. "Didn't you say you haven't drunk it yet?" "It would be impolite to aim directly like that," Lin Zhengnan insisted. "We are married. I don't mind you." "Fine." Since the other person was straightforward and clear, Jichun quickly grabbed the soda from his hand, tilted her head, and took a sip from the bottle. "Is this better?" Lin Zhengnan's gaze was serious. He looked down at the lipstick stain on the bottle top and nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. All right, let's go now. It's time to check tickets. Let's go inside," Jichun urged, holding her daughter's hand and leading the way. Lin Zhengnan stayed close, holding the soda bottle in one hand. His throat felt tight, and he took a sip from Jichun's lipstick-stained lips. It was sweet and fragrant. He wasn't sure if he was talking about the soda or her lips. He was so shy and reserved, but Jichun didn't notice. She sat down with her daughter and waved at him.
"Come here."
They sat side by side again, with Yuyu sitting in Lin Zhengnan's arms. Today was a day off, and the cinema was very crowded. There weren't enough seats, so they had to sit like this. Looking around, all the couples around seemed in love. They were all acting a bit shy, but everyone's face was flushed, and their eyes sparkled like stars. Jiwon couldn't help but think, young love is so wonderful. No, wait. She was still young herself, only 23. She looked at Lin Zhengnan beside her. His face didn't show red, but his eyes definitely sparkled. She smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder. They were married, so they could openly show affection, unlike those dating couples. She happily hugged his arm and playfully took his hand to look at it. Lin Zhengnan sat upright, feeling his arm almost stiff. Jiwon didn't mind. She played with his fingers and spread his palm open. Lin Zhengnan felt like something silky was slipping around in his hand, making him feel itchy inside. He didn't want to let go of his wife's hand, so he endured it. Lin Zhengnan, raise your hand higher. I want to read your palm. He was distracted and raised his hand, looking at her with disbelief. You can read palms? Jiwon couldn't help but smile. How could he not joke around? Did she say something and he believed it? Did he trust her completely? She smiled, nodded, and gently stroked the calluses on his hand, speaking seriously. Let me see. She looked at his hand for a long time, her expression serious. I've figured out something very important.
What?
Jiwon smiled softly as she looked at him. Your wife is very beautiful. Lin Zhengnan took a moment to react. Finally, he realized that his wife was subtly complimenting herself. He chuckled silently and nodded in agreement. Yes, very beautiful. Jiwon looked proud, hummed, and continued leaning into his arms, occasionally squeezing his hand or holding his fingers with his. Lin Zhengnan felt distracted and couldn't focus on the movie. Later, Jiwon noticed and quickly pulled her hand back, giving him a playful glare and giving a command. Watch the movie. From then on, they didn't speak again. After the movie, they left together, smiling and chatting happily. Yuyu hugged Lin Zhengnan's neck, resting softly on him, and asked gently, Dad, do you also get into such danger when fighting enemies? Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow. Seeing the concern in his daughter's eyes, his expression softened. Not quite that dangerous. Actually, it was much more dangerous, but he didn't want to scare the child. Dad, you're so brave. You're a hero. Yuyu buried her face in his shoulder, confidently. Dad is my role model. Mom and I both admire you very much. Jiwon, who was pointed out, pinched her little face and asked, Where did you learn that word? You're quite good at using it. Yuyu giggled and said, I learned it from TV. Jiwon was momentarily stunned. Their family compound seemed to only have a TV at Luyan's house, right? Speaking of TV, they didn't have one at home either. Jiwon gently tugged at Lin Zhengnan's clothes. Let's buy a TV when we earn enough money someday. Color TVs were about to be mass-produced, and then they could buy one to watch dramas. Lin Zhengnan, busy with training, didn't pay much attention to this and suggested, maybe we should buy one soon? We have money at home. No need to wait until we earn more.
Ivan disagreed.
Our family money can't be touched. I want to save for a house. TVs are expensive now, so let's wait a bit longer. Lin Zhengnan always prioritized his wife's wishes. Since Jiwon had made up her mind, he could only nod.
Okay.
They left the cinema and had only walked a few steps when they saw a crowd gathered ahead, blocking the way. The noise was loud, as if some people were arguing over a few glass bottles. The couple instinctively stopped. Just then, an elderly woman with unsteady steps approached them. Young comrades, have you finished your soda? Do you want the glass bottles? Please don't give them to me, okay? Jiwon glanced down and saw that she and Lin Zhengnan had almost finished their drinks. The bottles were quite heavy to hold. She shook her head and handed over the 2 glass bottles. The old woman was very happy. She quickly put the bottles into a nearby basket, still talking lucky words. Thank you, young comrade. Wishing you all the best and good fortune. Seeing that the old lady was dressed neatly and moved quickly, and that her basket was almost full of bottles, Jiwon couldn't help but ask, Grandma, how much money can you make collecting these bottles? Nowadays, there are people collecting scrap. If she took the chance, it could be quite profitable. Not much. Some comrades are very stingy, like a miser. They'd rather take the bottles home than give them to us. The old woman smiled and looked at the couple again. You're different, young comrades. You're kind and gave everything to me. Thank you so much. She nodded repeatedly, smiled, and moved on to the next couple. She used the same words. The couple's soda wasn't finished yet, but she was already trying to take what she could. She was waiting at the cinema entrance, watching for young couples. She knew that men didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of women, so even if she snatched bottles that weren't finished, it was hard to say anything. She was precise in her actions. Ji-won looked away and pouted.
People are really not what they seem.
The old lady looked refined, but her behavior was so annoying. Now, collecting glass bottles, they probably sell for 2 or 3 cents each. 10 bottles would be 2 or 3 mao, enough to buy half a kilogram of pork. Some people are thrifty, willing to bring bottles home to sell later. If they give you bottles, they're good people. If they don't, they're stingy. How can that be fair? If I had known the old lady was like this, I wouldn't have given her the bottles earlier. But since I already did, it's not right to ask for them back now. Ji-won clapped her hands and called Lin Zhengnan. Let's go. As they passed the crowd watching, she quickly moved away. They had already left the commotion behind, but suddenly a scream caught her attention. Shiaoin, are you okay? Why are you pushing my daughter?
Talk nicely.
Shiaoin, give them those broken bottles.
We don't want them.
The woman's voice was frantic and hysterical. Just her tone showed how angry she was. Not interested? If you're not interested, why is your daughter holding onto the bottle? They're only a few cents each. If you don't want it, why are you fighting us? Just give us all the bottles you collected. A man mocked her, and a few others stepped forward, ready to fight. The woman shouted again, "Get away from her. How dare you come forward again? Do you believe I will call the police? Go ahead, call them. With so many eyes watching, if your daughter took our bottles, the police will also arrest you." Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter, and nearby onlookers pointed and talked. Ji-won stared intently at that side, feeling her heart beating very fast. Lin Zhengnan noticed her unusual behavior. What's wrong? It's nothing. Let's go. Ji-won said this and turned to leave, but her steps grew slower and slower. Finally, she suddenly turned around and resolutely walked toward the group. Lin Zhengnan frowned, looking puzzled. Yuyu also curiously asked, Dad, what's wrong with Mom? Lin Zhengnan couldn't answer and shook his head, then quickly followed. Pushing through the crowd, Ji-won squeezed in and saw the mother and daughter standing in the center. The woman wore a worn-out gray coat, looking a bit poor. Her long hair was tied back, and she looked angry, with eyes that seemed to burn with fire. Next to her was a basket filled with glass bottles. She wore arm sleeves and carried a bottle in her hand, looking very capable. Compared to her, the daughter looked much better dressed. She was about 14 or 15, with a short bob haircut revealing a chubby face, like a cute little girl from the future. She tightly hugged 2 glass bottles, her eyes full of stubbornness, biting her lip, with tears shimmering in her eyes. Shiaoin, we don't need this broken bottle. Can we throw it away? Mom will take you to another cinema to pick up bottles. The girl shook her head stubbornly and choked out her answer. I got it first. A man on the other side immediately shouted, What if you got it first? I saw it first. Everyone loves beauty, and seeing the girl crying so much, the crowd felt sympathetic. It's just 2 bottles. What's wrong with giving them to the girl? The man spat and cursed angrily.
Why?
Just because this mother and daughter have pretty faces? Listen, I won't accept this. Give me back the bottles. He stepped forward quickly, reaching out to grab the girl's bottles. The girl backed away in fear. At this critical moment, Ji-won couldn't bear it anymore and spoke out. Stop. Her voice was firm and loud. The woman, hearing the voice, changed her expression. When she saw Ji-won's familiar face, her eyes immediately reddened. She hugged her daughter tightly and comforted her. Shiaoin, we don't want it anymore. Can we go home? There is not only urgency in the voice but also pleading, as if she wants to escape quickly from this place of chaos. However, her daughter seems to ignore her, holding tightly onto a bottle and not letting go. She glances at Ji-won, her eyes flickering with emotion. Don't take my bottle. Her tone is firm, and she grits her teeth, refusing to say anything else. The man across from them notices something is wrong and points at the girl, mocking her. I wondered why this brat doesn't understand words. Turns out she's a fool, a mental case.
Ha ha ha.
The woman's emotions had been steady before, but hearing this, she suddenly jumps up and screams sharply, as if she's been provoked. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. She rushes forward, head down, and knocks the man over. A dull pain hits her chest, and the man, caught off guard, stumbles and falls to the ground. He's never been hurt like this before and, furious, he rubs his chest and immediately tries to get up and hit her. Luckily, Lin Zhengnan arrives just in time, grabbing the man's arm and looking down at him with authority. What are you doing? Bullying a woman? Yuyu, who is nearby, quickly runs over to Ji-won, holding her leg and looking up, calling out, Mom. Seeing Yuyu, the anger on the woman's face eases somewhat, and her tightly clenched hands loosen a little. She raises her hand to brush her hair away from her face, silently stepping back to protect her daughter. Compared to her earlier wild rage, she now appears calm, with a gentle scholarly air, an obvious contrast. Who are you? This is my, and this woman's matter. What does it have to do with you? Let me go. The man struggles for a long time, unable to free his arm or walk away. He glares at Lin Zhengnan like a clown, shouting. Ji-won's face is stern, her eyes fierce as she stares at the man without answering. Instead, she steps forward to the woman and asks, Are you okay? The woman shakes her head, lowering her eyes and wishing she could hide her face in her chest. She sniffs, tears welling up in her eyes. Holding tightly to the basket strap beside her, she prays silently, hoping Ji-won doesn't recognize her. Bullying the weak in front of everyone, do you think this has anything to do with us? Lin Zhengnan speaks coldly, decisively, looking around at the crowd gathered around. Someone, please go to the nearby police station and report this case. Since no one knows who is right or wrong, let the police decide. The crowd immediately starts to move. An eager aunt raises her hand. I'll go. Comrade, watch him carefully. I'll be back right away. Hearing that they really wanted to call the police, the guilty man started to feel scared and struggled nervously. Let me go. It's just a few broken bottles. I'll give them to this fool. His face turned red as he desperately tried to escape, but Lin Zhengnan stood firm, gripping his arm like iron, making it impossible to break free. Instead, his grip tightened. A sharp pain shot through him, and he cried out, feeling his arm go weak. He hunched over and shrank half a size, glaring at Lin Zhengnan and shouting, Let go of me.
Who are you?
Do you have the right to do this? Lin Zhengnan didn't answer. Instead, Yuyu, hiding behind Ji-won, poked her head out and cheerfully shouted, My dad is a hero. He's a soldier, and he catches bad guys. If you bully others again, my dad will make you sorry. She pouted her lips and huffed proudly. Children don't understand the danger of the world. They only know their dad is a great hero everyone admires. When they heard Lin Zhengnan was a soldier, the nearby crowd looked at him with more respect. The man being held looked terrified. Comrade soldier, it's a misunderstanding. It's just a few bottles. I was going to give them to her.
Ivan frowned.
Did they realize they were wrong now?
Too late. Apologize to them.
She looked at the mother and daughter trying to stay low profile and gave Lin Zhengnan a signal. Lin Zhengnan understood immediately and pulled the man forward quickly. Ouch. Soldier, be gentle. Apologize. Ji-won ordered. The man, afraid of causing trouble, saw that this soldier and the mother and daughter had a special relationship, so he quickly admitted his mistake. Okay, I'm sorry, miss. I shouldn't have taken your daughter's bottle. The woman looked serious. Apologize to my daughter. He then looked at the little girl. Sorry, little comrade. I don't want this bottle anymore. Can you let me go? The girl clutched her bottle tightly and spoke clearly. The bottle is mine. Seeing that she seemed simple-minded, the man didn't want to argue and nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 it's yours. I saw it first, but since you have it now, it's just 2 bottles, right? I won't fight you for it. The girl was satisfied. Her stubborn look disappeared instantly, and she looked up at the woman with a smile. She turned around, put the bottle into her basket, and whispered softly, Mom, let's go sell bottles. The woman stood still, looking a bit hesitant as she held her daughter's hand. Jichun watched them, feeling complicated inside. In front of her were her biological mother, Song Mingqing, and her half-sister, whose name seemed to be Shiaoin. At that moment, she only recognized the name and thought she might have mistaken someone. But it turned out they really were who she thought. In her past life, she only heard that this sister was not doing well, poor grades, an unsuccessful husband. No one ever told her that her sister was a bit mentally challenged. The young girl had clear eyes but spoke slowly. When she smiled with her eyebrows curved, she looked like a fragile porcelain doll. Over the decades, she and her mother had only met a few times, but Song Mingqing never mentioned it. She hated her biological mother deeply. She had only heard a few words from others and later ignored her pleas for help. Song Mingqing cried as she left. Years later, their families seemed to disappear completely. She had looked into it, but there was no follow-up. Logically, she shouldn't feel guilty. Her mother never cared for her even for a day. But at her death, she felt regret. Song Mingqing was so strong-willed, yet she knelt and begged her. There must have been a big problem. She shouldn't have ignored her.
Fortunately, she was given a second chance.
She can't leave yet. The police will come soon. Since a kind-hearted aunt reported it, we have to wait until everything is sorted. Jichun spoke with a clear, firm voice that carried authority. Xiaoin secretly looked at her twice, feeling scared because her serious face looked very stern. She hid behind Song Mingqing. Song Mingqing wasn't much better. Her palms were sweaty, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She kept glancing at Jichun, curious whether she recognized her. I say, comrade, I've already apologized. We don't need to wait for the police, right? Jichun ignored her. Now she was afraid. Weren't they just cursing earlier? Calling someone a fool over and over. Thinking of this, she surprisingly felt a bit emotional. Such a well-behaved girl in front of her. How could she have mental problems? Was Song Mingqing living so poorly because she was taking care of her daughter? Her clothes were old and worn at the collar, but her daughter was dressed clean and neat. The answer was obvious. Jichun couldn't describe what she felt. Sadness, envy, helplessness, and heartache mixed together. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Too many questions filled her mind, and she wanted to ask everything at once. But clearly, this wasn't the right place to talk. Within a few minutes, 2 plainclothes police officers ran over here. What's going on? The uncles and aunts in the crowd were talking loudly, but couldn't figure out what was happening. Finally, Song Mingqing stepped forward and explained the situation clearly. The nearby crowd testified that the man couldn't deny what he did, especially Officer Lin Zhengnan, who was standing nearby. Since he held an official position, the police paid close attention. They grabbed the man and scolded him. We don't care if you pick up bottles, but bullying others for small gains is a crime. You, go apologize to the lady and her daughter. The man looked miserable. He knew those women had backing, so he wouldn't have dared to compete for bottles with them. It was just a few broken glass bottles, not even worth a dime. Why would he want to cheat himself? But at this moment, words didn't matter. He nodded and explained humbly. Comrade, I already apologized to this lady.
Go apologize again.
The man begged and pleaded, hoping they would let her go. Sorry, sister. I shouldn't have bullied your daughter. Little comrade, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a fool. You're wise beyond your years. Please don't mind someone like me. He looked remorseful and almost knelt down. Xiaoin stood next to her mother, blinking her big eyes, not understanding what he was saying, feeling a bit helpless, and looking at her mother. Song Mingqing kept a serious face, tired of arguing with such a troublemaker, so as not to upset her littling. She held her daughter and looked at the police across the street. Handle it as you see fit. In short, she wouldn't just let it go. The man turned pale with fear and hurriedly begged for help, stammering, "Sister, I don't want these anymore. All these bottles are yours. I don't want them. Please, don't hold a grudge against me." Song Mingqing refused. "I don't care. I only want what we picked ourselves." Even the police station was alarmed. More and more people gathered around, and the man's legs trembled. He was known to be domineering in this area. Many colleagues had long disliked him. Now that someone stood up against him, a few angry uncles came forward to complain. "Police officer, please help us. It's this Lier." In an instant, the police were surrounded by several people, each talking about how they had been wronged and bullied. The man's face turned dark, and he denied everything. "Nonsense. Police officer, they are lying and falsely accusing me. Do we really need to verify whether you're talking nonsense? Just be quiet." The police officer shouted sternly and instinctively reached for his gun at his waist. The man became obedient, hanging his head in frustration and unwilling to be caught. Seeing the situation was bad, he tried to run, but Lin Zhengnan's sharp, watchful eyes fixed on him, leaving no way to escape. He could only accept his fate, and after a while, the police officer took him to the police station. It looked like he would be detained for at least half a month. If he committed any crimes like bullying others or extorting protection money, he might even face a prison sentence. Everyone clapped happily. Since the matter was settled, the police officer signaled for the crowd to disperse. "All right, everyone, go home. From now on, collecting bottles is just a small job. There's no need to fight over a few cents worth. If someone gets hurt or worse, they could end up in jail." The police officer waved his hand, clearing the crowd. With no more excitement, the people dispersed like birds and animals. The man was taken away, and Song Mingqing let out a sigh of relief, thinking about her future plans. She decided not to rely on collecting bottles for pocket money anymore and to find another way. Now that Jiwan and the others were here, if the man was caught, what would happen after he was released? Even without direct confrontation, using small tricks now and then would be enough to make them suffer. Her daughter, Shiaoin, was innocent and easily fooled, so she couldn't take any risks. She decided she would never come back to this place again. She composed herself, tidied her basket, and pulled her daughter to apologize to Jiwan. "Thank you for your help, comrade. My daughter and I have some things to do, so we'll be leaving now." She crouched down, slung her basket on her back, and called Shiaoin to leave. Jiwan stood behind them, watching her leave without looking back, and she couldn't help but laugh angrily. She tightened her grip on her side and, with red eyes, shouted, "Comrade Song, I helped you, and this is how you repay me? I know you don't want to acknowledge me, but don't think a simple thank you will be enough to dismiss me." One sentence rang out clearly, and Lin Zhengnan, who was fixing his clothes and deep in thought, looked over. Even though he didn't understand at first why Jiwan helped, now he understood clearly. So, that was his wife's biological mother, right? And the girl next to her was his wife's half-sister from the same mother? His gaze was deep. He pursed his lips and led Yuyu forward. The family of three stood together, standing on the busy street, looking very conspicuous. Song Mingqing stiffened all over. She trembled, her lips trembling, tears falling like rain. So, her daughter had recognized her long ago, right? Knowing she is an irresponsible mother, her eldest daughter still came to help them. Her guilt overwhelmed her, and she dared not look back. Her legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, and she couldn't take a step, only crying silently. She wasn't unwilling to acknowledge her daughter. She just felt she had no right. She was aware of her limitations. She just wanted her eldest daughter to be safe and happy. Next to her, Xiaoing didn't understand and asked seriously, "Mom, why are you crying?" Before Song Mingqing could answer, the family of three had already caught up. Seeing her tears, Jiwan kept a normal face, but her heart stirred. Does she really hold some importance in her daughter's heart? "Since it's almost noon, we helped you. So shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Song Mingqing's eyes were already red and swollen. She looked up at her outstanding eldest daughter and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's time to thank you with a meal. She didn't dare meet Ji Wan's scrutinizing gaze, lowering her head awkwardly to wipe her face with a tissue, then took off her sleeve cover and stuffed it into her pocket, tidying up her torn sleeve cuffs. Her embarrassment was obvious. Lin Zhengnan frowned, feeling a bit pitying. Their marriage was arranged by Song's uncle on her side. The Song family was quite wealthy. Her grandmother was a university professor, her eldest uncle was a military colonel, and the family was well off. Even if Song Mingqing remarried after marriage, with her family's support, life wouldn't be so hard.
But why?
He was full of doubts and looked at Ji Wan. But his wife, with a cold face, had already made up her mind and didn't notice his gaze. Let's go. There's a state-run restaurant nearby. She raised her chin and led the way, walking in front. Song Mingqing held her daughter and followed closely behind. Lin Zhengnan carried Yuyu, walking alongside them. Not daring to look at his daughter, Song Mingqing still had the courage to observe her son-in-law and granddaughter. Her son-in-law was a soldier, recommended by her eldest brother, and had good character. They were also in a military marriage, so they probably lived quite well. The granddaughter was fair and tender, well cared for by them. That was enough. Her family of 3 was doing well, and she could rest assured. The only thing she worried about was Xiaoin. Xiaoin had been walking for a while and asked curiously, Mom, are we going home now? Before Song Mingqing could answer, Yuyu blinked and had been observing them for a long time. She hugged Lin Zhengnan's neck and looked down at the two of them, asking, Dad, who is this grandma? Song Mingqing's heart nearly stopped, and she looked at Lin Zhengnan in panic. Lin Zhengnan glanced at Ji Wan in front of him, but did not respond. As the wife, husband, and child, they knew she had conflicts with her own mother and couldn't get close to this side. Even a simple title like grandmother could be seen as admitting Song Mingqing's identity. The wife involved hadn't forgiven them yet, and they had no right to decide for her. So he stayed silent. Yuyu also found it strange. Why wasn't Dad answering? But she sensed something was wrong with the atmosphere and wisely kept quiet. They arrived at the nearby state-run restaurant, which was busy during mealtime, with people coming and going. Ji Wan stood nearby, thinking to herself, who said people don't have money these days? Many wealthy people are still around. A single meal costs several yuan, which many families can't afford.
Just this one.
Song Mingqing approached, looking at the sign with a faint glint in her eyes. She said nothing, only counting her money in her mind. She usually only came here to see if she could find some bottles to collect. She never thought she'd actually eat here. Before marriage, she was proud, wearing Western dresses, riding in cars, drinking coffee.
But now,
she couldn't even afford soda, only collecting bottles. Thinking about this, she felt both sad and amused. Okay, this one. She took a deep breath, nodded, and followed. As she stepped onto the stairs, just about to put down her basket behind her, a waiter who had been listening opened the curtain and came out, instinctively shooing her away. Collecting trash elsewhere. It's mealtime now, don't delay our business. Song Mingqing smiled, showing no awkwardness, and quickly set down her basket, clapping her hands. We just want to eat. The waiter was a bit surprised. She was here to eat? Looking at her outfit, she didn't seem to be someone who spends money easily, but since she was a customer, there was no reason to refuse her entry. All right, coming quickly. Then about my basket. The waiter looked around, just put it at the door. Inside are glass bottles, no one wants them. She reached out to help, then took out the menu from her waist and looked at the empty table opposite. Hurry and sit down. What do you want to eat? Song Mingqing didn't answer, only looked at Ji Wan in front. Shiaoin, come sit here. Hearing her affectionate tone, Ji Wan turned around with a blank expression, pretending not to hear. She walked over, pulled out a stool, and sat down, also inviting Lin Zhengnan to sit. Yuyu was placed beside Xiaoin, with the couple sitting opposite Song Mingqing. Everyone sat down comfortably before starting to order food. Since it was a treat, Ji Wan thought about what she wanted to eat and looked at the menu without speaking. Instead, She read the dishes aloud to the two children. Braised pork, twice cooked pork, braised fish, spicy beef slices. Which one do you want? Yuyu blinked and remembered the braised pork. Mom, I want to eat braised pork. Xiaoin was a bit surprised. She looked at Jiwan for approval and then at Song Mingqing for encouragement, smiling shyly. I want to eat dry pot chicken. Since they were children, they could only remember one dish each.
Yuvan nodded.
Okay, let's add pig liver and 2 cold dishes, plus 5 bowls of rice. That should be enough. All right, just a moment. The waiter took note and went to prepare the dishes. Jiwon thought of something and added, please bring 2 more bottles of soda. Yuyu's eyebrows furrowed like a caterpillar. She touched her round belly and muttered, Mom, do we really need more soda? My stomach is already full. Jiwon smiled and gently brushed her bangs from her forehead. If you can't drink any more, then don't. The 2 bottles were ordered for Song Mingqing and her daughter. The family of 3 had already drunk from them, so they couldn't continue. She looked at Lin Zhengnan again. Maybe you should order some beer? All right, 1 glass then. He stood up and went to the counter. He was a good drinker. 1 glass of beer didn't affect him much. Today's dishes were so plentiful that it was perfect to drink with. Suddenly, only the mother and daughter remained at the table. Song Mingqing quickly covered her wallet and thought rapidly. Did she have enough money for today? She originally had a big coin for emergencies, saved up for Xiaoying's meals. This morning, she and Xiaoying had sold bottles and made 2 yuan, which was enough. A meal shouldn't cost her 12 yuan, right? Jiwon pretended not to notice her calculations and focused on Xiaoying. The girl was visiting for the first time and was curious about everything. She looked around with big, bright eyes, similar to Yuyu. When she saw the older girl looking at her, she shyly pursed her lips, revealing 2 small dimples. Song Mingqing used to be a romantic at heart, chasing love recklessly. She was pretty back then, so the man she liked was probably handsome too. Her sister's appearance was perfect, almost flawless. The only downside was her height, but with her face, other shortcomings didn't matter. How old is Xiaoing this year? Sitting around doing nothing isn't a good idea. Jiwon was the first to ask. Song Mingqing was a bit surprised. She thought Jiwon hated her deeply and probably disliked her sister too. But it seemed she actually cared about them. This made her feel very comforted and happy. She looked at her daughter beside her, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. She will be 14 later this year. Jiwon observed everything clearly and saw the tenderness and love on Song Mingqing's face. It wasn't for her, but for her sister. It was impossible not to feel a little upset, but since she had lived a full life, she wouldn't really be jealous or resentful like she was at 23. Moreover, after learning Xiaoying's true situation, she even felt a faint sense of sympathy. Do you usually keep her close? Song Mingqing paused a moment, understanding that Jiwon probably knew about Xiaoying's unusual circumstances. She nodded without denying, Xiaoying is well behaved. She sits quietly and watches me work. She doesn't cause trouble. She seemed like a simple-minded child, obedient and not troublesome. Because of this, her face became a bit of a problem, so Song Mingqing kept her close at all times. Even her mother-in-law and husband, she didn't feel at ease leaving her alone. Jiwon didn't ask more. The answer was obvious. She only asked one last question. Did you take her to the hospital to check? Yes, since she was 2 months old, and we noticed something unusual. We've been running around. People said there was nothing they could do. But she's doing okay now, always with me. I don't plan to leave her with anyone. Jiwon nodded, recalling Song Mingqing's past pleas for help. Could it be related to this sister? Xiaowan, with you like this now, I'm not worried anymore. The only thing I worry about is Xiaoing. Without me, she wouldn't survive in this world. In short, Jiwon didn't worry much. Her main concern was Xiaoing. Maybe that's why she had ignored her for so many years. Jiwon understood her difficulties, but didn't want to dig deeper, nor did she want to forgive. All right, let's eat first. The food was already served, but Jiwon had to get the rest herself. Lin Zhengnan stopped her, not wanting her to go. There were too many people now, crowded and uncomfortable. He was worried she might get hurt. Go ahead, sit down and eat. Jiwon didn't insist and shared her chopsticks with them. Come, have some soda. She handed over 2 bottles of soda. Song Mingqing was startled. I don't drink. I bought it for you to share. Yuyu held her chopsticks, bouncing her little legs happily, whispering cheerfully. We have all drunk it before. Here, have some. She's small and short, holding out a bottle to Shiaoin. Despite her young age, she has been quietly watching. She really likes this older sister who looks like a doll, so pretty. She is also very well behaved, maybe even more so than her. Drink it, sister. Jiwon chuckled. Call me sister? We're from different generations.
Call me auntie.
Upon hearing this, Song Mingqing almost started to cry again. Jiwon didn't mind and helped Yuyu with a piece of meat. The little girl hesitated, chewed the meat, and asked curiously, Mom, why is she also my little aunt? Aren't 2 little aunts enough to love you? Yuyu smiled happily. Okay. Song Mingqing understood now. Another little aunt must be Jiwon's half-sister. Knowing she had let her father and daughter down, she asked cautiously, Are your parents doing okay? Jiwon didn't even lift her eyelids. They're fine. That's good. She smiled quietly, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Jiwon asked, How about you? If she remembered correctly, her husband was not a good person. She heard he never had a son and later kept a woman outside. She didn't know the full details, only bits and pieces from others. At that time, she thought Song Mingqing deserved it. As she got older, her resentment faded. She felt sorry for her biological mother. From another perspective, she wasn't wrong, just seeking love. She could let go easily, leave when she wanted. Later, things didn't turn out well, and she accepted the bitter fruit. I'm doing pretty well too. Song Mingqing's tears blurred her vision, trying not to worry Jiwon. Life now is just a bit tiring and hard, but as long as the children were well, she felt happy. The only thing she felt guilty about was her eldest daughter and her biological mother. Thinking of the elderly woman, her tears fell more fiercely. Next to her, Xiaoying couldn't bear to watch anymore. She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped her mother's tears. Mom, why are you crying? Song Mingqing shook her head, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly holding back her tears. I'm not crying, my eyes just hurt a little. Really? I'll on them for you. Xiaoying couldn't tell if she was serious or joking. She gently turned her mother's face and blew on her eyes softly. Are they better now? Song Mingqing smiled through her tears. Yes. Seeing the mother and daughter like this, Jiwon lost her appetite. She took a deep breath and blamed herself for asking too many questions. Fortunately, Lin Zhengnan returned, and she quickly started chatting with him to distract herself. During the meal, everyone was very quiet. Except for Jiwon and her husband chatting, almost no one spoke. Xiaoying held a bottle of soda, drinking happily with a full face, cheeks puffed out, making loud gulping sounds. Song Mingqing immediately looked upset. How did I teach you? You can't be so rude outside. Xiaoying quickly swallowed and obediently apologized.
Sorry.
The young girl was so well-behaved that Jiwon suddenly felt a little sad. We're family, no need to be so formal. If she likes to play, just let her. Her words made Song Mingqing very happy. Although she said that, she has always been strict with Xiaoying. When she was young and disobedient, she was punished. She couldn't remember things unless she was punished. A single candy could be enough to trick her, which made it hard to trust her. Seeing the mother and daughter, it seemed they wouldn't get good food at home. Jiwon gave them all the remaining meat. It's getting late. You can eat slowly. Lin Zhengnan and I still need to buy some things, so we can't delay. Jiwon stood up as if to leave, startling Song Mingqing, who also stood up. You're leaving so soon?
Yivan nodded.
We've finished eating. You don't owe me anything anymore. I'm leaving. She meant not just the help earlier, but everything from past lives, and this one. Song Mingqing no longer owed her anything. She understood Song Mingqing's difficulties and accepted her as her mother, despite her neglect. She felt a sense of relief and made peace with herself. From now on, they would no longer hold hatred. Whether there is love, she wasn't sure yet. At least for now, she was not ready to accept this mother. Then, I won't eat anymore. I'll see you off. She hurried, unwilling to part with her daughter. They had finally met, and she wanted to see her more. But Jiwon didn't give her that chance. No need. Take good care of Xiaoying. She's not full yet. She took fish and called Lin Zhengnan. Let's go. She no longer hoped for maternal love or clung to the past. She had her own home, a father and stepmother, a husband, and a daughter who loved her. That was enough. Seeing the family of 3 really leaving, Song Mingqing burst into tears and called out to her in the noisy restaurant. Shiaoin.
Mommy, I'm sorry.
She didn't expect her daughter's forgiveness. She just wanted to apologize. Not taking her away back then was her fault. And not openly visiting her later was because she felt unworthy and afraid. My daughter is very talented, but she has become very lazy. She doesn't want her daughter to look down on her, nor does she want to cause her any trouble. Jiwon didn't stop walking as she left, as if she didn't hear anything. Until they left the restaurant, Yuyu looked up and asked, Mom, why are you crying too? Jiwon wiped her tears and said, because the wind is too strong. It blew them away. Seeing her daughter's disbelief, she laughed out loud. She had waited 2 lifetimes to say sorry, but luckily it wasn't too late. Since she knew she had wronged her, she was curious why Song Mingqing had always been so cold during their previous meetings, which was very different from his attitude just now. But she didn't want to ask now. Maybe she would talk about it another time. Mom, who is that grandma? I asked Dad, but he didn't tell me. Jiwon explained, she is your grandma.
Huh.
Yuyu felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Mom, why do I have 2 grandmas? And 2 aunts? Jiwon didn't know how to explain. The child was still too young, and she didn't understand either if she told her. Because I have 2 moms. Really? The little girl suddenly understood. Then why do I only have 1 mom? Lin Zhengnan clicked his tongue. Do you want another one? Yuyu quickly hugged Ji-won's neck. No, I only need this 1 mom. I don't want any others. Ji-won smiled. Had she thought the same when she was little? That's why she was so resistant to a stepmother. Let's go buy new clothes for the baby. When she mentioned new clothes, Yuyu was so happy she forgot all her questions. Let's go. After the family of 3 left, Song Mingqing looked at the dishes in his bowl and felt a bit uneasy. But little Ing beside him was eating happily, holding chopsticks and filling her mouth with meat, enjoying herself. Fortunately, she had a pretty face, and her eating looked cute rather than messy, adding a touch of innocence. Song Mingqing felt a little pity and gave her all the meat in his bowl. Mom, I don't want yours. You eat yours. Mom is full. You eat yours. Xiaoying believed him and happily continued eating. After finishing her soda, she wanted more, but Song Mingqing refused. Save this bottle for later. You ate a lot of soda after dinner. Won't your stomach feel uncomfortable? Xiaoying pouted and touched her stomach, seeming a bit uncomfortable. Song Mingqing frowned and pulled her hand away from her stomach, then tidied her clothes. Be proper outside, don't touch or pull at things randomly.
Okay.
She quickly sat up straight and looked at the meat in front of her, asking, Mom, why is there so much meat today? It would be great if I could eat meat every day. Looking into her daughter's clear eyes, Song Mingqing felt sad and guilty for not providing her with a better living environment. She tremblingly brushed a rice grain from the corner of her daughter's mouth. Because today is a special day. What kind of special day? Just now, that older sister, she's also my daughter. She's your big sister. Do you like her? Xiaoying thought for a moment and ate the last 2 pieces of meat. I like her, she replied, chewing. She can be a bit strict, but she helped me, she added. Song Mingqing chuckled softly. Shiaoin has always been more like her. Stubborn and proud, always wanting to be first in everything. To outsiders, she's a well-behaved child, but only they know how tiring it is. She just looks cold, but she's really kind. Didn't you say you wanted a sister too? She's your sister now. Xiaoying's eyes lit up. Mom, I have a sister now? Yes, the girl was very happy and buried her face in her plate. Standing up, Song Mingqing patted her shoulder. You eat first. I'll go pay. She took out a wallet wrapped in multiple layers of bills, clenched it in her hand, and headed quickly to the counter. She estimated it would cost about 7 or 8 yuan for this meal, and she had enough money. When it was time to pay, the cashier looked a bit confused. "Wasn't your table already paid?" Song Mingqing froze in place, puzzled.
Paid?
"Yes, the man with you paid. He ordered a beer, so he paid for it." Song Mingqing's face changed. Didn't she pay for everything? Why was her son-in-law secretly paying? Did he think she was struggling financially and didn't want to spend her money? Her eyes reddened, full of guilt. "Mom?" Lost in thought, Xiaoin called her from behind. Her daughter was still waiting, so she didn't have time to think and quickly went over to ask, "What's wrong?" Her daughter was pretty, and she was afraid someone might bully her. "Mom, do we have money now?" Xiaoin lazily moved aside a bowl and found a stack of money underneath. At first, mother and daughter were just eating and didn't notice. Now, she stopped eating and moved the bowl away, realizing what was underneath. Song Mingqing was startled.
Money?
Where did that come from? Xiaoin shook her head and handed the money over. "It's from here." Song Mingqing quickly stepped forward and took it. She didn't look closely at how much there was. It's better not to show wealth in a crowded place. She sat down, holding the money, and asked, "Where did you find this?" Summer Xiaoing noticed her mother's serious expression and quickly copied her actions. "Here it is, see? Just pick it up and you'll see."
Wow. So much money.
"Mom, now we can eat meat every day." She was so happy, swinging the empty bottle in her hand. "There's also a bottle. We'll sell it too." Song Mingqing tightly held the money, realizing that Jichun had deliberately left it for them. That girl too, after they got married, did they always have to spend money everywhere? Why did she give it back? She didn't even say a word. What if Xiaoing didn't notice, and someone else took it? Knowing it was her daughter's intention made her both happy and guilty. She quickly composed herself and hurriedly took her daughter out. After walking far with the bottles, she took out the money in a corner and counted it. Some coins, some bills, 50 yuan. Thinking they still needed to buy things, she wondered if this money was the one they had dropped. Whether it was given or dropped, she couldn't accept it. 50 yuan was equivalent to her 2-month salary. She needed to find a chance to return it. Meanwhile, Jichun and her husband had already gone to the department store. She hadn't discussed giving the money with Lin Zhengnan beforehand, so now she needed to tell him. "Lin Zhengnan, I gave them 50 yuan and left it on the table. The money paid the bill, so there should be some change left, which can help in an emergency. I did it on a whim and didn't have time to tell you." Lin Zhengnan saw her serious face and thought it was something big, but it turned out to be just this.
Just give it to them.
Their life isn't easy, and that 50 yuan will help. The couple earned 50 yuan easily, but Song Mingqing and Xiaoing might not be so lucky. "I already paid for the meal when I bought the beer," he added. His words surprised Jichun, and she was quite taken aback. She had planned to give some money, including the bill, but didn't expect Lin Zhengnan to secretly settle it. Since she hadn't spent the money recklessly, she nodded in approval. Good, now they can have a little more to spend.
But
the couple didn't bring much today. They had spent it all. Maybe they didn't even have enough for the train tickets? You should still have some change for the bus fare, right? Seeing her worried look, Lin Zhengnan smiled and assured her. "Yes, I do. I also have money to buy clothes for fish." Jichun's eyes widened, and she hurried to ask. "Wow, Lin Zhengnan, did you secretly take so much money? I thought I was the only one carrying money today. Turns out you did too." Seeing her trying to hold back a smile and deliberately question him, Lin Zhengnan responded seriously. "I won't take it. Are we walking home today?" Jichun knew she was in the wrong and immediately became honest, smiling as she went over and linked her arm with his. "Let's forget it this time. No more next time." Okay. The family of 3 arrived home around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. They ate a lot at lunch, so now they weren't hungry, just tired. After changing shoes, mother and daughter lay on the sofa, not even wanting to move their fingers. Lin Zhengnan, true to his military nature, was full of energy. Even at home, he first went to wash up took a quick shower, and then tidied up the shoes by the door.
He didn't even get a chance to sit still.
Jiwon looked at him and felt exhausted for him. Lin Zhengnan, sit down and rest for a while. These things aren't urgent. Why are you tidying up now? Lin Zhengnan was the type who couldn't leave things undone. I'll put them away first. The house needs to be tidy. Yuyu was eager about her new clothes. She opened the nearby bag and admired each piece, still loving them even after trying them on earlier. Lying for a while, Jiwon started to feel sleepy. She looked at Lin Zhengnan, who was busy with something, and called out, Lin Zhengnan, bring me the quilt. I want to take a nap. He turned to look at her. Why sleep on the sofa again? It's easy to catch a cold. Sleep in the bed. Jiwon argued logically, if you bring the quilt for me to cover, I won't catch a cold. Come on, Lin Zhengnan, go quickly. Her voice even had a hint of teasing. Lin Zhengnan, with soft ears, almost couldn't resist giving in. Seeing he wasn't moving, Jiwon continued to plead, hurry up, I'm so sleepy, Lin Zhengnan. Still no response. She rolled her eyes and changed her tone. Husband? Husband, your wife is about to fall asleep from tiredness. Husband Lin Zhengnan couldn't resist. His ears turned red, and he turned to look at Jiwon, his face darkening as if he was angry. But really, he was just helpless with such a wife and secretly feeling happy inside. Jiwon blinked at him repeatedly. Husband, hurry up, remember to bring the thinner quilt. I'll just lie here and sleep. She immediately kicked off her shoes and found a comfortable position to lie down, obediently looking at Lin Zhengnan. His heartbeat sped up, filled with a sense of satisfaction from being needed. He felt like he was floating on clouds, soft all over. He stepped forward and suggested, Want me to carry you to the bed? No need for you to move. Jiwon wanted to refuse, but then felt the sofa was a bit hard. She smiled and stretched out her hand like a child. Thanks, husband. Lin Zhengnan's eyes were full of smiles. He reached out and carried her horizontally into the bedroom. He had just come out and saw Yuyu's big, clear black and white eyes. He paused and raised an eyebrow, pretending not to see. Yuyu kept blinking, feeling like her eyelids were about to cramp. Dad, can you help me get the small blanket? I want to sleep on the sofa. Lin Zhengnan squinted and said, Go get it yourself. But I'm so tired, the little girl said seriously, sounding quite sincere. Lin Zhengnan almost laughed in frustration. I've been carrying you most of the way back. What are you tired of? Yuyu let out a small sound and rolled on the sofa.
I'm really tired, Dad.
Seeing that her dad still didn't respond, Yuyu blinked and came up with a plan. Can you help me get it? Honey, his eyes widened in surprise. You little girl, what are you talking about? He quickly went to cover Yuyu's mouth and looked at her confused eyes, trying to teach her. If you dare to shout that again, believe me, I'll give you a spanking. Yuyu knew her dad was afraid of that nickname. After understanding, she felt very proud and even knew how to threaten him. Dad, if you bring me the blanket, I won't call you that anymore. He choked and thought, who does this little girl look like? Why is she so clever? Okay, I'll go get it.
He was really scared now.
This was originally a term of endearment between husband and wife. If outsiders heard her calling him that, they'd laugh. He quickly went inside and brought out a blanket to cover his daughter. Sleep well. Thanks, Dad. Lin Zhengnan didn't argue with her. Both wife and daughter had gone to sleep. Bored, he decided to take a walk in the vegetable garden. When he woke up, it was already dark. Jiwon's stomach was growling loudly, so she quickly put on her clothes and went out. She heard rustling sounds from the kitchen and peeked inside. Lin Zhengnan was washing vegetables.
Huh?
Why is he thinking about cooking today? She leaned at the door and asked, What are we eating today, Chef Lin? Lin Zhengnan turned around and looked at her, looking a bit unnatural. He glanced at the meat on the cutting board. Preparing to make some dumplings, scallions are already sliced and I'm chopping the meat. When I'm done, you come add the seasonings and I'll wrap them.
Yvonne smiled.
Okay, then you get to work. I'll check on Sister Zhao in the back. If she hasn't eaten, call her over. Make more.
Got it.
Originally, she was about to leave, but thinking about Lin Zhengnan working so hard today, she felt a bit soft-hearted. She turned back and hugged Lin Zhengnan's waist, feeling that he was a little stiff all over. She hummed softly and rubbed her back against him. "Husband, you've worked hard today. When we sleep, I'll give you a massage." She didn't pay much attention to Lin Zhengnan's expression and hurriedly left after saying this. She went to Zhou Qiaoyu's house in the back. The lights were bright inside. "Zhou sister, Zhou sister?" She called twice but got no response. She entered confidently, but no one was inside. There was movement in the backyard, so she went straight there. "Zhou sister?" Zhou Qiaoyu, who was taking a shower, heard the noise and responded quickly. "Hey, Shiaoin, you're here?" Jichun went to look inside. The place was very clean, and baskets that had been washed were neatly placed aside, almost filling the space. "I was about to soak some beans. Didn't you go out with Captain Lin and the kids today?"
How was it?
"Very happy, just a bit tired. I just woke up." Zhou Qiaoyu smiled. "Walking all day must be tiring. Why did you come here? Isn't it for soaking beans tonight?" "I came to help." "Oh, we agreed that you pay and I do the work. Why are you here?"
I can handle it myself.
Jichun noticed she was sweating in fine beads and quickly handed her a handkerchief to wipe her face. "Zhou sister, you must be exhausted today." "No, I just went out once. Bought 200 pounds of beans and 10 baskets. I found a cow cart from the army and paid a bit for the ride." Jichun was surprised. "So much? The shower room probably can't hold all that, right?" Zhou Qiaoyu nodded. "Yes, so I rented a house from the leader. It was originally meant for military families, but the couple there chose a small apartment and didn't want this yard. Since I had nothing to do, I rented it." Jichun's eyes nearly popped out. This was possible? "No, Zhou sister, your speed is really fast." Zhou Qiaoyu could tell she was being praised and shyly brushed her hair. "Isn't it true that when you encounter trouble, you have to work hard to solve it?" "I had no choice. I thought if there were difficulties, I'd ask my comrades." Then she remembered something and looked at Jichun cautiously. "Shiaoin, the rent I negotiated with them is 10 yuan a month. I'll pay it." She hadn't discussed this with her partner and made the decision herself, which was an extra expense. She felt bad asking Jichun to pay. "What did you give?" "I said I would pay just $10, so we got a great deal. You handled all the trouble you encountered. I'm grateful and don't care about the money. Small money for big things, solving our worries." "Sister Zhou, you truly are amazing." Jichun nodded her thumbs up sincerely, praising her genuinely. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled, blushing a little from a compliment. She had been running around all day, busy with these tasks and neglecting her meals. She had truly put in a lot of effort. But she was happy because all of this was for earning money. "Is it really that impressive?" "I just did my best," she said. Jichun leaned in and looked around. "So, are we doing this here again?" "Yes, I haven't cleaned that side yet. When do you want to come over and see it?" "The small yard is close by, just a few minutes away." Jichun immediately agreed. "Sure, we'll tidy up together then. Nothing to do at home anyway." Zhou Qiaoyu smiled happily and quickly poured water into a nearby basin. "Are you going to soak the beans?" "Yes, I've finished packing everything. Now is a good time to soak them." Seeing she was a bit busy, Jichun offered to help. "Let me pour the water, Sister Zhou. You go get some hot water."
Okay.
After sending Zhou Qiaoyu away, Jichun added some spiritual spring water into the basin. When she returned, the two of them soaked the beans together. "Is it all done now?" "Yep, you can go back now. Nothing more to do here." Jichun stood still, not moving. "Since there's nothing else, want to go with me to get something to eat? You've been busy all day, probably haven't had dinner yet." Hearing this, Zhou Qiaoyu became anxious. It was fine if Jichun came to help, but she also wanted to join for a meal. How could that be fair? No, I'm not hungry. You should go eat quickly." Jichun glared at her. "Come on, don't be so polite. You know I'm hungry, so stop dawdling. Let's go together. If I get hungry and something happens, Lin Zhengnan won't be mad at you. Besides, you spent so much money today. Aren't you planning to get reimbursed?"
Well,
Zhou Qiaoyu really couldn't refuse. She had almost spent all her money from yesterday buying those things. She knew Ji-won wouldn't refuse, but she also wanted to get her money sooner. Okay, wait for me a moment. She was not polite either. They were good friends, and more like allies. She hurried into the house, grabbed the receipt from the shopkeeper for today's purchases, like a small receipt from later generations. She knew Ji-won would definitely trust her unconditionally, but she still needed to be careful when settling accounts. The two of them happily arrived at Ji-won's house. Inside, Lin Zhengnan was busy boiling water. Hearing the lively noise outside, he knew Zhao Qiaoyu had also arrived. "Captain Lin, are you cooking dinner? My goodness, you are really so caring." Lin Zhengnan twitched his eye corner. Using caring to describe a man? This comrade, Zhao, really talks nonsense. Zhao Qiaoyu smiled cheerfully. She was naturally lively, so she deliberately looked into the kitchen doorway. Oh wow, Captain Lin is really impressive. He can handle both formal occasions and the kitchen. Look at how finely he chopped the meat. Ji-won immediately understood her teasing look and quickly rolled up her sleeves to add seasoning, also praising him enthusiastically. Isn't it? Honestly, in the whole family compound, my husband is the best. The sister-in-law across the street always says he's thoughtful and caring. With that, Lin Zhengnan almost lost his sense of direction from being praised so much. His wife was really too much, praising him so openly in front of outsiders. He blushed and dared not look at the two women. He quickly said, "I'll go check on the kids," then washed his hands and left quickly. Zhao Qiaoyu almost burst out laughing, almost hurting herself. She went over to Ji-won to help and couldn't help muttering, "Little one, Captain Lin is quite adorable. You didn't see how he was just now. When you called him husband, he was almost floating in the sky." Ji-won smiled warmly and looked outside at Lin Zhengnan, signaling him with a small glance and whispering, "He's the kind who prefers soft words over hard ones. As long as you praise him, he'll happily do anything for you." Zhao Qiaoyu was almost envious to death. "Hey, does Captain Lin have any brothers or younger siblings?
Introduce them to me.
If they're as outstanding as him, that would be great. We could be sisters-in-law." Ji-won knew she was joking but pretended to think deeply. Actually, yes. He has a third younger brother who's in high school. He might get into college. If you like him, I can introduce him to you then. Hearing this, Zhao Qiaoyu quickly waved her hands. "You're joking, girl. I'm already in my 20s. He's only a teenager. If I say that out loud, people will laugh their heads off. Not just a teenager. Their family isn't well off back home. His third brother started school late and is now the same age as me, 23. After the college entrance exam opened up, anyone with a bit of knowledge who wanted to go to university was studying hard, even those in their teens or 20s. As long as you had the perseverance, even in your 30s or 40s, you could still apply. There is a sense of ambition now. Although she didn't pass last year, she plans to repeat her studies this year. If she succeeds, she will become a college student. If not, she will still be a high school student and live well. Being with her is definitely the right choice. Zhao Qiaoyu regretted it deeply. If she had known this girl was so serious, she wouldn't have brought up the idea. She kept waving her hands awkwardly and softly whispered while tugging at her sleeve, "Speak a little quieter. If Captain Lin hears, where will I put my face?" Ji-won was very happy and didn't say anything further. The two quickly and clumsily packed up the snacks and put away the pot. They were already a bit hungry earlier, and now they felt even hungrier. Lin Zhengnan didn't eat as much as Ji-won. "Shiaoin, if you eat too much, will you have trouble sleeping tonight?" Hearing his affectionate tone, Zhao Qiaoyu gently nudged Ji-won under the table, giving a mischievous smile. "It's okay, Shiaoin. Isn't there still a little one in your belly? Two mouths need to eat more to be full." Although she said that, Ji-won wasn't confident. She had already eaten 2 bowls. After drinking the last sip of soup, she licked her lips. "I won't eat anymore. If I eat more, I won't be able to walk later." She put down her bowl and chopsticks, immediately stood up from her chair. Luckily, she wasn't too full. Later, she planned to sleep, since she had already napped in the afternoon. After finishing the meal, Zhou Qiaoyu volunteered to clear the dishes and Lin Zhengnan couldn't stop her. Jiwon smiled and said, "Let her do it. We're family. If I come to stay here, isn't it natural for her to help her own family?" Hearing this, Zhou Qiaoyu poked her head out and scoffed irritably.
Dream on.
"I can't even take care of my own family, let alone come here?"
Yivan Chakelad.
Watching her neatly tidy up the stove, she went over to pull her aside. All right. Let Lin Zhengnan wash these. Come with me to the room. I have something nice to give you. Hubby, you watch over our girl. I want to have a little private chat with Zhou Jia." She took Zhou Qiaoyu into the bedroom and took out 2 pieces of underwear from the wardrobe to give her. "Here, try them on and see if they fit." "What is this?" Zhou Qiaoyu looked at them carefully after taking them. "What are these big bowls for?" Jiwon chuckled and poked her chest. "What else?" "These 2 big bowls are for holding your big buns." Zhou Qiaoyu, who considered herself experienced, especially from listening to the women chatting in the village about all kinds of things, had heard many things before. But hearing Jiwon say that now, she suddenly felt a bit shy. She pinched 2 pieces of clothing and coughed. "Shiaoin, why did you suddenly make these for me?" Jiwon looked down at her full chest and said, "These 2 things swinging around don't feel uncomfortable? Wearing this, it covers up nicely and doesn't show too much. Plus, in summer, you won't need to wear such thick clothes." Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes lit up. "That's right." She then took the clothes again, examining them as if she had found a treasure. "Didn't you say earlier that Sister Lu made clothes for me? It's these. When the weather gets warmer, I'll make you 2 more skirts." Zhou Qiaoyu's face turned a little red. "I'm big and sturdy. I don't look good in skirts." "Nonsense, you call it being full-figured. Wearing skirts looks the best on you. You'll see when the time comes. You might not believe me now, but you'll see." Zhou Qiaoyu chuckled softly. "Thanks, Shiaoin. These clothes must be expensive, right? How much did they cost?" Jiwon raised her eyebrows.
Who cares how much they cost?
"I don't want your money. These are for you. You've been busy with bean sprouts and working hard. I haven't done anything, so I feel a bit guilty. I give you these clothes, and you'll feel better." Zhou Qiaoyu hummed. "We agreed beforehand. I have no complaints." Jiwon knew she was kind and not petty, but she couldn't just take advantage of her friend's good nature. "Let's stick to that. You take them home and wear them. I measured the size secretly before, so I guarantee they'll fit." Zhou Qiaoyu was so happy inside. She didn't know that Shiaoin had been thinking of giving her gifts all along. This sister was so good to her. "All right, I won't be polite then." Jiwon nodded and went inside to get some money. "How much did I spend today? I'll reimburse you." Zhou Qiaoyu took out the receipts from her pocket and counted them. Finally, she pulled out one and handed the rest over. "All here. It's 33 in total, excluding buying beans and baskets, the cart fare, and I also bought 2 packs of cigarettes as a gift." Jiwon looked at her with admiration and immediately handed over the money without saying a word. "Then, what's the other receipt in your hand?" Zhou Qiaoyu tore it up quickly. "Nothing." Jiwon examined it carefully. "That's strange. It doesn't include the basket. Did you forget to count it?" Zhou Qiaoyu nodded. "You don't need to pay for those. You're making these 2 clothes for me, which also costs fabric. I haven't included your labor fee or anything. I don't want to take advantage of you." Jiwon felt a bit annoyed. She thought this person was good at everything, but at critical moments, she was quite stubborn. But since she was so careful with her calculations, she decided not to insist. If she refused, Zhou Qiaoyu might feel uncomfortable. "Fine, since you're a little rich girl. You don't lack this small amount." Zhou Qiaoyu picked up those 2 pieces of clothing, then playfully tugged to her waist. "Are you going to say something crazy again?" Jiwon hurriedly begged, "Sister Zhou, please let me go, spare me." The 2 argued inside the room for a while, then Zhou Qiaoyu happily left with a big smile. For the next few days, Jiwon didn't need to worry much. She just went to check occasionally. Making money sounds easy, but actually doing it is hard. Why did the heroines in novels always earn hundreds or thousands with just one move? She and Zhou Qiaoyu worked so hard for so long, and they only earned. Well, they didn't really earn anything. Last time, She earned 35 yuan, but now she spent 33 yuan, leaving only 2. Today, she went out and spent a lot again. Money is really hard to earn and food is hard to get. Next time, she would wait until this batch was sold. Luckily, the buyers had already reserved, so she should at least get around 100 yuan. Her efforts were finally starting to pay off, and the future looked bright. The next morning, Lin Zhengnan got up, and Jichun slowly opened her eyes in a daze. She was worried about going to the countryside to deliver review materials to Xiaodong and the others, and was afraid Lin Zhengnan would come back and not find her, so she told him in advance. "Husband, I need to go to my parents' place today to deliver review materials. I might come back in the afternoon." She mumbled vaguely, and Lin Zhengnan took a moment to understand. He was surprised. Review materials?
Yes.
His eyes darkened, feeling worried inside. "Should I find someone to go with you? You're taking the kids alone?" Jichun was still half asleep. "No need to trouble anyone. Just me and the kids. I promised you I'd take her to see her grandma." Lin Zhengnan knew there was no room for discussion, but he still made arrangements before she left. After Jichun finished breakfast with the kids and was about to leave, she noticed someone waiting outside for a long time. Turns out it was Yang Feng, Commander Yang.
Commander Yang?
"You came to see Sister Zhao?" Yang Feng hurried over when he heard the noise. No, we're just heading west to handle some things. The company commander said your sister-in-law is going back to her parents' house, so we thought we'd pick you up along the way." Jichun was surprised and delighted. "Really?" Yang Feng nodded. "Yes." "Are you ready, sister-in-law? We're leaving now." All right. She held the kids' hands, and Yang Feng took the bag from her. On the way, she noticed 2 other young comrades, who, knowing she was Lin Zhengnan's wife, called her very affectionately as sister-in-law. Yang Feng, driving the car, couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, how have you and Sister Zhou's bean sprouts been these days?" Jianwan smiled and said, "It's pretty good. Didn't the first batch go to the army? Now it's the second batch." Yang Feng responded with a nod, his face shining with pride. "Sister-in-law, you're really impressive." "I'm not that impressive. It was Sister Zhou's idea. She's the one busy behind the scenes, so she's the real talent." Yang Feng nodded happily, looking proud. "Yes, Sister Zhou has always been very capable since she was young. She's well-liked here." Jianwan squinted. Having lived through 2 lives, she was quite experienced. How could she see any pride on Yang Feng's face? What does Sister Zhou's ability have to do with him? Why is he so proud? And he's still asking about Dia. Could he be starting to take an interest in Sister Zhou? She didn't ask directly, but instead hinted carefully. "Lieutenant Yang, you promised to find a match for Sister Zhou before, right? How's that going?" Yang Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes looked guilty. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and said vaguely, "I did look, but there's no suitable person nearby." "No suitable one? Maybe he didn't look at all?" "Oh, that's fine. I've asked Lin Zhengnan to keep an eye out too. He said there are many eligible young men in the camp." Yang Feng's face changed, and he frowned. "Sister-in-law, isn't it a bit soon? Sister Zhou hasn't settled here yet." "So what?" "Sister Zhou is getting anxious. She wants to marry someone soon and live happily." Seeing this, Jianwan, who liked to stir up trouble, turned to greet the soldiers behind her. "Comrades, if you know any outstanding young men around, let me know. Lieutenant Yang wants to introduce someone to his sister." The 2 soldiers looked suspicious and exchanged glances, asking uncertainly, "Sister-in-law, isn't Lieutenant Yang an only child? Where's the sister?" "No, she's the one who just recently recognized her sister. She's now running her own business. Maybe she's making money and being filial. She's also quite pretty. Keep an eye out for her, okay?" The 2 soldiers' hearts leapt with excitement. They didn't have partners either. They weren't young anymore, about 22 or 23. If Lieutenant Yang's sister was a bit older, a few years older wouldn't matter. The older sister would understand and care for others. They would be thrilled if they could meet her. Both looked at Yang Feng driving ahead and eagerly asked, "Lieutenant Yang, are you really going to find a match for your sister? I didn't hear you mention it before. Maybe consider me." Yang Feng's face darkened like a pot bottom. If Jianwan hadn't been sitting beside him, He might have lost his temper. He turned to look at his two subordinates, who looked like silly ducks. He was furious and asked through clenched teeth, "What are you considering?
Huh?
You have no money, no position. What are you thinking about?" He shouted loudly, almost spitting with anger. The two soldiers hung their heads, pouting with a look of grievance. If they weren't good enough, just say so. Why get so angry? Thinking about it, it made sense. At least she has a younger brother who is a company commander, so she should find a company commander too, right? But they were still new recruits and didn't have that luck. Jichun almost cracked a smile but held it back, pouring fuel on the fire, saying, "Senior sister, Zhao, doesn't have many demands. As long as she's honest, hardworking, and eager to improve, isn't she easy to find?" Yang Feng kept a calm face and said nothing. He didn't know what was wrong, but he felt a big fire burning inside his chest. Especially since his two subordinates were interested in senior sister Zhao, which made him even more irritated. The fire wouldn't go out. Instead, it grew stronger. Without hesitation, he asked sister-in-law, "If senior sister Zhao is so good, how can honest and hardworking people be a match for her?" Jichun thought about it and nodded instinctively. That makes sense. Before Yang Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued muttering, "Maybe Lin Zhengnan should find her a battalion commander or something. That way, they'd be a good match. One pursuing a career, the other doing business. Their days would be prosperous, right?" Yang Feng almost spat out old blood. What's wrong with his sister-in-law? Does she really want senior sister Zhao to get married? Jichun saw him gripping the steering wheel tightly, almost smoking with anger, and felt secretly pleased. Is he starting to feel uncomfortable now? Regret was still ahead. Senior sister Zhao had been busy every day, lost a circle of weight, and drank spiritual spring water, making her skin fairer. She was eye-catching in the crowd. Especially now that the weather was hot, she dressed less bulky. She had a good figure, slightly plump but attractive. Any close-fitting clothes she wore made her stand out. They hadn't seen each other for several days. She was looking forward to this meeting. The car shook as it took Jichun to the village entrance. "Sister-in-law, we're heading to work first. Can we meet here again at 5 in the afternoon?" They also hitched a ride and could catch a ride back, which Jichun welcomed eagerly. "All right, thank you." She had nothing to give in return, so she just smiled and nodded. "Why not come to my house for some water?" No, we're in a hurry. We'll go now, sister-in-law." Yang Feng waved his hand and drove away. Jichun brought Yuyu home, but both her brother and sister were not there. Zhang Miao had gone to the back mountain to gather pig grass. Only Ji Ruifeng was sweeping the yard. Seeing the mother and daughter arrive, he hurriedly went out to greet them. When he saw the many things in the girl's hands, he looked pale with worry and quickly took them. "Little Wan, you came, but why did you bring so many things?" Jichun shook her hands and said, "I asked someone to find review materials for Xiaodong and the others. They are about to take the high school entrance exam. How are they doing lately?" "They are at school now, and the exam is in about a month. The school is strict, so they are back for intensive training." Ji Ruifeng led the mother and daughter into the house, hurriedly boiling sugar water for them to drink. "Those two kids are not easy to manage. Why did they come to you?" "It's hard enough with all the family matters, and now I have to worry about them too." Jichun smiled and said, "They're my younger siblings. Their future is important, so I will definitely help if I can." Ji Ruifeng felt warm inside. He sat down, opened a bag nearby, and looked at the review materials inside. Recently, he had also been helping the siblings find study materials. He had found quite a few, and with Jichun's help, it was like adding the finishing touch. He smiled happily and gently picked Yuyu up into his arms. "How have you been lately?" Jichun told him about her business of growing bean sprouts with Zhou Qiaoyu, and Ji Ruifeng kept praising her. "I didn't expect our little Wan to be so clever. Better than me for sure. I only know how to work in the experimental fields, and I don't understand anything else. Father, you are contributing to the people, selfless and fair. I'm just a small trader. How can I compare to you? You're flattering me." She smiled happily, then suddenly mentioned Song Mingqing. When she talked about her current situation, Ji Ruifeng's face darkened, and he looked quite emotional. I haven't seen her in many years. Your grandma's side has good conditions, but how come she's living like this? Ji-won shook her head, thinking about Song Mingqing's personality over the 2 lifetimes.
She didn't need to guess.
She's quite proud. She had a falling out with her family over the divorce and cut ties. Even if she's eating plain food, she probably wouldn't go back. Ji Ruifeng frowned, clearly agreeing with her guess. Actually, when I first divorced, I was really angry with her. But it wasn't because I resented her leaving me. I was upset that she left you behind. I was busy with work then, and she refused to help take care of things for a while. Later, I understood. She longed for freedom. Marrying me already made her suffer. If she wanted to leave, she should just go. Not long after her divorce, she still wanted to visit you. At that time, I was upset and didn't let her get close. Later, she never came again. I thought she had a new partner and forgot about us. Now I realized she was busy taking her sister around for medical treatment. He never expected that Song Mingqing's daughter, born from her marriage, actually has an intellectual disability. They were at least married once, so hearing that she is now living in poverty, all their resentment disappeared. Did they say it can't be cured? Is it congenital? Ji-won nodded, probably. Ji Ruifeng sighed, thinking that if he could intervene later, he might recommend a doctor. After all, the child is innocent. But now, hearing that Xiaoying's condition is congenital, even a miracle doctor wouldn't know what to do. Have you been busy with the bean sprout business lately?
Yivan nodded.
Not too busy. I just go over and help out when I have free time. Ji Ruifeng thought for a moment. I heard your uncle and others have also been transferred here. Your eldest uncle is quite old, probably retired. But your eldest cousin is in the military. I wonder if he's in the same military district as your son-in-law. You should ask your son-in-law to find out. When you have time, visit them. Ji-won was happy to hear that they're back.
Yi Ruifeng nodded.
I just received the news. Wait a few more days. Once they settle in, it's not too late to go. It's good they're back. Otherwise, traveling to see them would be tiring. Ji-won agreed wholeheartedly. Dad is right. Their family almost got sent away to the countryside. Fortunately, her eldest uncle, with his reputation, avoided that and even moved north to escape danger. Looking back, she realized she hadn't visited them last time, which made the whole family feel cold. Now that she understands everything better in this life, she definitely wants to visit them and also pass along some news about Song Mingqing. They stayed in the countryside until the afternoon, had lunch, and then packed some mountain products prepared by the couple to head home. Ji Ruifeng and the others took Ji-won and her mother to the village entrance. Hearing they were hitchhiking back, Zhang Miao also made some meat pies for them to thank Yang Feng and the others. They were very happy, calling her aunt warmly. Zhang Miao felt a bit shy. We don't have much to give, so I made a few pies for you to eat on the way.
Please don't mind.
Today, they only had lunch, and now their stomachs were growling with hunger. Once they received the pies, they took several bites and gratefully expressed their thanks in their unclear speech. Auntie, you're too kind. We love these pies. They're like a timely rain. Several of them were used to rough life in the army, and they finished a meat pie in one bite. Seeing how much they liked it, Zhang Miao couldn't help but laugh happily. Ji-won waved her hand and said, Mom and Dad, you should go back now. We're leaving. We'll come to see you again when we have free time. Okay, be careful on the way. Once seated firmly, Yang Feng and the others kept praising. Auntie's cooking skills are amazing. These meat pies are so delicious. Fortunately, Zhang Miao made 2 for each of them. After eating both, they felt full. The 2 young comrades behind them finished and lingered, even licking their fingers. Ji-won smiled so much she almost couldn't stop. Actually, she had a few more in her bag, but those were for Lin Zhengnan and Zhao Qiaoyu, so she couldn't give them away. Zhang Miao's cooking was so good, and since they lived far apart, they couldn't eat her food every day. She was glad to have a few left, and she was reluctant to give them away. When they arrived at the residential area, the sun had already set, but it wasn't completely dark yet. Mother and daughter got out of the car, holding hands, and walked into the yard. Turning her head, Ji-won saw Yang Feng had also come along. Ji-won raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand. Lieutenant Yang, why are you here too? Yang Feng felt guilty and didn't dare to look at her. He awkwardly touched his nose and smiled. I came to see Sister Zhao about something. He wasn't lying. He really had something to discuss, but it wasn't urgent at the moment. Ji-won held back her laughter and said, Sister Zhao might be busy these days. If you come now, you might not see her. Yang Feng didn't know what he was thinking. When he saw his sister-in-law get out of the car and leave, his mind involuntarily thought of Zhou Qiaoyu's round face. On impulse, he also jumped out of the car and followed. It's okay. If she's busy, I can help her out.
Yvonne smiled mischievously.
All right, let's go together. I also have something to give to Sister Zhao. Before going to Zhou's house, she first went home to drop off some things and also took fish back. She picked a few mountain goods from what she brought back to give to Zhou Qiaoyu, and also took 2 meat pies along. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Zhengnan called her from the back door. Shiaoin, when did you come back? I didn't hear anything. Ji-won was eager to see the excitement now and pointed at the meat pies on the table, muttering, These are mountain goods for Mom and Dad. Put them away properly. If she hasn't eaten, I'll heat up these pies and go see Sister Zhao. Lin Zhengnan hadn't seen his wife all day and was feeling anxious. I thought she was going to stay in the countryside with her child for a few days, but it turned out she went and came back the same day. She must be worried about her own family. She was so happy inside, she felt like bubbling over. Lin Zhengnan shook the water off his hands and went over, but he immediately saw Ji-won leaving the house, talking and laughing with Yang Feng. Why did Yang Feng come here? Is he looking for Comrade Zhao? And his wife was actually smiling at him? Lin Zhengnan almost felt jealous. He casually pulled open the door and called Yuyu to follow him. They arrived at Zhou Qiaoyu's house behind the yard. Yang Feng wanted to call someone first, but the neighbors nearby were very nosy. If he came to find someone at night, the sisters-in-law might find out and start gossiping.
So he looked at Ji-won.
Ji-won was afraid Zhou Qiaoyu would hear the noise and come out immediately, so she quickly warned her. Lieutenant Yang, wait a moment. I'll go call Sister Zhao. She hurried into the yard, peeked inside the house, but saw no one. From the backyard, there was a clattering sound. After calling out for Sister Zhao, she went to find her. Sister Zhao, are you rinsing water? Zhou Qiaoyu had just finished the last basket and heard the voice, turning to ask. Shiaoin, why are you here? Didn't you go back to the countryside today? Aren't you staying a few more days with the ants? I brought them some things and was in a hurry to come back, she said, stepping forward to help. They quickly finished and closed the door, then headed inside. Sister Zhao, Lieutenant Yang is waiting outside for you? Zhou Qiaoyu paused, almost thinking she heard wrong. She looked outside with a strange expression and asked, What is he here for? Ji-won smiled. He said he has something to talk to you about. Zhou Qiaoyu pouted. What's so urgent? Why does he have to come this afternoon? Can't he come tomorrow? She wiped her hands on her clothes and was about to leave, worried that Yang Feng might have something important to do. But after taking a few steps, her arm was pulled back by Ji-won. Sister Zhao, are you just going out dressed like this? Zhou Qiaoyu looked down. What's wrong with this? She was only wearing a light blue jacket, which was now stained with dark blue water from wiping her hands earlier. The jacket was big and loose, like a sack, not showing her figure at all. Have you worn the underwear I made for you? Hearing this suddenly, Zhou Qiaoyu's face lit up with happiness. She pulled her aside, full of words to say. I've worn it. I found it this morning and put it on. It fits perfectly. You won't believe it, it holds my chest well. Now I can walk without wobbling, and I can run and jump without any problem. But you see, I have a bigger chest, and when I wear this, it makes me look even bigger. I don't dare go out in a sweater anymore. She mentioned feeling a little shy later on, with 2 rosy clouds appearing on her face. Ji-won looked disappointed and said, It's really frustrating. People want your big chest, but you don't have it. She then reached out to try to take off Zhou Qiaoyu's jacket. What's wrong? After removing the jacket, Zhou Qiaoyu was wearing a light-colored shirt that made her chest look very full. Seeing Jiwan staring at her intently, she felt a bit uncomfortable and tugged at her clothes. Isn't it getting hotter? I didn't know what to wear, so I just put on this shirt underneath. It's all wrinkled now. What's the matter? Why are you suddenly trying to take off my clothes? Nothing special, just looking. I like this shirt. I decided to wear it. The jacket is wet, so I didn't want to catch a cold. Jiwan said, casually tossing the jacket onto the sofa, then looked at the shirt Zhou Qiaoyu was wearing and finally rolled up her sleeves. Alright, go out now. Commander Yang is looking for you. Zhou Qiaoyu snapped back to her senses and responded, oh, right, I forgot about that. Then give me my clothes. What for? You go out and talk to him first. You've been busy all this time, and you're still wearing the jacket. Aren't you hot? Jiwon didn't give her a chance, and pushed her gently out the door. Confused, Zhou Qiaoyu wondered what was going on. Why was Shiaoin acting so strange today? She didn't have time to ask because she saw Yang Feng standing outside the yard. He was smart enough not to follow her inside. Frowning, she hurried to the gate, pushed open the fence, and asked, what's the matter? Comrade Yang, is there something you need? Seeing that the two were already facing each other, Jiwan smiled and leaned against the door, watching the scene. Zhou Jia, Yang Feng had only said 3 words when his gaze happened to fall right on Zhou Qiaoyu's chest. Her shirt fit perfectly, cinched at the waist, making her waist look very slim, but her full chest strained the buttons on her shirt. Suddenly, his mind went blank. All he could think of was Zhou Qiaoyu's figure, and he forgot what he was about to say. His hand, hanging at his side, clenched tightly. His ears turned red, and his face started to feel hot. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could run away right then. But he couldn't. What do you want? If you don't say it, I'll go in. Seeing him standing there like a fool, Zhou Qiaoyu looked puzzled. What was going on? Why was everyone acting so strange today? She raised her curved willow leaf eyebrows, her eyes full of displeasure. Yang Feng suddenly met her watery eyes and felt his legs go weak. Stammering, he said, I just wanted to tell you that my mother sent us a package. When it arrives, it will have your things. I will bring them to you then. Zhou Qiaoyu was furious. She crossed her arms and glared at him, asking, is that all? She checked her ear, doubting if she had heard him right. Is this small matter worth you running all this way? The stuff isn't even here yet. Why did you come? Yang Feng blushed so hard he couldn't answer, feeling like he was about to explode with frustration. What's wrong with him? Zhou Qiaoyu muttered to herself. She hadn't realized before that Yang Feng seemed so silly. Back then, she was completely happy and saw this person as her future husband. No matter what Yang Feng did, she liked it. Even if he farted, she thought it smelled nice. Now that she decided not to see him anymore without her added filters, she realized Yang Feng was pretty dumb. He wasn't very tall, not very strong, and his face, though handsome, still couldn't compare to Captain Lin. She was never satisfied. She wouldn't even want him as a little brother. Alright, go back quickly. Don't come here often in the future. So the other sisters-in-law don't see us, and think I have something with you, which might delay me finding a partner. She was fine not mentioning a partner, but once she did, Yang Feng's alarm bells rang loudly. He quickly shook off his fanciful thoughts and asked hurriedly, Zhou Jia, did Captain Lin find you a partner? His tone was urgent, making Zhou Qiaoyu somewhat impatient. Don't worry, I won't cling to you. Not only did I ask Captain Lin to find someone, but I also asked other sisters-in-law to help me look. No, I'm not worried about that. I just think you've only been here a short time and haven't settled in yet. Is it too rushed to look for a partner? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the anger in Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes. Realizing he was overthinking, Yang Feng was trying to think of a good answer, but was cut off by her sharp retort. Comrade Yang, what do you really mean? You were the one urging me to find a partner before, and now you say it's too rushed. Do you have some opinion about me? Am I bothering you by living here or what? Hearing this, Yang Feng's face turned green with fear. He hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. Zhou Jia, I didn't. Who's Jia? From now on, call me Comrade Zhou. Zhou Qiaoyu was furious, her face turning red with anger. Her chest was puffed up and rising with each breath, making Yang Feng feel nervous. Go ahead, I will find time to tell my mother. As for the package she sent, you don't need to bring it to me. I don't have the face to accept her things. Yang Feng was really upset. He had come to see Zhou Jia, but now they were arguing. He felt both regretful and guilty. He hadn't meant it that way, but when he said it, it sounded different.
Zhou.
Call me Zhou Tongji. Zhou Tongji, when you first arrived, I said some rude things. I apologize for my attitude earlier. She looked at him with a side glance. Could it be that the sun is rising from the west? He was actually apologizing to her? I admit, at first I really didn't want you to come find me. In my heart, you are my sister. As your younger brother, how could I marry you? My mother has always said you are my future wife. The more I heard, the more I resisted. I thought you came to see me just to finish a task. I don't like this kind of living arrangement. I hope for mutual love. Zhou Qiaoyu was stunned. She hadn't expected Yang Feng to open his heart like this. She had guessed his feelings because of his changing attitude. In the past, Yang Feng knew nothing in the mountain village. Naturally, he believed what elders said. After coming to the city and seeing more of the world, he would look down on the blind marriages in the mountains. She understood all this, but he shouldn't have said such harsh words. He understood everything, but what about her? She was uneducated and stubborn. Fortunately, she now understood that forcing things wouldn't bring sweetness.
Thinking all this, she nodded.
Her anger from earlier was gone, replaced by calmness. She asked quietly, I understand. And then, Yang Feng was caught off guard by her question. Then what? He blurted out everything he was thinking, but what was the point? He didn't realize his own feelings. He had never been in a relationship before, so he didn't understand what liking someone meant. He hesitated, then mumbled, I want to tell you my thoughts, so you won't misunderstand me. Zhou Qiaoyu took a deep breath. I don't misunderstand you. I know you have your own beliefs. That's why I haven't been bothering you. It's not bothering I. He couldn't say anything after a long pause, which made Zhou Qiaoyu angry. All right, I get it.
You can go now.
I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. Before Yang Feng could react, she suddenly pulled the door shut with a squeak. She clapped her hands, then went inside without looking back. When she looked up, she saw Jichun still standing at the door. She smiled, showing a very different attitude toward Yang Feng. Shiaoin, let's go. What did you just say? Jichun glanced at Yang Feng outside the yard, who was eagerly looking in, and Jinchir. I brought you some things. My dad and the others went to the mountain to find them, and I also brought you 2 meat pies that my mom baked. Zhou Qiaoyu saw the bag on the table and cheered happily. She rushed over to pick it up and looked inside, her eyes shining. Thank you, Shiaoin. It's so kind of you to think of me while visiting home. I just bought a chicken today. Tomorrow, you and Captain Lin can come to my house for lunch. I'll cook a chicken for you. Jichun was polite but firm. Okay. You go ahead and get busy. I need to go back now. When I get home, I'll come over to see you. I wonder if Lin Zhengnan is angry. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled warmly and saw her off. Outside, Yang Feng's shadow was gone. Captain Lin is very tolerant. Such a small matter wouldn't make him angry. Since she had nothing to do, she also took Jichun directly to her door. As she stepped inside, Lin Zhengnan was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Today, thinking his wife and daughter wouldn't come back, he only bought some noodles. Jichun wasn't very hungry, so she let him be. Before it got late, she quickly took her daughter to wash up. By the way, Shiaoin. She put on her pajamas and came in from the backyard. Lin Zhengnan carried 2 bowls of noodles into the living room. Since her daughter's stomach was small, they planned to share some with her later. Today, the principal came by and brought a pot of orchids. She said she had already told you in advance and asked for your help to take care of it. Jichun was about to sit down when she heard this and looked around. Where is it? I moved it into the bedroom. Jichun became interested. She thought, since Aunt Liao was giving a gift, maybe this orchid was a rare variety? She was eager to see it. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Zhengnan stopped her, Finish your dinner first. The orchid isn't going anywhere. That made sense, but wasn't she just curious? Feeling a bit awkward, she simply carried her bowl of noodles into the bedroom. Near the window, a pot of orchids sat quietly. The leaves were quite large, but there were no flower buds. Some of the ends of the leaves were dried and broken, and the whole plant looked dull and lacked shine. The flower pot below was very ornate, like blue and white porcelain. Could this be an antique? Aunt Liao used antiques to grow flowers? Isn't this a bit wasteful? After nurturing the orchid well, shouldn't I send it along with the pot? What a big gesture. Jichun was amazed, staring at the antique as she examined it carefully. This item is very expensive, so it must be well protected. If it breaks, she would feel so sad. Currently, they are still in the stage of breaking old customs, but in later generations, this is priceless. Should she tell Aunt Liao? Lost in thought, Lin Zhengnan also came in, holding a bowl with 2 meat patties. He scooped one into Jichun's bowl.
What are you looking at?
Jichun smiled, looking at this flower pot. It's an antique, but it's a pity to use it just for flowers. Lin Zhengnan also glanced at it and answered thoughtfully. Maybe the principal's gift of flowers is just the surface. The real gift might be this flower pot. Jichun's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Zhengnan with admiration.
Good point.
Why didn't I think of that? She smiled again and looked at the orchid in front of her. Lin Zhengnan, do you recognize this type of orchid? No, I don't. He stepped over and looked at it carefully. Before it flowers, orchids all look similar. I can't tell the good ones from the bad. Jichun smiled. Then we'll wait until it blooms. It should be very fragrant, and when the flowers bloom, we can tell what kind it is. Lin Zhengnan looked at the withered leaves on the orchid. Can you really take care of it well?
Why not? Give it a try.
Look at how well I grow vegetables in my field. Lin Zhengnan nodded, seeing his wife so confident and feeling more hopeful. Orchids are very picky about their environment. They also need high humidity in the air. For them to grow well, both humidity and soil moisture are essential. All right, I'll wait until you get the orchid to bloom. Jichun has a special talent, so she's not afraid. After dinner, she used a spiritual spring to dilute some water and put it in a homemade spray bottle. First, she watered the orchid a little, then sprayed some into the air. Bored, she also dampened a towel and wiped the leaves. Maybe it was just her feeling, but after wiping away the dust on the leaves, the orchid seemed much greener. Lush and vibrant, full of life. The leaves even trembled slightly, as if they had come alive. It seems the orchid really likes the spiritual spring water. Finally, she trimmed the withered leaves and placed the orchid in front of the window, keeping good ventilation. She wiped the remaining water on the flower pot. Then she was done. Lin Zhengnan watched her busy around and initially wanted to help, but seeing her enjoy it, he didn't feel disappointed. The next morning, as the sunlight shone down, it just covered the orchid grass. Dust was flying in the air, and there was a faint green mist. Isn't this too beautiful? Jichun was captivated, feeling happy, so she sprayed some water into the air. After breakfast, she remembered Zhou Qiaoyu mentioning renting a yard. Since she was free, she thought it would be good to invite her to help clean. Next time, they could grow bean sprouts there so they wouldn't have to use Zhou Qiaoyu's backyard shower, which might make her uncomfortable when bathing. Yu played with her inside the yard. Zhou's sister, are you at home? Jichun called out as she walked inside, passing through the main hall. From far away, she heard Zhou Qiaoyu angrily scolding from the backyard. Yuzaza, what exactly are you trying to do? I already told you the bean sprouts haven't grown yet. If you want to buy some, do it in a few days. Why keep asking over and over? I'm busy right now, and can't pay attention to you. Please leave quickly. Zhou Qiaoyu was busy sweeping the floor, which was wet all over. Yu Ruing stood at the bathroom door, peeking inside with a smile, but her eyes kept moving. Oh, Zhou girl, if I don't buy bean sprouts, can I just come and see here? I treat you like family. If you need help, just ask. She chuckled and kept looking inside. Zhou Qiaoyu was really fed up. How can this person be like a persistent little bug? She couldn't take it anymore, swung her broom deliberately to sweep the water onto Yuyu. Usually, she would have lost her temper, but this time she held back, jumped aside, and finally slipped inside through a gap. Looking at the baskets stacked together in front of her, all covered with black cloth, Yuyu's eyes lit up. She reached out to lift the cloth. "What are you doing?" Zhou Qiaoyu reacted quickly, shouting sharply, then pushed her away swiftly. "Yusaza, what exactly are you trying to do?" Yuyu didn't expect this girl to be so strong. She was definitely a country girl with endless strength. She awkwardly smiled, disappointed that she couldn't lift the black cloth, and explained, "Oh, Zhou girl, why are you making such a fuss? I just came by and thought I'd take a look. By the way, why do you cover your bean sprouts with black cloth?" Zhou Qiaoyu was so angry she almost spat blood. She finally understood why this woman was so eager for profit. What's going on? Trying to learn how they grow bean sprouts, right? Dream on. She suddenly threw down the mop with a bang, crossed her arms, and pushed Yuyu away. "Go away. I'm busy right now and don't have time to deal with you." Yuyu, being thick-skinned, staggered back a few steps and was pushed out the door, still smiling. "Miss Zhou, you do your thing.
Don't bother about me."
Seeing she couldn't really chase her away, Zhou Qiaoyu was unkind and grabbed a nearby broom to wave at her. "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave soon, don't blame me for being rude.
Get out.
If you want to learn skills, have you paid your tuition? Stop dreaming." Yuyu kept retreating, clearly with bad intentions, but still loudly talking nonsense. "Miss Zhou, what are you doing? That's so petty. I just came to ask about the bean sprouts. Why are you pushing me away? How can you run a business and not let anyone in? Everyone sees each other all the time. Is hitting people with a broom too much?" Her voice was loud again. Her shouting drew the nearby women, who all looked over. Yuyu stretched out her hands to block, was pushed back a few steps, and then turned to see Jichun standing not far away. Thinking she hadn't gained anything from this troublesome girl, she quickly ran toward the backyard. The wall there wasn't high. She scrambled and almost climbed over it, then stood outside with her hands on her hips, sarcastic. Some people, after making a little money from their small business, think they're better than everyone else. I was just asking if there were bean sprouts. I saw Miss Zhou yelling and pushing, and she even got my pants wet. Such a small-minded person. Who would dare buy your bean sprouts in the future? At this moment, the women were all working in the fields. Their homes were close together. Some carried hoes and came over. "What's going on? I heard you shouting from far away, Yuyu." Today, Zhou Qiaoyu was quite impressed. She realized this person was a military wife, more annoying than the old women at the village entrance. She turned her head and spat, quickly pulled the door shut, and then asked Jichun. "Shiaoin, this person is really shameless. She clearly wants to learn our skills, but she's pretending to be innocent." Jichun had watched the whole thing and understood Yuyu's plan. She smiled and said, "Don't mind her. Believe it or not, even if she learns our technique, she won't be able to produce such good bean sprouts." Since starting her bean sprout business, Zhou Qiaoyu admired Jichun very much. She believed everything Jichun said. But she talks loudly and complains all the time, which is really annoying. Jichun gave her a look, patted her hand, and walked away. "Yuyu, you said you wanted to buy bean sprouts. You came early in the morning just to ask. You must really want to eat them, right? How much do you want to buy? Is it worth you coming here personally?" Yuyu didn't fall for her. "I just came to look. You haven't even had your baby yet, so how can you supply dozens or hundreds of pounds? You can't possibly produce that much, right?" "Who says I can't? If you order 100 pounds, I can deliver it to you this afternoon." Now Yuyu didn't dare to say anything. Why does she want so much? Their whole family isn't livestock. How could they eat that much? The watching sisters-in-law saw what was happening and understood clearly. Even if they didn't know Zhou Qiaoyu well, they certainly knew Yuyu. "I say, Yuyu, if you want to learn their skills, you should find a good reason. They are working hard to make money. You think you can just peek and learn? That's not fair to them. Yuyu stubbornly refused to admit it.
What are you talking about?
I saw Sister Zhao busy, and thought I'd come help her out. Jichun chuckled with a smile. Yuyu, weren't you here to buy bean sprouts? How did you end up helping Sister Zhao? Yuyu glared at her. This girl was quick with her words. A flicker of nervousness crossed her face, and she quickly changed her story. I'm here to buy bean sprouts. Seeing Sister Zhao busy, I just wanted to lend a hand. But you're calling me unkind, treating me like I'm a bad person. Jichun suddenly realized and nodded with a smile, looking at Zhao Qiaoyu. So, Yuyu, you're actually so kind-hearted? Looks like we misunderstood. Yuyu looked a bit proud, nodded confidently. It's you who misunderstood. Since Yuyu came to help out of kindness, we shouldn't let her come all this way for nothing. We're done here, but Sister Zhao rented a yard to grow bean sprouts, and it hasn't been cleaned yet. Why don't you go help us clean it, Yuyu? Yuyu's face changed instantly. Before she could reply, Jichun smiled with a gentle look. Yuyu, you wouldn't refuse, right? You just said all those things earlier. Weren't they lies? Her words stirred the watching sisters-in-law, and they all started talking eagerly. Gee, sister, Yuyu tricked you. She only knows how to take advantage. She wouldn't help with any work. Exactly. Besides her own family matters, she won't lend a hand for others. She is very selfish. We have seen through her long ago. Yuyu was furious, pointing at them and scolding. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I keep my promises. We agreed to help Sister Zhao with the chores. If I say I will do it. Do you believe me or not? She was eager to prove she wasn't taking advantage of others or being selfish, so she hurried to call Zhao Qiaoyu. Miss Zhao, bring your tools and lead the way. It's just cleaning. I can do it. Zhao Qiaoyu. Suddenly, Yuyu, usually stingy and tight, was willing to help others? Has the sun risen from the west? Jichun didn't expect her to be so simple-minded. Well, she spent all day trying to find ways to take advantage of others, wasting her time and energy on that, so she had no time to think about anything else. She smiled and nudged Zhao Qiaoyu with her arm. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get the tools. We're just free labor, so we should be used well. Zhao Qiaoyu's eyes lit up. Little one was really impressive. She quickly locked the door, grabbed a broom and dustpan, took 2 basins and 2 towels, and led the way. Jichun knew she couldn't stay here either. She had to go help. She helped Zhao Qiaoyu lock the door, then went back to get some cleaning tools, called Yuyu, and followed. The mother and daughter walked along the road and saw the sisters-in-law who had argued earlier gathering around. Gee, sister, did Brother Zhao really rent a yard over there?
Deep in sight.
Yes, he did. Their bathroom is too small and busy, so he rented a yard from the military leader. It's all about money. I haven't even earned much, but I've already spent so much.
Sigh.
The sisters-in-law looked at each other. Didn't you earn some before? We're just starting. Renting a house, buying beans, all cost money. The initial investment was quite a lot, about 100 yuan. Oh, 100 yuan. That's not a small amount, 2 months' wages for an ordinary worker. But not investing isn't possible either. Let's see how it goes. If Jichun and the others really make big money, they might think about how to grow bean sprouts later. If they can't grow bean sprouts, there are other ways out, right? Jichun saw everyone deep in thought and quickly said goodbye, then took her daughter to follow. Over here, Yuyu was carrying a broom and had only gone halfway before she started to regret. What was wrong with her today? She hadn't finished her own chores yet but ran off to help someone else's family. It was all because of Jichun, that little girl. Why was her mouth so sharp? She accidentally got herself caught up without noticing. She glanced at Zhao Qiaoyu, who looked proud and confident, then her eyes flickered. She covered her stomach and groaned. Oh, I have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom. Zhao Qiaoyu choked. Does she really think she's that naive? It was obvious to Sister Yu that she wanted to sneak away, but she was straightforward and didn't know how to respond. Just then, Jichun's voice came from behind. Sister Yu, if your stomach hurts, you should go ahead and leave. Really? Yuyu's eyes lit up. She immediately put down the broom and tried to run away. Jiwon pretended not to see her move and whispered to Zhao Qiaoyu. Zhao Jia, after we finish cleaning, let's move the bean sprouts here. When we're short-handed, maybe we can ask Sister Lu from the other side for help. Zhao Qiaoyu was confused. She wondered why Shiaoin suddenly mentioned moving bean sprouts. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Yuyu trying to sneak off again, but was pulled back. She immediately understood. That's clever.
Okay.
They discussed and grabbed their brooms, ready to leave. Hey, give me the broom. Yuyu cheerfully ran over again, snatched the broom, and looked at them with a suggestion. Sister Ji, it's just moving bean sprouts. I can handle it. The Sister Lu on the other side is pregnant, and you're worried about her falling? Jiwon stared at her, surprised. You sister, aren't you supposed to have a stomach ache? How come it doesn't hurt anymore? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Maybe I ate something bad. I'll just endure it for now. Once I squat in the restroom, it'll be fine. Yuyu awkwardly smiled and didn't mention leaving again. She had to work here. Even if she moved the bean sprouts later, she'd stay and see what was under the black cloth. She could also sneak a peek at how these two were handling things. Once this village was gone, there might not be another chance. She knew Ji Yuan's intentions clearly. She just wanted the student bean sprouts. If she performed well today, revealing a little wouldn't hurt. Seeing the bean sprouts increasing, relying solely on them was becoming difficult. It might be better to gather more people, but that could wait until later in the year. When they arrived at the rented small courtyard, Zhao Qiaoyu took out the key and unlocked the door. The others followed closely behind. Upon entering, they saw only 2 small rooms at the front. They looked quite small. No wonder the couple didn't choose this place. We cleaned up so that the house could be used to store bought beans and other supplies, along with baskets and containers. Zhao Jia, how do we grow bean sprouts in these 2 rooms? Zhao Qiaoyu kept a secret and opened the back door. Only then did they see a very large shed in the backyard. The shed wasn't very tall, but it was enclosed on 3 sides, with a door in the middle. Next to it was the toilet, which was perfect for running water pipes. This place is great. Zhao Jia, you're amazing. We've found a treasure. Jiwon looked around the wooden shed, pushed open the door, and saw it could hold countless baskets. The space was so wide that it seemed a waste for just the 2 of them to grow bean sprouts here. It's not that I'm so great, it's because the leader heard that it's not easy for a woman like me to settle here, so she took special care of me. They chatted happily. Yuyu came over with a broom, looking around but not seeing anything special about the place. Why build a shed here? Isn't it just taking up space? But she didn't say anything, stepped back a few paces, and yawned while leaning against the door. She hoped they would talk until night, so she wouldn't have to work. It seemed Jiwon could hear her thoughts, and she quickly called out, all right, let's get to work. More people meant more strength. By noon, they finally tidied up the place. Everyone was hungry. Yuyu was thinking about moving the bean sprouts. She was almost out of energy and asked quickly, aren't we going to move the bean sprouts? Let's go now. She was about to leave, but Jiwon stopped her. Why move in broad daylight? We should do it at night. It's daytime now, and everyone can see. She was secretly giving Yuyu a message, hoping she would agree to work willingly. But Yuyu wasn't very quick-witted and didn't understand her meaning. What's so shameful about it? The 3 of us women can't be sneaking around here, can we? Zhao Qiaoyu choked. Jiwon almost laughed out loud. She's useless, really. She's about to be fed the food, but doesn't even open her mouth.
Night it is, then.
It'll be cooler at night. Anyway, the space is cleared, so I'm leaving now. Day after day, she worked all morning without a sip of water and was so thirsty, she was about to faint. Yuyu threw down her broom, flicked her sleeves, and left. Zhao Qiaoyu wasn't the type to take advantage, so she asked sister-in-law, aren't you going to eat? Yuyu thought these 2 disliked her very much and certainly wouldn't let her stay to eat. Upon hearing this, she impatiently said, why don't I eat? I'm just rushing back to do it. There's no one at home to cook, so what should I eat? No one will even let me. She mumbled as she ran outside. Ji-won and Zhou Qiaoyu exchanged glances, suddenly finding Yuyu quite funny. Forget it. Let her go home and eat. It saves us some food. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't chase after her, but she also didn't want to owe Yuyu a favor, afraid she'd be stuck with her. Later, I'll see what vegetables we have at home and send some over to clear the debt. Ji-won held her back, no need. She works so hard for us because she wants to learn how to grow bean sprouts, right? She has no intention of secretly copying others' techniques, so she probably doesn't want to work willingly. We didn't force her. Zhou Qiaoyu thought so too. Then I won't care anymore. The two locked the door and called Yuyu to go home separately. That evening, Yuyu really came right on time. As soon as she stepped in, she looked around eagerly. Hey, Miss Zhou, have you moved your bean sprouts yet? Zhou Qiaoyu was just rinsing water and heard the noise, so she quickly shut the door. Seeing her reaction was so strong, Yuyu hurried over to block the door, holding it and smiling as she asked, Miss Zhou, are you busy? Her eyes flicked around, taking in the work Zhou Qiaoyu was doing, but she said nothing. Oh, do you still need to rinse the bean sprouts? Zhou Qiaoyu didn't answer, her face dark as a pot bottom. This person was really annoying. She slammed the basin down with a bang. What are you doing, Sister Yu? Breaking into someone's house late at night? Yuyu kept smiling. Miss Zhou, look at what you're saying. I'm just here to help move the bean sprouts. Are you still moving them? Seeing her stern face and not wanting to talk to her, Yuyu acted quickly. Oh, you still have so many baskets. Maybe I can help too? She saw an empty basin nearby and went to scoop water to rinse the bean sprouts in the basket. Zhou Qiaoyu immediately pushed her out. No need. I've already finished. You don't have to trouble yourself. Yuyu looked embarrassed, pretending not to see anything. Are you still moving things? No more. What's the point in moving things late at night? I've been busy all day and I'm exhausted. Not moving was just fine. Yuyu was eager to leave. She didn't want to work. All right then, I said I'd come help, but since you're not moving, I'll come back tomorrow. She patted her hands and turned to leave. Zhou Qiaoyu was very annoyed. What are you coming for tomorrow? There's no work for you here. You're not busy at your own home, so why come to flatter me? Aunt Yu, growing bean sprouts is the foundation of my life here. I can't possibly teach you, so don't bother asking. Yuyu pretended not to hear, letting it go in one ear and out the other, and pouted. If she won't teach, then she can learn secretly. From the previous scenes, it's clear that the bean sprouts need to be rinsed, but she hasn't figured out the rest yet. She'll take her time. Growing bean sprouts is so profitable, it's just neighbors teaching her. What's wrong with that? In the next few days, she kept finding excuses to come here and watch secretly. Zhou Qiaoyu also learned Ji-won's method and followed the same steps for a few days. She also understood their intentions. She really didn't want to keep pressuring them, so she decided not to go anymore and let her daughter come instead. Her daughter's name is Hija. She is 8 years old and will start school later this year. She looks very much like Yuyu, especially those eyes that keep darting around. She played nearby, but didn't get too close. When Zhou Qiaoyu came to the backyard, she watched from the wall. Whenever Zhou Qiaoyu went into the shower, she casually came over and peeked through the door. Zhou Qiaoyu was about to get very angry. Are you Auntie's daughter? Why are you standing here? I'm just going to the bathroom. Do you want to eat? Hija quickly backed away and followed her with her hands behind her back after she came out. Aunt Zhou, I'm just here to look around. Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't be bothered to respond and just closed the door to go inside. Hija didn't dare follow and instead played around in the yard. She was so familiar with coming in and out that Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't help but laugh in anger. She had no choice but to go find Ji-won. After hearing about Yuyu and her daughter, she was stunned. Isn't Aunt Yu being shameless? She's too embarrassed to come herself and just sends her daughter? Zhou Qiaoyu was worried sick. Exactly. You know, if we call her a thief, she didn't take anything. It's not good to falsely accuse her. But if we ask her to leave, she won't go. She just follows me around like a shadow, even watching me eat. Ji-won also realized something and stayed silent, listening. She looked pitiful, but from what she saw, Yuyu didn't come to learn skills but to spy. Zhao Qiaoyu, who is naturally kind-hearted, felt helpless in this situation. Maybe we should just go find Yuruying's husband? I think his name is Commander He? Since she's his wife and bothering people, surely he should step in to solve this? Jiwon didn't know much about the so-called Lieutenant He, but she thought she had to try to solve the problem. Is that child still at your house? Should I go take a look? Probably not anymore. So, she would have to wait a bit longer. Jiwon didn't cook lunch today. She planned to go to Zhao Chuyu's house to eat and also meet Hija. Lin Zhengnan came back from training at noon and invited him along, also to ask about Lieutenant He's character. He Li Hui?
Yes.
The two talked back and forth, revealing the plans of Yuyu and her daughter, which made Lin Zhengnan's face turn pale. Lieutenant He is a good person, honest and straightforward. Everyone outside thinks he's easy to get along with. As for his family, you know Sister Yu's temper, so you can probably guess what he's like at home.
Yivan choked.
Okay, got it. He's a bit nosy, right? It seems he can't handle things well. But people like that usually care about their reputation. No matter how strict his wife is as a soldier, he definitely has some courage. She thought for a moment and already had an idea. All right, let's not worry about it now. Let's eat. She helped set the dishes on the table and then went outside to find Yuyu. The little girl was playing in the yard, squatting on the ground with her little hands, not sure what she was looking at. In front of her was Hija, who was tossing marbles. Hearing the noise, she quickly stood up. When she saw Jiwon come out, the two children looked at her at the same time.
Mom.
Seeing her, Yuyu happily ran over to hug her. Oh, my baby, are your hands dirty? Just wipe them on me. Jiwon picked up her small hand and looked at it. It was a bit dusty, so she quickly patted it. The little girl felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly hid her hands behind her back. What are you playing with, sister? Yuyu looked at the helpless Hija. Playing with marbles. Jiwon pinched her little face. Be careful. If those get into your stomach, it would be a big problem. Stop playing and go eat. Find your dad inside and ask him to wash your hands. Okay. Yuyu hesitated, looking back several times, a little reluctant. Seeing her friends leave, Hija slowly hid her envy, brushed the dust off her pants, and ran over to pick up the marbles, putting them in her pocket. She just watched Jiwon quietly. At first, Jiwon was a bit confused. Why was this child looking at her like that? Until Zhao Qiu saw she hadn't gone inside yet, and came out to ask. Shiaoin, dinner's ready. Why aren't you coming in? Coming. She turned around and took a few steps, but Zhao Qiu stepped forward to hold her arm. They were about to go inside when suddenly she looked toward the yard, where Hija was eagerly watching them. Seeing how pitiful she looked, Zhao Qiu couldn't bear to turn her away. She asked as usual, "Why are you standing outside? Haven't eaten?
Come in and have some food."
Hija had been waiting for this moment. Her face lit up with happiness, and she quickly moved to come over. Jiwon glanced at Zhao Qiu, noticing her embarrassed expression. She understood that these past days, Hija had been watching at the door, not only keeping an eye on Zhao Qiu, but also naturally taking the opportunity to eat here. No wonder. It was mealtime, and Yuyu hadn't come to pick up the children. Was she determined to let her daughter eat and drink here? The more Jiwon thought about it, the angrier she became. She quickly pushed Zhao Qiu behind her and looked at Hija, who was happily approaching. She smiled and called out to her. Hija, sorry about this. Today, our whole family is eating at Aunt Zhou's house. She didn't cook enough food. It's mealtime now, and your mom should be calling you to eat. You should go back. Hearing this, Hija paused, her eyes full of displeasure as she looked at Jiwon. Hiding her slight resentment, she turned her gaze to Zhao Qiu. Over these past days, she had also understood what kind of person Aunt Zhou was. Despite her loud voice and harsh words, she was actually very kind-hearted. As long as she sat at the door looking pitiful, no matter how much good food the Zhou family had, Zhao Qiu would coldly but warmly prepare a portion for her. Their food was much richer than what she had at home. At home, The meat and other delicacies belonged to her younger brother, and she never even got to gnaw on bones. Because she was sure Zhou Qiaoyu would give her food, she refused to leave and kept hanging around. Jichun saw through her well. This girl was young but quite clever, inheriting Yu Ruiying's bad habit of taking advantage of others, yet she was much smarter than her own mother. Zhou Qiaoyu, being silent under her watchful gaze, felt a soft pang of sympathy. She looked at Jichun and explained, "Shiaoin, I cooked quite a lot of food today." "Maybe." Jichun quickly grabbed her arm, smiling warmly at Hija. "We're just 3 people eating here. Even if you cooked a lot, it wouldn't be enough. It's fine. Hija is so sensible, she won't blame you. Come inside and eat." After saying this, she pushed Zhou Qiaoyu into the house and even locked the door behind her. She was no young girl. She had a thick skin. Yu Ruiying clearly knew Zhou Qiaoyu's personality, allowing her daughter to eat and watch over her, and in this day and age, with food shortages, every household had limited supplies. Why should they be treated unfairly? She pulled Zhou Qiaoyu to sit at the table, while Lin Zhengnan suspiciously glanced outside the door. "Why is the door still closed?" Jichun was straightforward and honest. "Yuseo's daughter is outside watching. If the door isn't closed, she'll just sit on the doorstep staring at you.
Can you handle that?"
"If you can handle it, I'll go open the door." "I don't mind." Lin Zhengnan. He truly couldn't handle it. He cleared his throat softly to hide his embarrassment and asked confusedly, "Why haven't you gone back even at mealtime? Her parents haven't come to look for her either." Jichun chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm. "What's there to look for? Someone's taking care of her for free." Yu Ruiying even laughs in her bed. Hearing this, Zhou Qiaoyu felt extremely embarrassed. She bit her lip awkwardly and explained to Jichun, "I'm just feeling sorry for her. Her parents don't give her food, and she's staring at me at the door, swallowing her saliva.
I feel bad not letting her in."
Who said her parents aren't giving her food? If she hadn't eaten, how could she have grown this big? They're just waiting for you to be easy to bully. All right, eat first, then go find Yuseo to settle the score. Zhou Qiaoyu nodded happily, holding her bowl and eating with delight. This was the most comfortable meal she'd had in days. The previous meals had involved calling Hija in to eat, which was quite uncomfortable. It's not that she was stingy or unwilling to share the food. It was just that seeing that girl made her think of Yu Ruiying's smugness after her scheme succeeded, which made her feel uneasy. Now that the door was closed, she ate heartily and comfortably. After setting down her bowl and chopsticks, Lin Zhengnan was about to go inside to wash the dishes when Zhou Qiaoyu called him. "Captain Lin, this isn't your house. You don't need to wash the dishes. Go take a nap. I'll clean the kitchen later." Jichun clapped her hands and stood up. "Yes, you should go rest with Yuyu. Zhou Jia, and I will go find Yu Ruiying." Lin Zhengnan paused, looking at them with curiosity. "What do you plan to do about this?" Jichun saw his interest and patted her hands on her hips. "All right, then let's go together. First, go to our kitchen and find a big piece of meat, at least 5 or 6 jin. Do we have that?" Zhou Qiaoyu hurriedly called out. "I have some. I bought it yesterday from a supply store outside. I was planning to use it for dumplings." She quickly went to the kitchen to find it. "What's wrong? Do you want to eat meat?" Jichun didn't answer, took the meat in her hand, and looked at the two of them. "Let's go to He's house." Qiaoyu Zhou was unsure what she was really up to, but she vaguely guessed that the meat was meant for the He family. She believed Jichun could definitely bring the meat back. After all, if it was given to the old woman Yu Ruiying, she would be furious enough to die. The group locked the door and headed out. Hija was still standing in the yard. Seeing them leave, she was startled and quickly ran outside. Jichun hurriedly called her back. "Hija, why haven't you gone home for dinner? Are you afraid of making your mom angry?" Hija ran to stand outside but didn't answer. "Are you starving? We're going to your house now. Wanna come with us?" Hija didn't like Jichun much because, thanks to her, she hadn't been able to eat at Aunt Zhou's house. But she was really hungry, so hungry she felt her chest pressing against her back. Before leaving today, her mom told her to stay at Zhou's door all day. If she was hungry, She could eat at Aunt Zhou's and also watch how she made bean sprouts. If she couldn't explain it at night, she wouldn't be able to sleep. But right now, she was too hungry to think about anything else. No matter how obedient or clever she was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. When she heard Jivan ask, she felt a bit tempted and instinctively took a step forward. Let's go. Sister Zhao, you call her too, and we'll go together. Zhao looked into Jia's eyes and felt a bit guilty. But the child seemed to like her and voluntarily ran to follow her. A big group of people, marching toward the He family. It was noon mealtime, and through the window, they saw everyone standing at the door with bowls, gossiping. Ji's sister, Commander Lin, where are you going? And carrying such a big piece of meat? What's going on? Lin Zhengnan held his daughter and didn't answer. Jivan smiled and said, just some business, visiting Sister Yu's house. Since the vegetable picking incident, she and Yuyu had been at odds. Why would she bring such a big piece of meat to visit if it wasn't serious? Were they having some kind of disagreement? Did Ji's sister ignore it? Everyone grew more curious, afraid to miss the fun. Some even stopped eating, wiping their mouths and rushing outside. Some hurriedly scooped food into bowls, carried large bowls, and went out to watch while eating. Next to the He family, the Yan family was just as lively. Granny Yan's sharp triangular eyes stared intently at the neighbor, full of anticipation. She hated the two people about to meet. She didn't know who would win. Yuyu is stingy and always tries to save money, while Jiwan pretends to be proud and looks down on others. She doesn't like either of them and really hopes they fight and hurt each other. She smiles as she walks quickly to sit at the gate of the yard. Despite her age, she still doesn't relax. Her son, Yanning Song, looks helpless and is glad that his mother isn't picky about food. He quickly puts all the meat on the table into his wife's bowl. They are inside joking and teasing each other, while Yan's wife talks loudly outside. Commander He, are you home? Jiwan stands outside Yuruying's house and politely calls out. Lin Zhengnan hears her call twice but gets no response. He protects his wife behind him and calls out sternly, Lieutenant He. His voice is strong and clear. Hearing this, Li Hui, who is still eating inside, quickly puts down his bowl and chopsticks and comes out. Seeing the main person, Jiwan moves aside to let Lin Zhengnan in. There's no need for him to step in for such small neighborhood matters. Commander Lin? Why are you here? Li Hui sees so many people outside and quickly runs to open the door. Jiwan and her group enter the yard, and she casually pushes aside Hija, who is following. Seeing that Li Hui still has food around his mouth, it seems he is eating. The couple is quite funny. They don't care that their daughter is outside, not coming home, just to let her eat with them. Hija is only a few years old, yet her parents are so carefree. They don't worry that she stays out all day and night. Hija? Why are you with Uncle Lin and the others? Hija is afraid to speak, her big eyes looking pitifully at her father, while she keeps glancing at the door, worried her mother might come out to scold her. Jiwan also looks over and vaguely sees Yuruying's dress fluttering at the door. It seems she feels guilty and doesn't dare to come out to see them. We are eating. Commander Lin, have you eaten? If not, join us. The adults don't speak. Suddenly, Yuyu softly asks, Uncle He, we've all eaten, but Sister Hija hasn't. Why isn't she eating? Her words hit Li Hui like a loud slap. He looks at his daughter beside him, frowning as he questions her sternly. Where did you go? Your mom said she called you back for dinner, but you couldn't be found. Now you're hungry? Xiaoyu hears this and becomes angry, smiling coldly. Lieutenant He, your daughter has been eating at my place for 2 days. I haven't seen Sister Yu come to visit. I'm not a stingy person. Sharing some food is no problem. But this child is only a few years old. I haven't seen anyone come to look for her all day long. You and your wife haven't come out either. Are you not worried at all? Hearing this, the neighbors watching the scene all gasp in surprise. 2 days of eating? 2 meals a day make 4 meals, 3 meals a day make 6. That's not how you share benefits, is it? Isn't your subsidy enough? How come you can't even support a child? Old Lady Yan enjoyed the scene and quickly swallowed the meat she had in her mouth. She was so anxious, she nearly choked, rolling her eyes. Afraid her lines would be stolen, she hurriedly stood up and pushed through the crowd to the front. No wonder we haven't seen Jia these past 2 days. She loves playing with our eldest girl. Turns out she went to Brother Zhou's house to beg for food. Her way of begging was a bit inappropriate, as if rubbing Healy Huey's face in the dirt. Sure enough, Healy Huey's face turned green when he heard this. He glared at Jia and asked, "What's going on? Your mother says you ran out on your own." Jia didn't expect things to get so big. She was so scared she started crying. Jichun stepped in at the right moment. "Lieutenant He, let's not involve the children in our adult matters. Since you can't support Jia, and she's gone to Sister Zhou's to find food, Sister Zhou kindly bought some meat yesterday and brought it over for you. She also asked Sister Yu to cook it for Jia. But Sister Zhou is busy these days, so she might not be able to watch over the child." Her words made Healy Hui look very embarrassed. His face turned red with shame, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. Seeing the shiny piece of meat and the neighbors' disapproving looks, he was so angry he clenched his teeth and shouted into the house. "Yuyu, come out here." It was this woman's greed that caused all this trouble. He worked hard all day and didn't even have time to rest, only to end up cleaning up her mess. He was so furious he turned around and shouted, "Come out and explain yourself. What's really going on with Jia?" Yuyu was hiding inside, watching the scene. She was so tempted by the meat, she almost couldn't resist coming out. Coming. We're eating. Why are you yelling?" She quickly came out of the house, followed by her 6-year-old son. Didn't Healy also have several pieces of meat in his bowl? Our family isn't so poor that we can't afford food, so how can she let her daughter come over every day to eat for free? These two are really shameless. "Oh, so Comrade Zhou is here to bring me some meat? Thank you so much. I've been free these days and wanted to help you out at your house. I thought you had forgotten about me, but it turns out you still remember?" Her eyes sparkled as she rubbed her hands and happily moved to take the food. Before she could get close, Healy Hui pushed her away. She was caught off guard and asked in disbelief, "Healy Hui, what are you doing? Why should I return it? Didn't you say Jia couldn't find her way? Did you go look for her? She's upstairs at Comrade Zhou's house. They're all day long, waiting to eat. Aren't you worried about losing face?" Yuyu was furious. "What am I losing face for? I worked there for a few days, didn't even drink water. What's wrong with Jia going over to eat a few meals for me?" Zhou Qiaoyu looked serious. "Sister Yu, are you really just working there? Do you have such good intentions? Or are you trying to steal the skills for growing bean sprouts from the students? We're all neighbors in the same courtyard. I don't want to say this openly, but you're being too mean." Other neighbors started whispering. "Wow, she's so generous now, going to someone else's house to work? So she's got this plan all along? Shameful."
Exactly.
Zhou Qiaoyu continued, "Did I ask you to work at my house? Did I invite you? No, it's always you rushing over on your own. If you have something to hide, don't pretend to be innocent. I kept you from seeing what I was doing, so I let your daughter come. Jia is only a few years old. What does she understand? With a mother like you, I doubt she'll grow up to be a good person." After all this arguing, they finally clarified their purpose. Yuyu realized she was being accused and quickly denied. "Nonsense. I don't care about your so-called skills. I just like to help others. What's wrong with helping you out? If I go over to help, you say I have bad intentions? You really are ungrateful. Our Jia just eats a few meals at your place. You're the one who's so worried and you call me stingy? I think you're the one being greedy." She glared at Jiwan again. "It must be that brat behind your back giving you ideas. Jiwan, you better watch out." She rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight, but Jiwan wasn't afraid at all. She stepped forward, straightened her stomach. "You come at me, Sister Yu, I'm not afraid. But I'm pregnant, and the baby inside is not stable. If you bump into me, you won't like the outcome today." Yuyu hesitated and stood still as if struck by a spell. This little girl came prepared. The incident about Ji-won almost having a miscarriage and being hospitalized was known to everyone in the family compound. If she pushed her now, wouldn't that little troublemaker cause a fuss and ruin them all? Thinking quickly, Yu Ruiying's expression changed. She reached out her hand, turned, and grabbed the piece of meat. Just as she was about to succeed, her arm was suddenly twisted sharply, causing her face to grimace in pain. She turned her head and saw He Lihui's furious face staring back at her. He Lihui, what are you doing? This is crazy. Do you still dare to pull your mother? Do you believe I smack? In front of so many people, there was no way he would let this woman sit on his neck and do her business. He slapped her, not very hard, but enough to make Yu Ruiying feel cold and scared. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her face and shouted, He Lihui, you, how dare you hit me? I will fight you. She screamed loudly and reached out her arm to grab He Lihui. Everyone was so frightened they quickly stepped back, afraid of getting hurt. Since the matter was urgent, He Lihui didn't want outsiders to see his family's shame. He grimly grabbed Yu Ruiying's arm and dragged her into the room. He Lihui, let me out. You little scoundrel. Wait until I get out, I'll teach you a lesson. Tonight, don't even think about climbing into my bed. Climbing into bed was usually a matter for married couples, but she loudly shouted it out. He Lihui felt ashamed and couldn't lift his head. Their young son, He Lia, at the door, was so scared he started crying loudly. Seeing her brother crying, Hija hurried over, snatched the bowl of rice from his hand, and grabbed the chopsticks to start eating. She understood he was starving and was desperate. This is mine, give it back. Don't eat my food. He Lia, now no longer crying, tried to grab the rice. Hija wouldn't let him, so he punched and kicked her. The brother and sister fought loudly at the door, crying and making a fuss. Witnessing this, Ji-won and the others felt speechless. Truly, the example set by the parents influenced the children. He Lihui's face was also hard to bear. He looked at everyone awkwardly and said, Today's incident, I will have a serious talk with my wife. I really apologize to Commander Lin and your team. Once I handle this, I will come to apologize in person. Zhou Qiaoyu snorted coldly. No need for apologies. Just manage your wife and children, especially Sister Yu. Hearing this, Granny Yen, who loved to watch trouble, stirred the pot behind them. Well, Lieutenant He, you're too weak. You can't even control your wife. If you really can't handle it, let your mother come. Look at our family. My daughter-in-law listens to me and spoils my son. Unlike your family.
You're a lieutenant, at least.
How can you let your wife cause trouble like this? Aren't you worried about losing face? She pouted, feeling disappointed that the two families didn't fight. But seeing that nasty woman Yu Ruiying get slapped was worth it. Holding her bowl, she ate the last bit of food and licked her bowl, then happily went home. He Lihui stood there, feeling ashamed. Seeing their house in such chaos, their goals had been achieved. Zhou Qiaoyu told Ji-won and the others to turn and leave. Remembering there was a piece of meat in his hand that he didn't have time to give, He Lihui quickly waved his hand. He looked so eager that if he had given him the meat now, it would have been too embarrassing. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't insist further, and left with a big group. After this, Yu Ruiying and her daughter probably wouldn't bother Zhou Qiaoyu again. You're amazing, little one. If Yu Ruiying tries to come here again, the sisters in the family compound will definitely give her a hard time. She couldn't help but complain. You don't know how that girl Jia is. She even watches me outside when I go to the bathroom. When I want to take a shower, she thought I was growing bean sprouts inside. I was so nervous. Ji-won chuckled. Don't worry. If she comes to watch you again, just take her directly to Lieutenant He. I don't believe they won't do anything. Talking about that girl, Zhou Qiaoyu felt a bit sympathetic. Jia is actually pretty smart, but she just didn't have a good mother. Ji-won rolled her eyes.
What?
Do you want to help Aunt Yu raise her kid? Thinking of Yu Ruiying's smug look, Zhou Qiaoyu shivered. No, I was just feeling a bit emotional. Ji-won gently nudged her arm. Feeling emotional? Just find someone and have a kid. Zhou Qiaoyu did want to, but she was too busy now and had no time at all. Maybe later. The women went back to their homes. Lin Zhengnan still needed to take a nap before training again. Jichun was busy at home, bringing her daughter outside to sun the quilts and watering the vegetable garden. The watermelon seedlings in the backyard were growing very well. She couldn't wait to eat watermelon. In the afternoon, Lin Zhengnan came back. Jichun and her daughter were picking vegetables in the backyard. She turned her head and saw him standing at the door with a bag. Yuyu thought he bought her snacks and cheered, running over happily.
Dad, what did you buy for me?
Lin Zhengnan opened the bag to show her. Seeing that it was full of books, the little girl immediately looked disappointed. Why isn't it something tasty? Lin Zhengnan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair and replying, Isn't there enough snacks at home for you? Yuyu didn't dare to speak. Although there are many snacks at home, her mom doesn't let her eat a lot. She can only have a small amount each day, which isn't enough. Just a little each day is enough. If you eat too much, your teeth will get cavities. Later, your teeth might turn black, and that wouldn't look nice. Jichun came over with 2 bunches of green onions. Hearing this, Yuyu quickly covered her little mouth in fear. She showed her big eyes and whispered nervously, Mom, I want to eat less. I don't want black teeth. What do black teeth look like? They must be very ugly, right? Jichun was so touched by her cuteness that she kissed her daughter's face, then looked back at Lin Zhengnan. What are you carrying in that bag? Lin Zhengnan opened the bag and took out some textbooks. Review materials I found for you. Jichun looked confused. She hurriedly put down her green onions, clapped her hands, and leaned in to look. Review materials for me? Lin Zhengnan nodded and flipped through the books in front of her. Didn't you ask the principal at school to help find some review materials? You're preparing for the college entrance exam, right? I don't have much to help with, but I asked some leaders for some. He spoke while focused on the books, not daring to look Jichun in the eyes. After saying this, both of them fell into silence. Seeing she didn't reach out to take the books, Lin Zhengnan thought she didn't like them. What's wrong? Are these not suitable? I can ask around and see if they can help find better ones. He was about to put the books away, but Jichun quickly reached out and took them, placing them on a nearby shelf. She tiptoed and firmly hugged him. Lin Zhengnan, thank you. She didn't expect he had done so much behind the scenes. He must have been very anxious these days, worried that she, as his wife, wouldn't focus on her career but on studying, even preparing for university exams. He seemed unable to help much, only feeling anxious. Lin Zhengnan smiled and hugged her back. As long as it's useful. The couple hugged tightly, looking sweet and happy. Yuyu stood nearby, staring longingly. She stretched out her hands. Dad, I want a hug too. I want one too. Lin Zhengnan was annoyed. Does this little girl not realize she's like a little light bulb? At this moment, she should obediently go inside and give them some space. However, she was still her little sweetheart. How could Lin Zhengnan bear to let go? He released Jichun and picked up his daughter again. Yuyu was happy and kissed her father on the face. Actually, you misunderstood. Jichun smiled and explained. Uncle Yao did advise me to take the college entrance exam before, but I had no intention of doing that. Lin Zhengnan was momentarily surprised. You're not taking the exam?
Yivan nodded.
I'm at an age where I could, but I don't want to go to school. I forgot the knowledge too long ago. It would be hard to pick it up again. After all, graduating from high school was something from my past life, over 30 years ago. Lin Zhengnan knew his wife always cared about her personal abilities. He took her hand and asked, Are you worried about the kids? Don't worry. I'll see if I can hire someone or ask my mom to come over, to make sure you have no worries. Jichun saw how anxious he was and held his hand to deny it. No, it's not because of that. I really don't want to study. I want to do business and make money. Look, isn't it good that I'm selling bean sprouts with Sister Zhao now? Lin Zhengnan frowned but still couldn't quite believe it. How could someone who worked so hard before suddenly give up studying? I still have a second child in my belly. Why work so hard? Besides, I have you, right? If I don't go to college, you won't support me? Lin Zhengnan got anxious. No, I will definitely support you. No matter what, you are my wife. My money is yours. You can spend it freely. If he hadn't lived through a lifetime, Lin Zhengnan's promise to Ji-won probably wouldn't have been trusted. Fortunately, she had already tested him over a lifetime. Lin Zhengnan always kept his word. He promised to support her, so she dared not do anything reckless and could relax at home. Exactly, so I don't want to be so tired. Just cook for you and take care of the kids. That's enough for me. I'll be your backing and you can work hard. Our commander Lin is much better than me. He became a battalion commander at a young age, and he'll probably become a division commander someday. She wasn't joking. In her previous life, Lin Zhengnan was a division commander. She didn't expect her husband to be so impressive in her eyes. Lin Zhengnan smiled slightly, unable to say sweet words, but happiness was shining in his eyes. He raised his hand to hug Ji-won and felt sorry for her being so tired every day. All right, if you don't want to study, then don't. Do whatever you like. I support you. Ji-won leaned into his arms and looked at the nearby materials. I'm going to find Aunt Liao. I want to get review materials for Xiaodong and the others for their transition from elementary to middle school. Lin Zhengnan suddenly realized something and thought about his secret feelings. His face showed some discomfort. I thought it was you. Ji-won looked at him. Your wife isn't that ambitious. Right now, I just want to lie down and do nothing. Lin Zhengnan didn't argue because he knew she was just talking. In fact, she worked harder behind the scenes than anyone else. As long as you're not tired, that's fine. When you are, you can rest anytime. We have some savings, so you don't have to be the only one earning money.
Yvonne smiled.
Take these study materials to Xiaodong and the others. Lin Zhengnan was always thinking about her. Xiaodong and the others are preparing for high school entrance exams. These are review materials for university entrance exams. Maybe you should send them to third brother back home? Lin Zhengnan was surprised. He hadn't thought about his third brother back home. Isn't third brother studying for the college entrance exam? Education resources there are limited, and there are less than 2 months left. It's a critical time. Sending the materials to him would really help. His eyes were firm and he nodded. Okay, better to do it sooner rather than later. I haven't cooked yet, so you can send it now. When you're done, come back and have dinner. Ji-won gently pushed him, signaling him to hurry. Lin Zhengnan nodded, picked up the bag, and was about to put fish down. The little girl heard her dad was leaving and immediately started whining and walking quickly. Dad, I want to go too. Knowing Ji-won was going to cook and worried about distracting her daughter, he nodded. All right, let's go together. In no time, the second batch of bean sprouts was ready. Early in the morning, the steward brought soldiers to pick them up. They agreed on about 200 to 300 jin, but it turned out to be only 250 jin. Luckily, people nowadays didn't know what 250 meant, or it might have been hard to say. Good. That's enough for a few companies to eat in one meal. Comrade Zhao, how much is this? They calculated at 25 cents per jin. Including nearly 600 jin sent to the collection station by Zhou Qiaoyu, the total was 207.50 yuan. It was almost twice as much as last time. Zhou Qiaoyu counted her savings. She now had nearly 200 yuan. In less than a month, she earned so much, more than skilled workers in factories. Thinking about it, she felt proud of herself. Here, Sister Zhou, this is 104 yuan for you.
Keep it safe.
Zhou Qiaoyu happily took the money, and each time Ji-won would round up the change for her. Although the amounts were small, just a few cents or nickels, she kept every bit in her heart. If this keeps up, in less than half a year, you'll be able to bring your aunt over. Zhou Qiaoyu's face lit up with joy and hope. That's right, Shiaoin. The richer people get, the more frugal they become. I used to have no money at all, and always wanted to spend it. Now I have savings, but I'm reluctant to spend even a little. I think if I save enough, I'll have more later. In reality, their income was limited, and the whole family's expenses weren't enough. To save money, they really had to tighten their belts. But no matter how tight, without a good income, savings wouldn't grow much, so they still needed to earn more. Just holding on to the money like that isn't enough. Money is alive. It needs to flow. I think we need to think of ways to make our bean sprout business grow, said Zhou Qiaoyu. Hearing this, Ji-won felt a chill.
Why?
Isn't what we're doing now good enough? It's just the beginning. If we go on for a while, the women in the yard will find out we're making money. If more people like you Ruing come along, can you really stop them? It was simple enough. If they learned how to grow bean sprouts, others would want to do it too. Even if it didn't affect their own supply, if someone sold cheaper, it could disrupt the market. So, what should we do?
Jichun had an idea.
Later, we can invite the women over to help. Don't they want to learn? We teach them. After they learn, we provide the beans, let them grow, and then we sell the sprouts. Meanwhile, you should go talk to some purchasing stations and sign long-term agreements. We make a profit from the difference. Xiaoyu was startled. Isn't that just taking advantage of others? Jichun explained, that's not taking advantage. We're not buying low and selling high. We're just helping them out. Her spiritual spring water couldn't be used only for growing bean sprouts. After teaching the women, she could go visit them, showing them how to do it, letting them see the risks involved. Over time, the excitement around growing bean sprouts would fade. The quality of the sprouts might decline, and the buyers would start lowering prices. Eventually, everyone would realize that doing this was hard work with little reward. After she and Xiaoyu successfully stepped back, they had saved quite a bit of money and could think about doing something else. All right, I'll listen to you.
Yvonne smiled.
Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you? Xiaoyu nodded sincerely. I'm not afraid you'll trick me. I understand that doing business has risks. But if I want to make money, there's no smooth path. There will be many challenges, and we will overcome them together. Okay. In the second batch, Jichun earned 103.5 yuan. After deducting costs, she made about 60 yuan, which is good. Adding the previous amount, it nearly reached 100 yuan. In less than half a month, if we count a full month, she might make around 200 to 300 yuan, quite a lot. This amount is comparable to what some apprentices earn in a year at a factory. Doing business by herself really feels better. Jichun didn't get involved in the third batch at all. She left everything to Xiaoyu. The next day was a day off. Lin Zhengnan and his wife still wanted to go pick up some photos. They tidied up, but didn't leave early. Suddenly, soldiers arrived to report that someone was looking for Jichun. The couple looked at each other, confused. Who could be looking for me? Could it be my parents or Xiaodong? The soldier looked thoughtful. Anyway, you seem unfamiliar. I don't think they've been here before. Jichun was even more curious. Who could it be? Lin Zhengnan saw her confusion. Let's go see. They took their daughter and went to the gate. From a distance, they saw Song Mingqing and her daughter standing nearby. Compared to their last meeting, the mother and daughter looked much cleaner and tidier. Song Mingqing was even holding a bag of fruit in a net, clearly prepared. What is she here for? Jichun frowned, really unsure why Song Mingqing came to see her. Lin Zhengnan stayed silent at the right moment, waiting for Jichun to decide. Forget it, let's go ask. The family of three approached. Shiaoin saw them from afar and was happy. She pointed excitedly and said, Mom, my sister. Song Mingqing was adjusting her sleeve when she heard this. She looked over immediately. Seeing the well-dressed family, she understood they might be going out. She smiled, feeling a bit regretful. If she had come another day, she thought, she wouldn't have missed this chance. If she delayed the couple's important plans, what would happen? Shiaoin. She greeted warmly, without asking too many questions. This was bought on the way here. You wash it and give it to our fish. She handed over the pear she was holding. Jichun looked at it, but didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she studied the mother and daughter and asked, Is there something you came for? Song Mingqing's heart skipped a beat, and her smile faded a little. Last time they met, they got along quite well. She thought her daughter no longer rejected her coming. Fortunately, she came here on important business. If she had nothing urgent, she wouldn't want to bother them. Yes, I saw the money you left on the table last time. Shiaoin and I are doing well, so we don't need those. Jichun listened for a while without understanding, so she interrupted and asked, So, you're here to pay us back?
Yes.
Song Mingqing nodded and took out a small bag from her pocket. It was wrapped in a handkerchief, layered 3 times inside and out, so anyone would think it was a treasure. You're now raising fish with your son-in-law, living such a hard life. Why are you still worried about us? I have hands and feet. I should earn my own money. In 2 lifetimes, her stubborn temper hadn't changed at all. Even in front of her daughter, Song Mingqing lost her youthful pride, but she still stuck to the principle that words are cheap and people can be unkind. It's not much money. Why did you come all this way? The money isn't for you. I know you can earn it yourself. This is for Shiaoin, just a few dollars to buy her 2 sets of clothes enough. Hearing Jiwon say that these few dollars seemed insignificant, Song Mingqing understood that her daughter was still different from them. Because they were poor, they wanted to be proud, even in poverty. Shiaoin, it's not about the money. If I get too old and can't move, I'd accept a few dollars as respect. But I'm fine now, so I can't take your money. Besides, after so many years, enough. Just don't give it back to me. Why are you saying so much? Jiwon didn't want to hear her say she hadn't raised this daughter, or similar things. Having lived through another life, she didn't want to argue about these. Song Mingqing smiled softly, not thinking her daughter had a bad temper. She knew her daughter well. Jiwon was sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. She only guessed half right. In this life, Jiwon indeed had a sharp tongue and a soft heart. In her previous life, she was cold and unfeeling. They stood talking here for a while, and the gatekeeper nearby recognized Lin Zhengnan's family. After all, among the entire courtyard, only a few couples looked as good as them, unforgettable at first sight. Captain Lin, is this lady your relative? I've never seen her before. Hearing this, Song Mingqing instinctively glanced at Jiwon beside her, smiled awkwardly, unsure how to answer, until Yuyu cheerfully introduced herself. Grandpa, this is my grandma and my aunt. Hearing the girl call them that, Song Mingqing and Xiaoin exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of joy on each other's faces. Xiaoin nodded foolishly, saying yes, this is my sister and brother. Song Mingqing forgot how to address Lin Zhengnan and was startled by her words. You should call him brother-in-law, not brother. Xiaoin didn't understand and smiled confusedly, then looked at Lin Zhengnan and called out, brother-in-law. Lin Zhengnan's serious face softened slightly, and he nodded. The old man chuckled loudly, no wonder. I thought Comrade Ji looked a bit like you. The whole family is so handsome. Song Mingqing felt a little shy from the compliment, smiled, and quickly opened her handkerchief, not wanting to delay the couple's important matters. She carefully unfolded the handkerchief, which looked like an onion, but didn't see any money, only the rusty flower on the cloth. Her face suddenly changed, and her smile disappeared instantly. Jiwon noticed this and sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Song Mingqing quickly clenched the handkerchief. She wanted to say nothing was wrong, but her face turned pale, and she was sweating on her forehead. Xiaoin saw clearly that her mother had put her wallet into the handkerchief before leaving, but when she opened it earlier, there was nothing inside. She also became anxious. Although she seemed silly, she knew money was valuable and could buy a lot of food. Mom, the money is gone. The money is gone. She stomped her foot, her voice trembling with emotion. Jiwon also realized the importance. 50 yuan was quite powerful. If she lost it, she could calmly say she would earn more next time. But Song Mingqing wouldn't think that way. She was so anxious her hands trembled, and she gritted her teeth, promising, I checked before leaving, and it was definitely in the handkerchief. Seeing her like this, Jiwon felt sorry. If Song Mingqing's life was good, she wouldn't be so frantic over 50 yuan. She quickly spoke to comfort her. Did you forget to put it back after taking it out for something? If she really forgot to bring it, she could turn back and get it again. The worry was that she might have dropped it on the way. Song Mingqing carefully recalled, and even opened her wallet, checking repeatedly. I kept it inside after I left, and I fastened the button. I never took it out from start to finish, so it couldn't have fallen. She instinctively looked back, anxious as a bee on a hot pan, muttering to herself, not hearing Jiwon's words at all. But it can't have fallen on the road, right? If it did, How come the handkerchief is still here but the money is gone? If a thief took it, they wouldn't just leave the handkerchief, right? The handkerchief was tightly wrapped. As she kept analyzing, she finally got the answer. Jichun also understood and instinctively looked at Lin Zhengnan. The couple exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Song Mingqing took a deep breath, her face turning pale. It was definitely that old busybody at home. She was excited to come and repay the money, but the old busybody secretly took it away, embarrassing her in front of her daughter and son-in-law. She was furious, her chest rising and falling with anger, and she gritted her teeth as she said, "I understand what's going on now. Shiaoin, you two go ahead and get busy. I'll take Xiaoing back to look for her. I'll bring it to you next time when I have time." She quickly handed a bag of pears to Jichun and was about to leave with Xiaoing. Jichun stood there feeling torn. Should she follow? What if the mother and daughter had no money? Would they have to walk back? In the end, Lin Zhengnan made the decision to help. He called out to stop the two. "Mom, wait a moment." In a hurry, he didn't know what to call her, but calling her mom should be fine. He glanced at Jichun, and when Song Mingqing and her daughter were called back, she seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief. Song Mingqing was confused, so Lin Zhengnan suggested, "Since we're going out too, why don't we go together?" Her son-in-law rarely took the initiative to invite, so Song Mingqing didn't want to refuse. She understood that maybe Shiaoin also meant for them to go together. Seeing that the mother and daughter stood still, Lin Zhengnan told Jichun, "Wait for me a moment. I'll go back and lock the door." He strode away and returned holding Jichun's bag, which contained keys and some money. "Let's go." When the family of three reached the front, Song Mingqing finally saw the bag of pears and asked, "Husband, why didn't you take the pears back?" So she wouldn't keep arguing about it, Jichun explained, "I feel a bit carsick. I'll eat a couple of sweets on the way." Song Mingqing didn't say anything after that. She was worried about causing trouble for the couple and asked cautiously, "Shiaoin, do you and your husband have anything to do today in the city? We're going to pick up some photos, the family photo we took together before." Song Mingqing nodded and secretly relaxed, as long as it didn't delay her business. The group got into the car and Lin Zhengnan bought tickets. Song Mingqing wanted to speak, but suddenly remembered she only had a few coins in her pocket, which felt embarrassing to mention. She tightly clutched her bag and couldn't lift her head. Once proud and confident, she was ultimately bowed by the life she chose. After getting off the bus, they took a bus to the south of the city. Throughout the journey, Song Mingqing didn't dare ask whether they were going to take photos here too, or why she was still with them. There are many factories on the south side of the city. I saw several factories nearby, and there are also residential areas built by the factories not far away. Jichun looked thoughtfully and asked instinctively, "Do you also live in a family apartment?" Over the years, she knew nothing about her biological mother, Song Mingqing. She only heard bits and pieces from others about their mother-daughter relationship. Hearing her question, Song Mingqing realized her daughter cared about her and immediately smiled and nodded. "Yes, Xiaoing's father works at a textile factory. He's been there for many years. They gave us a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment." Jichun was a bit surprised. Her current husband still has a job? She had heard that this man was lazy and spent his days drinking and having fun, and that Song Mingqing supported him. But she knew she had to see for herself to believe it. "That's pretty good. Just the 3 of you? And my mother-in-law comes to help take care of the kids." She said she was helping with the children, but Xiaoing, who is 14, is always by Song Mingqing's side. Anyone could see she didn't trust her mother-in-law. Jichun didn't ask more. She held Lin Zhengnan's arm and leaned on his shoulder, trying to remember what she had heard in her past life. It seemed her husband, Song Mingqing, had another woman and an illegitimate child outside. She didn't know exactly when he started cheating, but based on the child's age, he was probably 6 or 7 now. All these years, she never sensed anything was wrong. Or maybe she knew but endured silently for the sake of her family and children. Song Mingqing didn't seem like that kind of person, so it was most likely she simply didn't know. Lost in thought, the bus stopped, and Song Mingqing prepared to get off. She turned to the couple and asked, "I've arrived. Shiaoin, where are you going to get the photos? Or Do you want to come to my house for some water? Her eyes looked a little anxious, as if she didn't really want Jiwon and Lin Zhengnan to agree. But the more she tried to hide it, the more Jiwon wanted to go and see for herself. Okay, let's go. I don't want to miss your kindness. She signaled to Lin Zhengnan, and the couple held their daughter as they got off the bus. Song Mingqing stood by the roadside, her face unable to smile. When Jiwon visited her before, her attitude wasn't very good. It wasn't that she didn't like her daughter, but she was worried about causing trouble for Shiaoin, especially her old mother-in-law at home. If she found out Jiwon was living well, she might come to cause trouble in her name. The words spoken are like spilled water. Once said, they cannot be taken back. They had already invited the couple, so they couldn't change their minds now. Song Mingqing bravely took them along, just hoping the old lady wouldn't cause trouble at this moment. When they arrived outside the residential compound, Jiwon looked around. The buildings were typical low-rise apartment blocks, about 4 or 5 stories high, with people living in every unit. With so many people, conflicts were inevitable. This was why she chose a small courtyard instead of these apartment buildings when she moved with the army. Song Mingqing and her daughter led the way ahead. Xiaoin turned to look at them, smiling sweetly. Mom, is sister coming to play at our house? Yes. Xiaoin was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. Then I'll go back first and bring a stool for them to sit on. She cheerfully ran ahead, and everyone quickened their pace to follow. When they reached the building entrance, neighbors greeted Song Mingqing. Oh, little Song is back? Today, where did you take your girl to earn some money? I heard recently you and your daughter were out collecting bottles? Really? Summerling can't support you guys? He earns quite well at the factory, right? Song Mingqing ignored their gossip. My sister-in-law is joking. Who in this day and age would complain about having too little money? If you want to earn some, you can go bottle collecting too. Her words made the sister-in-law's face turn green with anger. Almost instinctively, she was about to retort, but Song Mingqing snapped back before she could. Ma'am, what's your relation to that Summer?
Why are you so worried about him?
Think he's unlucky for not having a son? Why don't you sneak into his bed at night and have 10 or 8 children for him? I guarantee the Summer family will treat you like a goddess. The sister-in-law's face turned even greener with rage. 10 or 8 children. She wasn't a pig. Where did this girl come from? Why is she defending Song Mingqing? She crossed her arms and was about to continue scolding when suddenly she looked into Lin Zhengnan's eyes. From a high position with a cold and warning look, that was a kind of intimidation only someone in authority could give. The older sister-in-law, having been around for so many years, immediately saw that this man was not simple. She didn't dare to continue arguing and awkwardly pursed her lips without saying a word. Song Mingqing felt almost thrilled at the sight. Wasn't this woman usually very talkative? Why was she suddenly silent when she saw Shiaoin acting foolish? Understanding that her daughter and son-in-law were protecting her, Song Mingqing felt more at ease and smiled at them. Let's go. My house is just upstairs on the 2nd floor. When they reached the corridor, all the doors were closed, indicating that the old lady at home was not there. Song Mingqing took out her key and opened the door. Shiaoin happily rushed in to bring out a stool for them. Big sister, brother-in-law, sit down. She then ran into the bedroom, rummaged through boxes, and took out her candies, handing them to Jiwon and Yuyu. The young girl usually didn't even eat her candies, but now she gave them all to her sister and niece. Song Mingqing smiled. Sit down, I'll pour you some water. Their 2-room house was a bit small. The living room only had a table for eating, making it a little crowded to sit. The house was very tidy, with pictures cut from newspapers pasted on the walls. It looked almost empty of furniture. Since the woman named Xia worked at a factory, and if she could get a house, she probably earned at least 40 or 50 a month, right? Song Mingqing also sold vegetables and picked up bottles sometimes, so their home couldn't be that miserable. Where was the money? Did they spend it all on other women outside? Jiwon was full of suspicion. After sitting down, she took the plain water handed to her by Song Mingqing. We have nothing at home. Sorry to disappoint you. She pulled a chair and sat down. looking at the bag of pears that she had taken out and brought back. Seeing this, Lin Zhengnan suggested, "Wash and eat them." He put down the child and was about to start, but Song Mingqing took the lead. "I'll do it, I'll do it." She quickly went to the kitchen, washed and cut the pears, then brought them out. "I don't usually stay at home much. I leave early and come back late. Xiaoying's grandmother looks after the house, so there's not much to eat. It's still early. Let's sit for a while, then go out to eat later." Knowing she didn't have much money, Jiwon certainly wouldn't agree. "We still need to pick up the photos. We don't have time to eat." Hearing this, Song Mingqing thought she was urging them to leave. Remembering she hadn't given her money yet, she hurriedly got up and went to the bedroom to look for it. She had been locking her money in a cabinet during this time, but when she opened the cover and looked inside, she found the lock had already been broken. She had been fine before leaving this morning, so it must have been the old woman who did it after she left. Song Mingqing was so angry she was trembling. She quickly opened the cabinet and checked her wallet, only to find that the 20 yuan she kept there was gone. She clenched her teeth, put the cover back, and went to the next room. She searched through boxes and drawers but couldn't find any money or even a single hair. Her eyes reddened and her hands trembled as she tidied her hair. She absolutely couldn't let Jiwon see that she was upset. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and then went out with a smile. "Xiaoin, sorry, my money is still in the bank book. I haven't withdrawn it yet. Maybe I'll send it to you next time?" Jiwon immediately saw she was lying, but since her purpose wasn't really about money, she nodded. "Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Come sit down. I have something to ask you." Song Mingqing felt relieved that Jiwon didn't suspect anything. She sat down and asked, "What is it? Have you been in contact with my grandmother and the others all these years?" That one question made Song Mingqing freeze in place. She didn't dare meet Jiwon's eyes and shook her head with a bitter smile. When she married into this family, she cut all ties with her own. Over the years, she didn't have the face to reach out again. At first, she could only watch from afar, but then she heard they had moved to the north. She couldn't go anymore with Shiaoin, so she stopped trying. Jiwon understood her difficulties and her stubbornness. After all, she was Song Mingqing's daughter and had inherited her mother's stubbornness in her previous life. She knew Song Mingqing's pride and her strong sense of self-respect. In the beginning, she insisted on divorcing Ji Ruofeng despite objections, seeking true love with Xiaoling. But after marriage, life was not just about love. There was also daily work and chores. Initially, they lived comfortably and happily, but after Xiaoing was born, they spent all their money on her medical treatment. When the Song family was sent away, she was affected and lost her job. She could only work part-time to survive. All the burden fell on Xiaoling. After Xiaoying's birth, Song Mingqing's health was damaged, and she couldn't have more children. The Xia family's old-fashioned ideas meant they wanted a son to carry on the family line, but she couldn't have one. This caused conflicts between her and her mother-in-law, and their marriage eventually broke apart. She couldn't remember how she and Xiaolang made up later, but her mother-in-law still caused trouble and looked for fights. Xiaolang seemed to have returned to the old days with her, but that was only on the surface. Song Mingqing understood that Xiaolang no longer loved her. The so-called love is just nonsense. Xiaoling only cared about what he could gain from her. When the benefits were gone, she became useless to him. Thinking about this, she felt full of pain. She had felt regret and disappointment, but she never asked for help. She knew this was her just punishment. She, as a daughter, had brought shame to the Song family. How could she let her aging mother know she was living so poorly? No need to ask, Jiwon probably knew too. She nodded. "When I went home last time, my dad said my uncle and the others had already come back." Song Mingqing's face changed, and she was overjoyed. "Really?" Jiwon nodded. "Yes, they said the eldest uncle was transferred back, maybe because of some orders from above. Grandma and the others also returned. I plan to find some time to visit. Do you want to go with me?" Song Mingqing's smile gradually faded from her face. She felt very conflicted inside and finally shook her head. "I won't go. Please check on them for me." As long as they're doing well, that's enough.
Jiwan didn't insist.
She needed to get familiar with the Song family first, build good relationships, and then help Song Mingqing escape her hardships. The only thing she could do was help change the current situation. She hadn't thought about anything else. Having regrets from her past life, she hoped that Song Mingqing and Xiaoin would live well this time. No more kneeling and begging, no more poverty and suffering. Okay, I'll tell you what I find when I go.
All right.
After speaking, Jiwon was about to tidy up and leave. Just as she stood up, a sharp shout came from the corridor outside. Song Mingqing, where did you take that brat? I haven't seen you all day, and we haven't earned much money. You don't do any chores at home. Our Xia family is cursed to have married such a daughter-in-law. Our Aleng is suffering so much. All the money earned goes to support that fool. Look at what we're wearing. Look at that fool. Why keep a hen that doesn't lay eggs? Outside, Granny Xia was shouting loudly, sounding aggrieved, as if she wanted everyone within hundreds of miles to hear. Song Mingqing was used to Granny Xia's rudeness. She was just worried that her daughter and son-in-law would be embarrassed. Xiaoing seemed very afraid of her grandmother. Hearing the commotion, she immediately stood up in fear and quickly ran to her mother's side. Stay here and keep your sister company. I'll go see what's going on. A trace of awkwardness flashed across her face, and she forced a smile. She originally didn't want Shaoan to see the other side of her life, but now the ugliest and most embarrassing parts had been exposed. There was nothing left to hide. She turned around with a stern face and strode over to open the door, glaring at the outside summer maidservant who snorted coldly. Old woman, what are you making noise for? Are you bored after eating too much? It's just a divorce, right? Fine, I've wanted to leave for a long time. If you have the guts, go call your son back. As long as he agrees to the divorce, I promise I'll leave immediately. You're pretending again and again. I'm tired of it. If you keep doing this, I'll make you leave, believe it or not. The summer maid outside was in her 60s, wearing a dark blue coat, hunched over but looking lively. Not at all like someone living a hard life. Seeing Song Mingqing's cold face, a flicker of sharpness appeared in her eyes. She knew this marriage couldn't be saved. She pouted and said no more. Both openly and secretly, they looked down on Song Mingqing. My son is blind. Just wait, in a couple of years, I'll kick you and your daughter out. When guests arrived at the house, Song Mingqing didn't want to argue. She waited until her daughter and others left before settling scores. Downstairs, the old sister-in-law heard the noise upstairs and peeked out to see what was happening, then gasped. Auntie, today's Song May brought guests home. It's not good to make such a fuss. The summer maid immediately became alert. She looked at the door and asked, Guests? What guests? Can Song Mingqing have any relatives? Her heart was pounding as she hurriedly pushed Song Mingqing aside and went inside. She saw Jiwan and her husband inside, her face changing slightly.
Who is this?
Song Mingqing. What's going on? Bringing people into the house without telling us first? She glared at her daughter-in-law, then looked again at the glamorous Jiwan and her husband. Clearly, they were living well. Judging by their clothes and appearance, they were either rich or noble. Song Mingqing, that little brat, had relatives like this besides her own family? The summer maid's eyes sparkled as if she was looking at not a person but a big piece of meat, drooling at the thought. Jiwon felt uncomfortable under her gaze and kept her face cold without greeting. We should go now. Xiaoing, can you see my sister off? She looked at Xiaoing beside her, offering a rare smile. When they heard they were leaving, Song Mingqing hurriedly packed up to go with them. But the summer maid kept smiling and asked cheerfully, Mingqing, who are these guests? I've never seen them before. Oh, and this little girl. So adorable. Come here, Grandma will hold you. Her expression was completely different from before, and she reached out to hug Yuyu, frightening the little girl who then clung to Lin Zhengnan. The man's eyes were so secretive that Sister Xia dared not make a move, trembling with fear. Since it's getting late, why don't you all stay for a meal here? My son will be back soon. Flattery often hides bad intentions. Song Mingqing immediately saw through her good intentions and signaled Jiwan and the others to leave first. How much do you spend on groceries here? Old lady, don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you dare to scheme against them, believe it or not, I'll be with you to the end. Sister Xia was not afraid at all. Song Mingqing was not willing to die. If she died, what would happen to the fool? Because of this, mother and son kept her tightly controlled. Mingqing, what are you talking about? We are family, so why talk about schemes? Besides, I have money for groceries. If you want to keep them, I'll give you 2 yuan. 2 yuan for groceries should be enough, right? Our family isn't rich, just a little meat will do. As if provoking her, Sister Xia took out 2 yuan from her pocket. That was clearly her money. Song Mingqing's eyes turned red with anger. She snatched the money and pointed at her. Fine, fine, old lady, just wait and see. Grinding her teeth, she decided to send her daughter and the others away first. The group hurried downstairs, but Sister Xia stubbornly followed. TSK, that couple didn't seem to do anything bad, but their aura was quite impressive. She leaned on the staircase, lost in thought, while the curious older sister-in-law downstairs came over. Auntie, who are those people? I've never seen them before. Your son's wife has such connections? Sister Xia scoffed. What does this count as? Her own family was a professor, and Song Mingqing's older brother was in the military, mentioning that could scare them to death. But times had changed. That whole family was now in the cattle shed. Thinking of something, she raised her eyebrows proudly, a smile that couldn't be hidden on her face. Oh, Auntie, you don't know. That woman is even more fierce than your daughter-in-law. Do you think she might be Song Mingqing's eldest daughter? I heard she was pregnant before she married your son Zhao. Hearing this, Sister Xia spat. Exactly. A second-hand good. A hen that doesn't lay eggs. But thinking about it, it might really be true. Mother and daughter looked somewhat alike. Just when she was feeling sleepy and worried about money, someone came with money in hand. Meanwhile, Jiwan and her group had no idea about Lady Xia's schemes. Reflecting on her recent conversation with Song Mingqing, it seemed she had considered divorce. She had even taken some action, but it hadn't worked out. Outside the family courtyard, Jiwan straightforwardly asked, "That old woman is causing so much trouble. Why don't you divorce her?" She believed Song Mingqing wouldn't think reputation was a problem. She was willing to risk everything for love, so how could she stay silent just because of a bad reputation after divorce? Sure enough, Song Mingqing sighed. Xiaolang won't let me go. Jiwan was surprised. Why wouldn't he let you go? Song Mingqing also didn't understand. He says he loves me and wants us to live happily. Divorce would be bad for everyone. He also says Shiaoin needs her father. Jiwan's eyes widened as if she heard a huge joke. He loves Song Mingqing? If he truly loved her, he wouldn't allow that mean old woman to bully her so much. Even when they first got together, Jiwan suspected Song Mingqing was being manipulated. Do you believe that? Song Mingqing smiled bitterly. I'm not stupid. How could I believe it? I just don't have enough money. No matter how bad Xiaolang is, he still earns money and brings him home. Living with him means having a place to stay. I have nothing now. Shiaoin would suffer with me. She's simple-minded and needs constant attention. Sometimes she even needs medication, which costs a lot. If I divorce and leave her with them, I wouldn't feel at ease. Xiaolang is okay, but I'm worried about that mean old woman. Shiaoin is pretty. If that mean old woman takes her away when she's not around and sells her, what then? Jiwan believed that Lady Xia could do such a thing. When the time comes, she could just say she married someone else, and no one could do anything even if a fairy came to intervene. Jiwan sneered in anger.
Xiaolang is okay. What's so good about that man?
He cheated and even fathered a child out of wedlock. Just because he has a house and some money, she thinks she can avoid divorce? The more Jiwan thought about it, the angrier she became, but then she calmed down. She knew all the inside details, so she understood why Song Mingqing believed what she did. It was normal for her to be deceived. The Xia family mother and son played different roles, one acting kind, the other stern, completely controlling Song Mingqing. They knew her pride and her weaknesses, so they acted shamelessly. Taking a deep breath, Ji-won calmed herself. The person named Xia must be ruined and disgraced. All right, I understand. Ji-won took the bag handed to her by Lin Zhengnan, reached inside, and took out her wallet, seeming to prepare to give money. Song Mingqing was terrified and immediately took 2 steps back. No, I don't want to. Ji-won's outstretched hand froze in midair. She should have known that Song Mingqing wouldn't accept charity. Just consider it a loan for me. But I can't take it now. I don't have any money at the moment, and I still owe you 50. Ji-won refused to give in. That's not a debt. It's a gift from me.
Shiaoin.
Forget it. Since she wouldn't take the money anyway, Ji-won suggested, time's getting late. Let's have a meal together and take a walk.
I want to tell you about something.
She took back the money, and Song Mingqing finally relaxed. All right, today was really troublesome. I'll bring the 50 yuan to you next time. She had saved some money over the years, not 2,000, but 200, enough to cover 50. She had to get back what the old lady stole. She wouldn't let her have it cheaply. Lin Zhengnan looked around. Let's eat first. Yuyu rubbed her stomach.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Song Mingqing, familiar with this area, was unwilling to waste money at a government-run restaurant, even if Ji-won and the others paid. How about we go to the textile factory's cafeteria? It's nearby and their food is pretty good. If we happen to meet Xiaolang later, we can introduce you to him. The couple had no objections. After sitting down, Ji-won started talking about her plan to grow bean sprouts to make money. Song Mingqing was stunned, seemingly surprised that her daughter had this skill. She had been pampered when young and had faced harsh realities after marriage, so she didn't know much about these things. Listening to Ji-won's detailed explanation, she found the food in front of her even more delicious and felt a deep sense of pride.
See?
This is her daughter, her talented daughter. Even if her daughter refused to acknowledge her, she would still be proud of her. Shiaoin, you're really impressive. Song Mingqing looked at her with a bright smile, admiration clear in her eyes. Ji-won nodded, suppressing a twinge of sadness in her heart. In her previous life, she had spent a whole lifetime proving her worth, wanting to show Song Mingqing, the mother who abandoned her, how amazing she was with her wealth and success. Abandoning such an outstanding daughter, Song Mingqing would surely regret it and feel guilty. But now she realized that in her mother's heart, even if her daughter did nothing, she would always be the brightest in her eyes. She didn't need to prove anything. She was herself. Whether she was doing well or not, in her caring mother's eyes, she was the best. Although she wasn't sure if Song Mingqing truly loved her, based on the current situation, she was definitely her mother's top choice. Holding back tears, Ji-won took a deep breath. I'm telling you this because I want you to grow bean sprouts at home. Later, I'll show you how to do it step by step. This small business doesn't need much money to start. It doesn't make a lot of profit, but selling in small amounts frequently is better. You can take the sprouts to the collection station or sell them door to door. If you deliver directly, it can improve your family's meals, and neighbors in the courtyard will probably buy some. I know you need money. Taking Xiaoin on this trip will earn you more than collecting bottles. Bean sprouts can be sold after 4 or 5 days. If you work hard, you can earn 100 or 2 each month. If you trust someone, you can team up and do it together. Song Mingqing originally thought her daughter was sharing her idea of selling bean sprouts just to share, but she didn't expect her to want to teach her the skill. She understood how important it was to learn a skill. They say a teacher can starve while teaching, but Ji-won told her that. Seeing her worry, Ji-won explained, our distance is so far, no matter how much you sell, you won't be taking away my business. Also, I only do bean sprouts temporarily. When the second child is born, I'll do something else. Don't let the Summer family find out how much money you make. Have someone you trust open a bank account and keep the money there. Song Mingqing was very grateful, her eyes already teary and choked up, unable to speak. If she decided to grow bean sprouts, Ji-won's spiritual spring water wouldn't be enough, so the yield wouldn't be very high, and the sprouts wouldn't be as good. But earning a little money was enough. She believed in Song Mingqing. As long as she was willing to work hard, she wouldn't fail to make money.
Thank you, Shiaoin.
Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. Jiwon understood that her daughter was trying to help her. She was proud and had her pride. Her daughter gave up giving her money, but in a different way, to save her. What kind of virtue did she have to deserve such a daughter? The more Jiwon treated her well, the more she felt guilty. Fortunately, she hadn't truly neglected her daughter, and maybe that's why Jiwon looked at her a little more kindly. During mealtime, Jiwon explained how to grow bean sprouts, pointing out what to watch out for, all in advance. To help her remember, she also wrote it down on paper. Take a good look. You can buy fewer beans to try. If you grow some, it will be extra income. Okay. Song Mingqing held the thin piece of paper, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the family of 3. Enough crying. Let's eat first. At Luan's command, Song Mingqing wiped her tears and dared not speak. Xiaoin gently wiped her mother's eyes and shared some meat from the bowl with Song Mingqing. After arranging everything, the group chatted happily, and the atmosphere finally became friendly. This scene caught the eye of someone in the corner across the room, and it was very noticeable. She clenched her handkerchief tightly, glared at the group, and seemed surprised and upset. How could she run into Luan here, the hated woman? Lu Shaoqin tugged at the sleeve of the man beside her and pointed at the people across, asking, "Director In, do you know those people? They don't look like staff from your textile factory. Why are they here eating?" The man was about 40, overweight, wearing glasses, and looked quite refined at first glance. He looked in the direction Lu Shaoqin pointed but frowned, not recognizing anyone. However, he could tell that the couple looked distinguished. Could they be some officials on a secret visit? While puzzled, he didn't make a fuss, but instead asked a nearby worker, "What's the situation with those colleagues over there?" The man he asked recognized Song Mingqing and her husband and frowned after looking. "That woman seems to be Xiaolang's wife, right? Her name is Song Mingqing. The girl next to her is her daughter. As for the couple across, I don't know them." Lu Shaoqin narrowed her eyes and immediately smiled kindly at the man, asking, "Little brother, can you go and find out what their relationship is?" The man hesitated and looked instinctively at Ren Tao standing nearby. Since Tao was the workshop director, he nodded, and the man quickly ran off like a rabbit. They sat behind a pillar, making sure no one could see them. Only then did Ren Tao whisper, "What's going on? Shaoqin? Do you know them?" Lu Shaoqin sneered inwardly. How could she not know? If it weren't for Luan, that hateful woman, she wouldn't have become a hated figure everyone despised. She had no home to return to, nowhere to go, and could only rely on such an older man as her supporter. Originally, Lu Xiaoqin's man should have been someone like Lin Zhengnan, handsome and talented, not this second marriage man beside her. Tao Ge, I was harmed by them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be like this.
Boo hoo.
Lu Shaoqin took out her handkerchief, pretending to wipe her tears, crying painfully. Ren Tao was almost heartbroken when he saw this. He is 40 years old, and his son is 20. He thought he could only find a wife his age, but unexpectedly, he had of luck and found Lu Shaoqin, who is more than 10 years younger than him. Recently, when they went out together, it was very impressive. His colleagues were almost jealous of him. It's okay, it's okay. If they dare to bully you, it's like they're slapping my face. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you. Ren Tao gently comforted her, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He wasn't foolish. Dating a woman wouldn't make him risk everything. If the other person had no power or influence, it wouldn't matter, but if she was more successful than him, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. He pretended to agree first, then observed further. Seeing Jiwan and the others finish eating and stand up to leave, a male colleague also approached them. "Director, I found out that the woman is Song Mingqing's daughter, and the man is her son-in-law." Daughter and son-in-law. Lu Shaoqin lowered her eyes thoughtfully. She had heard Lu Yan mention before that Jiwan only had her biological father and no mother, and now the woman moving around was her stepmother. So, her biological mother was working at the textile factory? She looked at her clothes and style, seeming to be doing poorly. What's going on? She was not in a hurry. She planned to ask Rent how to help investigate later. For now, she had more important matters. Brother Tao, I want to go see for myself. That little troublemaker used to target me everywhere and looked down on my sister. Now that I'm with you, I finally understand what a good life is. I want them to see that I, Liu Shaoqin, am born with a noble destiny and live 100 times better than them. Half an hour later, Jiwon had already separated from Song Mingqing. The couple passed by a department store and decided to go in and look around. Lin Zhengnan held his daughter's hand in one hand and his wife's in the other, feeling very happy. Jiwon couldn't help but think as they walked, "Hey, why do you think that summer guy doesn't agree to divorce?"
Huh?
Lin Zhengnan almost didn't catch her meaning. He realized she was asking about Song Mingqing and Xiaolang, and he paused for a moment. He had thought she had already forgotten about these things, but it turned out she was still concerned. He analyzed calmly, maybe the other side has something to gain. According to what Song Mingqing said, Xiaolang choosing to divorce was probably the best option. But he was willing to pretend to be distant and not divorce, which meant Song Mingqing must have something that made him hesitate. Jiwon looked at him and thought the same. But Song Mingqing was poor and struggling. What could Xiaolang be interested in her for? Could it be the Song family? Is the Song family no longer in contact with this side? There might be some hidden reason. Jiwon decided to go see the Song family to understand what the Summer family is up to. She wanted to talk to them first to find out more. Lost in thought, the couple had already entered a nearby clothing store. "Would you like to buy something, sir and madam?" Lin Zhengnan saw a dress in the store outside. It had ruffles and lantern sleeves with a very creative design. "Can you take down that dress so we can see it?" Jiwon looked up a little surprised. "Why are you suddenly thinking of buying me clothes?" Lin Zhengnan replied seriously, "Not planning to visit the Song family? I need a new outfit." Jiwon suddenly realized that Lin was thinking of her. She felt happy and pointed to a Zhongshan suit nearby. "Bring that one out so my husband can try it." "Husband?" Lin Zhengnan's heart fluttered, and he couldn't hide his smile. Are they about to make 2 big purchases? The shopkeeper was very happy, smiling widely. Yes, you have good taste. These are our newest styles just arrived. Only one of each. They're from Hong Kong, new designs, very beautiful. I've sold many today." She took down the 2 outfits and handed them over. Jiwon reached out to take them, but suddenly a hand appeared and took both outfits. Everyone was caught off guard, but then a pretentious voice spoke. "Oh, I like this dress too. Let me try it first." Jiwon looked up and saw Liu Shaoqin giving a challenging look. She seemed to just notice the couple and looked surprised. Wow, what a coincidence. It's brother Lin and sister Ji. You're also shopping here? She covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to be shocked, but her acting was obvious. Long time no see. How have you been these days? Seeing the couple's half-smile and ignoring her, Liu Shaoqin didn't mind. She turned to look at Yuyu next to her. Do you remember Auntie? You've grown up again. Come, give Auntie a hug. Yuyu held a grudge. She remembered Liu Shaoqin bringing people to bully her mother before. She had decided not to like this aunt anymore, so she definitely wouldn't let her touch her. The little girl quickly hid behind Lin Zhengnan and pouted. I don't want you to hug me. You're a bad person. This statement surprised everyone. Liu Shaoqin's smile nearly froze at the corner of her lips, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She turned to look at Ji Wan with a mixed expression. Ji girl, Yuyu is still young. Is it really good to tell her these things? Kids don't understand good or bad people. Someone must have been talking behind my back in front of her, right? Lin Zhengnan squinted his eyes and picked up his daughter. Comrade Liu, children can tell right from wrong. If you treat her well, naturally you are a good person. Liu Shaoqin's nose almost twitched in anger. Am I not good to this stubborn girl? I used to give her the best food and toys. What more does she want? She's been with me since she was little. When she grows up, she'll definitely be ungrateful. She'll cause trouble for you all in the future. She kept cursing inwardly, but said nothing on her face. Ji Wan observed her. Seeing she looked healthy and dressed nicely, She guessed Lu had found a good backing. She looked away and asked pointedly, "Older sister Lu, have you been in contact with your sister-in-law these days? I heard she's planning to take you back to your hometown. Why are you still here?" Lu Xiaoqin hated talking about her biased sister. "I'll contact her in a few days. Just enough for her to see how I'm doing." She raised her eyebrows and showed off her gold bracelet and the small bag she was holding. Jiwan understood immediately and asked in surprise, "Oh, this is a gold bracelet? Did Sister Lu buy it herself? That's impressive." Lu Xiaoqin was thrilled, whether sincerely or pretending. She felt like floating on air. "Did I buy it? I couldn't afford it. It was bought by my partner."
He is.
The words textile factory almost slipped out, but she quickly changed her tone. "He's a leader at the factory, managing hundreds of people, and treats me very well. Please tell my sister when you go back that I'm doing fine and don't need her to worry."
Yivan nodded. All right.
"If your sister-in-law finds out, she'll definitely be happy for you." Happy? She probably envied her so much she was about to burst. Lu Xiaoqin pouted. "Of course. My partner is very capable, earns a good salary, and even a little gap between his fingers is enough for my whole family to eat well. TSK, this is definitely riding a golden thigh, right?" But according to her memories from her previous life, Lu Xiaoqin did marry again later, but not to a leader. It seems this golden thigh wasn't a good match for her. "All right, you're not buying clothes? Go ahead and pick what you want. We'll look at other things too." Lin Zhengnan glanced at the dresses and clothes Lu Xiaoqin had snatched away, his eyes showing some displeasure. Those were carefully chosen by the couple for each other, and they were just taken away? He was about to ask the shopkeeper for another set when Jiwan tugged his sleeve to stop him. They looked around, and Jiwan saw another dress she liked. She asked the shopkeeper to bring it down, but Lu Xiaoqin snatched it away. She smirked provocatively. "Sorry, Sister Ji, it seems we have similar taste. You like it, and I like it too. Why don't you let it go?" "Fine. So she's deliberately opposing me?" Jiwan smiled. "All right, Sister Lu, you have a good figure. You'll look better in it than I would." She looked away and picked out 4 or 5 more dresses, but each time Lu Xiaoqin snatched them first. In no time, she was holding a bunch of dresses, and even the shopkeeper couldn't stand it anymore. "Comrade, you're holding so many by yourself. You probably can't try them all. There's only one of each dress here. Why don't you let someone else have a look?" Lu Xiaoqin got angry when she heard this. "What do you mean? Are you saying I can't afford it? Don't worry, I have plenty of money. I can buy as many as I want. Even if I don't wear them, we can take them home and hang them up, right?" The shopkeeper hesitated.
"Fine.
As long as she pays, she can have them all. If she weren't being kind, she wouldn't have reminded her." Jiwan raised an eyebrow and picked 2 more dresses. Lu Xiaoqin kept snatching, and the shopkeeper was counting the money nearby. "Comrade, the total is 300 yuan. Do you want to keep choosing?" Lu Xiaoqin's face turned pale with shock. 300 yuan. A few broken dresses cost that much. Why wasn't she grabbing them? Holding the pile of dresses, she looked a bit uncomfortable. "You, try these first. If you like them, buy them all. If she didn't like them, wouldn't she just leave them?" "That wouldn't do." Jiwan immediately retorted. "Why wouldn't you like them? Each dress here is a limited edition. I guarantee, Sister Lu, you won't clash with anyone wearing them. You have such a good figure. You'll look great. Anyway, isn't your partner quite wealthy? Don't worry. Buy as many as you want. He'll be happy to see you dressed beautifully. If they don't fit, just hang them up at home. I think the shopkeeper should wrap them up for her." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up and quickly stepped forward. Yes. These are all the latest styles. Even if you can't wear them all now, you can keep them and wear them gradually." The shopkeeper reached for the dresses in her arms, but Lu Xiaoqin clung tightly, refusing to let go. Jiwan added more fuel. "It's only 300 yuan. Your partner, being a leader at the factory, shouldn't be unable to afford this, right?" Lu Xiaoqin was so angry she almost spat blood. Faced with the teasing looks from the couple, she gritted her teeth. "Who says I can't afford it? Everyone, pack it up. Pack everything away. The boss was so happy he lost track of time and settled all the bills. Lu Shaoqi nervously took out a thick of money from her bag and handed it over. She lifted her skirt and left the shop, her legs feeling weak. What should she do? She had spent so much money in one day. She wondered how Ren Tao would punish her. Would he make her suffer tonight? That old man, despite his age, was quite crafty. Just thinking about it made her nervous. These funds were originally kept in her bag for the evening, as they were supposed to discuss some cooperation at their factory. Now that she had spent it all, she couldn't go to the factory. She needed to go back first and get reimbursed from Ren Tao. After Lu Shaoqin left, Jiwan chose another dress and a Zhongshan suit. When paying, the shop owner waved his hand and gave them a 50% discount. When the bag was handed over, the shop owner couldn't stop smiling. Thank you, comrades, for bringing me such a big deal today. I don't have much to thank you with, so I'll just give you a discount. Jiwan was pleased and smiled as she took the bag. All right, I won't be polite. I wish your business prosperity. The family of 3 left the clothing shop, and Jiwan was even happier, laughing out loud. This is great. The fabric of this dress is genuine silk. No wonder it's so expensive. By the way, we should thank Lu Shaoqin for saving us so much money. Lin Zhengnan smiled and nodded in agreement. He originally thought his wife had been wronged and wanted to find a way to make it up to her. But unexpectedly, Jiwan didn't care at all and even used a tough tactic to strongly demand compensation from Lu Shaoqin. After this experience, her morning bad mood was completely gone. The couple happily took the photos and went home with big smiles. Lin Zhengnan went to prepare dinner, while Jiwan found Lu Yun across the street to pass on a message. She relayed everything Lu Shaoqin had said, without change. Hearing this, Lu Yun's anger flared. I can't control her anymore. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me now. Don't bother me about her. Is she showing off because she's hooked up with a rich man? Does she think all those men are fools? She has nothing and still wants to sit back and enjoy the benefits? The days of crying are still ahead. She spoke angrily, then realized there were others around, and quickly forced a smile and apologized. Sorry, Sister Ji, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to let you know what's going on with her today. Jiwan nodded without saying much, said goodbye, and left. Lu Yun sat on a chair, lost in thought. She had indeed kept Lu Shaoqin outside recently, but she didn't expect her to sneak out secretly. Lu Yun was very scared at that time. Many people were looking for her. Later, she received a message from her saying that Lu Shaoqin would never return to the countryside, even if she died. She is now staying at a friend's house and told Lu Yun not to interfere. Recently, she has been very nervous, afraid something might happen to her sister. Now that she knows she is still in Fengcheng, she feels relieved. She found a factory manager. What kind of factory? No, she needs to ask Lao Zhao to check. I don't want that reckless girl to go astray. Meanwhile, Jiwan returned home and told Zhou Qiaoyu about Song Mingqing growing bean sprouts. Zhou Qiaoyu saw her serious expression and thought, is it a big deal?
It turned out to be just this.
Is it just growing bean sprouts? You can tell Andy to do it. It's still a way to earn some small money. That way, she can also help take care of her second sister more easily. Besides, this skill is originally yours. You are free to teach whoever you want. Auntie lives in the south of the city, and we are in the east. We are so far apart. Even if I am capable, I can't do business over there. Jiwan appreciated her understanding and gratitude, holding her hand tightly. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled warmly. Why, thank me. I should be thanking you. Just then, the guests arrived and she mentioned the good news about coming to the city today. Shiaoin, I negotiated with 4 more purchasing stations today. Now we have 6. There are still 60 jin of beans left from last time. I only bought 60 jin this time plus a few packs of cigarettes to give away. The costs are getting lower. Jiwan was happy and couldn't help but scream. Really? Sister Zhou, you're amazing. Zhou Qiaoyu blushed a little. What's so great? The army can't always buy everything. We've bought so many baskets and rented yards, so we can't waste them. We just need to negotiate a few more purchasing stations. And this time it went very smoothly. They probably heard that our bean sprouts are crispy and sweet. I didn't have to say much. I just used a pack of cigarettes to seal the deal. Ji-won admired her even more, her eyes shining with appreciation. Okay, I'll record everything in my account. Back home, Lin Zhengnan had prepared dinner. Today, the family was very tired, so they cooked some simple rice noodles. Sitting at the table, Ji-won suddenly remembered something and asked, "Husband, do you know anyone in the south of the city? Or do you have a way to find 2 helpers?" Lin Zhengnan looked at her suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Ji-won poked at the noodles in her bowl, lost in thought. "I want to find 2 people to watch the Xia family, especially keep an eye on Xiaoling and his mother. If anything unusual happens, they can notify me immediately." Lin Zhengnan asked further, "Do you suspect them?"
Yvonne nodded.
"It's not just suspicion. There is solid evidence. Currently, Song Mingqing still thinks Xiaoling isn't very bad. She needs to see Xiaoling's true face herself before believing he is cheating and has a child out of wedlock. Plus, Shangdia is saving up some money, so she will probably decide to divorce sooner. As long as she leaves with Xiaoing, maybe she will never have to kneel and beg for help again." Lin Zhengnan agreed immediately. "No problem, I'll watch over them. His wife's matters are his matters. Especially since Xiaoing calls him brother-in-law, he will definitely help." "Thank you, husband." Ji-won smiled and also handed him the fried egg from her bowl. The couple exchanged smiles and enjoyed a peaceful dinner together. Throughout April, aside from all expenses, Ji-won earned nearly 200 yuan. Zhou Qiaoyu earned a bit more, close to 300. Ji-won keeps all her money locked in a drawer, planning to open a savings account later, so she can use it for other things in the future. Her baby is over 2 months old now. At night, lying in bed, Lin Zhengnan gently touches her belly, and I can't help but talk to her. "Why does it feel like there's no change?" Ji-won smiled. "Only 2 months. What changes could there be? Haven't you seen me when I was pregnant with Yuyu? Why does it look so new to you?" Lin Zhengnan hesitated to say that their relationship wasn't very close before. Every time he wanted to touch the baby, Ji-won would refuse with various reasons. Later, Yuyu was born without him realizing it. Compared to that, being pregnant with a second child, he watched almost every day, feeling very involved, and would often want to check on her. "I remember when I was pregnant with Yuyu, I only realized at 5 months. By then, my belly was already big, not as flat as now." Hearing this, Ji-won also remembered. During her first pregnancy, she was busy with work. She only felt unwell at 5 months and went to the hospital, where they said the baby was quite large. At that time, she only thought her appetite had improved and she had gained a lot of weight. Sometimes, she even skipped dinner to lose weight. Now, she feels scared just thinking about it. Luckily, she was young then, knew nothing, and got pregnant. If it happened now, she would be terrified. Only 2 months, and it's already bulging? Maybe it's not just a single pregnancy. "I only have this one in my belly now, and it probably won't show until next month." Lin Zhengnan nodded, his hand resting tenderly on her warm belly, reluctant to move it away. "Have you been exhausted these days? I give you a little massage." He casually massaged Ji-won's shoulders. After getting the right pressure, it felt very comfortable. Ji-won squinted her eyes, feeling a bit sleepy. "I wonder how Xiaoing is doing. It's been half a month. She should have saved up quite a bit, right?" She had been busy lately and hadn't visited, but Lin Zhengnan's contacts occasionally send updates. "If you're worried, you should go check." Ji-won stubbornly denied. "What am I worried about?" Just asking casually. When it came to worry, she was more concerned about her parents back home. "By the way, we haven't heard from my parents in a long time. They said they would come after settling everything, but why haven't they come yet? I'll call tomorrow to ask if Dad's leg is healed." Lin Zhengnan was surprised. He hadn't called his family in a long time either. Compared to his daughter, his son was much more careless. He had been busy training and taking care of his wife and daughter in his free time. Life was full, and he had completely forgotten about his family back home. Now, thinking about it, he felt a bit guilty and nodded in agreement. I'll call them from the army tomorrow. Jiwon responded with a hum. Scratch my back, it's a bit itchy. Lin Zhengnan paused, almost thinking he had misheard. Jiwon turned her head and directly slipped his hand under her clothes, twisting her shoulders. Hurry up and scratch. Your hands don't have nails anyway, just calluses on your fingertips. It feels really good. Okay. Lin Zhengnan blushed and reached his hand in, quickly touching the strap of Jiwon's from behind. At first, when she was reborn, she was a bit reserved and cautious. But after more than a month of being together, Jiwon was now very familiar with him. They were married, had 2 children, so what was there to be shy about? Not feeling Lin Zhengnan's movements, she scolded him in a playful tone. Come on, scratch already. What are you hesitating for? Okay. Lin Zhengnan immediately straightened up and earnestly started scratching her. Jiwon lay on the pillow. By the way, your leave for visiting family isn't used up yet, right? When do you plan to take leave, so we can go back and visit? They had discussed this before. Lin Zhengnan thought for a moment. Maybe wait until the second child is 3 months old? Once things settle down, we can go back. All right. 3 months would be June. The summer weather was bright and pleasant, a good time to go back. As they talked, Jiwon started feeling sleepy. She casually reached inside her clothes, unfastened her, and pulled it out from under her shirt, placing it beside the pillow. The action was done in one smooth move, which surprised Lin Zhengnan. He paused, glanced at the clothing, and asked curiously, Why aren't you wearing pajamas? Jiwon rolled over and, lying flat, mumbled, Not comfortable to wear. Too tight. Is that so? Suspicious. Jiwon had already tucked herself in and closed her eyes, reaching out to find something nearby. Lin Zhengnan was puzzled, but her hand had already reached out to hug his waist, and she muttered softly, all right, stop sitting up. Go to sleep. Why aren't you sleepy yet? Lin Zhengnan chuckled and lay down, with nowhere else to put his hands, finally resting them on his wife's waist. So soft. The next day, Jiwon was watering the watermelon in the front yard. Over the past half-month, the watermelon seedlings had grown quite a bit. They were lush green, with only a few sad-looking leaves on top, but they looked very sturdy. Nearby, the eggplants and tomatoes were only palm-sized, and she looked at them with affection. Teacher Ji, are you at home? Oh, look who I brought for you. Jiwon was suddenly startled by the voice, feeling it sounded familiar, but couldn't remember who it was right away. She looked up and saw Yen Posey standing outside the yard, looking proud, with a basket in her hand and a slight nod towards the back. Jiwon looked suspiciously, following her gaze, and saw Yen Posey's face was full of excitement, with Xia Posey standing behind her, looking anxious. Why did she come? Before Jiwon could ask, Yen Posey hurried over, eager to explain with lively gestures, Oh, Teacher Ji, what a coincidence. I didn't expect Xia Posey to be your relative. You don't know, my daughter works at their textile factory. She used to go there often, we've known each other for years, and today we finally met. She spoke excitedly, even more animated than Xia Posey, clapping her hands. I just came back from shopping outside, and saw her looking for someone at the door. When I heard she was looking for Jiwon, I knew it was you. So, I brought her in. I heard she needed to see you, and she was so anxious. You better ask what's going on. Yen Posey kept glancing at the two of them, as if she didn't notice Ji-won's darkening face. Xia Posey also stepped forward at this moment, pulling out a handkerchief and starting to cry. Little Wan, I had no choice but to come find you. Your mom doesn't know who she's being coaxed by to go have that little sprout, and she's been out all day with Shiaoin wandering around. And then something happened. Hearing this, Ji-won's heart was in her throat. She quickly clapped her hands and stepped forward to ask, Something happened? What is it? She pushed open the fence and looked at Xia Posey carefully. Last night, there was a little rain in our area. Ming and I took Shiaoin for a bike ride. When we turned a corner, we were hit. We quickly took her to the hospital. The doctor said she had a broken bone, and it was serious. They told us to pay the medical bills right away. Xiaoling's money was all spent on supporting our family. Besides, Shiaoin needs medicine often, and we don't have enough money. That's why I thought of you, said Grandma Xia, wiping her tears sincerely. At first she really scared Jiwan. But the more I listened, the more suspicious I became. No money? Didn't this old lady just steal 50 yuan from Song Mingqing? Would the hospital bills really be that high? Did they think we are rich because we saw them as a couple last time? I took a deep breath and asked, how much are the medical bills? Grandma Xia's eyes rolled around. 50. Yen Posey, who likes to make a fuss, was surprised. What? 50 yuan and you're borrowing it here? Grandma Xia, doesn't your son earn more than 50 yuan a month? He always dresses fancy. He doesn't seem short of money. Grandma Xia rolled her eyes and said impatiently, Old sister, what are you talking about? Our Xiaoling works at a textile factory as a regular employee. Doesn't he need to dress nicely when he goes out? If he wore patched clothes, he'd be laughed at. Besides, I didn't say I wanted to borrow 50 yuan. 50 yuan is not enough. I want to borrow 500. Yen Posey was shocked when she heard her big demand. Wow, Grandma Xia, you really dare to ask? Isn't selling a daughter more expensive than that? And does a broken bone really cost so much? At first, Yen Posey brought her here, thinking she was just here to watch the fun. But she was surprised to hear some reasonable words.
Why not?
I'm not borrowing money from you, Shiaoin. Why are you making such a fuss? I just thanked you for guiding me here. Now that I've arrived, you can leave quickly. Yen Posey and Grandma Xia didn't get along well. Her daughter also shared a house at the textile factory. They had a fight over the house-sharing issue before, so they had a past. Originally, Yen Posey didn't like Jiwan. She brought Grandma Xia here just to see them fight. But she didn't expect this old woman to be so unreasonable. She couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. Why should I leave?
I live in the staff compound.
If anyone should leave, it's you. Jiwan was standing in the middle and hadn't spoken yet, but they started arguing. Teacher Ji, don't lend money to this old woman. She's a deadbeat who never pays back. Her daughter-in-law is your own mother, right? This old woman at home constantly scolds your mother. When outside, she always calls your mother a useless hen that can't lay eggs. No matter what you say to her, just send her away quickly. Madame Xia was so angry she crossed her arms and scolded Mrs. Yen. What are you saying, you old woman? That Song Mingqing has been married for over 10 years and still hasn't given me a grandson. Isn't that like hogging a latrine and not doing your business? Am I wrong to criticize her? In ancient times, she would be divorced for that. Mrs. Yen, who is also a mother-in-law, knew the importance of having a grandson. Her daughter-in-law had already given birth to 2 daughters, and now she was pregnant with a 3rd. She hoped her father and mother-in-law would help her have a grandson, understanding the stakes involved. Why can't you have a child? Is it because you are doing bad things and heaven is punishing you? Those with bad hearts want to see your family have no descendants. Shut your nonsense. Who says our Xia family will have no descendants? We have Xiaoling's son, Son? Where is your grandson? I haven't seen him. My grandson. Madame Xia was almost about to blurt out something in anger. Jiwan's face also changed, a faint light flashing in her eyes. She thought she was really foolish enough to confess everything, but unexpectedly, Madame Xia shut her mouth at the right time. Can't say it? I think you're just getting your just desserts. Mrs. Yen was very proud and looked at her provocatively. Madame Xia was furious and spat on the ground. I'm not going to argue with you. Besides, this is the territory of military officials. She couldn't get any benefit here, so she could only look at Jiwan in frustration. Shiaoin, Mingqing is your mother. You have to save her. I want to borrow 500 yuan from you first, and I'll pay you back in a few days. Madame Xia pretended to be pitiful and begged. The doctor said if she doesn't have surgery soon, she might be left disabled. After all, she's your mother. Can you really just watch her die without helping? Jiwan wanted to laugh at her. She was crazy for money, coming here to scam. Who gave her the courage?
500 yuan, right?
Okay, I'll give it to you. Lead the way. I don't trust her, so I'll go see for myself. She also wanted to see how her mother and daughter were doing. Even if there was no real fracture, she could ask about their business. Hearing this, Mrs. Yen was furious. Does Ji-won have no brains? Why should she give the money? Madame Xia was overjoyed. 500 yuan. She would give it right away. It seemed Ji-won was very rich. But this 500 yuan is a loan. You have to write me an IOU. Madame Xia's face changed. Really? Shiaoin, I need an IOU for 500 yuan? Auntie Yen was the first to lose her composure. 500 yuan and no IOU? Summer auntie, your family is really wealthy, huh? So generous? Ji-won nodded as well. If you don't write an IOU, I can't lend you the money. You only know I'm Song Mingqing's daughter, but you don't know she hasn't raised me all these years. Lending you money is already very kind of me. Knowing the full story, Auntie Xia's eyes flicked, and she quickly nodded.
Fine.
It's just an IOU. This is for Mingqing to use when she needs to recover. Once she's better, she can pay you back. After all, Song Mingqing is Ji-won's biological mother. If mother and daughter break apart, and later Ji-won comes to ask for the debt, Song Mingqing won't be able to pay. She definitely can't accept that. Even if she had to cut ties completely, she could just let Song Mingqing earn her money back. Anyway, that little troublemaker is running a business, so she must have earned quite a bit, right? Ji-won probably also cares about Song Mingqing. Otherwise, why would she travel so far to visit? It's unlikely she would just give money without expecting anything in return. Alright, wait for me. I'll write the IOU and get the money for you. After walking a few steps, Ji-won suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Oh, Auntie, what's your name?
Xia Lanhua.
Ji-won nodded and left. Auntie Xia was so happy, she almost laughed out loud. Seeing her like this, Annie Yen got angry. When Ji-won came out with the IOU and money, she couldn't help but remind her, Ji-teacher, I think you should go and check. What if this old woman is cheating you? If your mom isn't actually injured, isn't she just trying to scam you? Auntie Xia wasn't afraid. Go if you want. It would be best if Xiaoling also cried a little. Maybe Ji-won's soft heart would give more money. I understand. Auntie Xia, I appreciate your concern. Ji-won handed over the IOU. Take a look. If everything's fine, sign and stamp it. Auntie Xia took it and looked. To prevent forgery, all the numbers were written in Chinese characters. She only recognized the character for 5, Wu. So she nodded. All right. But Shiaoin, I can't write my own name. No problem. You can just stamp your fingerprint on it. Isn't Auntie Yen here to witness? Auntie Yen nodded in agreement. Auntie Xia pouted. She was still worried they might be working together. But as long as she got the money, everything else didn't matter. Okay. Just as she was about to stamp her fingerprint, she suddenly remembered something and asked cautiously, Shiaoin, you haven't given me the money yet? What if I stamp my fingerprint and you refuse to acknowledge it later? Ji-won looked a bit unhappy. You're coming to borrow money and worried I might not pay back? What are you looking for me for? And who carries $500 with them? I only have 50 in my wallet. You can take this first, and if you need more, go to the bank later to withdraw it. She handed over her wallet. After receiving it, Grandma Xia happily counted the $50, which was exactly right. Actually, she could have ignored the $50 and kept it, but she wanted 500. All right, consider this 50 as a deposit. I'll give you the rest later. Under Ji-won's watch, she sighed, stamped her fingerprint on the IOU, and happily put the money in her pocket. She patted the money inside her pants and suddenly felt uneasy. But she couldn't figure out what was wrong. She thought $50 was still money, so she stopped worrying and eagerly urged her to get the remaining 450. Shiaoin, let's go get it quickly. The bank and hospital will close soon.
Yivan nodded.
Which hospital are they in? At the second hospital nearby, in the orthopedics ward. Just ask and you'll find out. Okay. Before leaving, Ji-won asked Yuyu to stay with Zhao Qiaoyu next door, and also asked her to pass a message to Lin Zhengnan. Then she locked the door, handed the keys to the two women, and left. They arrived in the city and had to transfer buses after getting off the coach. Standing at the station, Grandma Xia was so happy about getting the $500 soon that she couldn't keep her mouth closed. Shiaoin, we'll take 2 stops on the bus, and then we'll be at the bank. I'll wait outside. Once I get the money, We'll go straight to see my daughter-in-law at the hospital. Jiwon smiled and nodded.
Okay.
On the bus, when they reached the bank stop, Grandma Xia was so excited she hurried to get off. After getting off, she couldn't help but urge her. Shiaoin, hurry up, or the bank will close. She called twice, but there was no response behind her. When she turned around, she saw that Jiwon hadn't gotten off the bus at all. She was just standing at the door, smiling and watching her. Grandma Xia's face changed, and she froze in place, still not understanding what was happening. Until the bus doors closed, she screamed and hurried to chase after it. Shiaoin, Shiaoin, weren't you going to get the money? Why didn't you get off? Driver, please stop quickly. Someone didn't get off. She chased after the bus, which was getting farther away. Out of breath, she stopped and finally realized what was going on. That little girl never intended to get the money. She had been fooling her the whole time. She took out the $50 from her pocket, trembling with anger. The little girl was just a worthless beggar. No wonder she quickly gave the money. Turns out she was lying. A promissory note. Yes, a promissory note. There shouldn't be any problem with the note, right? Jiwon, you despicable woman. I curse your ancestors. At this moment, Jiwon couldn't hear anything. She happily took out the promissory note from her pocket and looked at it. Xia Lanhua owes Ji1 exactly 5,000 yuan. She calculated Xia family's assets, totaling at least 5,000 yuan, so that amount should be enough. But more might be difficult. Old Madame Xia, who is uneducated and lacks common sense, dares to threaten like this? She put the promissory note away and headed straight to the hospital. Following the address Xia Madam provided, she found the place. The nurse said a patient named Song had come yesterday but had already been discharged in the morning. It was either a fracture or a sprain, and her husband came to pick her up. Jiwon frowned, feeling a bad premonition. She hurried to the textile factory's family residence. At the gate, she was stopped by a man, Lin Zhengnan's assistant, who had been called after receiving a message during his lunch break. Miss, just call me Xiao Tang. When Lin was a company commander or battalion commander, I was his squad leader. Jiwon's face lit up with a smile. She was pregnant and worried that if something urgent happened inside, she wouldn't be able to handle it. She didn't expect Lin Zhengnan to arrange things so well. She kept thanking him. Thank you so much, Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang was several years older than Jiwon. Since Lin Zhengnan asked him to protect his wife, he would do his best without hesitation. They entered together, chatting as they walked. Xiao Tang, why did you leave the army? Xiao Tang scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I got injured back then and had to retire. I've kept in touch with Lin, and he's always taken good care of me. Jiwon smiled. That's very kind of you. It's no trouble at all. I'm a truck driver now. I happen to be off today, so it only takes about 10 minutes to come here. Xiao Tang, a former soldier, looked tough and reliable. He had a scar above his eyebrow, but it didn't affect his appearance. He looked quite handsome, with a loud voice, giving the impression he could be trusted. Captain Lin asked me to protect you first. He'll take leave later and come here. Jiwon felt more confident and was less worried than before. Okay. Following her memory, she entered the building. When she reached the downstairs of the apartment, she heard sharp arguing upstairs. It's all your fault, you jinx and unproductive hen. Because of you, I am too old to even hold my grandson. My son almost lost his job because of some trouble you caused. Your ungrateful daughter also lied to me and wrote an IOU. I will beat you to death. You bad luck charm. Mrs. Xia shouted loudly, like a pig being slaughtered, attracting neighbors who gathered around to watch. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and beat this little troublemaker to death. Song Mingqing was not someone to be messed with. He quickly sensed something was wrong. Old woman, have you gone to find Shiaoin? Why are you looking for her? And writing IOUs? Did you borrow money from her?
Just divorce.
I hope you do. How much money did you borrow from Shiaoin? Pay her back quickly. No wonder the old woman was missing early in the morning. She was looking for Shiaoin. Song Mingqing was so angry he rushed forward and started fighting Mrs. Xia. Xia Xiaoing stood nearby, trembling with fear, crying and begging for mercy. "Don't hit my mom! Don't hit my mom!" Suddenly, a loud slap sounded, followed by Xiaoying's tearful crying and Song Mingqing's angry scolding, all mixed together. Jiwon was worried and looked at Tang Jianhong beside her. The two quickly ran upstairs. All the neighbors crowded at the door, watching the scene and blocking the hallway. Suddenly, two unfamiliar faces appeared. Before they could speak, Tang Jianhong kicked the door open with his foot. With a loud bang, the door crashed down, revealing a chaotic scene inside. Song Mingqing was fighting Mrs. Xia and Xiaolang. The three of them were tangled up, clothes and hair messy, with items on the table knocked to the ground. Xiaoing was crying loudly nearby. Seeing her mother in danger, she grabbed a nearby electric fan, ready to hit. Suddenly, a loud noise stopped everyone. Jiwon finally saw Xiaolang's true face. She was quite pretty, looking about 30, even though she was in her 40s. Song Mingqing, who was about the same age as Xiaolang, looked much older, probably because he had lived a rough life. Seeing the two people who entered her home, Xiaolang didn't realize how serious the situation was. He relaxed his grip, straightened his posture, and shouted cluelessly, "Who are you? What are you doing here? You broke my door." Mrs. Xia saw it was Jiwon and was furious. Thinking about how she was sent away with only 50 yuan and made to write an IOU, her anger boiled over. She adjusted her torn clothes, rolled up her sleeves, and charged forward. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Arung, you killers, this is my home. Breaking in and hitting people is illegal. I will call the police. I will call the police." She rushed forward trying to help Xiaolang stand up, but he was already too weak from the kick. He couldn't stand, and even speaking caused his stomach to hurt. "Song Mingqing, you wicked woman, you unfaithful traitor, collaborating with outsiders to bully your husband. I will make my son divorce you. Divorce you." Song Mingqing casually grabbed a nearby ceramic mug and threw it. She had already given up hope.
Fine, divorce.
"I want a divorce too. Immediately. I will call the police. Please, big brothers and sisters, call the police. I want to arrest this bad woman and send her to jail, or even to be punished." Grandma Xia shouted loudly. "Go ahead, call the police. You, old fool, hit my mom and Xiaoing. Everyone saw it. They can testify. If you have the guts, call the police now. Maybe you and your son will be the ones taken away. You might even be punished severely." Jiwon then pulled Xiaoing forward and shouted at the neighbors watching outside. Uncles and aunts look at Xiaoing. She's innocent, obedient, and well-behaved. Yet that old woman beat her so badly. Everyone saw the clear slap mark on Xiaoying's face, her face swollen from the force used. No one knew how hard it was. Jiwon then pulled Song Mingqing forward, showing everyone the bruises on her arms and the big bump on her forehead. "Look, everyone, see how my mom was beaten? She's worked so hard in this house all these years, waking up early and doing a lot. She raised these two shameless people delicately, and in the end, they still hit her. My mom was just defending herself. They deserved it if they got hurt." Song Mingqing didn't expect her daughter to come all this way to support her. Her nose tingled, and her eyes filled with tears. Now hearing Jiwon call her mom, even if it was just a casual way to help, she couldn't hold back her tears. To the neighbors, it looked like Song Mingqing had suffered a great injustice. Everyone's sympathy poured out, and they whispered among themselves. "That's right. Look at Grandma Xia and her husband, dressed so nicely. And look at little Song. Oh, her pants are all patched. How come Xiaolang, who works at the textile factory earning only a few dozen yuan a month, ended up like this?" Little Song wants a divorce, but Xiaolang doesn't agree. He wouldn't give in. If he agreed, wouldn't the family lose a hardworking person? Still calling the hen that doesn't lay eggs a bad name? Why don't you just divorce her? Xiaolang was so angry he almost blew smoke. He forced himself to sit up from the ground and shouted with his last strength, "Divorce. Those who don't divorce are fools." Neighbors kept gossiping. "Do you know why they're willing to divorce now? I heard Xiaolang is keeping a woman and a son outside. Hearing them expose his grandson, Granny Xiao lost her temper. She rushed at the gossiping woman and angrily retorted like a fierce ghost. Nonsense. Shut your mouth. At first, everyone was just watching for fun. Seeing her so angry, they started to doubt if it was true. Don't listen to this shameless woman. Our family matters don't need an outsider to interfere. She viciously glared at Song Mingqing. It's just a divorce, right? Fine, I want to see how you support that fool after the divorce. Song Mingqing wiped her tears and laughed. Don't worry, I'll take Shiaoin with me. We'll make a bright future. You and your son, you're just pests. Just wait here and rot to death. Divorce, we'll do it tomorrow. At 9 a.m. at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Whoever doesn't come is a coward. After saying this, Song Mingqing angrily went inside to pack her things. Jichun spoke up at this moment. Since it's a divorce, shouldn't we clarify the property? Get some paper and pen. Whatever we want or don't want should be written clearly, so no one denies it tomorrow. With so many eyes watching, it's better to be clear. Song Mingqing found some paper and a pen. Jichun looked around and called an older aunt to come in and count the furniture. All these things will be split equally, 1/2 each. Don't try to cheat anyone. Seeing how they divided everything, Granny Xia and Xiaolang exchanged glances, both feeling happy inside. To avoid being noticed by Song Mingqing and her family, Granny Xia was about to jump in and argue again.
Why?
Song Mingqing didn't even have a son, but she gave us a Lang a fool. Why should she get half? Shouldn't she give us more as compensation? What's wrong? Shiaoin isn't a child of your Xia family? My mom is taking care of her. Shouldn't you give us more as living expenses? If you don't agree with this division, just call the police. Hearing about calling the police, the mother and son looked a little relieved. Xiaolang heard that the Song family had already been transferred back, but he didn't know the details. Over the years, he had gained many benefits from the Song family. He learned to take what was good and move on. Moreover, he has a wife and children outside. If his secret is exposed, with the power of the Song family, it would be easy to crush him like a tiny ant. Since they are no match for him, the best thing he can do now is quickly divorce Song Mingqing and take their son away to start a new life. All right, it's just some furniture. Move it as you like. As long as I can get my son to divorce that troublemaker Song Mingqing, I'm happy. Xiaolang, curled up on the ground, nodded firmly, seeming to have made up his mind. Neighbors outside saw this and started talking among themselves. Some sisters-in-law couldn't help but advise. Song girl, I think you shouldn't get a divorce. This life, no matter who you marry, is about the same. If you divorce and take Shiaoin and remarry someone else, isn't that fine? Xiaolang might not be perfect, but at least you'll have food and a roof over your head, right? Although these sisters-in-law meant well for Song Mingqing, their words sounded so harsh. When she was young, Song Mingqing dreamed of finding a loving partner. Now that she's older, she realizes nothing can be relied on, and she must depend on herself. She looked serious and said firmly, I must divorce. I won't step into this house again, even if I have to beg on the streets with Shiaoin. I don't believe I can starve to death just by working with my own hands. Meanwhile, Jichun, who was counting the furniture, immediately arranged for neighbors to help carry things out. She was happy to pay them for their help. As the house was emptied, Granny Xia's heart ached, but she knew that staying would only make things worse later. Most of the furniture is gone. What about your family savings? Let's split everything up. Jichun spoke sharply, causing Granny Xia to shake her head in fear. We don't have any savings. Over the years, Alang's salary has supported the whole family. We don't spend much on food or clothes. We even have to buy medicine for that fool. Do you think money grows on trees? Jichun didn't bother arguing and led people to search the house thoroughly. After turning everything upside down, they only found 100 yuan, 50 of which was squeezed out of Granny Xia. Jichun took out 50 yuan and handed it to Song Mingqing, keeping the other 50 for herself. Granny Xia was stunned. Girl, what are you doing? That 100 yuan is all we have. It must be divided equally. Give it back to me. Ji-won held the money and moved aside to avoid Granny Xia's reaching hand. Old lady, don't forget, that 50 yuan was borrowed from you. You said I needed it for my mother's hospital bills after her fracture. Since my mother has nothing wrong, shouldn't you also return the money to me? Song Mingqing didn't expect this old woman to be so shameless, using her as an excuse to ask Shiaoin for money. She was so angry her eyes nearly popped out, glaring fiercely at Granny Xia, making her feel very uncomfortable. Dead old woman, you actually blackmailed my daughter. How can you be so shameless, you old fool? In the past, Song Mingqing would hold back in front of others, but after seeing her fight fiercely twice, she no longer cared about manners or face. Indeed, a lady is easily bullied, but a shrew only bullies others. She rushed forward, grabbing Granny Xia's arm and slapping her several times. Seeing her and her son's faces swollen like pigs, she finally calmed down. She got the money, the house was divided, and the handprints were signed. The current task was complete. Ji-won also handed over the 50 yuan she had in her hand to Song Mingqing, telling everyone to leave quickly. Granny Xia was so angry she wanted revenge, but was suddenly confronted by Tang Jianhong, who was over 1.8 meters tall. She was so scared, she kept stepping back. She could only watch them leave helplessly, then sat on the ground cursing loudly. God in heaven, you have no eyes. Why don't you strike these bandits with lightning? Song Mingqing, you little, I tell you, you'll never be able to come into our house again. I'm waiting to see you take that silly kid and drink northwest wind. Our Xia family is finally free, rid of you, the useless hen. No matter how vicious Granny Xia's curses were, she felt very happy inside. After this storm passed, she could openly bring her daughter-in-law and grandson back home, and the family would be together again. Not only her, Xiaoling also sat on the ground, smiling happily. Over the years, she had borrowed a lot of money from the Song family and often scrounged some under the pretext of buying medicine. All in all, the Xia family was about to get rich. While the Song family hadn't settled down yet, he hurriedly packed his things and took his son to move somewhere else to enjoy life. No more work needed. His son could be happy at home, and he had a considerate wife. Life would be perfect, nothing could compare. No matter how much Granny Xia cursed upstairs, Ji-won remained indifferent. However, Song Mingqing couldn't bear it anymore. She picked up a stone from under a tree nearby and threw it at the upstairs window. Old woman, try spitting more filth and see what happens. With a loud crash, the window shattered all over the ground, and Granny Xia screamed in fright. She jumped and looked down through the empty window, finally not daring to curse anymore. She realized that since Song Mingqing and Ji-won had acknowledged each other, they had become increasingly crazy. Regardless of everything, hitting her husband and mother-in-law is simply lawless. This kind of troublemaker will get their punishment sooner or later.
Bah!
She spat on the ground, but unfortunately, Ji-won and the others had already left. The furniture they received was all tied onto a cart, with Tang Jianhong pulling from the front and Song Mingqing pushing from behind. Next to them, Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with worry and nervousness. Mom, sister, where are we going? Ji-won pulled her aside, tidied her clothes, and brushed her hair. Anywhere is fine, as long as we're not with them anymore. The girl was so happy she forgot her pain and cheered excitedly.
Good.
As long as I can be with Mom, anywhere is fine. Song Mingqing felt heartbroken, wiping tears from her face and gritting her teeth. I shouldn't have been so patient. If I had taken Xiaoing out earlier, things might be better now. Before, Xiaoling still acted normal, but recently, I don't know what's wrong. He picks fights over the smallest things. Especially today, he was like he had eaten firecrackers. I heard that old lady say she went to find you, and out of anger, I scolded him. Xiaoling grabbed a cup and threw it at me. In the past, Xiaoling never agreed to divorce, but now he was the one insisting on it. Something strange is going on. Song Mingqing thought there must be a problem here. Ji-won didn't speak, but she opened her clothes to check her arm. There were 4 or 5 bruises, and her face darkened when she saw them. Did he hit you like this recently? There were others nearby, so Song Mingqing felt embarrassed and quickly pulled her clothes down. Yes, he didn't get anything good from me either. Divorce is fine, but to think he wants to dismiss us with so little, he underestimates us too much. Ji-won snorted coldly and then looked at Song Mingqing. First, find a place to eat, then find a place to stay. Later, I'll take you to see what's coming. Song Mingqing was stunned, almost thinking her daughter wasn't talking to her. See what? Ji-won glanced behind her. The Xia family has been bullying you. They won't let this go easily. You'll see later. Song Mingqing was confused and didn't understand what her daughter was planning. But after several encounters, she had grown quite dependent on Ji-won. Whatever her daughter said, she listened. They left the family compound. Tang Jianhong didn't know where to go either, standing and looking around. Song Mingqing hesitated and asked politely, "Little comrade, thank you so much for your help today. Could you please just leave us here? You can go about your own business now. Today, we left in a hurry and couldn't properly host you. How about I give you some pocket money so you can buy a pack of cigarettes yourself?" Song Mingqing took 50 yuan out of her pocket and was about to hand over a note of unity when Tang Jianhong raised his hand to stop her. "Andy, what are you doing? We're all family. I came to help out just a little. Why are you so distant?" Song Mingqing raised her hand, unsure whether to give or not. Ji-won took the money back and put it in her hand. Little Tang was called here by Lin Zhengnan to help. We still need to find a place to stay later. Why not let little Tang send us to the west? We can treat him to a meal and some drinks later. Song Mingqing agreed readily. All right. Hearing this, Tang Jianhong quickly refused. Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. I still need to drive, so I can't drink. How about this? Let's put the stuff in my car first. Then I can take you to find a place to stay. Before Ji-won could agree, Lin Zhengnan hurried over. Seeing him, Ji-won was overjoyed. She immediately waved her hand and called out from afar, no longer maintaining her composure. Husband. Lin Zhengnan strode over quickly, wearing casual clothes. His lips were pressed thin, and his expression was stern, looking rather unhappy. Judging the time, he probably finished training and rushed over straight away, not even catching his breath on the way. Ji-won ran over happily and linked her arm with him. Her safe and sound appearance seemed to reassure Lin Zhengnan. Everyone was very happy to see him, and Tang Jianhong even saluted. Commander. Lin Zhengnan patted his shoulder and looked a bit more relaxed.
Good boy. No need to be so formal outside.
Tang Jianhong looked like a little fan, observing Lin Zhengnan up and down, with admiration and respect nearly overflowing in his eyes. Seeing him pull Ji-won over to ask about her well-being, his eyes were full of envy. He wondered when he might also marry a wife. Are you okay? How is the situation here? Knowing her husband was worried, Ji-won explained everything about their arrival. Lin Zhengnan examined her carefully to make sure she was safe before nodding. How's your stomach? Any discomfort? Ji-won smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. He was so worried when he heard Ji-won came here alone. He was distracted during afternoon training and left early to come here. Looking at Song Mingqing and her daughter, both were excitedly greeting, though they had just fought and had some bruises on their faces, making them look a bit pitiful and funny at the same time. Hello, brother-in-law. Lin Zhengnan nodded and then looked at the furniture in the nearby cart. Let's move it onto the truck first. We'll find a guest house nearby. Shiaoin, you stay with Xiaoin and the others to rest inside. Xiao Tang, and I will look for a house. Since he arrived, Ji-won felt more grounded. Although her plan was similar, this feeling of everything being arranged made her feel safe. She smiled, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. While others watched enviously, she also thoughtfully suggested, maybe we should put these things in Xiao Tang's car for now. I plan to take Xiaoying and the others to our place nearby, so they can stay around the family compound. It's easier for growing bean sprouts, and with us watching, the summer family mother and son probably won't cause trouble. This was a spontaneous idea. When she proposed it, Lin Zhengnan had no objections. Tang Jianhong also nodded. That works. I'm off these days, and I don't need this car anyway. Looking at Song Mingqing, who knew she'd be happy to be close to her daughter, she couldn't help but worry a little. Will it be too much trouble for you if I come over? Jiwon shook her head. No problem. Our place is a bit remote and houses are easy to find. We can find a small yard for you and Xiaoying to stay in. Song Mingqing's face lit up with joy, and she immediately agreed. Okay. At this point, she had no reason to be picky. Her daughter had arranged everything perfectly. She was happy to accept it. All right, let's start moving this stuff. Since it was her mother-in-law's furniture, Lin Zhengnan didn't want Tang Jianhong to do all the work. He stepped forward to take over, and Tang Jianhong didn't mind, happily going to push from behind. Having two grown men was great. What was once difficult now became easy. Jiwon asked nearby, have we arranged everything for our daughter? Lin Zhengnan nodded, yes. Thanks to your good relationship with Comrade Zhao, I asked her to help watch over her. She agreed immediately. Yuyu is very well behaved. When I told her I was looking for you, she agreed without hesitation. She's staying home and resting well. Thinking of her precious daughter, Jiwon smiled, and her remaining worries disappeared. She looked back at Song Mingqing and Xiaoying, who were helping each other. One had a big bump on her forehead, and the other's face was swollen halfway up. Later, when we go to the guest house, buy some medicine to put on their faces. After eating, they should rest well. Mother and daughter nodded in unison, obediently. They moved the furniture onto the small truck. Tang Jianhong drove, Lin Zhengnan sat in the front passenger seat, and Jiwon and her daughter sat in the back. This area is very familiar to Tang Jianhong. Usually, he moves around in a few factories nearby, either transporting goods or helping to carry things. He took everyone straight to an affordable guest house, checked in, then bought food and medicine for them. Thinking about tonight's plan, Jiwon pulled Lin Zhengnan aside and whispered to him for a long time. When she came back, she was alone. Song Mingqing and Xiaoying sat on the bed, staring intently at the door. The food was nearby, but they had no appetite, feeling like the couple was hiding something. Seeing her daughter come in, Song Mingqing quickly asked, "Why didn't your husband come?" Jiwon lied calmly, without blushing or feeling guilty. What would he come for? He's tired after a whole day. I said I want to sleep so he can go out for a walk. His room is right across from Xiaotang's. If he's resting, he'll stay in the opposite room.
No need to worry about them.
Noticing that the food beside them hadn't been touched, she was a bit puzzled. Why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and eat. She looked at the obedient Xiaoying, then went over to gently ruffle the girl's hair. Is our little Ing hungry already? Xiaoying nodded at first, but suddenly saw Song Mingqing nearby and quickly shook her head. Jiwon chuckled softly, then opened a bag next to them to treat their wounds. Since you're not hungry yet, let's put some medicine on first. She opened the ointment and applied it to their bruises. The ointment felt cold on their skin, but the mother and daughter felt warm inside. Xiaoying looked at her with a sweet smile and, a bit silly, said, "Big sister, you're so good to me." Jiwon continued applying the ointment without stopping, then smiled and replied, "You call me big sister now, so you're my little sister. How could I not be nice to you?" Xiaoying didn't quite understand, but kept smiling happily. Her big, round eyes, clear and pure like crystals, made Jiwon's heart melt. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't. Xiaoying shook her head like a rattledrum. Seeing this, Song Mingqing silently wiped her tears. Xiaoying was hurt because she saw that beast Xiaolang come to help me and accidentally got caught. She may seem like she doesn't understand, but she actually knows how to protect me, her mom.
Ivan understood.
Wasn't Xiaoying also protecting her at that moment? What a good child. After applying the ointment, Jiwon washed her hands. Let's leave it at that for now. Hurry and eat. Tomorrow, I'll find an egg for you to make some porridge. Okay. Xiaoying was already very hungry and eagerly ate the food, happy and satisfied. Finally, they're getting a divorce. Song Mingqing feels relieved, and her expression becomes much more relaxed. Thinking about how she has been busy all this time without reporting to her daughter about the bean sprout business, Song Mingqing becomes energized and excited. Shiaoin, I went home and followed your advice. I really grew some bean sprouts, white and plump. Jiwon is also happy for her. How did it go? Did you ask someone for help, or did you do it alone? I did it alone. Song Mingqing carefully serves meat from the lunchbox to her 2 daughters. I wanted to find someone to help, but I couldn't find the right person, so I did it myself. I told the Xiao family I was working with a partner, but actually I grew the bean sprouts and found someone to sell them. We split the earnings. In just over 2 weeks, I made a few dozen yuan, more than the regular workers at the factory. She speaks with hope for the future. Now that I've left the Xiao family, I can sell freely. No matter how much I earn, it's ours. I don't have to worry about Xiaoying not being able to afford medicine anymore. With this income, I can support us for a year or 2 and buy a small house. For the first time in over 10 years, Song Mingqing feels relaxed and free. And all of this is thanks to Shiaoin. Looking at her daughter, whom she has not cared for much, guilt floods Song Mingqing's heart, and she sheds tears again. Shiaoin, thank you. If it weren't for you, Xiaoying and I wouldn't know where we'd be now. Jiwon doesn't reply. Song Mingqing wipes her tears. Honestly, I don't care what happens to me. I just worry about Xiaoying. I feel guilty towards you and her. As your mother, I haven't taken good care of you. I brought Xiaoying into this world, but can't give her a healthy body. I am a sinner. No matter how heaven punishes me, I am willing to die now. I just can't bear to leave her. Next to her, Xiaoying is starving. She holds her lunchbox and takes several bites, but she doesn't understand what they are talking about. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she looks up and sees Song Mingqing crying with tears streaming down her face. Terrified, Xiaoying stops eating and quickly takes out a handkerchief to wipe her mother's tears. Mom, why are you crying again? She frowns, feeling very worried and confused. Has anyone bullied you? Jiwon, with red eyes, takes a deep breath and scolds her gently. No one's bullying you. Why are you crying and whining? Just live a good life. Don't talk about dying or anything. If you really want to do what's best for us, then just live well. What if something happens to you, Xiaoying? You know you haven't taken care of me for a day, and now you're leaving Xiaoying. The Summer family doesn't care. Isn't it my responsibility as the older sister to look after her? Jiwon knows this isn't right, but if she doesn't say it, Song Mingqing won't understand and will keep overthinking everything. Hearing this reminder, Song Mingqing suddenly realizes the truth. Yes, if she were gone, wouldn't Xiaoying just burden Shiaoin? Although Shiaoin always looks serious and seems to dislike them, deep down she is kind-hearted. Since they reunited, almost every step has been Shiaoin helping her. Even if it's just for Shiaoin, or to prevent Xiaoying from dragging her down, she must stay strong. No more talking about death or giving up, it's bad luck. Yes, I know. I keep talking nonsense. Song Mingqing angrily pats her mouth, quickly wipes her tears with her sleeve, and doesn't dare to say any more gloomy words. She forces a smile and tries to share the food with Jiwon. Eat your own. I don't want any. I have no appetite today. Jiwon turns away with her lunchbox, looking a bit upset. Song Mingqing is frightened. What's wrong? Ugh. Jiwon just manages to say one word before she starts vomiting. Song Mingqing quickly stands up in alarm. Shiaoin, what's wrong? Jiwon shakes her head, puts the lunchbox into her hand, then covers her mouth and rushes into the nearby bathroom.
Ugh.
Hearing her daughter's vomiting, Song Mingqing is terrified. She quickly puts down the lunchbox and follows her, gently patting her back. Are you tired? How do you feel? Jiwon shakes her head and vomits everything she just ate. Song Mingqing feels heartbroken. She turns to call Xiaoying, who is too scared to eat and has stood up. Xiaoying, go get a glass of water for your sister. Okay. Xiaoying runs over with a cup of hot water. The water inside is swaying, and only half a cup remains. Song Mingqing takes the cup and offers it to her. Here, Shiaoin, drink some water. Jiwon can't drink any more but rinses her mouth with what she has. Mother and daughter stay by her side, all worried. Jiwon finally spits out the yellow water, having nothing else to, and stops. She leans on the sink, gasping for air, and explains in a hoarse voice, "It might be morning sickness. It didn't show up before, but now that I'm late in pregnancy, I vomited." Song Mingqing holds the cup, almost thinking she heard wrong, and after a moment, she realizes.
Huh.
Shiaoin, you're pregnant? She stares in disbelief at Ji-Wan's belly. Seeing her nod affirmatively, Song Mingqing's face suddenly changes. She quickly helps her sit down. She was trembling with fear, her legs weak, and couldn't help but scold. Shiaoin, you're also too careless. How could you get pregnant without telling us first? And running around making arrangements? If something happens to you, I wouldn't know how to face your husband.
How do you feel now?
Is your stomach a bit better? Do you want to lie down and rest? Song Mingqing's voice trembled, and her hands shook as she spoke, pulling back the blanket to lie Shiaoin down on the bed. Xiaoing, bring a basin here. If Shiaoin continues to later, just spit into the basin. Seeing the mother and daughter busy helping, Xiaowan's uncomfortable stomach improved a lot, and she smiled. It's nothing serious, just morning sickness. Can you pour me a glass of water? Xiaoing nodded and went to fetch water, while Song Mingqing put on her coat and left without a second thought. Xiaoing, take good care of your sister. I'll buy some porridge and bring it up. Since it's morning sickness, she shouldn't eat greasy food right now. No need, I just need some water. Her words were cut off by the closed door, and Xiaowan chuckled silently. Forget it, let her go. If she doesn't go, she can't relax. Now that only the sisters were in the room, Xiaowan handed the lunchbox to Xiaoing again. Eat quickly. I'm fine now. Xiaoing hesitated because Xiaowan's earlier vomiting scared her. She always thought her sister was sick. Are you still in pain, sister? I'm not in pain. Are you sick?
Not really.
Xiaowan smiled and took her hand to touch her belly. I'm pregnant. There's a little baby living inside me. Xiao Ying's eyes widened, almost unable to believe it. She crouched down and leaned over the bed, like a child, watching Xiaowan's belly. She reached out to touch it, poked gently now and then, asking cautiously, "Can he see me?" No, he can't. Xiaoing looked disappointed. When will he come out? In a few months. Will he call me Annie too? Yes. Xiaoing was so happy she couldn't hide it, sitting on the edge of the bed and asking, "Can I see him when he's born?" Of course. Seeing her keep asking questions, Xiaowan couldn't help but laugh and said as she handed her the lunchbox, all right. Eat first. The food isn't cold yet." While Xiaoing was eating, Xiaowan closed her eyes and entered the Spirit Spring space, drinking all the Spirit Spring water in one go. The uncomfortable feeling in her stomach gradually disappeared, and her belly started to growl. Xiaoing chuckled softly and handed over the nearby bowl of rice. "Big sister, you should eat too. It's hard to feel good when you're hungry." Jiwon looked refreshed and took the bowl, dripping some water into it. "Yes, here, drink some water. Eat slowly, don't choke." The two sisters chatted happily when Song Mingqing returned with a bowl of porridge. Seeing Jiwon's face look much better, she felt relieved. "Little one, why are you still eating meat? Put it down quickly. I bought you some century egg and lean pork porridge." Xiaoing happily took the bowl. "Mom, give it to me. I'll feed sister." Song Mingqing, having run around, was a bit sweaty. She quickly drank a glass of water and seemed to come back to life. She panted and looked at the nearby basin, asking, "Are you done vomiting?" Jiwon nodded. "Maybe I was tired from running around today. Resting a bit helped, and now I have my appetite back." Song Mingqing finally relaxed. "That's good. Eat your meal." She sat nearby and continued eating her own portion. Xiaoing picked up her spoon and genuinely fed Jiwon. The porridge smelled so good that even after she was full, she kept swallowing saliva. She couldn't help herself. She almost brought a spoonful to her own mouth. Jiwon saw this and couldn't help but smile. "Xiaoing, bring me a bowl. I'll share some with you." Xiaoing was sure her clumsy act earlier was seen by her sister. Her face turned red with embarrassment and shyly waved her hand, whispering like a mosquito, "I don't want it. I'm full." Ji-won stubbornly divided some of the porridge into a nearby lunchbox. Oh, it's okay. I can't eat so much alone. You and Mom help me finish some. Since the food was bought with money, and seeing her share it, Song Mingqing didn't say anything. She looked at Xiaoying helplessly. Your sister told you to eat, so eat. Don't waste it. I've had enough here. Finish that porridge. When Song Mingqing spoke, it sounded like an order. Xiaoying no longer hesitated. She licked her lips happily and started eating with joy. Perhaps because she was eating so deliciously, Ji-won not only finished the porridge, but also ate all the remaining dishes. After eating and drinking enough, they washed up simply. Then the mother and daughters each lay on their beds and fell asleep. Xiaoying insisted on sleeping next to her sister, sharing a bed with Ji-won. She held her arm tightly, reluctant to let go. They slept soundly until dawn when someone knocked on the door. The mother and daughter were both startled awake. Song Mingqing sat up quickly, worried there might be a drunk outside, and didn't want to scare her two daughters. Her heart was pounding fast as she cautiously asked, "Who is it?" "Mom, it's me, Lin Zhengnan." So it was her son-in-law. Song Mingqing relaxed a bit and put on her coat to open the door. "What's wrong?" "It's late at night." Ji-won, hearing the familiar voice, guessed what was happening. She looked outside and saw it was probably around 11 o'clock. She quickly got up, found her coat, and put it on. Seeing Xiaoying still sitting on the bed yawning, she urged her, "Xiaoying, get dressed. We need to go out." Ji-won didn't want to leave her daughter alone at the guest house late at night, so she kept her close and brought her along in the car. "Son-in-law, what's the matter?" Song Mingqing opened the door. Inside, she saw a tall man, Lin Zhengnan. He was standing in the hallway, blocking most of the light from the bulb, and looked a little scary in the empty corridor. "I came to wake you up. There's something I need to handle." Song Mingqing was confused. "What is it?" Ji-won, following behind, adjusted her collar and told her daughter and herself, "Take the keys and dress warmly." Xiaoying yawned as she came out, wiping tears from her eyes, and asked curiously, "Sister, where are we going?"
Just follow me.
Ji-won gave the order, and Song Mingqing had no choice but to lock the door and leave with them. They went downstairs to find a small truck parked outside, different from the one Tang Jianhong used before. The truck door opened, and a young man, unfamiliar to them, got out. Tang Jianhong followed closely behind.
嫂子,婶子,睡得好吗?
They had slept at least 5 or 6 hours since afternoon, so they were well rested. Ji-won nodded and asked the young man, "Who is this?" Tang Jianhong introduced him. "He's a friend we carpool with."
Just call him Xiao Kai.
Xiao Kai smiled and said, "Hello, sister-in-law, auntie." At this moment, Song Mingqing was still confused and asked Ji-won quietly, "What's going on?" Ji-won didn't answer, but gestured toward the open car door. "You'll find out soon."
Get in.
There were only so many seats. Besides Tang Jianhong, who was driving, Ji-won and Song Mingqing sat in the front, while Lin Zhengnan took Xiao Kai to sit in the back. Song Mingqing felt nervous and asked, "Xiao Tang, where are we going?" Tang Jianhong didn't know how to answer. Ji-won reassured her, "We're going to find Xiaolang."
Huh?
Song Mingqing almost thought she had heard wrong. "Why are you going to find him so late at night? Today is the family division. He just gave you some broken furniture and sent you away. Are you okay with that? We're going to find him now to get back your rightful inheritance." Song Mingqing couldn't understand more. She had lived in the Xia family for many years and knew exactly how much Xiaolang earned each month. It was only a small amount, and after covering household expenses and giving medicine to Xiaoing, where could the inheritance come from? Maybe he did save some secret money, but there was no need to go through so much trouble to get it. What was really going on? Ji-won didn't explain, leaving Song Mingqing full of doubts. As the small truck gradually drove away, Song Mingqing became more confused. Wasn't this road supposed to lead to the textile factory staff quarters? "We've arrived." Half an hour later, the small truck stopped on a street in the north of the city. The door opened, and several grown men jumped out one after another. Ji-won also got out, reminding Song Mingqing before leaving, "Take good care of Xiaoing. No matter what happens, don't make a sound. We'll be back soon." Lin Zhengnan worried, frowned, and suggested, Shiaoin, why don't you wait here? We can go alone. No, I want to go with you. I'm a woman and know better where those things are hidden. You men are careless. If you miss something, it'll be a big loss. Seeing her bright, shining eyes, Lin Zhengnan understood she was very eager for this action. If he didn't let her go, she would definitely be angry. All right, then stay close to me. They each took their tools and entered through an alley, coming upon a small courtyard. A red door, walls covered with morning glories, and a big tree in the yard. How cozy. Tang Jianhong led the way, climbing over the wall, opening the door and letting everyone in. They exchanged glances, then he and Shao Kai covered their faces with handkerchiefs and sneaked into the backyard through a window. Under the moonlight, they looked into the bedroom. Xiaolang was cuddling a woman and sleeping soundly. Anger surged inside Tang Jianhong. He suddenly pulled back the quilt and covered the two of them. Suddenly caught off guard, both were terrified and screamed loudly. Who's there? What's going on? Shao Kai, holding a wooden stick, jumped in and aimed it at Tang Jianhong, swinging it down on the quilt.
Ah!
He didn't know where he hit, but Xiaolang let out a sharp scream. Who's there? Help! Robbers! Someone's killing! Help! The woman also started crying. Help!
Who are you?
Why are you in my house? Tang Jianhong ignored them, kicked the bed cover, and threatened in a low voice. Shut up. If you speak again, I swear I'll hurt your son. Hearing this, the two people froze in fear, unable to speak, only crying. Xiaolang was as soft as a noodle. The neighbor's son was their only child, their precious. He immediately became scared. Good man, let my son go. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please, I beg you. Little Kai rushed over, grabbed Xiaolang, and quickly pulled out a bag, covering his head with it. Where is the money at home? It turned out they were after the money. Xiaolang trembled, his body so thin it looked like a shrimp. All in the cabinet. Tang Jianhong took the axe handed over by Lin Zhengnan outside and chopped the cabinet into pieces. The noise was so loud it scared them both into tears and weakness. After searching for a while, they found quite a lot. Besides cash, there were also jewelry. Jian Wan, who had come in, squinted and without hesitation, packed everything into a sack. Anything else? No, really nothing else. Xiaolang knelt on the bed. So scared, he wet himself. The smell of hit their faces, making little Kai's face change color. He pressed on his neck and gritted his teeth. You're not telling the truth, huh?
Fine.
He swung a stick and struck Xiaolang's head, immediately turning red. He cried out in pain, shouting for his mother and father. Blood flowed down, dripping onto the bag, making a plopping sound. I told you, there's more behind the wall in the corner. The bricks are loose. Jianwan carefully crawled in, looked around, and after a long search with her flashlight, she found a loose brick. She reached in and surprisingly pulled out a gold bar. The haul was quite big. She casually put it in her pocket, turned her flashlight around the house, and packed away anything valuable, radios, watches, all into bags. After about 10 minutes of searching, she found many pieces of jewelry in the ceiling beams, in the coal pile, in the socks, behind the paintings. Once she was sure there was nothing else valuable, Jianwan waved and left first. Before leaving, little Kai kicked them several more times. Seeing that the noise had stopped, Xiaolang suddenly tore off the bag on his head, looked at the messy room, and the brick lying nearby. He let out a wail and cursed loudly. Someone help! Help! Call the police! Call the police! My money! All my money is gone! The quilt was pulled back, and a crying woman peeked out. Seeing the situation, she fainted from anger. Meanwhile, Jiwan and her group had already returned to the street. She asked Song Mingqing to come down. All the stolen appliances were thrown into the car, and Shao Kai and Tang Jianhong took Xia Xiaoying and drove away from the scene. The whole family of 3 waited by the roadside. In just over 10 minutes, Song Mingqing had already figured everything out in the car. There was still a family here, with Xiaolang. Once she understood this, She felt nothing special, not even surprised. She had suspected he had someone outside before, but since Xiaolang brought money back and she needed to take care of Xiaoin, she didn't investigate further because she had no proof. But how did Xiaoin know? Before she could ask, thick smoke suddenly rose from the alley. Help! Help! Fire! Fire! With Xiaolang's loud cry, neighbors nearby all rushed out to help put out the fire. Earlier, some neighbors had already run out after hearing him shout about robbers, but most just ignored it. Now, hearing about the fire, everyone was scared and hurried over to help. The houses here were connected, so if they caught fire, they would be affected too. In less than 2 minutes, the whole street and Xiaolang's house were bustling with activity. Jiwan and her husband pushed through the crowd and saw a woman holding a child outside the yard. Xiaolang was only wearing a pair of thermal underwear, barefoot, and helping neighbors pour water to douse the flames. Fortunately, the fire was not too big and was under control. Song Mingqing stared steadily at the mother and child, as if she couldn't hear anything else around her. She saw the woman wipe her son's tears. She looked very young, only in her early 30s. Her skin was tender and smooth, a stark contrast to her own weathered appearance. Worried that the mother and son might be scared, Xiaolang even came over to comfort them. To Song Mingqing, he wasn't glaring but looked somewhat ridiculous. Thinking back, when Xiaolang was courting her, he was even more caring than he was now. But what happened? He looked down on her for being old and unattractive, criticized her for not earning money, for not having children, and then went outside to have another woman. It had been many years. Her child was already 6 or 7, and she had been kept in the dark all along. Song Mingqing watched and suddenly burst into laughter, making Ji-Wan feel distressed. Big brother and sister-in-law, please help us report a police case. Someone robbed us. They're animals. They stole my money and set fire to my house. Please help me report it to the police. Summer Lang was still trembling with fear. A grown man was crying loudly and kneeling down with the woman and children beside him. Those robbers might not have gone far. If anyone sees anything suspicious, please be our witnesses. As soon as he said this, the neighbors couldn't help but feel scared. Were those robbers really still nearby? If they remained free, wouldn't everyone be in danger? Everyone started talking nervously, feeling very frightened. Until someone loudly asked, "Sir, who are you? I've never seen you before." This question was like a bomb, instantly causing a stir among the crowd. Neighbors looked at Summer Lang and then at the woman and children kneeling on the ground. "Yeah, who are you? Is this your house? And you want us to call the police for you? Strange. Isn't that woman a widow? Where did this man come from?" These words hit hard, catching the rescuers off guard. Everyone wasn't stupid. When they saw both of them dressed poorly, her in pajamas that matched the man's pants, they understood what was happening. Oh, how shameless. Completely heartless. Are these two having an affair? People's eyes were like knives, almost ready to punish them severely. Summerling realized he had spoken wrongly, but it was too late to fix it. Oh no. These two are having an affair. I know this man. He works at a textile factory. He's not divorced from his wife yet. Everyone stopped standing around. Call the police quickly. Having an affair can land you in jail. Ji-Wan pinched her nose and said this, causing chaos among the crowd. Those women pointed fingers at the two and spat on the ground. Shameless. No wonder they got robbed, and their house burned down. Even heaven can't stand it. Phew, and they still dare to cry and ask for help. So disgusting. Call the police. Arrest these shameless people. Exactly. Don't just stand there. Tie them up with a rope and take them out for public criticism at dawn. Everyone pointed and talked loudly, sounding very serious. Summerling finally got scared. He looked around nervously, quickly stood up, took a few steps back, and grabbed the woman and children beside him, pretending to run away. It's really bad luck. His house was robbed completely, and half of it was burned down. Without warning, I even exposed my married status. Forget it. Running away is the best choice. As for what happened tonight, I can only swallow the pain and keep silent. If these fools catch us, our whole family will be doomed. I glanced around and saw Xiaoling suddenly pick up the child and shout loudly at the woman nearby.
Run.
They ran toward a gap with few people. They were too fast, and the onlookers nearby didn't have time to react until Jiwan shouted, "Catch them! Don't let them escape." With a leader, the other uncles and aunts also started chasing. "Stop! Hold them down. These two are involved in something illegal. They must be caught and handed over to the police." Someone from the crowd yelled, scaring Xiaoling so much that he almost ran without thinking. The woman behind him was slower. She was pulled down by her aunt, grabbing her hair and pushing her to the ground. Xiaoling, help me." The child being held was about 6 or 7 years old, chubby like a ball, probably weighing 70 or 80 pounds. Xiaoling was thin, and after running a few steps, he fell flat on his face. The house had been burned, and the child was so scared he almost seemed stunned. Now, he had fallen hard again, bleeding from his nose, crying loudly on the ground. "Dad, I hurt so much."
Mom,
His scream drew almost everyone's attention. Xiaoling couldn't care about his mother and the child anymore. He made up his mind and ran on. He was the one who cheated in his marriage and was involved in the affair. If caught, he would have no future. But the child was different. The police wouldn't bother with the child. The child was innocent. As for the woman left behind, Zhang Xiao, he couldn't care less anymore. He had been with her for so many years. She had a good life, and he had done his best. He ran as hard as he could, panting heavily, looking at the open gate of the courtyard. It was close, but suddenly he saw a man in front of him. His face changed. Before he could speak, the man kicked him hard in the chest. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Jiwan ran over and pointed at him, shouting, "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" Under the moonlight, Xiaoling, feeling weak, saw the face of the woman in front of him. It was her. That little brat. The daughter of Song Mingqing and his ex-husband? Is that Song Qingming also here? Xiaoling struggled to get up, wanting to find Song Mingqing. As he looked up, he was suddenly slapped across the face by a woman. "You are so heartless. You cheat on your partner and don't even wear clothes. Who would want to see that? Beat him to death. Beat him to death." Someone started shouting, and the other women rushed over to punch and kick him. Xiaoling cried out in pain, begging for mercy, but no one paid attention. He was kicked several times and curled up on the ground, feeling like a truck had run over him. He tightly held his head, enduring everyone's anger. Through the gaps between the kicks, he thought he saw Song Mingqing, the mean woman. She was smiling. Are they working together to hurt him? They stole the family's money, burned the house, and stirred up trouble. That mean woman. She deserves bad luck. He regretted not kicking her and that fool out of the house earlier. Compared to him, Zhang Xiao was also beaten almost to death. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and she was covered in blood from the slaps. Shameless woman. Cheating on your husband. He's not even divorced, you fox. I'll beat you to death, you wicked girl. Come on, hit her. The aggressive sisters-in-law pulled her hair and rode on her, swinging their fists and hitting her until her face was swollen. Zhang Xiao cried out for help and broke down crying, seeing Song Mingqing again. That yellow-faced woman. She's not even better than her. It's her. She did this. She ruined her happiness. She wanted to hurt this mean woman. Facing their cruel looks, Song Mingqing kept her calm. She glanced at Jiwan beside her. Let's go. Too many dirty eyes watching the trash. Okay. Jiwan nodded, turned, and looked at Lin Zhengnan at the door. After giving a signal, she left. Song Mingqing puffed out her chest, exhaled the bad feelings inside, and followed. Outside the yard, she could still hear the uncles and aunts arguing about tying up the family of 3. Suddenly, the shouting, crying, and begging blended into a loud noise, making her feel relieved. Where are we going now? Back to the guest house to sleep. After Lin Zhengnan answered, he hugged Jiwan and headed to the end of the street. Song Mingqing followed and couldn't help but praise, "Son-in-law, you're so impressive. I saw you kick Xiaoling just now, so brave." Lin Zhengnan smiled slightly. I saw him try to run, so I had to stop him in a rush. He doesn't know me, so it's fine. What if he knew?
Who would believe what he said?
Instead of calling the police and claiming they were robbers, he should think about how to prove he wasn't involved in any inappropriate relationship with that woman. Jichun smiled and looked back at Song Mingqing. Tomorrow, you should bring your household registration book and go to the family residence to divorce Xiaoling. They will probably be taken to the police station at dawn, and you might also be questioned then. Do not admit to any accusations like robbery or arson. Just remember that you are the victim. It doesn't matter how much they cause trouble. Song Mingqing felt eager to wait until tomorrow. Okay.